Chapter 1: Dating a Female Anchor. Taking out his cell phone and turning on the selfie mode to use it as a mirror, Ling Xiao double-checked whether his hair and clothes were as neat as when he went out. Unlike his usual shabby office worker attire, today he wore formal clothes and leather shoes. The hair was also slightly done. Yes, I am still very handsome. Ling Xiao slid the screen of his phone and saw a selfie of a girl. She has an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, a thin waist, a tall figure, and fair skin. She is a pretty beauty. She is Ling Xiao's blind date today. It is also the source of Ling Xiao's motivation to take care of himself. The blind date location was an indoor high-end steakhouse restaurant chosen by the other party. After finding a seat and sitting down, Ling Xiao began to count the seconds while waiting for the other party. It is worthy of being called the best steak restaurant in the city. Everything here is sparkling, from the tableware to the floor, and half of the guests nearby are well-dressed foreigners. Even the waiters working here are top students who are proficient in at least 3 foreign languages. Yes, it is a good choice to listen to her and go on a blind date here. Are you Ling Xiao? Here we come. Weird? Unlike what I expected, the voice sounded a bit rude. Ling Xiao looked up and his face froze instantly. The person who appeared in front of him was a short, fat woman with an arrogant look on her face. You're looking for me? Ling Xiao stood there in a daze and spoke slowly. The fat woman frowned and looked at Ling Xiao from head to toe more than a dozen times with the eyes of a carnivore. Just when Ling Xiao began to feel uncomfortable, she suddenly pulled out a stool and sat down. Not bad. Aunt May told me that he was a handsome guy who graduated from a prestigious university. She didn't lie to me. Wait, you are? I'm Qin Xiang, and we're here for a blind date today. After saying that, the other party squinted his eyes and his face tightened. Although it was extremely powerful for Ling Xiao, in Qin Xiang's opinion, it was probably an extremely charming posture. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at the other person seriously. In contrast to her obviously plump figure, Qin Xiang has a scary snake-like face. Others have small faces like cones, but she is different. Her face is shaped like a cone. It's obvious that she had undergone several plastic surgeries. I don't know how many layers of beauty filters were used to beautify the photos sent by Aunt May, who introduced me to a blind date, to that level. This is a fucking fraud. I say don't be silent. Qin Xiang said shyly, how about we order the dishes first? Order food? Ah, yes, order. Ling Xiao responded stutteringly. Never mind, although blind dating is impossible. But since the other party is here, why not treat him to a meal before we part ways amicably? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand to call the waiter. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiang was even faster. She snapped her fingers vigorously and then shouted with a rough lion roar. Waiter! Such uneducated behavior made Ling Xiaolei feel burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. The waiter of the Western restaurant also walked over slowly with a stiff smile. This is your restaurant's signature steak, right? Qin Xiang's eyes sparkled, and he spread out his palm and slid 5 fingers, saying, It's 1,500 per serving, right? Give me 5. Puff. The water Ling Xiao had just swallowed was sprayed out by Qin Xiang's action. Can you eat so much? Don't be afraid. Qin Xiang blinked, looked in one direction and waved. The next moment, like a magic trick, 5 middle-aged women appeared beside the dining table, sat down and started wielding their knives and forks very naturally. They are my aunts. As you know, the world is in a state of chaos right now. They are worried that I might be raped, so they came to protect me. As Qin Xiang spoke, she put on a coy posture, and her expression aroused the pain deep in Ling Xiao's stomach. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to react, the aunts had already taken the initiative to add other side dishes to the table. A plate of sashimi costs 1,000 yuan, fill it up. The red wine is 3,999 yuan, cheap. In a short while, the amount of money on the menu accumulated to an astonishing level. Looking at everyone's happy smiling faces, Ling Xiao felt out of place with his surroundings. After casually saying that he was going to the bathroom, Ling Xiao left the dining table as no one seemed to care. Damn it, these guys are here to kill me. Looking at the large mirror in the bathroom, Ling Xiao poured cold water on his face to calm himself down. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, the cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Ling Xiao, who was furious, couldn't help but yelled, Who? Your boss. The cold female voice on the phone immediately extinguished Ling Xiao's anger. Hello, boss. Ling Xiao responded awkwardly by adjusting his tone. The person on the other end of the phone was Su Ning, the boss of his new media company. The other party was not only his childhood sweetheart, but also the benefactor who extended an olive branch to him when he was in dire straits when he was unemployed after graduation. Sales manager Ling Xiao, where are you? Su Ning asked coldly. Well, boss. Ling Xiao looked at the clock in the bathroom and said, it's lunch break now. Didn't I ask for leave from you to go on a blind date? Yes, blind date. Hearing this, Su Ning changed to a joking tone and said, I remember now. Then, is the other party a great beauty? Has your heart been seduced? When Ling Xiao heard this, Qin Xiang's plastic surgery face that looked like a cone appeared in his mind again, and a chill ran up his spine. No, boss, let's not talk about this. I have a headache now. Poof. Hearing this, Su Ning snorted, if you are unhappy, go back to the company early. There is a big client here who wants you to sign a contract this afternoon. After saying that, Su Ning hung up the phone neatly. Listening to the beeping sound echoing in his ears, Ling Xiao fell into deep thought. Yes, why should I bother myself here? Those gluttons love to eat so much, they should go and pay for the meal themselves. I don't have time to chat with you guys, I'm going back to work. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked out of the bathroom and strode directly to the main entrance of the Western restaurant. Ling Xiao looked back and saw the bunch of ravenous table pigs, all concentrating on feasting on the food in front of them. No one even cared that the key male blind date protagonist disappeared halfway through. Okay, I hope you are satisfied with the meal and also be satisfied with its price. Ling Xiao snorted in his heart. Without any hesitation, he asked the waiter to pay the bill for the other people, and then strode out of the Western restaurant. Saying goodbye to all these troubles, Ling Xiao just felt refreshed. He just couldn't get over it. Why would he go on a blind date if there was nothing wrong? This good mood was completely shattered by a phone call. Xiao Xiaozi, what have you done? Look at what has happened. It was Aunt May, the gossipy woman who introduced the blind date, and she called the company line. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes, not even bothering to say a word, and was about to hang up the phone on the spot. You don't know that Xiang is a promising female anchor. Why did you have to mess with her when you could mess with anyone else? Look at you, you've become a public figure and people are pointing fingers at you on TikTok. What? With her image, she's still a female anchor? No, I will become a public figure and be criticized by others? Ling Xiao suddenly reacted, took out his phone and opened TikTok. He vaguely remembered that when they contacted online before, Qin Xiang shared her Douyin account with him. It's just that Ling Xiao rarely uses TikTok and has never watched it once. At this moment, it was amazing to see that Qin Xiang was actually a big V on TikTok and was live streaming now. Ling Xiao opened TikTok with a frown on his face. At this moment, she was still in the Western restaurant. But unlike Ling Xiao's memory, she in the video, with the blessing of N layers of filter buff, looks as glamorous as the selfie Ling Xiao once took. Qin Xiang cried out in tears during the live broadcast. I never thought there would be such a man in the world. I'm just a weak woman, but he deliberately ordered a lot of expensive food and then ran away halfway through. Not only that, during the meal, he also kept touching me and molesting me, woo woo woo. Qin Xiang's performance was so moving and emotional that soon the comments in the live broadcast room were filled with vicious insults against Ling Xiao. Someone immediately asked the anchor to reveal the disgusting man's personal information, and the audience wanted to form a group to challenge him on the spot. Let Ling Xiao be disgraced and become socially dead. Damn! There are such shameless women in the world. Just when Ling Xiao was filled with indignation, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for awakening the godly rich selection system. Chapter 2 Hacker Skills. System? Ling Xiao was delighted. He thought that his bad luck was so terrible that even God couldn't stand it and sent him a cheat. Ding dong! The host is taking on the first selected mission challenge, with a deadline of 24 hours. Option A, reveal Qin Xiang's true face in front of fans and seek justice for herself. Option gifts, 1 million in startup funds, hacking skills C+. Option B, take a step back and the world will be broader, let go of grudges and ignore them. Option gift, a luxury car. Are you kidding? If you take a step back, the world will be broader? The experience he learned from his life over the past 20 years was not this sentence, but another one. If you endure for a moment, you will get angrier. If you take a step back, you will feel more at a loss. If he hadn't been such a goody-goody, the job he got when he graduated from college wouldn't have been snatched away by his sinister roommate. Thanks to his boss Su Ning's rescue, he would have left High City and returned to his hometown long ago. Ding dong. The host selection has been registered. The officially logged in host is a super rich player. Now we start distributing novice gift packages. Before Ling Xiao finished his intoxication, the pleasant voice of the system sounded again. We have acquired a villa in the Sunshine Greenleaf high-end community in the city center. The information about the villa was immediately converted into data and integrated into Ling Xiao's brain. A villa in a high-end community in the city center? That must be worth tens of millions. Mine? Host, please complete the task on time. The consequences are at your own risk. The voice of the godly rich system pulled Ling Xiao back from his trance, which made him realize that such a luxurious prize was not without a price. Hey, Ling Xiao, the person mentioned above can't be you. Ling Xiao heard a shouting voice. The person who spoke was a slightly plump young man, Ling Xiao's colleague and best friend Mauzi. Mauzi picked up his phone with a look of astonishment on his face and rushed to Ling Xiao and shouted. You asked for leave to go on a blind date this afternoon, so it wasn't her, was it? Ling Xiao looked around and saw that the live broadcast on the phone that Mauzi was watching was of Qin Xiang, who was still sobbing and crying and continuing her cheap acting. The devilishly charming figure with curves in all the right places, the delicate and fair face that is as fair as a baby's, and the adorable and tearful posture. Oh, coupled with her amazing acting skills, those male animals in the live broadcast room who can only think with their lower limbs will be played around by her. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not deny it, Mauzi said in shock, this is Princess Shangxiang, the dream goddess of so many people, and you can actually have dinner and a blind date with her. Princess Shangxiang? Just her? Ling Xiao looked shocked. What's wrong with you? Why do you stand up a beautiful girl when you're having dinner with her? Mauzi beat his chest and stamped his feet. Don't give it to me, brother. Ling Xiao turned his gaze back to the live broadcast room on his phone with a frown on his face. Qin Xiang cried softly and murmured. He, after being deceived by him like this, I will never be able to trust others again, he. My heart aches so much, and I need the care of Xiang fans. Under the beauty filter, her eyes filled with tears sparkled and were beautiful. Instead, these horny idiots immediately went crazy and sent all kinds of gifts and comments to please Qin Xiang. No, Princess Shangxiang, he's just a pig-headed bastard. Don't deny a whole forest for a rotten neck tree. That's right, we are different from those damn bastards. We really love you and support you. Protect our best Princess Shangxiang. If only there was a video recording of the restaurant, we would dig out all the information about this guy's 3 generations of ancestors and make sure he dies thoroughly. Looking at these annoying comments, Ling Xiao laughed instead of getting angry. He raised his phone and shook it, then said with a curled mouth. Mauzi, between her and me, who do you believe? This. Mauzi was in a dilemma. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, then I'd better trust you, buddy. Ling Xiao smiled slightly when he heard this. He patted Mauzi's shoulder and said, okay, even though I hesitated for a moment, it's not in vain that I have made friends with you. Look, I'll defeat this demon in just a few moves. Mauzi looked at Ling Xiao with a caring look and said, I say. Ling Xiao, if you are unhappy, let's go drink after get off work. Don't show off. Too lazy to pay attention to the chatter of his best friend beside him, Ling Xiao started fiddling with his phone. Just now there was a comment mentioning the restaurant's video? That reminds me. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Let's see who will die the most thoroughly. With the skills granted by the system, obtaining information from the restaurant's unprotected cameras is not a problem at all. In just a few minutes, Ling Xiao had already cut the clips he needed. He hacked into the live broadcast room of the app, replaced Qin Xiang's live camera, and played the most critical part of the video. In the picture, Qin Xiang twisted her fleshy body and ordered expensive food one by one on the menu handed to her by the waiter. Then, several women of similar size to her appeared from the edge of the frame. They crowded around the dining table and quickly began to snatch up the delicious food. This made Ling Xiao, who had not actually touched a single bite of the food at the corner of the table, stand out in stark contrast to them. Bang! The scene ended here, and Qin Xiang's selfie camera was restored in the live broadcast room. But now her face is as pale as paper, and even the retouching function assisted by multiple layers of filters cannot make her face look rosy. The barrage in the live broadcast room is still scrolling. Hey! What's wrong with the live broadcast room? What was that just now? It seems to be a restaurant video. Isn't that the restaurant the place Princess Shangxiang mentioned for eating? Wait a minute. No matter how you look at that video, it's that woman who's cheating on a man. The guy who showed that video, isn't he? Damn, where did this bastard come from? Is he trying to slander our Princess Shangxiang? Does anyone think that person in the picture looks quite like Princess Shangxiang? Like your mother, just don't donate your eyes. Can't you tell what the anchor looks like? Some people think they look alike, right? Unless Princess Shangxiang has a fat sister, how could someone look so alike? The speed of the barrage of comments gradually increased. Except for the die-hard fans who were unmoved, passers-by and onlookers began to pay attention to the focus of the video. Seeing this, Qin Xiang immediately reacted and realized that this was no longer the time for her to sit and wait for death. She tried to mobilize her facial muscles and forced a smile. Dear fans, there seems to be a problem with the live streaming. I don't know what the video just now was, but it shouldn't be important. Let's forget about it. Forget? It sounds easy. Will I let you go so easily? Ling Xiao sneered and performed a new round of operations on the phone keyboard. Soon, a new barrage appeared in the live broadcast room. This barrage was seen floating in the center of the screen, with bold, large, bright red font. You really don't know what that video is, Qin Xiang? You've used too many filters and have forgotten what you really look like? Qin Xiang's eyes widened, and she shouted, who are you? While shouting, her hands were not idle either. She immediately activated her privileges as the owner of the live broadcast room. She planned to delete Ling Xiao's comments directly from the background and block him. However, no matter what she did, the program just seemed to have crashed and didn't respond. Why, you're going to run away now? Aren't you going to introduce the woman in the video and what she's doing to your fans? Ling Xiao's barrage of comments was pressing closer and closer, like a sharp knife on Qin Xiang's neck. Hearing this, Qin Xiang's IQ suddenly came online, and she immediately realized the key point. It's you? Everyone, I know who the hacker who pranked me is. It's Ling Xiao. The person who introduced me to the blind date said that their company operates a Douyin account, and doing this kind of thing must not be difficult for a dirty man like him. I've seen a lot of men like this. They take advantage of their good looks and like to bully skinny and pitiful pretty girls like us. Oh. Looking at Qin Xiang, who was jumping up and down in the live broadcast room like a clown, Ling Xiao sneered and shook his head. He did not respond with a barrage of comments, but instead quickly tapped the screen of his mobile phone. Ling Xiao uses his magical black technology to remove the layers of filters on Douyin that are applied like magic. In a short while, the woman in the camera gradually changed from a fairy from heaven to ugly wrinkles, and quickly swelled up into a ball. Look, this is your favorite Princess Shangxiang. Chapter 3: An Eye for an Eye. Always leave some room for others. Release the real video of the hotel and scare the other party with your hacking skills. Qin Xiang originally intended to take his revenge only to this extent. There was no need to really destroy the other party's job. After Qin Xiang was exposed, if she chose to apologize or hide away for 10 days or half a month, the matter would have been over. But now that you have come to this point, you are still thinking about coming up and biting me like a vicious dog. I'm sorry about that. The real Qin Xiang in the live broadcast room was just as unbearable as Ling Xiao remembered. He is short, fat, and has an arrogant look on his face. And now her true face is finally exposed to everyone. What the hell is going on here? Is my screen blurry? You didn't spend any money, and neither did I. Why did the anchor change? No, it hasn't changed. Look carefully, the expression is the same, and the appearance is the same. It's not exactly the same as in the video that the hacker just released. Qin Xiang was stunned for a long while before she realized what had happened. Then she burst into tears on the spot. Turn it off quickly, what a crappy app, why can't I turn off the live broadcast, woo-woo? Seeing Qin Xiang wailing, Ling Xiao typed out a message in time to mock her. Oh, of course you can't turn it off. I am the one in control of this live broadcast room now. Princess Shangxiang, since you like to imagine me bullying you so much, I will respectfully obey your command. It's just that whether you who are being bullied are the thin and pitiful pretty girl you claim to be, I'll let the viewers of the barrage judge for themselves. Provoked by Ling Xiao, the comments in the live broadcast room immediately started to scroll vigorously. Skinny and pitiful? That's it. Please don't embarrass us. Oh my god, what the hell is this? It's an eyesore. If you look like this, don't be a host. What Princess Shangxiang? She's just a fat ball. Unfollow her, unfollow her. Oh, someone needs to record this part. Look, Princess Shangxiang's fans are dropping like water. Princess Shangxiang, from now on just call me Xiangxiangqiu, ha ha ha. Damn it, what kind of world is this? You dare to come out and cheat people out of money when you look like this? Now give me back the money I've spent on gifts for you. Looking at the Xiang fans who turned against her faster than rabbits, Qin Xiang fell into complete despair. This is not true, it's all a misunderstanding. You have to believe me. You know me best. She tried to use her tears again to gain sympathy, but she probably forgot that Ling Xiao had turned off her filter. Seeing this face making faces in front of the camera, the last bit of hesitation among the core fans quickly collapsed like a dam breaking. Where's the number one? Where's the number one leader? Normally he's the one that likes to jump around the most. Whenever something happens, he always defends Xiang Xiang. Why doesn't he say anything? It's still number one. Look carefully, the fan card has been revealed. I'm afraid he's slapping himself in the face at home now. That's right. How many gifts did he give before he got to Pang Yi? I heard he's a rich second generation and has already asked the anchor out for dinner. Who would have thought that I was such a person? I must be regretting it now that I have been deceived. Ha ha ha, when you think about it this way, the little money I lost before is nothing. Qin Xiang shook her head, unable to believe that the core fan group that had been closest to her in the past had all betrayed her in an instant. She hugged the screen, pressed her fat face against it, and shouted. Everyone, please don't be like this. There is something wrong with this camera. Someone must be jealous of my beauty and made me look ugly. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but once he said it, it was like poking at a pile of explosives, increasing the speed of the barrage several times. You're so beautiful, but you don't even look in the mirror to see how much you weigh. You go out on a blind date to cheat people and even dare to frame them. What a joke. I'm telling you, I've long felt that Xiangxiangqiu's character is not good. She used to like stabbing her peers in the back. That's right, if you look like this, just stay at home and don't come out to scare people anymore. Okay, everyone, stop wasting time talking to this bitch, and report her to the authorities so they can shut her down. Yes, no one should be idle, and everyone should spit before leaving. The entire live broadcast room was filled with laughter, anger, and cursing from the audience, and Qin Xiang finally learned a lesson. She knew that her time was up and from now on, she would become just another mascot on the internet, the subject of conversation for countless people. It probably won't be long before today's content will be extracted by various bigwigs to make emoticons and spread wildly in the group. Or they may create all kinds of horrific ghost videos and put them on the homepage of Bilibili to get clicks. When she thought of this, Qin Xiang's sadness became even stronger. The cry that came out of her throat at this moment was completely different from her previous acting skills, a heart-wrenching pig-killing scream. Finally, the magnificent performance in the entire live broadcast room came to an end with a piercing roar. Obviously, after being teased by Ling Xiao for a long time, the weak IQ of this Princess Shangxiang finally realized one thing. That is, no matter how advanced Ling Xiao's hacking skills are, as long as she uses physical methods to end the live broadcast, Ling Xiao will be helpless. But judging from the final explosion, the physical closure method she chose might be a waste of money. After finishing admiring his masterpiece, Ling Xiao put away his phone with satisfaction. Damn it, I finally got rid of the disgusting feeling. I feel sick when I think about how many people this woman has cheated with similar tricks before. Things have changed, now that I have the system in my hands. Bitches like this who only know how to abuse women's power to bully others, I will take care of them one by one when I see them. At the same time as he put down his phone, the system's voice rang in Ling Xiao's mind at the right time. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the first selection task challenge. Ling Xiao. No, boss Ling Xiao, this was all done by you. Beside Ling Xiao, Maozi, who had been watching Ling Xiao showing off the whole time, had his mouth wide open and hasn't closed yet. I don't show it to others. Unless someone comes to me, I don't usually like to show it off. After Ling Xiao casually dealt with the foreigner, he suddenly thought of something and took out his phone again. After some operations and opening the mobile banking, Ling Xiao checked his account. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The extra zeros on it compared to what he remembered made his eyes almost pop out. Even though I was mentally prepared, my heart still couldn't bear the shock. Fantastic hacking skills, plus extra money in the bank account. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and twisted Maozi's fat arm hard. Ah! As expected, the latter let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Does it hurt? Ling Xiao looked at him seriously and asked. It hurts. Maozi replied with tears in his eyes. It seems that this is not a dream. Ling Xiao nodded. What the hell? If you want to be sure whether it is a dream or not, pinch yourself. Mousy complained. Ling Xiao looked at the numbers on the phone screen and rubbed his eyes several times to make sure he had counted correctly. Just for a simple hacker revenge mission, the system gave me such a huge sum of money? Oh my god, I'm going to be rich this time. By the way, didn't the system just give a big gift package for novices? A large house in the city center. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao calmed down a little from his previous restless excitement. He shouted to Mousy, Mousy, cover for me, I'm going out this afternoon and won't be back. What? You just asked for leave at noon, your boss will be unhappy. Mousy said anxiously. Don't be silly. I asked you to cover for me. Don't be so honest and just support me when I'm not around. Ling Xiao excitedly hugged his good brother and said, be good, cover for me. I'll take you to live in the villa later. After saying that, he ran out. Mousy was left alone in the room, wondering in silence, where did he get the villa? Chapter 4 I am the owner. At 15:30 in the afternoon, in front of the Greenleaf high-end villa community, Ling Xiao got out of the taxi with some excitement. According to Haishi's consumption standards, a taxi fare from the company to the city center would cost several hundred yuan. In the past, Ling Xiao would absolutely be reluctant to spend this money, but now he has a bank account with several zeros to support him. After all, everything needs a sense of ritual. When Ling Xiao arrived at the gate of the community, he immediately felt that it was all worth it. In the center of Haishur City, where every inch of land is valuable, the Greenleaf high-end villa community occupies a vast area, but has only less than 20 single-family villas. Each building is worth tens of millions, and the people living inside are all high-ranking officials and dignitaries who can be counted in Haishur. Standing at the door and looking inside, unlike other places in the city that are all steel and concrete, this place is full of green trees, lush flowers and birds, like a paradise. From today on, I am also a part of this place. Ling Xiao walked briskly to the security booth at the door and coughed lightly. Open the door, please. The security guard on duty in the community saw Ling Xiao from a distance. However, he did not believe that the man's target was within the residential area. When he heard Ling Xiao's call, he and his boss reluctantly and slowly moved out of the security booth. Who are you? You don't look like a food delivery man, nor a courier. The security guard who appeared in front of Ling Xiao was a young man with an arrogant expression and a haughty demeanor. Ling Xiao seriously suspected that the other party was a former gangster. Ling Xiao was in a good mood at the moment. He was too lazy to argue with the security guard in front of him. He used his thumb to force himself to say in a gentle voice, I, the owner. Owner? The security guard looked Ling Xiao up and down, then chuckled and shook his head. My friend, I'm very busy, please don't waste my time. Anger. Ling Xiao felt his blood pressure rising, but he still tried to control his emotions and said, My dear security brother, I am the owner of 7 villas. If you don't doubt me, you can check the owner's information in your computer. Swish. At the same time, a luxurious red convertible supercar glided to the gate of the community with a ruthless pace. Seeing this, Ling Xiao quickly dodged to the side. If he had been slower, he would have been hit. Damn, which idiot dude is driving this car? Has he watched too much Initial D? The supercar rolled down its window, and a blond young man wearing sunglasses poked his head out and shouted in an extremely arrogant tone. Ouch, I didn't hit you, haha, my car has a bit of a wild temper, don't mind it. The car's temperament is not wild, but you are really wild and mean. Speaking of which, the blonde dude continued, when I came here just now, I seemed to hear this guy say that he lives in there. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, Your hearing is pretty good. Put. A merciless laugh burst out. The sound came from the passenger seat. It turned out that there was a woman sitting in the car. The woman in the car was wearing heavy makeup and her movements were frivolous and seductive. Ling Xiao looked at the other person and felt that she looked familiar. If the female anchor Qin Xiang's appearance was not fake, and she put a few layers of TikTok filters on her body, she would probably look like the woman in the car. Before he finished laughing, the woman in the car shouted, This country bumpkin is so bold, I'm afraid he believes it himself. The blonde dude continued his female companion's words, Hey, buddy, do you know where this is? The Greenleaf Luxury Villa Complex. The mayor of High City, the tycoon of the financial street, the chief of the police station, and the son of the richest man all live here. Even though I'm Zhang Haotian, the Prince of Rocky Group, I had to ask my father for help and use a lot of connections to get a position here. Are you worthy? After the playboy finished speaking, his female companion reached out of the car window and called to the security guard. You guys who are paid should not be idle. If you encounter a poor bastard like this, chase him away immediately. It's bad luck. Ding dong. The host is about to take on the second selection task, with a deadline of 24 hours. Option A, fight back against Zhang Haotian's provocation and expel him from the Lai high-end villa community. Option gift, a luxury sports car. Option B, take a step back and the world will be broader, let go of grudges and ignore them. Option gift, 500,000 in cash. Just when Ling Xiao felt that his anger was about to reach its limit, the familiar voice in his mind sounded again. What a damn good time. You are the Prince of Rocky Group, right? From what you said, it seems that your father dotes on you a lot. You probably didn't suffer many lessons when you were a child. Okay, today I will educate you on behalf of your father. Under the arrogant orders of Zhang Haotian and his girlfriend, the security guard came over and tried to drive Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao raised his hand to ask the security guard to stop, and said slowly, "Let me make a call." Call? Zhang Haotian roared in the car, "Let him call. Who else can a poor bastard like you call to back you up?" Oh, you'll know soon. The number Ling Xiao dialed was not someone he had known in the past, but the number of the person in charge of the real estate information that was given away when the system distributed the novice gift package. According to the information recorded in his mind, all problems regarding the property here will be resolved by this person in charge. Hello, Mr. Ling. I am Mu Zian, your personal real estate assistant. I am at your service at any time. The voice on the phone was a very pleasant and mature female voice. Hearing this voice, Ling Xiao felt that even his pent-up anger had calmed down a little. Anytime means anytime. I'm at the gate of the community now, and I'm blocked from getting in by a few idiots. Can you handle it? Ling Xiao asked. I'll be there now. After leaving this sentence, Mu Zian hung up the phone. This made Ling Xiao stunned on the spot. His real estate assistant had a pretty straightforward personality. Looking at Ling Xiao's dazed expression, Zhang Haotian misunderstood the actual situation and started a new round of ridicule. Hey, man, what's with that expression on your face? It looks like the call wasn't going smoothly. Is it possible that help can't come? Zhang Haotian's female companion followed and teased, Okay, stop embarrassing yourself, poor boy. Hurry up and run away. You dare to provoke Master Haotian. Do you have no eyes or brains? I think it's you two bastards who have been messing with me since the beginning. Swish. There was the familiar sound of brakes again, and a white sports car as crystal clear as a gem drove to the entrance of the community. Unlike Zhang Haotian's driver's license, which was obviously purchased, the owner of the white sports car drove in a wild way, but a steady parking showed off his superb skills. As the car door opened, a beautiful woman got out. A smart business suit, paired with just the right amount of light makeup, exudes a heroic personal aura. As soon as the beauty appeared on the stage, she attracted everyone's attention, which immediately made Zhang Haotian's heavily made-up female companion look dissatisfied. Who is it? Zhang Haotian asked with his eyes wide open, looking at the beautiful woman. The security guard rushed up to answer this question with an almost fanatical attitude, Boss Mu. Why are you here? Boss Mu? Zhang Haotian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, You are Mu Zian, Boss Mu of Fenghe Group, the developer of Greenleaf Villa Community. Fenghe Group? Isn't that the largest real estate developer in High City? The Rocky Group, which is responsible for food distribution by Zhang Haotian's father, is not even qualified to carry shoes for the other party. The president of Fenghe Group is my personal real estate assistant? Are you familiar with this woman? The jealous female companion put her arm around Zhang Haotian and pouted. However, Zhang Haotian violently shook off his female companion's arm and angrily cursed. Be more respectful with your words. This is President Mu. The reason I was able to get the vacancy of the house here is all because President Mu saved face for my father. Having said that, Zhang Haotian rolled and crawled out of the car door, and said to Mu Zian with a smile on his face. Boss Mu, I want to thank you for what you did this time. When do you think we can go out for dinner? Without waiting for Zhang Haotian to finish speaking, Mu Zian walked past Zhang Haotian, came to Ling Xiao and bowed slowly. Master Ling, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Mu Zian, your personal real estate assistant. Chapter 5, Teaching the Dandy a Lesson. At this time, Ling Xiao had recovered from the surprise he felt when Mu Ziyan first appeared. He coughed lightly and remained calm. Ms. Mu, Miss Ziyan, you are quite punctual. Hearing this, Mu Ziyan smiled and said, of course, this is my professionalism. I hope you are satisfied, Master Ling. On the side, the first person to react was the community security guard. He changed his previous arrogant look and put on a smile. His eyes kept moving between the two of them. Mr. Mu, who exactly is this gentleman? Shut up. Different from the tone she used when talking to Ling Xiao, Mu Ziyan adopted the arrogant tone of a superior and shouted at the security guard, call me young Master Ling. And stop asking questions and focus on your job. Then Mu Ziyan turned back to Ling Xiao and said softly, so Master Ling, did you contact me because this little security guard disturbed you, or is there something else? As she spoke, Mu Ziyan's unfriendly gaze had already drifted in Zhang Haotian's direction. The coldness in his eyes made Zhang Haotian shiver involuntarily in this hot day. There are indeed some other problems. Ling Xiao said with a playful smile on his face. No. It's all misunderstanding. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Haotian made a decision. He bent down, rubbing his hands, his whole face full of flattery, and quickly ran to Ling Xiao and shouted, Master Ling, right? I was blind and didn't recognize you before, and I offended you. I'm just a child, please don't bother with me. Child? You look a little older than me. Looking at the other party's humble and submissive look, Ling Xiao began to think seriously about how to deal with him. Do we need to be so polite to these people? It was also at this time that the female companion in Ling Tianhao's luxury car suddenly uttered something that was extremely strange. Her voice wasn't very loud, just a whisper at best. But it was heard by everyone present, making the already awkward atmosphere even more chilling. Zhang Haotian gritted his teeth, opened the car door, and dragged his female companion out. Bang! A loud and crisp sound was heard, and the female companion was slapped in the face by Zhang Haotian with a confused look on her face. What are you doing? The female companion cried with tears in her eyes. What am I doing? What the hell are you doing? If it weren't for you, a poor bitch, causing trouble, would I have the need to offend young Master Ling? Get out of here right now, where you came from. Zhang Haotian cursed viciously. Hearing this, the female companion, who was no longer ashamed, did not stay for more than half a second and ran away while crying loudly. Ling Xiao looked at Zhang Haotian, who was looking at him with a smile on his face, and he had already made up his mind on how to deal with this dandy young master. He is just a despicable person who will do anything he can to get what he wants when things go wrong. There is no need to show any mercy. Hey! Ling Xiao shouted at the security guard arrogantly. You can call me young Master Ling. The security guard had suffered a loss once, so he didn't dare to be careless in his attitude this time. This is the Greenleaf high-end villa community, right? Ling Xiao said slowly. The mayor of High City, the tycoon of the financial street, the chief of the police station, and the son of the richest man all live here. A low-class person without any capital is not worthy of being here, right? Cold sweat broke out on the security guard's face. These were the words that Zhang Haotian had used to bully Ling Xiao. At that time, the security guard was also cheering on the side with the mentality of watching the fun. Now Ling Xiao asked him in return, should he admit it or refute it? Seeing that the security guard didn't dare to answer, Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder, pointed in Zhang Haotian's direction and asked, does he deserve it? This time the security guard answered, and he understood and said, it seems a bit unworthy. Zhang Haotian was about to explode when he heard that, but after meeting Ling Xiao's gaze, he quickly stopped. After Ling Xiao got a satisfactory answer, he looked in the direction of Mu Ziyan and said, look, even your security guards think so. Mu Ziyan naturally understood Ling Xiao's meaning a long time ago. Seeing Ling Xiao bringing up the topic, she skillfully continued. It's our management error. Both father and son are sycophants, bullies, and cowards. Such people are not worthy of living near you, Master Ling. I will cancel his residency right away. Zhang Haotian looked ashen. A few minutes ago, he was driving a sports car with his female companion, laughing and rushing home happily. In just a few moments, the high-end villa in the Greenleaf community, which he was most proud of and used to brag about to his friends, disappeared. He also offended President Mu and an unfathomable boss. If Dad knows this, he will break his legs when he gets home. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianhao hardened his heart, flew to Ling Xiao and knelt down. He raised his head, tears streaming down his face, and he said emotionally, Boss Mu, Master Ling, I was wrong today. Please don't bother with someone like me. As he said this, Zhang Tianhao slapped himself twice, turning his face red. Looking at this scene, Ling Xiao finally understood what Mu Ziyan had just said to describe Zhang Tianhao. His face is thicker than the city wall. Zhang Tianhao, stand up. Don't continue to disturb young Master Ling here. Go where it's cooler. However, Mu Ziyan had no intention of paying attention to Zhang Tianhao's cheap surrender. Instead, she adopted a stern tone and ordered the other party. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that if he didn't show up, this farce would never end. He also didn't know when he would be able to appreciate his own villa. So, Ling Xiao came in front of Zhang Haotian and said condescendingly, Zhang Haotian, right? Get out of my sight. Today's matter is written off. Don't let me look at you in the future. Do you understand? When Zhang Haotian heard Ling Xiao say that today's events could be written off, he immediately jumped up happily, smiled widely, and flattered him for a few words, then drove away before Mu Ziyan had any further outburst. I have never seen a guy who can still laugh after being scolded in his face. Looking at the afterimage of the vehicle going away, Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the second selection task challenge. The system's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind at the right time, which also made him feel at ease. He has almost mastered the routine of this super rich system. Master Ling. Mu Ziyan's gentle call was heard in my ears. Ling Xiao regained consciousness and turned towards the beautiful woman, only to see her handing him a bunch of keys. Master Ling, this is all our fault. This sports car is a brand new vehicle we just picked up from the 4S store as a gift to express our apology. I hope you don't mind it. This sports car was given to me? It seems that the sports car gift mentioned by the system is this one. Looking at the sports car, which was countless times more gorgeous than Zhang Tianhao's car, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, Ling Xiao chose to put his emotions aside. He coughed lightly and said to Mu Ziyan, Ms. Mu, aren't you my real estate personal assistant? Now, show me my own house. Chapter 6, Corner Vision. Private outdoor swimming pools, colorful flower gardens, high-tech security systems, each villa is equipped with ample supporting facilities, showing luxury. It is worthy of being the most luxurious and expensive villa area in the whole high city. Master Ling, this is your property, Building 7. Mu Ziyan's voice drew Ling Xiao's attention back to the present. In the direction the front of the car was heading, in the center of the entire community, there was a 3-story villa building with an exceptionally large area, which seemed to be the 7 buildings that Mu Ziyan introduced. This is the golden building in our Greenleaf community. It is reserved for distinguished guests like you. I will be in its personal care and maintenance until you take it over. As she spoke, Mu Ziyan gestured for Ling Xiao to get out of the car with her. Ling Xiao opened the car door and carefully looked at the property that would belong to him in the future. Looking at Ling Xiao, Mu Ziyan said with a somewhat curious tone, As the president, I know the whereabouts of every golden building in advance, but Master Ling, you are indeed extraordinary. It was not until this morning that I received the notice to hand over this property to you. After hearing Mu Ziyan's explanation, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. It seems that the system of that super rich man is really powerful. As the general manager of a real estate company, Mu Ziyan is completely unaware of the system's methods. After entering the room, Mu Ziyan began to introduce the details of the house to Ling Xiao. Master Ling, our Greenleaf community uses the top protection system of the world-class security company Overlord. You can rest assured about your safety. Ding dong. Warning, the host is under malicious surveillance. Just as Ling Xiao was listening patiently to Mu Ziyan's introduction, a familiar mechanical female voice suddenly came from his mind. Someone is watching me. Ling Xiao quickly put aside his previous ease and alerted himself to his surroundings. I followed Mu Ziyan up and down for several rounds. It's impossible for her to hide someone without knowing it. Ling Xiao took out his cell phone and quickly tapped on the keyboard. After a while, Ling Xiao had clearly analyzed the top-notch protection system that was said to be designed by a world-class security company. The sources of surveillance were all exposed to Ling Xiao. It's a pinhole camera. Mr. Mu. Ling Xiao interrupted Mu Ziyan's introduction. Hearing this, Mu Ziyan, who was leading the group in front, turned around and smiled. Master Ling, you can just call me Miss Mu. Mu Ziyan replied politely, Is there something I didn't explain clearly? There is indeed one thing I don't understand. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, I would like to ask Miss Mu to introduce me to the electrical appliances here. Electrical equipment? Mu Ziyan was a little confused by Ling Zhao's question. Which electrical equipment are you suspicious about? Mu Ziyan was unable to finish her words because when she was halfway through, Ling Xiao had already walked to the refrigerator in the corner of the room. Ling Xiao just reached out and easily removed a fingertip-sized surveillance camera hidden in the shadow behind the refrigerator. I'm a little curious about this appliance. Before I moved in, weren't you in charge of this place, Mr. Mu? Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, Mr. Mu, you should be able to explain it to me. Master Ling, I don't know. But believe me, I have never done anything like spying on the residents. Mu Ziyan widened her eyes and argued loudly. The president of Fenghe Group planted cameras in a client's villa. If such a scandal were to break out, not only would she lose her job, but her business career would be cut short. Ling Xiao took steps forward, pushing Mu Ziyan to the corner step by step. Do you believe what you said? Bang! Ling Xiao quickly stretched out his hands and placed them on the wall, approaching Mu Ziyan in the Waldong position. The latter's heart was pounding under his pressure. Give me 3 days, no 24 hours. As the president of Fenghe Group, I promise you that I will get to the bottom of this matter for you. Mu Ziyan was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. Looking at Mu Ziyan's tearful expression, Ling Xiao re-examined the whole thing. Even after being forced to this point, he still did not change his words. Judging from her expression, she certainly doesn't seem to be lying. Ding dong! The host unlocks the side quest challenge, with a deadline of 12 hours. Option A, find the real culprit who set up the surveillance cameras in the villa and fight back. Option reward, driving skill B. 8 million investment funds can only be used for commercial investment. Option B, let the president of Fenghe Group settle the matter on his own and give himself an explanation. Option gift, 3 million in cash. The system specifically tasked him to find the real murderer and fight back. It seemed that Mu Ziyan was indeed a victim who was kept in the dark. Master Ling, please give me a chance. I swear I will. Okay, I believe you. Believe me, I will never. What did you just say? Ling Zhao's sudden 180-degree change in attitude left Mu Ziyan a little confused. I said I believe you. As he said that, Ling Xiao stepped back half a step and placed the camera in his palm in front of Mu Ziyan. After turning it a bit, the part of the camera that was originally attached to the wall was revealed, and it was already covered with rust. If the cameras hadn't been installed for a year or so, there would definitely not be traces like this. Ling Xiao calmly explained, before me, you were the one in charge of this place. I don't need to explain who the real person being monitored is. Mu Ziyan nodded, but why? Why? Ling Xiao looked at Mu Ziyan from head to toe. Doesn't this silly woman have any idea about her appearance? What could be the purpose of installing this kind of surveillance camera specifically in a beautiful woman's residence? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and explained to Mu Ziyan, Ms. Mu, go back now and arrange for someone to come and remove the cameras here. As for the person who did this, I'll take care of this matter, you don't have to interfere. Mu Ziyan replied politely, since the other party is coming for me, how can I bother you, Master Ling? I don't care who he's targeting, but the camera is definitely installed in my villa. Ling Xiao raised his voice to interrupt Mu Ziyan and walked closer. I don't have a bad temper, but if someone messes with me, I don't like to pretend nothing happened. Are you kidding? The system has issued a task, how could Ling Xiao let others interfere? That's 8 million in driving skills. At a close distance, Ling Xiao's breath blew directly on Mu Ziyan's face, which made the face of the serious and stern female president unconsciously turn a pink. Ms. Mu, you are indeed a victim, but this matter is settled. Ling Xiao did not give Mu Ziyan a chance to answer, and said domineeringly, don't worry, no matter who is behind this, I will give you an explanation. After Ling Xiao said this, Mu Ziyan had no choice but to nod in agreement. After the conversation, Mu Ziyan left Ling Xiao's villa. Before leaving, Mu Ziyan looked back at Ling Xiao's back with deep meaning. He is gentle and kind in daily conversations, but domineering when dealing with Zhang Haoqian and the Peeper. Such different personalities coexist in one man, who is different from any rich man she has met before due to work. Especially the domineering attitude of unilaterally arranging everything in the end. As the young female president of Fenghe Group, Mu Ziyan didn't know how long it had been since she had been ordered around in such a strong way. Ling Xiao had no idea of Mu Ziyan's complicated thoughts. At this moment, he was preparing for his next action. A voyeur hiding in a dark corner. Come, let me know how much you weigh. Chapter 7 Peeping. Instant noodles, a large bottle of Coke, and plain potato chips. In a simple 10-square-meter rental house, a young man wearing thick black-framed glasses was sleeping soundly amidst a pile of food and garbage. Achoo! The man with glasses sneezed and woke himself up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes, which were dotted with thick dark circles under his glasses, and shook the mouse at his hand. The computer screen standing on the garbage pile in front of him immediately removed the screensaver to reveal a desktop filled with sexy girls. Fuck, it's already past 5 o'clock. I slept until dinner. The man with glasses cursed as he got up to express his anger. How long am I going to stay in this damn place? What the hell? First, recycle the Greenleaf video and send it to that pervert, otherwise I won't even be able to afford instant noodles. After saying that, the man with glasses quickly tapped the screen and opened a folder named Greenleaf Beauty President. However, to his surprise, all the AVI files that were originally densely packed in it were now nowhere to be found. Hello, Peeping Tom. The man with glasses was startled by the sudden sound of a processed synthetic male voice coming from the speakers connected to his computer. On the other side of the screen, in the Greenleaf high-end villa community. After trying out the desktop computer that came with the villa, Ling Xiao adjusted it according to his own habits. He then upgraded his hacking equipment from a mobile phone to a computer and began to use his skills to reversely hack into the other end of the camera transmission signal. In less than half a minute, Ling Xiao broke through the defense and synthesized the sound to transmit it. Soon, the other party gave a reply. You are so brave. You dare to blackmail me with your colleagues. Ha, this guy is quite funny. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, so amazing? Who are you? Who am I? When you were slandering me, didn't you see the mark of my name? I am the Black Dragon. I haven't seen it, nor have I heard of it. The man with glasses had a purple face, and anger was brewing in his lungs. His real name is Sui, which is not a well-known name, but his nickname in the circle, Black Dragon, is another matter. Sui has been a hacker for so many years, and everyone in the circle knows the name Black Dragon. What the hell are you talking about? My name is hanging on the firewall. Are you blind and can't see it? It broke too quickly, I didn't see it. Ling Xiao responded honestly that the level of the firewall on the opposite side was similar to that of the security company Overlord. It didn't take me much time to break into the Overlord using my mobile phone, and now it's even faster using my computer. You're kidding me, right? Fine, tell me your name. Name? Ling Xiao twirled his fingers, examining the Peeping Tom's reply. It seems that this guy is a well-known hacker, and these hackers like to give themselves some cool and fancy titles. Well, I have this hacking skill, and I will probably deal with other hackers in the future, and I can use my reputation to scare them. I'm the hacker GM. In the game, GM generally refers to the administrator, who has the authority to ban players. Ling Xiao has liked to give himself this online name since college. At this moment, the meaning of this name is quite similar to Ling Xiao's state of mind as a hacker. After Ling Xiao responded, the other party began to respond one sentence at a time like a chatterbox. I haven't heard of it. You must be new here. I'm a veteran in this business. You have to learn to follow the rules. This is the first time. I can blame you for being ignorant. Now get out of here and forget about it. Hearing this, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. You're going to finish the file in half an hour at this speed. Do you plan to continue like this for another half an hour? Hacker Sui looked unhappy. He originally planned to use communication to paralyze the other party, and take advantage of the chaos to track the other party's hacking traces and recover the lost video files in the folder. Sui thought he had been secretive enough, but was ruthlessly exposed by the other party on the spot. Hacker GM, I have found out that you are at the residence of that female president. I think the female president finally realized that she was being monitored, so she hired you to investigate. You may not know how dangerous it is when hackers fight each other. So don't get involved. Ling Xiao listened to the other parties chattering, wondering how this guy got the courage to taunt him back after he had hacked through his firewall first. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that in Suyi's eyes, Ling Xiao must have spent several hours or even days of preparation to be able to break through Suyi's defense in such a short time. Therefore, as long as Sui shows that he can reverse Ling Xiao's position in a short period of time, the opponent will give up. As for the possibility that Ling Xiao broke through Suyi's firewall within tens of seconds in his first attack, this possibility that went beyond common sense was excluded from consideration by Sui from the very beginning because it was too outrageous. While Sui threatened Ling Xiao, his eyes were focused on the lower right corner of the screen. It shows the progress of retrieving files from the other party's computer, but it is now stuck at 7%, and the download speed is only a pitiful 7K. Damn it! I hacked into the broadband network to increase the bandwidth, so how come the speed is as slow as downloading pornographic torrents in a university dormitory? Snap! The network speed dropped further, from 7K per second to an even more ridiculous 5 bytes per second, and the download time expectation also became? Fuck! Sui jumped up and cursed loudly on the spot. Stop yelling. You must have stolen a lot of internet speed from other outlets in the past few years. Now I'm sharing some of your internet speed with others, which can be considered as a way for you to accumulate some good karma. Ling Xiao said sarcastically. You hacked the website? Sui finally reacted, okay, you have some skills. You have completely pissed me off. I have to let you see my real skills. After saying that, Sui pushed down the pile of garbage beside him, fumbled around in it, took out a silver USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer. As massive amounts of information poured into Sui's computer, the tentacles left by Ling Xiao were removed one after another. Inside the villa, Ling Xiao's computer was instantly flooded with a massive amount of bug code prompts. Looking at the contents of the code, Ling Xiao activated the hacker knowledge gushing out of his mind and became interested. Ha ha, what do you think? Now you've seen my true abilities. This is the protection program that my master, the country's top hacker known as Shadow Demon, left me before he died. After all these years of perfecting my skills, you are basically invulnerable. You can count yourself lucky if you are defeated by this move. If you nod and apologize to me now, I can let you go, huh? As the protection program in the USB flash drive drove Ling Xiao away, Sui's computer's internet speed finally returned to normal, and the videos in the Greenleaf Beauty President folder began to be retrieved one by one. Sui clicked on one of them with satisfaction to confirm the finished product, but it only contained a short 5-second animated picture. A smiling face, with some sarcastic text. Stupid, are you happy? The next moment, Ling Xiao, who had been driven away, invaded Sui's computer again, and the sound coming from the speakers made Sui's whole body tremble. Your master is indeed an expert, but this program still has some problems. I have optimized it. Let's see how it works. Chapter 8. Who are you calling master? What a joke. It took Sui 2 years to analyze the program left by his master before he could barely understand the code logic. 3 years later, Sui added his own touch to his master's program and completed his master's legacy. If we search the whole world, we might be able to find a few hackers who can improve the program left by their master better than Sui. But if we limit it to a short period of time, I'm sorry, but if we go back 30 years, we won't be able to find such a genius on the entire earth. You're so cunning that you actually used a fake video as bait to trick me, but then As Sui said this, he gathered his composure and started operating the keyboard in front of him. But the next moment, control of the computer was forcibly taken away, and lines of code appeared on the screen and scrolled around. Sui opened his mouth wide. These codes were so familiar to him. Wasn't it the defense program he had perfected? And the details of the code have been fine-tuned. With Sui's talent, although he couldn't fully understand how Ling Xiao considered the modifications, he could tell at a glance that the version in front of him corrected the hidden loopholes in Sui's finished product. As a hacker, Sui has always believed in scientific materialism. He treats supernatural things and strange stories as jokes. But today he felt like he had seen a ghost, at least the scene before him was definitely surreal. Sui, male, 27 years old, orphan, unemployed, single. On the other side of the screen, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He took out Sui's personal information hidden deep in the file and read it out loud. Master. To Ling Xiao's surprise, his intimidation tactic seemed to have gone too far, and the hacker on the opposite side suddenly cried out with tears in his eyes. What is going on here? Who are you calling master? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. He knows me so well and can analyze the program left by my master so quickly. Who else in the world can do this except my master? Master, why did you leave in such a hurry? You left me alone in this world. I am so miserable. Sui changed from her previous arrogance, and her crying voice became a bit greasy and coquettish, which gave Ling Xiao goosebumps. He was about to retort, but after thinking it over, he changed his mind. Ahem. Ling Xiao coughed and said, how come you, this evil disciple, have been doing all kinds of evil things outside these years? You even do things like helping people remotely spy on videos. You have completely disgraced me, your master. With the help of Master Sui's program, Ling Xiao's efficiency in applying hacking skills has been greatly improved. In addition to Su Yi's personal information, Ling Xiao also obtained other information. For example, the act of spying on Mu Ziyan this time was done by a person using the alias Crow who secretly paid and commissioned Su Yi to do it. In other words, Su Yi was just a small-time soldier who helped and ran errands for the mastermind behind the scenes. Master, I was wrong, but I have no diploma or academic qualifications. Although I have learned a lot of skills from you, I really can't find a job to support myself. Su Yi cried. But don't worry, Master. I have never done anything that is against the law. The pervert who let me spy on him thought that the female CEO would leave some extreme images in the villa, but in fact, there was nothing. Ding dong. Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the side quest challenge. The system's voice sounded along with Su Yi's crying voice through the speakers. Ling Xiao nodded in understanding. To deal with a small-time character like Su Yi, it seemed that forcing him to this extent would already meet the system requirements. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the advanced challenge of the side quest selection task. The deadline is 72 hours. Option A, find the culprit who was entrusted to monitor Su Yi and punish him. Option rewards, hacker skill upgrade 10 million investment fund can only be used for commercial investment. Option B, let Su Yi stop surveillance. Option gift, 5 million in cash. There are even advanced tasks. With more investment funds, you can further upgrade the black technology you have obtained. Do you still need to consider which option to choose? Su Yi. Crying and apologizing are things that children would do. If you feel that you have done something wrong, then help me, the master, to find that crow. Taking advantage of Su Yi's current collapsed attitude, Ling Xiao struck while the iron was hot and pressed forward step by step. This. Su Yi's tone sounded a little hesitant. You still dare to hesitate? Ling Xiao raised his voice. No, I don't dare, it's just that Crow is very cautious, and he goes through several procedures every time to pick up the goods from me. Su Yi quickly explained, I have tried to track him before but never succeeded. It seems to be a bit difficult. However, since it is an advanced task of the system, it would be a bit unreasonable if the difficulty was not increased with such generous rewards. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao didn't worry too much. He asked Su Yi to continue trying to track the target and pass on to him all the clues and information related to Crow so far. After agreeing, Su Yi asked with some embarrassment, Master, since you are back, can I still follow you in the future? Follow me? Ling Xiao thought about it seriously. Although Su Yi's skills are nothing compared to Ling Xiao, to be fair, he is indeed a hacker with some skills. Since obtaining the system, Ling Xiao has benefited from hacker skills several times. Considering that he will not be able to do it himself every time in the future, it seems there is nothing wrong in having a hacker brother to help him solve some minor troubles. Although Su Yi is a little bit stupid, he has a simple personality and can indeed be used. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao said in a deep voice, Su Yi, since you have made a mistake, you must make amends. Once you have settled this matter, we can talk about other things. Okay, Master. Su Yi shouted happily. After finishing the conversation, Ling Xiao disconnected the two of them. He stretched hard to relieve the accumulated fatigue. Bite. At this moment, the cell phone rang at an inopportune time. Ling Xiao took it out with some annoyance and found that the caller was actually the beautiful female President Mu Ziyan. Master Ling, I am really sorry for what happened today. I didn't expect that my personal problem would cause you unnecessary trouble. As soon as the phone was answered, Mu Ziyan's voice of apology was heard from the other end. Okay, let's just let this matter go. Ling Xiao had just completed a task and received a reward. He was in a good mood and was very generous. Master Ling, I am so grateful for your tolerance towards me. I wonder if you are free tonight. On the one hand, I want to express my apology, and on the other hand, I want to celebrate your move to a new home. I plan to book a table at the Jadeite Western restaurant and invite you to have dinner with me. After all, Mu Ziyan is the president of the group, and she is very methodical in her work. Ling Xiao felt exhausted from having just finished his hacking skills and was about to refuse casually. But the scene of Zhang Wuan inviting Qin Xiang to dinner suddenly popped up in his mind. A good lunch was messed up by Qin Xiang's outrageous behavior. It makes me angry just thinking about it. The Feitsui Linglong restaurant mentioned by Mu Ziyan is of a higher level than the restaurant Ling Xiao chose for lunch. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the best Western restaurant in High City. It seems like a good idea to go there and have dinner with real beauties, make up for the regretted lunch, and reward yourself for a day's hard work. See you in an hour, okay? Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Certainly. Chapter 9 Driving Skills. The sports car that Mu Zian left for Ling Xiao was sleeping quietly in the garage. Ferrari 488. It has a crystal clear white color like a gem, and a graceful and technologically streamlined body. 3.9 T displacement, maximum power 530 kilowatts, maximum torque 770 Nm, 7-speed wet dual clutch. With his newly acquired driving skills, all the vehicle-related parameters popped into Ling Xiao's mind. He opened the car door and touched the steering wheel. When the accelerator was stepped on and the sports car made a pleasant sound, Ling Xiao felt his blood boiling. After a while, the horse was galloping on the road under Ling Xiao's control, and he began to experiment with various ways of playing that popped up in his mind. Ding ding! At the rear of the sports car, a shrill whistle and the annoying roar of the engine echoed each other. Ling Xiao frowned and found an off-road vehicle driving behind him. I specifically picked a remote winding curve to test my driving skills, but I didn't expect to meet other people by chance. Ling Xiao turned the steering wheel and pulled over to the side, leaving a space for the SUV to overtake. However, the SUV did not take advantage of this opportunity to speed away, but instead drove to a position level with Ling Xiao and lowered the windows. Sitting on the driver and passenger seats of the SUV were two disheveled young men and women with colorful hair. The shamat man who was driving the car leaned out his head and gave Ling Xiao a middle finger and said, "Where did this idiot rich second generation come from? Why did you buy a sports car if you can't drive? Just follow me and see how I drive." Ling Xiao felt both angry and amused. He had done some acrobatic moves on purpose to test his driving skills, but in the eyes of these two clowns, it looked like he couldn't drive. Ling Xiao shook his head. He was in no mood to fool around with these two clowns. He planned to wait for them to leave smugly before continuing to practice his skills. Unexpectedly, the shamat man was so arrogant that he spat in the direction of Ling Xiao's car, and then left with a loud laugh. "Okay, you asked for it." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and silently watched the shamat man drive the SUV for a distance, then stepped on the accelerator and started accelerating. "Damn it, you dare to overtake my car." The shamat man saw Ling Xiao's actions in the rearview mirror and turned around to curse, "I won't give you the way. If you have the guts, you can crash into me." "Okay, I've been waiting for you to say this." Ling Xiao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and approached the rear of the SUV little by little. At the same time, he saw the expression of the shamat man who turned back became increasingly ugly. Just when the two cars were about to rear-end each other, Ling Xiao suddenly turned the steering wheel. Under his control, the sports car swam like a snake in an instant and overtook the SUV directly by sticking to the side. The entire operation is under Ling Xiao's control, but it is another matter for the shamat men. The shamat man, who was immersed in the fear of an impending rear-end collision, was frightened by the drift of Ling Xiao's hearse. His hands shook, and the SUV went off the track and hit a tree on the side of the road. With a roar, the front end of the vehicle was bent by the tree trunk and black smoke came out. The shamat man roared in anger while being wrapped in the airbag. "Fuck, my new car." Ling Xiao didn't care about the situation of the shamat man behind him at all. He had seen many such road killers in the news. Many accidents were caused by these bastards. Since they have offended young Master Ling today, they will have to pay the price. Ling Xiao glanced at the indication on the car's dashboard. He was having so much fun here that he almost forgot the time. There was less than half an hour left before the dinner he had scheduled with Miss Mu. If he drove at full speed now, he should be able to make it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao replanned the route and rushed into a shortcut tunnel. When Ling Xiao came out of the tunnel, a black sports car followed behind him. "Hey, where are you from? I haven't seen you before." The driver shouted loudly in the black sports car. Ling Xiao was frowning, wondering why he was so unlucky today. He drove a new car on the road and always met some weirdos who wanted to come over and say hello. Ling Xiao was too lazy to waste time, so he stepped on the accelerator and tried to create some distance. Unexpectedly, this illegal taxi driver drove so aggressively that he completely ignored driving safety when overtaking and turning. Learn your lesson. Next time you drive on the road, remember to say hello to your seniors, newbie. After overtaking, the black car driver looked back at Ling Xiao and gave him the middle finger with a smug look on his face. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He was worried about his safety and deliberately slowed down to let the other party overtake. "Okay, if you like speeding around corners, I'll accompany you." Ling Xiao stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, aiming at another bend in front of him and rushing straight forward. "Ha!" Hearing the loud engine noise behind him, the black car driver turned around with an unhappy look on his face and said, "Boy, you are still stubborn with me." The driver of the illegal taxi also stepped on the accelerator, but as he approached the bend, cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. Damn, this guy is really crazy. Speeding when turning means accelerating a moment before turning, not accelerating all the way through. That's not called speeding through a corner, that's called speeding to death. Hey, you're almost there, you're not done yet, are you? The black car driver yelled in annoyance, and when he saw that Ling Xiao still had no intention of slowing down, he couldn't resist any longer and let go of the accelerator. Damn, lunatic. However, what surprised the illegal taxi driver even more was what happened next. Even after the illegal taxi driver braked, Ling Xiao did not stop accelerating. It took off on all four wheels and glided through the bend. Swish! With a shrill hiss, the black sports car slowly stopped. The shadow driver looking at the Ling Xiao sports car made a phone call with a serious face and trembling right hand. "Hello, it's me. Have you heard of this new driver who's good at speeding through corners recently?" "No. That's a big problem. I'm facing a monster. That skill, that pressure. I didn't have this feeling when we fought the United States in the life and death match. Yes, that drift is so fucking magical, it's absolutely world class. No, even if Fujiwara Takumi himself comes to drive, we have to watch him kneel down." "Bullshit, I'm not drunk. Listen, the market is not optimistic this year. I've changed my mind. I'm retiring early. It doesn't matter who represents the team this year. I won't compete anyway." His casual driving skills scared a professional racing driver who was about to retire and made him delay his retirement. Ling Xiao naturally had no idea about things like this. As the distance to the target began to narrow, Ling Xiao began to slow down and relax, while at the same time thinking about another troublesome thing that was troubling him. That is, the investment bonus promised by the system was not transferred to his account as quickly and neatly as the previous cash. Chapter 10, Jadeite. Ding dong. System prompt: the host can select the company or enterprise that needs to be invested, as well as the investment amount, and the system will automatically transfer the host's quota for investment. Not bad, very convenient. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, parked the car and opened the door. How to use the investment amount in the account is important, but what is more important right now is to enjoy the dinner with the beautiful women. After adjusting his clothes in front of the car window, Ling Xiao felt troubled. "I now have a sports car and a mansion, but the accessories and clothes I wear are still very ordinary." It's not that Ling Xiao himself has become so vain, but he still understands the principle that clothes make the man. If Ling Xiao was wearing a bunch of brand name clothes at that time, the second-generation rich security guard at the gate of Lai community would probably not have made things difficult for him. It seems that I need to arrange my schedule for shopping in the mall in the near future. Ling Xiao paced to the main entrance of the Western restaurant. Unlike the place he had chosen for lunch, Feitsui Linglong, as one of the city's top restaurants, did not pursue luxurious or gaudy decor. The exquisite temperament of the Jadeite tends to be quiet and elegant. With the quiet and pleasant tunes played by the pianist and the swaying candlelight in the evening, Ling Xiao's mood instantly relaxed. "Hello." As soon as Ling Xiao entered the door, a middle-aged silver-haired man approached with a smile and greeted him. The man was wearing a white shirt, a Western-style vest, and a monocle. He was obviously a staff member of a Western restaurant, but the texture of his clothes was obviously higher end than that of other waiters. "Excuse me, are you Master Ling?" The silver-haired man bowed slightly and said, "Your companion, Miss Mu, is waiting for you to take your seat." Ling Xiao nodded and followed the other party's instructions towards a private room in the Western restaurant. When the two met, Ling Xiao was stunned for a long time and almost didn't recognize him. Different from the strong woman outfit in a suit in the afternoon, Mu Zian in the evening put on evening makeup, wore a lavender dress, and had a faint smile on her face, which made her look like a cute girl next door. "What's wrong, young Master Ling?" Mu Zian lightly lifted her hair and looked at Ling Xiao. "Your daily attire surprises me a little." After taking a seat, Ling Xiao looked at the other person carefully and said honestly. Mu Zian sighed softly and said, "Master Ling, do you think someone like me must be boring and have no feminine side?" "Of course not." Ling Xiao laughed and changed the subject. "Ms. Mu, your arrangements are as good as always. This Western restaurant is very good. I'm glad that you're satisfied, young Master Ling. Because of my work, I'm a platinum member of Feitsui Linglong. I can use the platinum package once a year, book the best private room, and enjoy the one-on-one platinum service of the butler." Mu Zian explained. "Once a year? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. You left such a good opportunity to me, don't you want to use it to accompany your boyfriend? Master Ling, you are not only my big client, but also my benefactor in this camera incident. It is my honor to invite you to dinner with me. At this point, Mu Ziyan blushed slightly and said, besides, I have been obsessed with work since I graduated and started working. I have never had time to date a boyfriend. It's not that an outstanding girl like Miss Mu doesn't have time, but that her standards are too high. Ling Xiao continued the topic. Maybe it's a bit high. I've seen many rich and powerful people, and people who are proud of their talents. Perhaps only a man like young Master Ling, who is both talented and handsome and elegant, can make my heart beat. Mu Ziyan held her cheeks with both hands and turned her head to look at Ling Xiao. Her eyes sparkled in the candlelight on the table. She was already a beauty, and when she said such words and made such gestures, Ling Xiao, as a normal man, naturally felt moved. Ling Xiao picked up the red wine glass on the table, took a sip to ease his emotions, and reminded himself not to take what was said at the table seriously. But to be honest, faced with direct praise from a beauty like Mu Ziyan, even if Lu Xiaohui were still alive, it would be difficult for him to remain calm. Da day. The knock on the door came at the right time. The moment Ling Xiao turned his head, the figure of the butler with monocle appeared there. Excuse me for disturbing you too. A customer said he knows Miss Mu and wants to. Before the housekeeper could finish his words, a young man with blonde hair pushed open the door with a rude attitude and walked in. Sir, I'm sorry you can't. However, the young man's recklessness far exceeded the butler's imagination. He pushed the butler out of the door and slammed it shut. Hey, Ziyan, what a coincidence, we meet again. The blonde man raised his eyebrows in a weird way and greeted Mu Ziyan. As for Ling Xiao, he didn't even glance at him. Luo Chen, why are you here? Mu Ziyan replied with a trembling voice, but she quickly calmed down. I'm having dinner with my friend Master Ling. There's no place for you here. Please leave. The golden retriever named Luo Chen ignored Mu Ziyan's order to leave and simply pulled out a chair and sat down. Don't be so heartless. We have known each other for such a long time. It would be nice if we met here by chance. Let's have a drink, eat some steak and chat for a while. Mu Ziyan's eyes were extremely cold. She snorted and said, Luo Chen, I have already told you many times. We have never had any friendship before. You just stalked me and harassed me unilaterally. If you continue to be so arrogant, I will have no choice but to call the police. Ling Xiao understood from the side that an outstanding beauty always has many suitors, and the most gorgeous cake always has many flies flying around it. It seems that besides the voyeur who commissioned Sui to record the video, there are others who are interested in this beautiful CEO. Ziyan, your words are too harsh. I don't like to threaten others, but you should know that if my father says a few more words, your company will reconsider the candidate for president. Having said that, Luo Chen finally set his eyes on Ling Xiao for the first time. Ziyan, I'm not that stingy. I can accept your comparison with others to understand my excellence. But this pretty boy who exudes a poor and shabby vibe, you're not really going to tell me that you're interested in him, are you? Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He didn't expect that his temporary silence, which was chosen to observe the situation, would allow this clown to take advantage of him. Well, he almost couldn't stand this farce anymore. Ding dong. The host is taking on the third selection task challenge, with a deadline of 48 hours. Option A, respond to the provocation of Crow Luo Chen and make him roll out of Faitsui Linglong in humiliation. Option gifts, 2 million in startup funds, Music Master C. Option B, suppress your anger and don't explode it for now. Option gift, 1 million. The system's task release voice is just right. However, compared to the task content and reward content, Ling Zhao's attention was firmly grasped by an adjective hidden in the options by the system. Crow Luo Chen. Chapter 11 Crow. ISNT Crow the pervert who commissioned Sui to spy on Mu Ziyan? Ling Xiao had an idea and decided not to beat around the bush and just trick this golden-haired dude directly. Are you Crow? Ling Xiao asked. Luo Chen frowned and looked Ling Xiao up and down. Hey, you know me? You actually know my name. Bingo, that's him. Have you had enough of the trouble, Luo Chen? Mu Ziyan could no longer tolerate Luo Chen's noise, and she started to scold him loudly. No, that's not enough. When will you decide not to waste your time with this poor pretty boy and have dinner with me? I won't bother you anymore. Luo Chen crossed his legs and looked like a scoundrel. Hearing this, Ling Xiao chuckled and shook his head, saying, Luo Chen, right? You know, flies are disgusting. Fly? Luo Chen was a little confused by Ling Zhao's irrelevant question. You little bastard, you called me a fly. Luo Chen had not taken Ling Xiao seriously since he came in, and being scolded by Ling Xiao was totally beyond his expectation. Luo Chen, I warn you again, don't disturb Master Ling here. Seeing Luo Chen's fierce look, Mu Ziyan stood up and came to Ling Xiao to protect him. Master Ling? Luo Chen snorted coldly, how can this poor fellow be called a master? Ziyan, you know how I feel about you. Get rid of this thing and let's have a good talk. I talked to my father a while ago, and he is planning to buy the last set of Greenleaf Buildings 7 in your hands. 7 Greenleaf Buildings? Ling Xiao just found it funny that this golden retriever actually had his eyes on his house. Listen to me, firstly, there's no way I can be with someone like you, and secondly, you can't afford the house in Greenleaf Building 7. Luo Chen responded, Ziyan, even if it is a golden building, your company can't just stay on hold forever. You can't just do the business right in front of you. Building 7 has been sold. Mu Ziyan shook her head and said. So fast, who? Luo Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. You have to know that Greenleaf is the most prosperous area in the entire high city. Living there means not only a huge amount of money for the residents themselves, but also an earthquake in the entire upper social circle of high city. As a rich second generation who was good at interpersonal relationships, Luo Chen was naturally angry when the house he liked was snatched away. But after calming down, what popped into his mind was to get the information of the owners of the 7 buildings as soon as possible and communicate with them. You should know that the list of candidates for the 7 buildings in High City has long been imprinted in Luo Chen's mind. He is sure that no one in the city can grab the house before him, which means that there may be wealthy tycoons from other places who have moved into High City. How intensely Luo Chen brainstormed in such a short period of time had nothing to do with Mu Ziyan. She just calmly moved half a body distance away. She stretched out her hand towards Ling Xiao and introduced him in a respectful tone. Master Ling Xiaoling, who is here, is the owner of the last 7 empty buildings of Greenleaf. Him? Luo Chen's expression had changed the most since he entered the room. For rich second generations like Luo Chen, judging people by appearance and clothes is a common thing. At first sight, Ling Zhao's casual outfit basically sentenced him to death from the social circle. What is Greenleaf? It is the stage for the activities of the wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials at the top of the entire Haisher social circle. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to live there made him 100 meters ahead of Luo Chen in terms of social class. This turned Luo Chen, who had just been standing on high ground and looking down on Ling Xiao, into a clown. Luo Chen found it hard to believe, but Mu Ziyan, as the person in charge of Greenleaf, would not speak without thinking. He hesitated for a moment and asked. You live in Greenleaf? Whose son are you? Relative? I know everyone in the second generation circle in High City. Are you from outside? In response, Ling Xiao shook his head and laughed. Oh, I can't compare to you, Luo Chen. I have no money as a father, so I can't use other people's money to make myself look good. I was just lucky enough to make some money to buy a house to live in. I can't compare to you. This sarcasm came at just the right time. Luo Chen's expression now turned purple like an eggplant, as if he had eaten shit. Luo Chen's personality makes it impossible for him to swallow shit that others have stuffed into his mouth. But when he thought that the person in front of him was a hidden boss who liked to hide his identity and was unfathomable, his anger was forced back. In other words, this meal is because you, Mr. Ling Xiao, mentioned the house, so Ziyan specially congratulated you, right? Luo Chen tried to change the subject. But Ling Xiao didn't intend to let the other party off so easily. He reached out and held Mu Ziyan's hand, then led her to sit next to him. Yes, I originally wanted to buy a house and settle down in High City, but I never thought that getting to know Miss Mu was more important than a house. Ling Xiao put his arm around Mu Ziyan's shoulders and said, Miss Mu is such a charming woman. After that, Ling Xiao leaned close to Mu Ziyan's ear and whispered softly. I'm sorry, Miss Mu, I can see that this rich second generation is pestering you and making you very unhappy. It's useless to talk to such a person, let's just put on a show and drive him away. Mu Ziyan's cheeks were flushed, and Ling Xiao thought that she was cooperating with his performance, and he was very satisfied. In fact, the moment Mu Ziyan was held by Ling Xiao's hand, her heart was completely at a loss. Her judgment was once again taken away by Ling Xiao's sudden strength. As for what was said afterwards, she didn't hear a single word. Looking at the intimacy between the two, Luo Chen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I don't know what kind of business Mr. Ling Xiao is in. It must have been very hard for him to have accumulated so much wealth at such a young age. What tricks does this rich second generation want to play? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party, waiting for Luo Chen to make further moves. Successful career women like Zi Yan actually need more time and quality with their significant other than money. Luo Chen resisted stubbornly, holding back his anger. For example, the reason why she likes to frequent this restaurant is because she likes the music atmosphere here. The pianist here is hired by me personally to work here long term. Ling Xiao understood. This rich second generation wanted to surpass Ling Xiao's dying struggle by claiming that he understood Mu Ziyan better and understood artistic elegance better. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Mu Ziyan responded first. I never said that I particularly like the piano music here, Luo Chen, don't be so self-indulgent. This slap in the face came at just the right time, but looking at Luo Chen's deflated look, Ling Xiao felt that it was a little off. Indeed, although the Carmen Overture is a classic tune, it is not elegant enough to be used in today's atmosphere. At this time, if I change to Richard's album Adeline at the Water's Edge, it would be better to use the sad and continuous G minor as the background music. Ling Xiao talked calmly, and Mu Ziyan beside him and Luo Chen opposite him were dumbfounded. You also know music? Chapter 12 Musical Skills. Ling Xiao doesn't understand music. At least half an hour ago, he was still a man who didn't know much about music. However, by accepting the system task, he obtained the gift skill Music Mastery C. When he first entered the room, he only felt the pleasant sound of the piano, but now Ling Xiao can calmly count the fingering errors in it. Master Ling, you are truly multi-talented and have a wide range of interests. Mu Ziyan praised sincerely. Looking at the light in Mu Ziyan's eyes, Luo Chen just hated himself for being so mean and bringing this up, which only ended up shooting himself in the foot. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, I don't know whether Master Ling is multi-talented, but he has put a lot of effort into this date. He must have memorized a lot of sentences like this beforehand. Why, just because you are not as skilled as others, you start to use such despicable slander to deceive yourself. Mu Ziyan turned her face cold and said to Luo Chen. Before you judge others, weigh your own weight first, don't humiliate yourself. You. Luo Chen's veins popped up and his teeth made a sound of grinding. Ling Xiao curled his lips, looked at Mu Ziyan and said, It seems that Mr. Luo Chen still has some doubts about my musical ability. Master Ling, you don't need to pay attention to him. Mu Ziyan gently pulled Ling Xiao's sleeve and said, You have a point, but it's rare that you treat me to a meal, Miss Mu, so why not show off my cooking skills to express my gratitude? After saying that, Ling Xiao took off his coat, straightened his sleeves, unlocked the door, and walked out under the guidance of the housekeeper. Mu Ziyan hurriedly followed. Ling Xiao looked around and found that the faces of the restaurant waiters were all angry but unable to speak out towards Luo Chen. He lowered his voice and asked, Ms. Mu, could it be that Fei Sui Linglong has some evidence against her that Luo Chen has? I also heard some rumors because of work. Mu Ziyan responded, The boss here seems to have failed in stock speculation and owed a foreign debt some time ago. Now the restaurant lacks working capital and can't make ends meet. Somehow, this matter was known to Luo Chen and his son. They bought out the boss's debt and took control of him. Then, they started to give orders to the restaurant. The Luo family has done this kind of thing many times. So that's why. No wonder Luo Chen just said that the pianist here was arranged according to his mood. With its mouth open and making tearing noise, it has a pitch-black body, scarlet eyes, cunning thinking, aggressive temperament, and brutal behavior. This is the scavenger called the Crow. It's quite fitting that Luo Chen is called Crow. Bang! As the leading butler opened the door, the two came to the music room. The pianist, who had just finished a piece of music, looked at the person who had intruded into his seat with surprise. Please move aside. Ling Xiao's tone was very gentle, but it was full of unquestionable courage. The pianist gave up his seat without saying anything more. This was the first time Ling Xiao sat on the piano chair and touched the piano keys. But just like the other incredible skills brought by the system, just by touching and feeling the piano for a while, Ling Xiao developed full confidence in his performance. Master Ling, your posture is not standard. Have you really practiced piano? Luo Chen, who followed him, squinted his eyes and had a lewd smile on his face. You talk so much nonsense, as if you can play the piano. Mu Ziyan said. At least I have self-knowledge, Master Ling, don't try to show off in front of beautiful women so much that you end up hurting your waist. Luo Chen snorted coldly. Seeing this, Ling Xiao just chuckled and shook his head, saying, I really haven't practiced much. As for how well I play, you will know if you listen carefully. You don't play much? Then I advise you to take a break. The pianist I hired won a great reputation in the Bohemian competition. It's the Brahms International Piano Competition. The pianist straightened his back immediately, and it was obvious that he was quite proud of it. People, you should stop showing off your skills in front of experts, don't you think, Master Ling? Luo Chen continued to mock arrogantly. Just shut up, golden retriever. Ling Xiao finished his words casually, not giving the furious Luo Chen a chance to fight back. He already started to float the piano keys. In an instant, elegant and lingering music began to flow out like a stream flowing into the plains. The sound drifted from every corner of the Western restaurant. People dining outside, whether they were in love, working, or just eating, all stopped what they were doing the moment the music sounded, closed their eyes, and immersed themselves in the beautiful scenery woven by Ling Xiao. Mu Ziyan was intoxicated. In front of the piano in this ordinary Western restaurant, Ling Xiao's performance made her feel as if she was in a concert hall, enjoying herself quietly. Richard's wedding in a dream is good. The pianist put aside his previous pride and immersed himself in the beautiful music with a smile on his face. However, Ling Xiao's fingering suddenly changed, and the previously beautiful and soothing music suddenly became violent and turbulent. The music score exudes a magical aura, enveloping the listener's emotions, and turning everyone from the previous wilderness directly into a battlefield with thousands of horses galloping. This is Flight of the Bumblebee, no, exactly. The pianist took a step back and his face changed color. The melody sometimes rose and sometimes fell, gripping everyone's hearts for 5 minutes, and then came to an abrupt end with the burst of the last note. Half a minute after the piano music died down, everyone slowly came back to their senses. Luo Chen shook his head and forced himself to come back to his senses quickly. When he found that everyone except himself had a dumbfounded expression on their faces, Luo Chen misunderstood. That's it. What a mess you play. Even an amateur like me can understand you. Before Luo Chen finished speaking, the pianist suddenly interrupted and took over the topic. Master, what was the tune just now? Master? Luo Chen stared at the pianist, his face full of confusion. Nothing. Ling Xiao took his hands off the keyboard, stretched and stood up. I just improvised. Improvisation? That's a pity. Such a famous piece should be recorded, the pianist shouted. Hey, you call him master, but you are the winner of that bow-something competition. Luo Chen jumped to his feet with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Unexpectedly, the pianist who had been obediently following orders suddenly glared at Luo Chen seriously and said, Brahms's small award is nothing. For a master like this, even the International Piano Association has to bow its head and send a visiting card to be considered as a sufficient invitation. You amateur, shut up. Luo Chen was caught off guard. He took a deep breath and pointed at the other party and said, Boy, don't forget who arranged this job for you. Be careful with your words. You did remind me. After winning the award, I have been complacent. Today, the master's music has enlightened me. I plan to quit my job and go back to hone my skills. The pianist's words stopped all the saliva in Luo Chen's stomach. Hearing this, Ling Xiao came over and patted the pianist on the shoulder. Not bad, you have backbone, but you don't have to quit your job. I like you, so you can continue working here. I'll give you a 30% pay raise. If I come here to eat again, I'll give you some pointers when I have time. Luo Chen yelled, Ling Xiao, this is the person I manage in the restaurant, you have no right to speak, get out of the way. The successive defeats made Luo Chen completely tear off the disguise on his face. He no longer concealed himself and directly and vulgarly expressed his hostility towards Ling Xiao. Looking at Luo Chen like this, Ling Xiao felt that it was time to end the game. He changed his previous easygoing disposition and said coldly and condescendingly, It is you who should go, Luo Chen. Butler, throw this crow out. Yes. The restaurant's silver-haired butler nodded and took a step forward. Without giving Luo Chen time to react, the middle-aged man's butler displayed agile skills that did not match his appearance. He went directly behind the other party and grabbed Luo Chen's wrist with his backhand, then pushed him down with a bowing posture. You are such a rebellion. How dare a mere housekeeper like you treat me like this? Have you forgotten about your boss? Ah. The butler used both hands to force Luo Chen so hard that it hurt and he could no longer be arrogant. As for the other party's words, he used the shortest sentences to sharply engrave them into Luo Chen's heart. The owner of this restaurant is now Master Ling Xiaoling. Chapter 13 Luo Chen. What? Luo Chen was bewildered. In fact, he was not the only one. Mu Ziyan also looked at Ling Xiao with confusion. I just came to High City and planned to do some investment business. It just so happened that Miss Mu, you took me to visit Faitsui Linglong. I liked this place very much. I also happened to know that they needed some funds to turn around, so I did it for them. Halfway through the piano performance, Ling Xiao was distracted and called the system to transfer the entire previous investment amount of 8 million to Faitsui Linglong. But Ling Xiao didn't expect the system to work so quickly. In just a few minutes, Ling Xiao became the major shareholder of Faitsui Linglong, and the housekeeper even received a contact from the former boss. Master Ling, no boss, then I'll throw him out now. Okay, next time, be careful not to let those troublesome creatures in. Yes, I will revoke his membership right now. The butler, who possessed unexpected skills, asked Ling Xiao for permission and then carried the still cursing Luo Chen to the outside of the restaurant. Mu Zian, who had been watching all this, finally recovered slowly. She said with a bit of shock, Master Ling, your move is truly extraordinary. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I am good to my friends and mean to my enemies. There are some people I don't need to give face to. By the way, Miss Mu, you. After hesitating for a while, Ling Xiao decided to speak out. I promised you this afternoon to find out the identity of the surveillance person. In fact, I already know it. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, Mu Zian was not stupid. She immediately read out the content. You mean Luo Chen? From the way he was pestering you, you must have had your suspicions for a long time, Miss Mu. Yes, but Luo Chen's father has connections with many political and business leaders. I really don't know how to deal with it. Looking at Mu Zian's distressed expression, Ling Xiao gently patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'm a man of my words. Wait, after this meal, go back and have a good sleep, and tomorrow you won't have to worry about Luo Chen anymore. When others said this, Mu Zian just took it as nice words to comfort herself. But when Ling Xiao said it, the meaning was different. After working hard in High City for many years, Mu Zian developed a strong sense of dependence for the first time. Looking at the man in front of her, Mu Zian completely removed her thorny shell, lowered her head, and said softly with a blush on her face. Since he was born, Luo Chen had never suffered such humiliation. Luo Chen was thrown out of the store with his hands handcuffed behind his back and his neck lifted. He never thought that one day he would fall to this point in High City. His first reaction was to gather a group of gangsters to smash Faitsui Linglong, but fortunately, the last bit of reason held him back. Luo Chen and his son have been called crows for so many years, stepping on other people's heads to show off their power, so being cautious is a necessary part. After calling a few friends to go to several bars and get drunk, he staggered back to his home in the city center. Luo Chen lives in a luxurious apartment on the upper floors of Shiguang's top-notch apartment building. Just like the Greenleaf Villa district, this place is also protected by the Overlord Security Company's security system, so it is a safe house where he can feel at ease. Drop. After swiping the door card, a naked woman in a bathrobe crawled into his arms. Chen, are you back? Under normal circumstances, Luo Chen would have touched her all over first, then carried her to the bed and started to abuse her. But today, he simply pushed the other person away and threw him out the door. You should get out of here. Luo Chen said coldly and closed the door. Chen? Mr. Luo, why? What did I do wrong? The woman cried and looked confused. Bang! The door opened again, but this did not mean that Luo Chen had changed his mind. The reason why Luo Chen opened the door again was just to casually throw out a bunch of women's miscellanea that did not belong to him. After finishing his work, Luo Chen clapped his hands, then pinched a credit card between two fingers and flew towards the woman's face. You know the password. 500,000. Get out. Don't mention anything about me outside, or else. I understand. When the woman heard the price of 500,000, her eyes lit up. She didn't dare to say anything else and rolled away with her things to change her clothes. Humph. Luo Chen closed the door and went into the house. After sitting for a while, he found that even alcohol could not completely suppress his anger. So he stood up and started to go crazy, kicking the sofas and coffee tables around him wantonly. He had been thinking about Mu Zian for a long time. In Luo Chen's eyes, she was a lamb to be slaughtered that would fall into his mouth sooner or later. The reason why he hasn't taken any action yet is simply because Luo Chen is still enjoying the process. Ling Xiao? Who the hell is he? A guy that Luo Chen has never heard of suddenly appeared out of nowhere and not only took away the woman and restaurant that he had been dreaming about, but also brought him great disgrace. No, this matter cannot be allowed to go on like this. He is a country bumpkin from outside the city. No matter what his background is, in High City, he, Luo Chen, is the local boss. Thinking of this, Luo Chen came to his workshop, where there was a mobile phone locked in a drawer. After taking out his cell phone and dialing the number, Luo Chen contacted the hacker who was serving him. This phone will automatically help cover up Luo Chen's signal and voice. It is an essential tool for dealing with these troublesome hackers. Black Dragon, are you awake? I'm usually awake at this time. The lazy voice of the hacker Black Dragon, also known as Sui, came from the other side. Why haven't you sent me this month's video yet? It's 11:30 now. The month isn't even over yet. Why are you in such a hurry, Raven? Something happened. Anyway, you can put aside the video recording work if you haven't finished it yet. Someone here wants you to go away. The sudden scolding from the opposite side caught Luo Chen off guard. He rubbed his head, wondering if he had drunk too much and was feeling a little dizzy. What the hell did you say? I say get out, Crow Luo Chen, I don't want to be with you anymore. Sui shouted at the top of his voice. You're crazy, Black Dragon, no Sui. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said viciously, you seem to have found out who I am, but more importantly, I know who you are. You can't do anything to me, but if I do something to you, then come on, you idiot. Luo Chen, your good days are over, go back and watch your own TV. Sui interrupted Luo Chen directly, yelled and hung up the phone. Luo Chen felt his internal organs churning. He is just a small hacker. He usually has the nerve to call the other party by his nickname Black Dragon. Now a small fry of this level dares to turn against him. It's a rebellion. It's all a rebellion. Luo Chen turned around and happened to see the TV that Sui mentioned. Looking at the images on TV, Sui put down his phone and a few drops of cold sweat began to seep out of his head. The TV at home suddenly turned on by itself, and 2 capital English letters were floating above it. GM. Chapter 14 Hacker GM. My home was hacked. Sui, that's not right, that guy doesn't have that ability. Judging from his attitude, he should have found someone who doesn't care about his life to back him up. The shock of the scene before him did not make Luo Chen lose his composure. Instead, he sobered up from his drunkenness. You are very smart. A mechanically synthesized electronic voice came from the screen. Who are you? Luo Chen shouted. GM, you can call me by this nickname. Stop playing tricks. Do you know who I am? If I find out who you are, I will make sure you and Sui are in big trouble. Luo Chen cursed. Don't be impatient, Raven, why don't you take a look at these before you speak? As the electronic sound fell, the image on the screen changed into a video recording. Luo Chen in the video still looks like a high school student. In front of him, a middle-aged man is hugging Luo Chen's legs and begging with tears on his face. Master Luo, you can't do this. You were the one who hit the person. I have an old mother and a second daughter at home. I can't go to jail for you. Uncle Da, you have been with my family for more than 10 years. Now you must remember every word I say. You were the one driving that day. You accidentally drank a little and broke the girl's leg. Do you understand? Master, I really can't. Uncle Da, stay in jail for a while. I will try to commute your sentence and get you out. I will give some money to your family. But if you keep talking nonsense, you'd better be prepared to stay in jail for 10 or 20 years and then come out to see your wife and children begging on the street. In front of the TV, Luo Chen's face changed. He was mentally prepared that Sui would bring in a stronger hacker to break through the Overlord's defense network. But he didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless that he could dig out the most confidential information in the database. Under the guidance of his father, Luo Chen has used various means to threaten others to help him avoid disasters and make money since he was a child. He keeps the video records of each time for easy editing and reuse in the future. Of course, on the other hand, these original video materials can also be used to pierce Luo Chen himself at any time. The picture on TV suddenly changed to another scene. Luo Chen, who was older, sat on a chair in an independent office, with a gloomy-faced man standing in front of him. Master Luo, you mean to put the blame on me for these false accounts? Why do you say that it's your fault? Since the account was handled by you, there's no point in blaming others. You should have thought about this day when you took the money. Master Luo, well, since you've mentioned this, I'll be frank. I've kept records of every account I made. I know. It's in the safe at your house. Varied. Unfortunately, the place is empty. Thanks to your wife for her enthusiastic help. Oh, by the way, your wife is awesome. In front of the TV, Luochen couldn't bear to watch it anymore and shouted. That's enough. Is that enough? I have a lot more exciting videos here. Don't you want to watch them together? Although the screen was emitting an electronic sound without any emotion, Luochen felt that the naked sarcasm was like sharp thorns poking his face. Okay, you're awesome. However, you won't be so proud for long. Luochen snorted coldly and took out his cell phone. He skillfully clicked on the screen and said, "Listen carefully, GM. I, Luochen, have never put all my eggs in one basket in my life. Since I have to communicate with hackers like Sui frequently, Overlord's universal security protection will naturally not be my only trump card." Then Luochen slid an iGraphic app on the screen. I have already contacted an overseas hacker agency to provide me with a second layer of security protection. Now, your location has been tracked backwards. After saying that, Luochen admired the messages on the app with a wicked smile on his face. Those were 5 clear, sharp, and eye-catching characters. Damn it, you've fallen into the trap. On the other side of the screen, inside the 7th building of the Greenleaf high-end villa community, Ling Xiao, who goes by the alias Hacker GM, had just finished dinner with a beautiful lady and was currently fiddling with his computer in the bedroom. A window in the corner of the screen showed the operating status of electronic equipment in the entire apartment surrounding Luochen, and all network services were offline. You have to know that Ling Xiao is a hacker expert who can scan all the cameras in the villa with just a third-rate mobile phone. Luochen's trick was clearly revealed to Ling Xiao from the very beginning. Although he didn't know how powerful the overseas hacker organization that Luochen was so proud of was, everything would be meaningless as long as he cut off Luochen's possibility of contacting the other party from the source. Master, this guy has colored movies in his computer. He's so perverted and narcissistic. Suyi's excited voice came out. In addition to monitoring Luochen in the room, Ling Xiao also maintained a conversation with Suyi. After handing the improved program to Suyi, this guy's work enthusiasm was extraordinary. He helped to lock Luochen's location and dug out key fragments from Luochen's massive amount of private data to scare the other party, saying that it was all Suyi's work. Just as Ling Xiao had initially judged, the simple and naive hacker was indeed a capable subordinate. You're awesome. Luochen on the screen finally came back to his senses after being in a daze for a while. He tried hard to suppress the anger and irritation that was about to erupt, and asked word by word with gritted teeth. What exactly do you want? We can talk about it. Oh, you're willing to talk? Then we can finally get down to business. I'll send you a list now. You announce it publicly tomorrow, and our problems will be settled. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he sent a message to Luochen's phone with the source hidden. Luochen opened the message with a frown on his face. There were more than 20 charges listed in separate paragraphs, all of which were the bad things Luochen had done in the past few years. You want me to admit all this? Luochen took a deep breath and laughed angrily. There are only more than 20 counts. Why don't you give me 100 counts? Are you kidding? If he admitted all these things, it would mean the ruin of the Luo family's reputation, which would be the same as asking for his life. Hey, as the saying goes, you know yourself best. There are indeed more than 100 messages, but the length of the information editing is not enough. I will give you the last few now. Ling Xiao curled the corners of his mouth and continued to provoke. You. Luochen's body shook, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back. You have to take care of yourself, Mr. Luochen. If you plan to pretend to be sick and fall down, then I will have to take a step back and leave this to the police station and reporters to announce it on your behalf. Ling Xiao said casually. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, Luochen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly stood up with wild laughter. I thought you were going to touch me, Luochen, but I didn't expect you, a fool, to be the enemy of our entire Luo family. Okay, then go ahead and do whatever you want. Police, reporters, lawyers, go ahead and spread the word. My dad will pay as much as you spread. You think you're so great just because you know a little bit of the truth. Go to hell with you. If you go and get it tomorrow, my father will kill you the day after tomorrow. Chapter 15: The End of the Luo Family. Looking at Luochen's desperate and arrogant look on the screen, Ling Xiao just found it funny. After this golden-haired dude takes off his outward disguise, he is ultimately just a daddy's boy at heart. To be honest, Ling Xiao has basically lost his patience with Luochen. No matter how you look at it, Luo Chen has been completely defeated after being bullied to this extent by Ling Xiao. However, the system did not prompt the completion of the advanced side quest, and the game had to continue. Ling Xiao sighed. He thought he had a pretty good idea of the nature of this system, but he didn't expect that this ambiguous judgment was beyond his expectations. Obviously, it would be okay to carry Luo Chen out for the mission of slapping him in the face in Feitsui Linglong, but it was not enough to make him almost have a mental breakdown. It seems that if he wants to get the mission reward, he has to find a way to get rid of Luo Chen's superstition about his father. Master, there's something wrong here. While Ling Xiao was thinking about it, there was new progress in the call with Sui. What's wrong? Ling Xiao asked. I have scanned all of this guy's secret files and found a secret folder hidden in the trash that I can't decipher. Ling Xiao became alert instantly. He asked Sui to transfer the file directly to him so that he could do it himself. No wonder Sui couldn't deal with it. This seemingly useless garbled file actually had 3 layers of nested password locks. The underlying code even contained a bomb that would automatically destroy the content if cracked by brute force. And even if it is cracked successfully, the content file will still be in garbled form. It took Ling Xiao a lot of effort to extract a series of video files using historical restoration methods. It's still only C+ after all. It's almost reached the limit of my skills. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat from his head and said, I wonder how far I'll be able to go after I upgrade my skills with the reward I received this time. When Ling Xiao clicked on the file to check the contents, a smile appeared on his face. My hard work was not in vain. On the other side of the computer, Luo Chen at home fell to the ground, gasping for breath due to exhaustion after finishing a round of roaring at Ling Xiao. After waiting for a long time, seeing that the GM did not respond, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the end, he was the winner. The hacker was just bluffing after all. The Luo family has been in High City for so many years that they have established a huge interpersonal network. As long as they are in High City, no one can touch them. Buzz. Luo Chen was halfway laughing when the hacker-controlled TV lit up the video screen again with a buzzing sound. Luo Chen frowned. What tricks was that guy going to play? At this point, no matter how dark histories were, they couldn't be changed. This is not. Luo Chen's face was twisted with fear. Although the video was dark, he could still clearly see his father and several bodyguards. In the video, the gang was surrounding a middle-aged man and beating him. The man was howling at first, but finally collapsed to the ground without a sound, and it seemed that he was dead. The middle-aged man Luo Chen who was beaten was no stranger. He was Uncle D, one of the protagonists in the video footage originally released by the hacker. When Luo Chen was in high school, he once again drove his car without permission and hit a junior high school girl, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down. In the end, Uncle D, the veteran driver who had driven for the Luo family for more than 10 years, was forced by Luo Chen to take the blame and go to jail. In order to prevent Uncle D from talking nonsense, Luo Chen still gave the other party's family a sum of money as promised, and arranged for the other party to be released after serving a few years in prison. However, Uncle D, who was full of resentment, still planned to take revenge after he was released from prison. After collecting a lot of evidence, he demanded a huge sum of money from the Luo family. Luo Chen had no idea what happened afterwards. He only knew that one day Uncle D and his family just disappeared from the face of the earth. As long as things are done, it's fine. Luo Chen never cared about the reasons, so it was not until today that he found the answer in this video. You two are really alike, father and son. You like to keep records of what you have done, but your father is much more cautious than you. But now that I've discovered it, there's no point. You just said that your father could find a way to help you with your own problems. Then can your father also use his connections and money to solve this matter? Listening to the hacker GM's electronic voice coming from TV, Luo Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He was well aware that the content of this video went beyond the syllabus. As long as the other party intends to release it, there is no room for recovery. Luo Chen quickly got up from the ground, then fell to his knees in front of the TV with a plop, and started crying on the spot. Brother, no master, I was wrong. I don't know how I offended you. Just tell me what you want. I will give you half of the money our family has saved over the years. You can't show this video. You absolutely can't show it. Ling Xiao looked at Luo Chen silently. The scene before him was nothing but an exaggerated farce in his eyes. I remember that I have made my request very clear. Announce the items on the list in front of the media tomorrow. Ling Xiao emphasized again. Hearing this, Luo Chen wiped away his disguised tears, jumped up and shouted, "You want our Luo family to die no matter what, right? Fuck you." After saying that, Luo Chen picked up a hard object at hand and smashed it on the TV screen, destroying his furniture. Then he quickly left the house and rushed to the door, intending to leave the monitored house and contact his father first. However, the automatic lock on the door could not recognize Luo Chen's identity. No matter how many times Luo Chen swiped his ID card, it showed an error message and could not be opened. Luo Chen's face turned pale, and he murmured, "This is also your fault, GM. Do you really want to go out?" A cold mechanical voice came directly from Luo Chen, which scared him so much that he almost fell down on the spot. After a long pause, he realized that his cell phone was under the control of the other party. Overwhelmed by fear and anger, Luo Chen frantically took off all the electronic devices on his body and threw them towards the corner of the room. "Mr. Luo Chen, don't worry. If you want to go out, I can open it for you." The synthesized electronic sound was still echoing from the cracked phone in the corner, and then the door handle suddenly showed that it had been recognized correctly, and it really opened with a click. Luo Chen looked at the door, first stretched out his hand, then retracted it out of fear. After hesitating for 4 or 5 times, Luo Chen finally made up his mind to press the door handle. However, outside the door stood uniformed police officers and reporters with cameras turned on. "Luo Chen, right? You and your father are under arrest for multiple charges. Mr. Luo Chen, we just received a tip-off that contains all the negative information about your Luo family. What do you have to say about this?" Luo Chen's mouth trembled, and finally his legs and feet collapsed on the spot. There was only one voice left in his heart that sounded at the end. "The Luo family is finished. It's done, Master. Crow can no longer fly. He and his father are done for. Master, you are too strong." Ling Xiao watched the contents of the camera and confirmed the scene in which Luo Chen was held down by the police and filmed by reporters. The moment Luo Chen fell, the system prompt sound indicating that the mission was completed finally sounded. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh that Luo Chen was a tough guy beyond his imagination. He was afraid that he would not be able to forget this troublesome person for quite a long time. "Master, you are the most awesome hacker I have ever seen in my life, even better than my own master." Sui was still flattering here, but accidentally blurted out what was in his heart. "Do you already know that I'm not your master?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. GM, no, master, from now on you are my real master, and I, your disciple, will always follow you." Hearing this, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "I never said I wanted to take you as my apprentice." Seeing this, Sui immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet to show his loyalty. "No, master. I am a very honest person. If you accept me, I will do all the hard and tiring work for you. Compared to being led by a jerk like Crow, it's so cool to follow you, boss, to deal with these bastards. You don't have to teach me anything. I'll be happy if you just let me see the world with you. This kid is quite sensible." To be honest, Suyi's skills are indeed good, and he is also famous in the hacker community with the title of Black Dragon. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I will consider looking for you if I have something to do in the future, and I will also pay you. But it is impossible for me to accept you as my apprentice, and don't call me master. At most, I will accept you as my subordinate. Whether I will accept you or not depends on your performance." "Okay, thank you, master. No, thank you, boss." After the conversation, Ling Xiao turned off the computer, went to bed feeling tired, and ended this extremely long day. "It's him." Shortly after Ling Xiao finished monitoring, the distraught Luo Chen in the police car suddenly muttered to himself, "Ling Xiao, he's the one who moved into Building 7, he's the one who was against me in Fatesui Linglong, and that hacker GM must be Ling Xiao. Luo Chen, stop talking nonsense. If you have anything to say, tell us slowly when we get back to the police station." Ignoring the police officer beside him, Luo Chen looked at the moon outside the window with eyes full of resentment, and he secretly swore a vow in his heart. "Ling Xiao, just wait. Even if I go into the grave, I will crawl out to settle the score with you." Chapter 16 Xiaoshui. Ding-a-ling. Early in the morning, Ling Xiao, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by an urgent electric shock. He yawned and reached for his phone. "Who is it?" "Boss Xiao, it's me." "Oh, Mauzi." The person who called was Ling Xiao's best friend and colleague Mauzi. "Boss Xiao, are you okay? You didn't contact me after you left yesterday." "Yeah, everything is fine. Sorry, I was a little too busy." "Boss Xiao, From the sound of your voice, you are not still sleeping. Are you not planning to come to work today? Right. Okay, it's almost time here, so I won't ask any more questions. I'll continue to find a reason for you to ask for leave from the boss. Later, you have to treat me to a meal and explain everything clearly. Tell me what's going on with your villa. Okay, thanks, bro. Then I'll take care of it first, boss Xiao. As for the boss, forget it. We can talk about it slowly next time we have dinner. After hanging up the phone, Ling Xiao chewed over Mousy's words. That guy seems to be hesitant about company matters. Is there something wrong? Forget it, I'll invite him out for dinner later and have a good chat. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling and the surrounding room decorations. I just checked the time, it's 7:30. Yesterday, he was just an ordinary office worker with no future in sight. I get up early in the morning at this time, squeeze into the subway, drink coffee, go to work, and talk to clients one by one, just for a little commission. Today, he woke up from the big bed in his mansion, with an expensive sports car in his garage and a huge amount of money in his account that he had never dared to imagine before. Life is really wonderful. Just as Ling Xiao was lamenting about his life, the doorbell rang from the outside door. Ling Xiao, who was already familiar with the electronic structure of the entire villa, reached for the remote control on the bedside table and turned on the bedside TV. The display screen is connected to the camera at the door, and the appearance of the visiting visitor immediately appears. Master Ling, it's me. I have already delivered the things to you according to the address you gave me yesterday. The people who came were Mu Zian and a group of Hualala employees. They drove a moving truck full of items that Ling Xiao was familiar with. Seeing this, Ling Xiao got up, washed and changed his clothes, then went to the door to meet Mu Zian. Why did you come here in person? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Master Ling's business is as it should be. Today Mu Zian changed back into her formal work attire, but her makeup looked softer than yesterday. Her every frown and smile revealed her charm as a beauty. Master Ling. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not mention it on his own initiative, Mu Zian asked, according to the news this morning, Luo Chen was arrested overnight. His and his father's past affairs were exposed, and the evidence is said to be conclusive. These media outlets are still not fast enough. With such a big piece of news, I thought they would work overtime and rush to publish it in the middle of the night. Ling Xiao shrugged and said casually. So it was you, young Master Ling. Luo Xiao has been pestering me. You helped me like this, I don't know how to thank you. Mu Zian said with her head slightly lowered. Looking at Mu Zian, who was grateful from the bottom of her heart, Ling Xiao reached out and patted her on the shoulder. Anyway, let's forget about this rotten guy as soon as possible. I just moved in here not long ago. If I have any problems in the future, I'll trouble you to take care of me, Miss Mu. Of course. Mu Zian said, looking at Ling Xiao, who was still dozing off. She smiled. Master Ling, it will take time to place all these luggage, and it will make a lot of noise. How about the workers and I take care of it first, and you can go take a walk around and take a rest? Ling Xiao glanced at the greenery around him and nodded. Come to think of it, when I was in college, I would go jogging every morning. Well, I'll go exercise. After bidding farewell to Mu Zian, Ling Xiao walked around to stretch his body while using his cell phone to activate his hacking skills and experiment with his abilities. Yes, after last night's side quest bonus, my hacking skills were successfully upgraded to B. If I were to encounter the hidden video that Luo Chen blocked last night, I would be able to break through in less than half the time. Putting down his phone, Ling Xiao looked around with a satisfied smile. Looking around, Ling Xiao discovered that in this empty green leafy community, there was actually another person who was jogging in the morning like him. She was a young woman in her early 20s who looked about the same age as Ling Xiao, wearing a sports suit suitable for morning exercise. However, as far as morning jogging is concerned, the woman's movements are too dramatic and her expression looks extremely gloomy. It seems that he is not jogging in the morning for fitness, but to relax after encountering bad things. Well, that is. When Ling Xiao's eyes fell on the face of the girl who was jogging in the morning, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, and his movements became slow. Xiao Xue? Ling Xiao shouted unconsciously. After realizing this, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Excuse me, miss, I may be mistaken. Ah, Xiao. However, before Ling Xiao could finish his apology, the other party called Ling Xiao by a name that he had not heard for many years with an even more exaggerated expression. Wait, are you really Xiao Xue, Yao Shui? Ling Xiao took a few steps forward and asked. Yao Shui is Ling Xiao's high school classmate. Since both of them were the few outsiders in High City, they were often isolated by local students and teachers in class. However, this became an opportunity for the two to become friends. Throughout high school, Ling Zhao's happy memories outside of studying were basically all about playing around with Yao Shui and his sister. 4 years of college and 3 years of work after graduation, the two haven't seen each other for 7 years. Xiao Shui, you live here? Ling Xiao asked with a slightly strange expression. Yao Shui comes from a not-so-wealthy single-parent family and lives with her mother. Ling Xiao relied on the system to move in here, so was Xiao Shui given to him by some rich man? Yeah, Xiao, you live here too? Yes, I live in Building 7. Could it be that a rich woman came to Building 7 and took care of you? After all, you have been incredibly handsome since you were a child. Yao Shui straightened her chest, which had changed a lot after a few years, and said arrogantly. This Ling Xiao was frowning. Humph, who made you look like I must have been sponsored by a rich man to come here? You know I have a strong desire for revenge since I was a child. Yao Shui snorted. After 7 years, she is still the same as before. Yao Shui has always been a quirky girl, and I have always been led by her since I was a child. So, what did you do to achieve such a sudden success after not seeing you for 7 years? The other party's performance made Ling Xiao relax. Since the other party was still the same Yao Shui, he could put aside his disguise and chat in his previous light-hearted tone. I'm not like you. You got into a prestigious university, but what can you accomplish on your own in 7 years? I did live here because of a connection with a rich old man. Yao Shui spread her hands. Ling Xiao dragged out the last word, and was thoroughly shocked by Yao Shui's words. It turns out that 7 years can change a person. What the hell are you thinking about with that stupid look on your face? Did you instantly imagine 100 porn movies in your mind? Xiao Shui punched Ling Zhao's chest and said with disdain, What are you thinking about? I have recognized my father and now I live in Building 4, my father's house. Chapter 17 Blind Date. Your father? Ling Xiao touched his head. It was the first time he heard that Yao Shui had a rich father. In fact, even though they had known each other for so long, Yao Shui had never mentioned her father on her own initiative. Due to the special circumstances of the other party's single-parent family, Ling Xiao didn't dare to ask. Well, a lot of things happened anyway. Yao Shui sighed. It turns out that Xiao Shui's father abandoned Xiao Shui and her daughter to start a business, and Xiao Shui's mother brought Xiao Shui and her daughter to Ling because she was angry. They live near the Xiao family and depend on each other for survival. Later, Xiao Shui's mother was diagnosed with advanced cancer. Xiao Shui's father Yao Jianye took the initiative to find his daughter and helped her settle the matter. Shui's mother's funeral. In order to make up for years of guilt, I moved back to my father's villa in Lvai as arranged by my father. After finishing her speech and seeing that Ling Xiao didn't respond, Yao Shui poked him in the waist and said, Why don't you say something? Auntie is gone. Please accept my condolences. Ling Xiao said. My mother has been gone for 3 years, but thank you anyway. Yao Shui said, but I want to ask you about something else. Honestly, I don't know what to say. It feels just like the script in a TV drama or novel, where Cinderella instantly becomes a princess. That's awesome. Ling Xiao gave a thumbs up. After 7 years, the childhood friend I knew in high school has become the daughter of a wealthy family. This story made Ling Xiao so full of complaints that he didn't know where to start. But if you think about it carefully, if Yao Shui is a story in the novel that has come to reality, then Ling Xiao's own story is even more outrageous than the novel. It seems that the two of them are just the pot calling the kettle black, and neither of them is much better than the other. Are you mocking me? Yao Shui once again puffed out her chest, which always stole Ling Zhao's attention, and said with dissatisfaction. Then she pursed her lips and whispered, To be honest, I just followed my dad back so happily, do you look down on me? Ling Xiao sighed and soothed him. I said, You are not really sitting in the sports car of some rich second generation, isn't he your father? Ling Xiao added, I won't go into your family affairs, but it's only natural for you to live in your father's house and spend your father's money. This should be what your mother meant before she left. Thank you. Yao Shui lowered her head and regrouped before asking, What about you? My father said that people who live in Greenleaf are quite extraordinary. Nothing special, I just won the lottery, and then my investment was successful, and the interest compounded and it became like this. Ling Xiao didn't just make this up. Since yesterday he had been thinking about how to explain his changes to his old acquaintances, and this was his final conclusion. Okay, talk if you want. However, Yao Shui's look of disgust proved that Ling Zhao's words were unconvincing. Okay, let's not talk about me. How do you actually get along with your father? To be honest, I saw that you looked a bit listless just now. Ling Xiao asked. My father is not a bad person. He has not found another woman or had another child in all these years. Anyway, he is okay. Otherwise, I would not have stayed. Yao Shui praised him awkwardly at first, then her expression changed instantly and she gritted her teeth. But he is old-fashioned and stubborn. No wonder my mother was angry with him. Yao Shui gritted her teeth and said, I'm only 24, and he forced me to go on a blind date. Ding dong. The host unlocks the side quest challenge, with a deadline of 24 hours. Option A, help Yao Shui get rid of the blind date crisis and force the blind date partner to leave. Option gift, red wine appreciation B, 10% of the shares of Labatou Winery. Option B, stay out of trouble and let Yao Shui handle the problem herself. Option reward, 2 million in cash. No way, sir. I was just catching up with old classmates, why are you issuing tasks? Besides, your mission reward is something I simply cannot refuse. No doubt, choose A. Ah Xiao, my dad has found a new blind date, and she's waiting for him at my house now. Yao Shui pointed to the fourth building where she lived. So you ran away? Yes, early in the morning, I told the housekeeper that I wanted to go for a morning run today, and ran out directly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, then, you plan to wait until the other party can't wait any longer and leave before going back. I do want to, but this guy named Ouyang Yi is different from the previous man. He is an elite returnee who just came back from abroad. He has been pursuing me for a month and is quite persistent. If I don't go back, he will probably wait until dark. Yao Shui sighed. Is he ugly? Ling Xiao asked. Not ugly. Ling Xiao smiled coquettishly and said, he's handsome, talented, and obsessed with you. You don't even like such a good man? Don't talk nonsense to me. I'm still very young and I don't have any intention of going on a blind date. After that, Yao Shui lifted Ling Xiao up and down, smiled wickedly, and said, Xiao, can you do me a favor? Let me guess, you wouldn't ask me to pretend to be your boyfriend and persuade that elite returnee to quit. Ling Xiao spread his hands. Are you the worm in my stomach? With your brain circuit poisoned by TV dramas, you can probably come up with such a bad idea, right? Yao Shui put her hands on her waist and frowned, so what do you think? Will you help me? Okay, I'll help. Ling Xiao nodded. Although it is a bad idea that cannot last long, it is still possible to persuade this overseas returnee to complete the system task for now. Of course, as a friend, Ling Xiao had chosen to help and was mentally prepared to help to the end. After finding out the situation clearly, he would think of a way to help Yao Shui get rid of the trouble once and for all. I haven't seen you for a few years. You seem to be much happier. Let's go now. I'll thank you later. Afraid that Ling Xiao would change his mind, Yao Shui hugged Ling Xiao's shoulders and ran towards the door of the house. Feeling the soft touch brought by this posture, Ling Xiao's forehead was covered with black lines. This girl, after not seeing her for 7 years, still looks like a heartless madwoman. She really has no awareness of her current developmental condition at all. Miss, you're back. At the door of Building 4, a square-faced man greeted with a smile. He was obviously the butler that Yao Shui mentioned. Is that sticky candy still there? Yao Shui asked with a raised eyebrow. Miss. The butler's face trembled, and he continued to smile with professionalism. Mr. Ouyang is still waiting for you in the living room. See, I told you this guy won't cry until he sees the coffin. Let's go. After Yao Shui responded to Ling Xiao, she grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and walked into the house. As soon as he entered the room, Ling Xiao saw a man with glasses sitting obediently in the middle of the sofa. Miss Shui, you're back. This gentleman is. It looks like the game has begun. Ling Xiao sorted out his mood, took a deep breath, stepped forward with a smile and said. Hello, Ling Xiao. Chapter 18 Ouyang Yi's Gift. Ouyang Yi ignored Ling Xiao. He frowned and looked at Ling Xiao and Yao Shui holding hands and asked. Ms. Shui, this is. As you can see, he is my boyfriend. Yao Shui waved their clasped hands in front of Ouyang Yi and changed the subject. Also, don't call me Miss Shui or Miss Shui. We're not that familiar with each other. Don't let my boyfriend misunderstand. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, this was just acting, but Xiao Shui acted so fake. Miss Shui, please stop joking. I met your father before I came here, and he mentioned that you are still single. After saying that, Ouyang Yi smiled and pushed his glasses down. Also, I don't know where this gentleman came from while eating popsicles, but the way he's dressed doesn't make him the boyfriend of a beauty like you, Miss Shui. Here we go again. Ling Xiao felt like his head was about to ache. This was the umpteenth time someone had DSS'd him based on his appearance. Oh Yang Yi, what are you talking about? Ah Xiao is a resident of Greenleaf. It's not your turn to talk nonsense here. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's reply, Yao Shui took the initiative to stand up and defend him. Then I'll do as I please. What do you mean by just treat it as? What I said is the truth. Oh Yang Yi, I warn you, no one in this world can say bad things about Ah Xiao in front of me, understand? Listening to Yao Shui's words, Ling Xiao felt warm in his heart. If the previous defense was because the two of them were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, the latter sentence was simply Yao Shui defending Ling Xiao himself. In high school, Ling Xiao was relatively introverted. At that time, Yao Shui was just like she is now. No matter how many people were standing opposite her, she would stand up and protect Ling Xiao and his sister. In this world, apart from his family and relatives, the only people Ling Xiao remembers with a good word in their heart are his boss Su Ning and Yao Shui. Originally Ling Xiao came here with only a half-hearted attitude to help, but now he has changed his mind. I will definitely help Xiao Shui with this matter today. Please sit down, Mr. Ouyang. Ling Xiao interrupted the conversation between Ouyang Yi and Yao Shui, and took the initiative to invite Ouyang Yi to sit on the sofa. It was only when he sat down that Ouyang Yi realized something was wrong. How come Ling Xiao and Yao Shui seemed to be the masters here, while he, Ouyang Yi, became the guest instead? Ms. Shui just introduced you as her boyfriend. I think. Without waiting for Ouyang Yi to finish his words, Ling Xiao sat down and directly reached out to hold Yao Shui in his arms and said, That's right, Ouyang Yi. So let's be clear. I can understand that you came here for a blind date without knowing the truth, but let's stop here. As a man, I don't like people having extra thoughts about my woman. After these words fell, the whole living room was silent. Ouyang Yi was still planning in his mind how to fight with Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that the other party would come up with a pair of trump cards, which directly confused him on the spot and he didn't know what to say. Yao Shui was equally confused, even though she was the one who asked Ling Xiao to come and help. But she didn't expect Ling Xiao to upgrade from holding hands to hugging her in his arms. This confident and flamboyant look was so different from the Ling Xiao in her memory. To the point that she needed to raise her head and take a good look at Ling Xiao's face to confirm if this was still the man she knew in the past. Feeling Ling Xiao's completely different temperament and the hormones he exuded at such a close distance, Yao Shui suddenly realized that they were no longer the children they used to be, and her pretty face turned red. This scene fell into Ouyang Yi's eyes, increasing the lethality of Ling Xiao's posture. After a while, Ouyang Yi hesitantly said slowly, Mr. Ling, I don't know what you do. Nothing, just some investment work. Ling Xiao replied casually. I see. Since Miss Shui's father doesn't know about your affairs, I think maybe your uncle is not satisfied with Mr. Ling. Ouyang Yi seized the opportunity to launch an attack. Ling Xiao curled his lips. This guy was even more stubborn than he had imagined. He was not going to give up even after being pushed to this point by him. What do you want to express? Ling Xiao asked. After all, my uncle's Redstone Enterprise is the #1 red wine producer in the country, so he naturally hopes that a son-in-law can inherit such a huge family business, so. Ling Xiao understood what he heard and interrupted with a laugh. So Ouyang Yi, are you confessing that you didn't come here to pursue Xiao Shui, but to pursue the Yao family's property? Ouyang Yi was so upset by these words that he spoke incoherently. That's not what I meant. If I could gain the respect of my uncle, I would naturally do my best to help him. Of course, I would never. That's enough, Ouyang Yi. Yao Shui said with disdain, your intentions have basically been exposed. Aren't you ashamed? Get lost now. Miss Shui, you may have misunderstood me. What I meant was that as your suitor, it is my responsibility to consider your family business as part of our future. Ouyang Yi argued. Ouyang Yi, you studied finance in the United States, right? What do you know about my family's wine business? Yao Shui sneered. Hearing this, Ouyang Yi showed a cunning smile. Miss Shui, you asked a really good question. Although I studied finance in the United States, I have also made up my mind to study red wine. After that, he raised his voice and said, Uncle Jean, can you help me pass on the gift you just presented to me? Uncle Jean, the square-faced middle-aged butler who I had met before, came over and placed a fine wooden box on the table with both hands. Mr. Ouyang, are we opening now? Yes, be careful not to touch the wine bottle. Ouyang Yi nodded. Uncle Zhong took out a screwdriver and removed the nails from the corner of the wooden box. Inside was a bottle of brown red wine. "This brand is Labitu Winery," Yao Shui said with eyes wide open. As expected of the daughter of the Yao family, Miss Shui is very knowledgeable. The world's #1 winery, Rabito, produces only a handful of red wines every year, but it is always on the list of any world-class competition. Ouyang Yi took out a pair of white gloves from his pocket, put them on, and held up the bottle. "This is a treasure from 2005, numbered 1517. There are only 3 bottles on the market, 2 of which have been opened. This is the last one." At this point, Ouyang Yi gently stroked the nameplate of the wine bottle and waved it in front of Ling Xiao in a show-off manner, saying, "I spent a lot of effort to establish a relationship with Mr. Moreau, the owner of Labiture. This last bottle has always been in his hands. He personally gave it to me as a gift of our friendship. The wine tasting conference that Miss Shui's father will host tomorrow is an important exhibition related to the future of Yao's red stone wine industry. I plan to give this bottle to Uncle as a gift for my pursuit of Miss Yao. It's just a bottle of red wine. What does this mean?" Yao Shui's voice gradually became smaller. At this moment, Yao Shui's heart was full of regret. Ling Xiao had already pushed Ouyang Yi's momentum to the bottom line. As a result, she shot herself in the foot and gave this overseas returnee with glasses the opportunity to show himself. Just as Yao Shui was wondering how to end the topic she had started, she suddenly felt a warm touch on her back. Ling Xiao patted Yao Shui on the back and encouraged her with a warm look. Then he looked at Ouyang Yi with a playful look and said, "It is indeed elegant to present Labidu's precious red wine, but isn't it a bit unkind of you to bring a bottle of fake wine here, Mr. Ouyang?" Ouyang Yi's pupil shrank, and he stuttered, "What are you talking about?" Chapter 19 Labitu Famous Wine. Due to the wine appreciation skill that comes with the system. The moment Ouyang Yi opened the wooden box of red wine, the style of the wine was imprinted in Ling Xiao's eyes and quickly transcribed into various information. Ling Xiao came to the conclusion that this bottle of pretentious red wine was not the rare Rabbit product mentioned by Ouyang Yi at all. First of all, the label of this bottle of red wine lacks the plum blossom seal. Moreau is both the owner of Labitu and a professional winemaker. 1/3 of Labiture's famous wines are produced by Moreau himself, as is the case with this bottle, and Moreau's wines must have his own plum blossom seal. Also, although it is common for Labitu's red wine to be packaged in brown bottles, the 2 collection series, 1517 and 1213, are in green bottles. Unless the bottle Mr. Ouyang Yi conjured up is the non-existent 4th bottle of 1517, otherwise Before the 2 people beside him could react, Ling Xiao had already fired off words like a machine gun. "Ah Xiao, you are too strong. It's only been a few years. When did you become a wine master?" The first person to react was Yao Shui beside him. She shook Ling Xiao's arm vigorously and shouted, Wait. Ouyang Yi looked at Ling Xiao with a resentful look, speaking word by word. "Mr. Ling is really good at talking. I finally understand why Miss Shui was captured by your words." This sounded strange. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Hey Ouyang Yi, just say what you want to say. It's just playing tricks, everyone can do that, but I just don't want to be as shameless as Mr. Ling." The moment Ouyang Yi, who was completely forced into a desperate situation by Ling Xiao, uttered these words, he had already torn off all the remaining politeness and reserve on his face. "Ouyang Yi." Yao Shui stood up from her seat and said, "Apologize to Ah Xiao right now. I told you, no one can say bad things about Ah Xiao in front of me. Get out of here if you don't apologize." Ouyang Yi was hit hard in the face by Yao Shui's words. His face was filled with paleness, but from the expression of his eyes rolling wildly, it was clear that he was still thinking of ways to quibble. Seeing this, Ling Xiao decided not to waste any more time and directly delivered a fatal blow. Xiao Shui opened a bar. Ling Xiao said, "We can tell whether the red wine is real or fake by testing it." Upon hearing this, Yao Shui didn't hesitate for even half a second and shouted directly to the housekeeper, "Uncle Zhong, bottle opener. This is the red wine I will give to my uncle tomorrow." "How can you?" Ouyang Yi was unwilling to agree and was about to retreat holding the bottle. However, the butler took the bottle of wine and handed it to Yao Shui, and at the same time took out the bottle opener he carried with him from his pocket. "This is the Hongsher Yao family. Even if we bring in third-rate fake red wine, it will only be a loss of face for the master. Since the young lady has ordered to test the wine, Mr. Ouyang had better shut up and wait obediently." After saying that, the housekeeper Uncle Zhong turned and left, but before he left the living room, Ling Xiao stood up and whispered a few words to him. The butler nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, and at the same time looked at Ling Xiao again with a meaningful look. Yao Shui was in a hurry and took out the cork of the red wine without hesitation, out of absolute trust in Ling Xiao. For a moment the aroma of wine filled the air. He. Yang Yi took off his glasses, his face twisted like a shrunken cucumber due to a mixture of emotions. You're just pretending, keep pretending. Do you smell this? It's sour and tempting, strong but sweet. It's a fake of your uncle. Do you know how much effort I put into getting this bottle of red wine? I almost had to kneel down in front of that weird Morrow and be his grandson. How dare you, a country bumpkin who only learned a few words from nowhere, diss me? Go back home and suck my milk. The accumulated resentment made Yang Yi lose himself, and after venting loudly for a long time, he finally came to his senses. When he realized his vulgar speech, he froze in place. Miss Shui, listen to me, Without giving Yang Yi a chance to explain, Yao Shui, who had just finished tasting red wine, put down her wine glass, looked at Yang Yi with a cold gaze and said, "Take your fake and get out." Miss Shui, what did you say? In terms of color, aroma and flavor, it is indeed very similar to the authentic Rabbito wine, but when it comes to red wine, a slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. Rabbito has its own special vineyards all over the world, and has customized a very special Rabbito winemaking method for this. Yao Shui integrated her professional knowledge into her words and turned them into a sharp sword against Yang Yi's chest, pushing deeper and deeper. If other wineries blindly apply the Rabbito method, they will only end up with a third-rate wine that is neither fish nor fowl, just like this bottle. After saying that, Yao Shui sat back next to Ling Xiao and gently nudged Ling Xiao's waist with her elbow. After attracting Ling Xiao's attention, Yao Shui raised her head, like a kitten waiting to be petted, and said with an expression that deserved praise, "Why, I have not been idle in the past few years." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "You also said that you and your father don't get along. When you were in high school, I didn't know that you could taste wine. You must have learned it specifically for your family's business. I don't want to learn it either. It's just because of that man that I can't live without the shadow of red wine in my life, so I just taste it." Yao Shui shrugged and said. Then one day Uncle Zhong told him that I actually had a talent for wine tasting and asked me to try to take the wine taster certification exam. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "And you passed the exam so easily, then you are really Versailles." Yao Shui tapped Ling Xiao's arm in dissatisfaction and said, "Anyway, I am a professional wine taster with the 2 authoritative certifications of ISG and West, so." Halfway through her words, Yao Shui turned to Yang Yi, raised her eyebrows and said, "You don't have anything to say now, do you?" Yang Yi sank into the sofa. The continuous impacts made his whole body tremble and shake like an uncolored line drawing. "Impossible, all these years I've been preparing for so many years, this is impossible." Yang Yi's remaining rationality was just enough to repeat a few short sentences like a tape recorder. "Master Ling." At this moment, the butler, Uncle Zhong, came back, and his words and attitude were all respectful. "The people you just reminded me of have arrived. This is the item they delivered." As he spoke, the butler brought a wooden wine box onto the table and casually pushed Yang Yi's fake wooden box to the corner of the table. "Red wine?" Yao Shui asked in surprise. The wooden box was opened by the butler, and when the red wine inside was taken out, Yao Shui was stunned. "Rabbito, 1213, this how is it possible? It's the 1213 that has been hyped up to an average price of 1.88 million per bottle." Ling Xiao just flicked his fingertips casually and said, "Uncle Zhong, let's open the bar. It's time to get rid of the smell of inferior liquor that is overflowing in this room." Chapter 20, Rising Star in the Wine Industry. The inferior wine woke Yang Yi from his trance. With jealousy overflowing in his chest, he glared and shouted. "Impossible! Labitour's 1213 is a famous wine that is even better than 1517. At that time, Labitour only produced 2 bottles, both of which were in Moreau's hands. I went for it in the first place. No matter how much I did, that Moreau would never let go. There's no way he would give it to you." Ling Xiao shook his head, not wanting to focus on Yang Yi's face for half a second. He looked at Yao Shui and said, "Open it." Yao Shui's hand holding the bottle opener trembled slightly. "Xiao, are you sure? This is 1517. If my dad sees it, he will definitely jump onto the roof with the wine in his hands. Since you are already a wine taster, you should know that the real collection of Labatou is kept in the wine cellar without being made public. Whether it is 1213 or 1517, this kind of rare wine is enough to celebrate our event today." Ling Zhao's intention was naturally to celebrate his and Yao Shui's reunion in Li after 7 years. Of course, he deliberately pronounced his words vaguely, which made Yang Yi, who was standing by, hear other meanings, which resulted in a doubly critical blow. Yao Shui was amazed at how rich Ling Xiao was. He could open a bottle of wine worth millions at will, and he could talk about the Lavateur collection of wines that were priceless in the wine market so easily. Yao Shui opened the cork of the red wine herself. The moment the bottle was opened, the intoxicating aroma of the wine quickly swept away the previous smell of the fake wine. There was no need for Yao Shui to taste the wine. The outcome was decided the moment the bottle of wine was opened. Even though Ouyang Yi was just an amateur in wine tasting, he already knew that he had failed miserably. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the side quest challenge. The sound of the system judging success sounds so pleasant. It was well worth Ling Xiao's thought. After discovering that Yao Shui's family was in the wine business, he secretly pressed the button on his mobile phone to contact the Chinese branch of Labatou Wine Cellar, of which he was now a shareholder, to send over the best collection of wine. I was really cheated, but why I gave that guy so much he dared. Ouyang Yi was immersed in the atmosphere of being cheated of fake wine, gritting his teeth and shouting to himself, I gave him so much money. With a look of contempt, Yao Shui looked at Ouyang Yi and said, Mr. Morrow, the owner of the world's #1 wine cellar and the world's #1 wine taster, is famous for his strange temper. He deliberately set you up when he approached someone like you with a bunch of crooked ideas. The butler waited until the farce was over before presenting another object besides the red wine, a tablet. Master Ling, in addition to the red wine, the Chinese branch of Labatou also sent you this. Ling Xiao himself was also surprised. He clicked on the tablet screen, and a flamboyant foreigner with a purple mohawk hairstyle immediately appeared on it. It's Morrow! Xiao Shui shouted after recognizing the other party's identity. This man standing at the pinnacle of the wine industry is actually a shamat? Ling Xiao felt that his three views were somewhat impacted, and his head began to hurt. Hello, Master Ling. Morrow spoke in surprisingly standard Mandarin. I just happened to learn the language recently. I hope it doesn't sound too strange to you. Thank you for the large sum of money you invested in our Labatou. This is very important to us. I am planning to expand the family vineyard and reform Labatou. Your money is like timely help in times of trouble, as the saying goes in your country. Master Ling, you will always be a loyal ally of our Labatou and Morrow. I heard that you also have a hobby of wine tasting. It's a pity that the best stuff in the Chongguo branch is only third-rate stuff like 1517. I'll open my private cellar later and pick out some top-quality stuff to send to you. I wish you a happy time. The video ended here, but the shock it brought spread and lingered in the house, taking a long time to subside. Ling Xiao picked up the red wine glass and put it to his lips to taste it. Xiao Shui, Uncle Zhong, don't just stand there, sit down together and try the taste of Labatou. Yao Shui looked at Ling Xiao with horror and said, Xiao, what's said above is true. You are the major shareholder of Labatou. Even Morrow, who is known as the emperor of the red wine industry, calls you an ally. It seems to be the case. Ling Xiao shrugged. He said he would open his private collection cellar, which is known as the king's treasure house in the wine world, and give it to you. Let's talk about it. If you are interested in collection level wine and want to taste it, can you take me with you? Yao Shui's eyes were twinkling with colorful little stars. This guy has really turned into a drunkard after not seeing him for 7 years. Okay. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and tapped the other person's forehead and said with a smile, I will definitely invite you to drink. Hearing this, Yao Shui was delighted and hugged Lin Fan's shoulders. Morrow Ouyang Yi slowly stood up like a zombie. He reached out to touch his fake red wine, but his hand slipped and the bottle fell directly to the ground, with the liquid contents gushing out and soaking the ground. You Ouyang Yi, the young lady and Master Ling are tasting wine now, and your garbage will pollute the smell of the house. The housekeeper Uncle Zhong shouted, hurry up and clean it up. Hey! Ouyang Yi instinctively shrank his neck when the housekeeper yelled at him. He took out a handkerchief from his arms and squatted on the ground to wipe it. Halfway through wiping, he came to his senses and felt something was wrong. As a guest, I was squatting on the ground and mopping the floor. Before, the butler always addressed him respectfully as Mr. Ouyang, but now he calls him by his name. It also felt like the word garbage just now was not referring to the red wine at all, but to him, Ouyang Yi. Look at the liquid on the ground. This is the treasure he spent all his fortune to buy to please the Yao family, but it turns out to be a fake. Not only did he dirty the floor, but he had to lie on the ground and clean it himself. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yi raised his head in grief and indignation, but when he met Ling Xiao's cold gaze, he quickly lowered his head and began to wipe the floor vigorously. Just kidding, he spent all his money just to climb up the ladder of the Yao family, but ended up getting carried away, and not only did he fail to please Yao Shui, he also offended the young new giant in the wine industry. I'm so unlucky. Okay, stop wiping it. Ling Xiao said, listen carefully, Yang Yi, go out and call Yao Shue's father to reject the blind date, understand? Okay. Yang Yigan nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice, and forced an extremely flattering smile on his face. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. This guy was truly a jerk to the core and there was no cure for him. He wants to marry into the Yao family and spend a lot of time trying to please Maro, but he is not willing to learn more about wine tasting. This book is like reading a dog's stomach, and my emotional intelligence and EQ are pitifully low. After sending Yang Yi away, Ling Xiao hugged Yao Shui and said, let's go. The smell of fake food here is too pungent. Let's go to another room to drink. Chapter 21 Clothes Make the Man. The two moved to Yao Shue's bedroom. When Ling Xiao looked around, Yao Shui looked up with a red face and said, Xiao, do you want to hold me forever? Oh, sorry. Ling Xiao raised his hand and said, I forgot that no one is here right now. Yao Shui frowned slightly and said, I was just talking, there's no need for you to withdraw so quickly. Why is this girl unhappy again? A woman's temper is really hard to predict. Thank you for today. I didn't expect you to force Yang Yi to retreat so thoroughly. Now he shouldn't dare to bother me anymore, and I can have some peace and quiet for a while. Ling Xiao noticed that when Yao Shui mentioned some time, her expression looked a little gloomy. Judging from the personality she described of her father, even if he got rid of Yang Yi, there would be other blind date candidates coming to him later. However, this is not something that Ling Xiao, an outsider, can get too involved in. Okay, let's not think about the unpleasantness anymore. Ah Xiao, you helped me a lot today, I have to repay you no matter what. Yao Shui said with a smile, thanks to you for driving that sticky candy away, I am free from now until tonight. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and then said, I really need your help. You tell me. I don't usually care much about my appearance. Can you accompany me to the mall? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao intends to solve this long accumulated sedimentation problem once and for all. Hearing this, Yao Shui looked Ling Xiao up and down and said, you really need to change your clothes. Okay, although I have only started learning in the past few years, don't worry about leaving you to me. I promise to dress you up as a handsome guy who will fascinate the girls on the street. Yao Shui immediately made a plan, and their destination was the largest luxury clothing mall in High City. What Ling Xiao needs to purchase are at least 5 sets of casual clothes for different occasions, 2 sets of men's formal suits, 2 pairs of leather shoes, 3 pairs of casual shoes, several ties and belts, and watches. The list that Yao Shui made for Ling Xiao was actually much longer than the above. Ling Xiao felt a headache reading it. After some communication, he narrowed it down to the scope. The driver was Ling Xiao. Because he was in a good mood, he accelerated all the way and reached his destination in the shortest time. After getting off the car, Ling Xiao looked at Yao Shui, who looked a little weird, and asked in surprise, I didn't do any weird driving tricks. Are you okay? There's nothing wrong with your driving skills, or rather, they're a little too good. You're not going to tell me that you're actually a hidden racing driver. Yao Shui's face was full of questions. Ling Xiao just laughed it off and said, it's just some skills I learned at the driving school. You're exaggerating. Yao Shui snorted and said, I don't know who is exaggerating. After not seeing you for 7 years, you have become like this. Even if you told me that you were abducted and transformed by aliens, I don't think I would be surprised. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain. Fortunately, Yao Shui did not dwell on this issue for too long. She immediately took Ling Xiao to a daily clothing store and bought him an 8,000 yuan shirt, 12,000 yuan black casual pants, and 38,000 yuan jacket. To be honest, when Ling Xiao saw the ordinary appearance of these expensive clothes, the first thought that came to his mind was that they were all a waste of money. But when he changed his clothes in the dressing room, felt the unprecedented lightness and comfort, and looked at the handsome man who appeared in the mirror, he had to admit another damn truth. Holy shit, you get what you pay for. Although it is the best shopping mall in High City, the service attitude of the store clerks here is very bad. This made Ling Xiao wonder, but when Yao Shui took out a black card and the clerk's attitude changed 180 degrees, Ling Xiao's doubts were answered. So the first thing you do when you come here is to let me change into clothes suitable for shopping. Ling Xiao walked up to Yao Shui and asked. This place is like this. When I first went back to my dad's house, Uncle Zhong took me out to do some shopping. I'll never forget the looks on the faces of the shop assistants when they looked at me. Yao Shui's expression was full of complexity. I'll pay for it. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand to block Yao Shui's black card, but the latter dodged it with her hand raised. Humph, I already said that shopping is my way of thanking you, you are not allowed to snatch it from me. Yao Shui raised her eyebrows. Don't make a fuss. That card should be the pocket money your dad left for you. I have a lot of things to buy today. I know, so I only buy the first batch. I can't afford the rest. You, a rich and handsome man who earns your living, should figure it out yourself. Oh, it seems I misunderstood. Our Xiao Shui is so smart. She took me to buy casual clothes first and put the cheapest ones at the beginning. That's right, I've always been smarter than you since I was a kid. The two of them sang in unison, just like a crosstalk, which made the clerk on the side dumbfounded. He was stunned for a long time and didn't know when to come up and ask for the bill. After finishing shopping, Ling Xiao, who had changed his clothes and felt in a better mood, looked around and said, "Let's slow down first. I want to go to the computer store." As a hacker, in addition to skills, the quality of props also directly determines Ling Xiao's combat effectiveness. It's time to take the initiative to upgrade your equipment. Hearing this, Yao Shui looked at the matte computer flagship store that Ling Xiao had set his sights on with a puzzled look and said, "Are you sure we shouldn't go to the computer city?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Generally speaking, it is correct to go to a computer mall to buy a computer, but what I want to buy this time is high-end computer parts, which cannot be found in ordinary computer malls." In fact, Ling Xiao didn't finish. As long as you are willing to spend time and energy to shop, there are many hidden treasures in ordinary computer malls. Professional hackers do this. Of course, professional hackers are often not as rich as Ling Xiao, so he naturally doesn't need to go through so much trouble to take a long detour. As soon as I entered the door, a man in a suit and tie with a big backcombed hair and a big smile on his face approached and said, "Hello, what can I do for you?" As a sales clerk at the mat branch, even though there were other customers in the store, the man was the first to greet the dignified Ling Xiao and his partner. It has to be said that the simple and elegant outfit that Yao Shui matched for him is indeed very lethal. "I want something special," Ling Xiao said lightly. Upon hearing this, the clerk happily led the two to the center of the store and pointed to the exhibits on the table and said, "This is this year's new product Mat Pro, with a 28-core Xeon processor, 64 PCI channels, and a current price of 40,000 yuan. Paired with this 35,000 yuan XDR monitor, it guarantees you a supreme experience whether you are doing entertainment or work. It's indeed a good machine, but this is what I want." As he said that, Ling Xiao took a pen and paper from a nearby table and wrote down some hardware parameters and handed them to the clerk. After the clerk took a quick look around, his expression froze. After a long while, he lowered his voice and said slowly, "Sir, are you sure these are what you want?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Any questions?" The clerk bit his lip and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't just sell computer parts. Please look somewhere else. A computer flagship store doesn't sell computer parts." What a joke! This was obviously different from what Ling Xiao had known beforehand. He frowned and was about to speak when a familiar loud voice sounded nearby. "Here I am again. Please help me collect the parts on this list. Also, if any of these brands of computers are damaged or secondhand, I will recycle them." The clerk instantly left Ling Xiao behind, threw away the note Ling Xiao had written, and put on a warm smile to greet the loud-voiced customer. "Boss Su, you're here again." Ling Xiao looked at the person who came and quickly recognized his identity. "Isn't the Sui, the hacker brother who just started hanging out with me?" Chapter 22 Computer Accessories. After yesterday's matter was settled, Ling Xiaojiang transferred a 6-figure commission to Sui. This kid actually came here to buy equipment so quickly. Looking at Sui and the clerk carefully counting every detail of the indicators on the list, Ling Xiao felt interesting and couldn't help but smile. He remembered that when he hacked into Sui's computer, he had caught a glimpse of the short-term bills that the other party had written down. After all, Sui is a very skilled hacker and his income is actually not low. The reason why life is so difficult is mainly due to the excessive consumption of hardware. Every time he made money, he would squander it on running around looking for parts. Ling Xiao found it interesting, but Yao Shui on the side couldn't stand it anymore. "Hey, how do you do business as a salesperson? When we give you a parts list, you say you don't want to sell it, but when other customers come over, you put on a smiling face and wag your tail." Yao Shui picked up the note Ling Xiao had written, walked up and waved it in front of the clerk. Yao Shui's voice attracted the attention of other customers. For a moment, everyone's attention in the store was focused on the male clerk, and voices of discussion began to be heard around. It is a big taboo to ignore customers when doing business. The clerk felt the pressure from the unfriendly looks and discussions around him. However, this pressure did not make the clerk admit his mistake. Instead, he turned his anger on Yao Shui. The clerk directly said in a sarcastic tone, "Miss, do you know computers? None of the parts on the list your boyfriend gave me are standard parts. They are either out of print old items or recycled items that damage Matt's reputation. I would like to ask you the opposite question. Are you here to make a purchase or to have fun with us when you come to our store with a list like this? Customers, if you don't want to spend money, go to another restaurant and don't hinder our business. Also, next time you rush up to question me, please remember to learn some computer knowledge first, otherwise you will easily embarrass yourself." Humph. Being confronted like this was really beyond Yao Shui's expectations. Hearing this, she jumped up and down, her face flushed red as she said, "You." Before she could finish her words, Yao Shui felt a warm hand falling on her shoulder. It turned out that Ling Xiao walked up to her side. Ling Xiao signaled Yao Shui with his eyes to be patient and leave the rest to him. Afterwards, Ling Xiao walked between the clerk and Yao Shui, and his eyes turned cold as he looked at each other. Ling Xiao could have treated the previous neglect as a misunderstanding by the clerk and let it go, but the clerk's remarks just now had touched Ling Xiao's bottom line. Just as Xiaoxue would not let anyone bully Ling Xiao in front of her, Ling Xiao would never let anyone bully Xiaoxue. "You, what are you going to do?" The clerk glared at Ling Xiao arrogantly, with no sign of abating his aggressive expression. Ling Xiao reached forward, snatched back his note, and then stuffed it into Suyi's hand. "Suyi, come and take a look at the list," Ling Xiao said in a commanding tone. "Okay." Suyi took the note obediently and respectfully, and glanced at it. Then he realized something was wrong. Why was he so obediently following the advice of the stranger in front of him, and he had never revealed his name since he entered the door, so how did the other party recognize him? However, these questions did not linger in Suyi's mind for too long. Soon, the information on the note grabbed his attention. RT3995X, this brand of CPU, Matt only equipped it in the limited edition special notebook release last year. There are also RTK 4050 graphics cards. The price of this batch should have been lowered due to hardware compatibility issues. With Suyi's knowledge, he could naturally recognize every part on the list. Listening to Suyi's words, the clerk smiled proudly. "I told you, the items on this list are either defective and out of stock or rare and scarce. Next time you come to trouble our Matt, remember to improve your computer knowledge first." After saying that, the clerk snatched the note from Suyi's hand, crumpled it into a ball and threw it on the ground. This behavior caused a lot of discussion among the people. "I thought it was the clerk being arrogant, but it looks like there really is someone causing trouble pretending to be a customer." "Really? I've long said that the mall's security is too poor. All kinds of monsters are allowed in all day long." "That's right. In my opinion, these guys who cause trouble should all be kicked out by the security guards in the future." Feeling the public opinion in the entire Matt store blowing towards him, the clerk raised his head with satisfaction and a bit of arrogance. However, before he could immerse himself in it for a moment, a curse from the side caught the clerk off guard. "What are you doing, idiot?" The person who spoke was Suyi. "Boss Su, what's wrong?" The clerk looked confused. "Who told you to throw the note away?" "Boss Su, that's just a piece of pretentious paper. You just looked at it and you said that the names on it are all." "Shut up. You know nothing. Although the standard hardware has good compatibility and stability, experts don't even look at it in terms of performance. The parts written on the note have their own problems when taken out separately, but if they are assembled together." At this moment, Suyi turned into the fanatical hacker that Ling Xiao was familiar with and rushed forward with shining eyes and said, "Expert, no master, are you planning to modify the machine? What is your purpose? How do you deal with the running-in problem between parts? Can I ask for your advice?" Ling Xiao sighed and pushed away the fanatical version of Suyi in front of him, who was a little unbearable. He glanced at the stunned clerk and snorted. "Why, you are quite talkative, aren't you going to say something else?" The clerk's face turned pale. After being hit by Ling Xiao, he finally reacted and stammered. "You just stumbled upon a list. Do you know how much it would cost to get all the items on that list?" At this point, the clerk regained some composure. He thought he had caught Ling Xiao's weakness, and exaggeratedly pulled his arms and said, 500,000, do you have an idea of the cost? Without 500,000, the items on the list cannot be completed. If you are really capable of spending the money now, I promise to collect all the items on the list for you within half a year." The clerk was secretly delighted. A standard desktop computer, even one that is the store's treasure, would only cost a little over 6 figures. The 500,000 yuan that he asked for was definitely an astronomical figure. Since this pretentious man is trying to scare me with a list of rare parts, I'll just post the prices in return. This time, he'll be scared silly. No matter how rich you are, your money doesn't come from the wind. Only a fool would spend 500,000 yuan to buy a dozen scattered computer accessories, which would take half a year to complete. However, the script did not develop as the clerk expected. The offer of 500,000 yuan did not even cause Ling Xiao's heart to ripple. He said calmly, "I will offer 100 million yuan. Gather all the parts and send them to my house within a month." Chapter 23 1 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. The shop assistants, Sui, Yao Shui, and other customers and shop assistants in front of them were petrified on the spot. Who is this person? He spent 500,000 to buy a bunch of parts, and he even thought it was not enough and asked for double the price. The amount has arrived, 1 million. At this moment, the sound of money being credited came from the computer at the counter, which blocked the clerk's last words in his throat. The clerk felt very upset. This guy really means business. He spent 1 million in one go without even blinking an eye. Since I started working here, since this branch opened, has there ever been such a wealthy customer? This is an unprecedented wealthy customer, and I have been arguing with him all the time? What are you arguing about? A middle-aged man's muffled voice broke the atmosphere in the store. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle suddenly appeared. The words on the nameplate on his chest indicated that he was the manager of this mat branch. The store manager looked around, and when his eyes fell on Ling Xiao, his eyes widened quickly. "Isn't this young Master Ling? Why are you here? Do we know each other?" Ling Xiao asked. The store manager's face was filled with smiles, and he walked over to Ling Xiao with his back bent. "I am just a nobody. You don't recognize me, but I recognize you. You have some extra discarded electrical appliances at home. Earlier, President Mu asked me to find workers to dismantle them at your home." After the store manager said this, Ling Xiao just remembered that when Mu Ziyan came to visit this morning, in addition to the movers, there was also a group of people who came specifically to clean up the old cameras left by Luo Chen. "Manager, who is this customer?" the clerk asked, his cheeks twitching constantly. "Call me Master Ling." The store manager frowned and shouted, "Do you know who this is?" "This is Master Ling, who is young and successful in his career and moved into Greenleaf with his own ability." Green Leaves. The clerk was stunned. Even though he would never have any connection with Greenleaf in his life, this did not prevent him from hearing about Greenleaf's high-end villa community. That is the most luxurious villa residential area in the entire Beijing city. Ordinary people are not qualified to live there even if they have the financial resources. Only the top people in various industries can live there. "Master Ling, what do you want to buy?" After teaching his subordinate a lesson, the store manager turned around and nodded to Ling Xiao. "I wonder what Master Ling wants to spend this time." "It has been spent. 1 million. Ling Xiao shrugged and said with a playful smile. "I've already given the clerk over there the contents of the list, but he probably has a pretty good memory and memorized it straight away, so my list isn't needed anymore." Hearing this, the store manager quickly ran to the clerk and shouted, "What does Master Ling want? Tell me." Seeing the other person's silly look, the store manager was so angry that he kicked the clerk's calf and said, "Speak." I. The clerk looked around and was about to cry. After being in a daze for several seconds, the clerk finally reacted and flew to the place where the note was thrown. After some searching, the clerk finally found the target and presented the crumpled paper ball to the manager with both hands. "You." The store manager finally realized what was happening. If this was not working hours, he would have kicked the unfortunate worker out on the spot. 1 month. I want these parts to appear in my house within 1 month. I believe you can do it. Buy. Ling Xiao waved his hand and issued his order firmly. After seeing the contents of the list, the store manager's face showed obvious embarrassment and pain, but now that he had already made young Master Ling unhappy, he could only grit his teeth and nod yes repeatedly. Well, one last thing. Some self-righteous computer experts don't seem to suit Matt's style. Upon hearing these words, the clerk felt a black screen before his eyes and was about to faint on the spot. After finishing his conversation with Matt, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Sui. Assembly is too time-consuming. If you are really interested, please contact me and come to assemble it for me. I will also tell you how to make these conflicting parts blend together, and I will prepare a set for you later. Okay. Sui nodded, then remembered something, but I don't know who you are yet. By then. Ling Xiao shook his head, stretched out his index finger, drew something on the other person's palm, and then left. It took Sui a long time to come back to his senses. Ling Xiao carved a G on Sui's palm. In Sui's memory, there was only one person who could match this capital letter. The tall, rich and handsome guy just now is the hacker GM boss himself? Thinking in this way, all the previous questions have answers. After thinking for a while, Sui came to a conclusion. He shouted to the clerk. I don't want anything I ordered just now. Bye. Just kidding, my hacker boss is a wealthy man beyond imagination. Such a boss just said in person that he would give Sui a powerful computer in the future, so why is he still wasting time here buying hardware? In just one day, more big customers than we could imagine were offended, and regular customers were also persuaded to leave. If he could live today again, the clerk would wish he could slap himself 5 times. But right now, what he needs more is to face reality. The store manager coughed lightly, looked at the clerk coldly and said, let's calculate the number of days you worked this month and settle your salary. On the other side, after Yao Shui and Ling Xiao left the computer store and came to a relatively open area, Yao Shui, who had been silent just now, asked with a smile. I didn't expect you to actually spend $1 million in one go. Ling Xiao replied, I really need a special computer for work, and $1 million is within my budget. You damn rich guy. Yao Shui said after sticking out her tongue playfully. Ah Xiao, you were so damn handsome just now. Be it Ouyang Yi or that arrogant clerk just now, it was so satisfying to make them lose face. Hearing what Yao Shui said, Ling Xiao looked thoughtful. Just tell me what you're thinking. Just like before, Yao Shui was sometimes like a worm in Ling Xiao's stomach, always able to guess what Ling Xiao was thinking. Seeing this, Ling Xiao simply said. Axu, I used to think about making money every day, making a lot of money, but I never dared to think about what I would do after I had the money. As a result, I had money, and my only thought was to make more money. Of course that's true, but if it's just like this, it doesn't feel right. Ling Xiao curled his lips and continued. Think about when you have no money, you see those bullies showing off their power. When your friends and brothers are bullied, you can only lie to yourself and say a few meaningless words to comfort them. You deceive yourself and escape. What I really want to do is to prevent anyone from bullying their own people, at least where I see them. If anyone lays a finger on you, I will make him kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize. The system's task rewards are certainly the direct driving force for Ling Xiao to stand out, but without the tasks, would Ling Xiao choose to do nothing? After what happened in the computer store just now, Ling Xiao had the answer to this question in his mind. Do you think I'm a little immature? Ling Xiao pushed Yao Shui, who was silent. However, Yao Shui murmured with a thoughtful look, if I had half your courage, I probably wouldn't have been forced to kiss so many times by that guy. Ling Xiao could only help halfway in the matter of being forced by his father to go on a blind date. If Yao Shui wanted to solve the problem once and for all, she had to wait for it herself, so Ling Xiao did not say much. That's right, what you said just now shows that you treat me as your own. You are not bewitched by me the first time we meet. Yao Shui shook her head, adjusted her mood, and teased Ling Xiao with a sly smile. Ling Xiao shot back, You? You screamed for help as soon as we met. As a brother, I can't just stand by and watch your sister die without helping her. Who are you calling your sister? I was born a month earlier than you. Call me Sister Shui. Goo. Halfway through their argument, Yao Shui's stomach suddenly growled at an inopportune moment and her face turned red. You ran away from Ouyang Yi for a morning run this morning, and I'm afraid you haven't eaten a single bite of food until now. Let's go and eat first. Ling Xiao said with a laugh. Chapter 24 Canary. There is a good Fei Tsui Linglong restaurant. Let's go. Ling Xiao suggested. After all, it is his own Western restaurant. As the boss, Ling Xiao should of course support it more. I've been to Fei Tsui Linglong. It's indeed the best Western restaurant in High City, but I want to eat Chinese food today. Yao Shui shook her head. Ah Xiao, there's a house I haven't been to for a long time. It's nearby. Let's go for a walk. Ling Xiao followed Yao Shui out of the mall. Under her guidance, they didn't even need to drive. They walked around for a few steps and finally arrived at an alley. Sunshine Home Cooking Restaurant. This was the destination that Yao Shui brought Ling Xiao to, an ordinary home-style restaurant. This is my favorite restaurant in High City. When I just graduated from college and wasn't picked up by my father, I worked nearby. I would come here to treat myself to a meal every once in a while. Halfway through listening, Ling Zhao's expression changed. What Yao Shui didn't know was that Sunshine Home Cooking Restaurant was also Ling Zhao's favorite. Ling Zhao's workplace, which is also his boss Su Ning's company, is located in an office building in a remote corner nearby. Ling Zhao takes one day every week to have a meal with his good friend Mao Zi to relieve fatigue. He pulled Yao Shui into the restaurant familiarly and ordered a bunch of food in one go. Let me tell you, this stir-fried cabbage is absolutely delicious. With your strong taste since childhood, you will definitely like it. You still remember the braised pork elbows, right? We also have my little sister. When she was little, she always craved the braised pork elbows from the shop next door. When I was in college, I thought it was because she was young and had never seen the world, but when I grew up, I realized that the braised pork elbows when I was little were really the best. The pork elbow in this shop is second only to the one near the door among all the ones I've ever eaten. You should try it. Yao Shui felt like drooling when she heard this, so she quickly wiped it off with a tissue to maintain her image, and then she came to her senses and interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Are you too familiar with this store? Looking at Ling Zhao in front of her, Yao Shui held her cheek and said, Red wine, computers, driving, how come you know everything? Ah Xiao, I feel like you have more and more secrets now, and it's getting harder for me to understand you. Yao Shui's voice sounded a little lonely. Ling Zhao thought for a moment, poured her a cup of tea and said, It can't be helped. We haven't seen each other for many years. We need time to get familiar with each other again. If you have any troubles, don't keep them to yourself. Talk to me. Ling Zhao understood Yao Shui's distress, and all he could do now was to be an ear and let Yao Shui pour out her troubles. I haven't seen you for 7 years. You have become the owner of Greenleaf through your own efforts. You have made money, but your personality has not changed much. You still want to be true to your heart and do what you should do. Yao Shui shook her head and sighed. Compared to you, I don't know what I am doing every day. Ling Zhao vaguely understood what Yao Shui meant, but he did not interrupt. As the eldest daughter of the Yao family, I have everything I want every day. If I complain about this life, I'm afraid I'll be bitched to death if I post it online. But on the other hand, I have to report my schedule to that man every day, and I can't do anything that will affect the company's image. If necessary, I have to accompany him to various wine parties as a vase. I even have to sell myself now and look for a future successor to Hongzhi wine industry. If I had been tougher and rejected him, would I have lived a better life? I work from 9 to 5 every day to earn money and support myself. It's a bit hard, but at least I live like a human being. The dishes were served one by one. Yao Shui picked up the cabbage and chile with a chopstick and put them into her mouth. Suddenly, tears burst out of her eyes. It's delicious, but a little spicy. Ling Zhao picked up the tissue and handed it to Yao Shui. He remained silent until the twitching of the girl's shoulder across the table subsided before he slowly said, Don't underestimate yourself. If you can really be content with being a well-fed lady, you won't have to be so sad. When comforting the girl in front of you, you must be careful with your words. Ling Zhao tried hard to think about every memory of his meeting Yao Shui, and gradually he came up with an idea. I haven't seen you for 7 years, and you've almost become a drunkard. Ling Zhao said, You like red wine, and you even passed the wine taster exam. But besides your pure love for red wine, you actually have other ideas. Since you're already living with your father, it's obviously unrealistic to abandon everything and go back to being a social animal, but you don't want to become a freeloader. Then there is only one option left. You don't need a son-in-law. You want to rely on yourself to become a successor that will satisfy your father. After sorting it out like this, Ling Zhao felt that his brain became clearer. As long as she can prove herself in front of her father, Yao Shui will be able to face her current self and also directly reject her father's troublesome blind date. This is indeed the choice that the strong and independent Yao Shui that Ling Zhao knows would make. Yes, in the past few years, I have participated in learning winemaking, wine tasting, sales, company management, etc. I thought that after getting the wine taster certificate, the man's attitude would change, but Xiao, is what I did in vain? Yao Shui kept sighing. Looking at the helplessness of the girl in front of him, Ling Zhao felt heartache in his heart. You're not wrong. Maybe if you use another method to show your determination to your father, the situation will change. Ling Zhao comforted. Thank you. Yao Shui turned her head slightly and looked at Ling Zhao, her eyes full of drunkenness. Just as the two of them were looking at each other and the temperature in the store was gradually rising, the proprietress's sudden loud voice broke the atmosphere. "Damn you, did you owe money to someone out there? They've come to collect the debt." "What are you talking about, bitch? I'm squatting in front of you every day, tightening my belt. How can I have time to go out? What the hell, what kind of scene is this? Is it possible that they are just here to eat? What kind of temple is this? Are you here to eat? Don't you have any idea?" The quarrel between the boss and the boss's wife drew Ling Xiao's attention to the window. At some point, 4 or 5 extended black sedans blocked the door of the restaurant, and a dozen muscular men in sunglasses and black clothes got out of the cars one after another. They looked aggressive and had no good intentions. Ling Xiao knew that he had offended many people in the process of completing the mission from yesterday until now. Could it be that these guys had joined forces to retaliate against him physically? Bang! The door of the car in the middle opened, and the bodyguard in black made a gesture of invitation, and helped a burly bald man who was unfamiliar to Ling Xiao to walk out. It seems that he is the boss of this group of people. Yao Jianye. Yao Shui, who was sitting across the table, gritted her teeth and spoke word by word. "Who?" Ling Xiao asked. "My father." Yao Shui replied. "What?" Chapter 25 Father and Daughter. Ling Xiao's gaze swung back and forth between the burly bald middle-aged man outside and the petite and cute Yao Shui in front of him. There is such a huge difference in appearance, and you tell me you are related by blood? I have to say, genetics is truly a fascinating subject. Ling Xiao and Yao Shui stood up and walked out of the store. A bodyguard in black approached and said, "Miss, the master is here to take you to the wine tasting." Yao Shui frowned and said, "Pick me up? Isn't the Yao family's wine tasting party tomorrow? We agreed to let me do whatever I want today." "Well, miss, since several wine tasting judges took an early flight to High City, the master wants you to accompany them to entertain the guests first," the bodyguard explained. Yao Shui was so angry that she was shaking all over. She approached her father and said, "What am I in your eyes? A Yao family vase toy? If you need to, just take it out and show it off in front of outsiders?" Ling Xiao looked at Yao Shui in front of him. Although he really wanted to help, his reason made him restrain his behavior. As an outsider, if Ling Xiao didn't choose the right time and interrupted randomly, it would only make the relationship between the father and daughter worse. "Miss, what the master means is..." "Shut up, Yao Jianye, don't you have a mouth? If you want to say something, just tell me yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Yao Shui yelled at her father by name with accumulated resentment, causing the family dispute here to escalate significantly. After a long while, the silence was broken as Yao Jianye took a step forward and uttered a deep voice with a heavy aura. "Xiaoxue, the premise for me to let you do whatever you want is that you get along with the man who may become your future husband, not that you have a tryst with any random man here." Ling Xiao felt mixed emotions. He hadn't even started to say anything yet, but the blame was already being put on him. "Whatever." Yao Shui took a half step back and came to Ling Xiao's side. "A Xiao is my friend, my best friend in this life." "Maybe, but you are the daughter of my Yao family and the future owner of Hongsher wine industry. Grow up, Xiao Xue." Yao Jianye shook his head and said, "Your words, actions, and interpersonal relationships all need to be carefully planned. Don't just associate with questionable men. I've taught you many times that." "Dubious?" Ling Xiao felt mixed emotions for a moment. If the man in front of him was not Yao Shui's father, he should have fought back. Yao Shui frowned and said, "Dad, don't you know who Ling Xiao is?" "Do I need to know?" Yao Jianye's voice was devoid of any warmth, like a high wall hitting him directly in the face. Hearing this, Yao Shui laughed in anger and said, "Yes, I should have known it long ago. You never care about what I think or do. You only care about one thing, whether I play the role of the eldest daughter of the Yao family well and act as your puppet. That's enough." Yao Jianye snorted coldly, "I still have a lot of things to do. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Get in the car now." Yao Jianye was about to reach out and pull Yao Shui, including Ouyang Yi. "I have selected 3 candidate husbands for you tomorrow. Each of them can help Hongsher's future. Use your extra time on this." This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke Yao Shui's defenses. She immediately reached out and pushed Yao Jianye away, then went straight to Ling Xiao and hugged him tightly. "I don't want any of those 3. Ling Xiao is my boyfriend, and we have already gotten married. Yao Shui shouted. Ling Xiao was so upset. The girl took such big steps and just started performing on her own without even saying a word to him. Yao Jianye frowned, ignored his daughter's crying and winked at the bodyguards around him, who immediately gathered around and tried to take the young lady away. Get lost. Ling Xiao adjusted his momentum, lowered his voice and growled to intimidate the others, then he swept his cold eyes around and said, "Who dares to touch my woman?" Seeing this, Yao Jianye just snorted coldly, "Humph! Little friend, stop acting with Xiaoxue. You two should have just met today." Even with the speed of young people nowadays, it is impossible to make a vow of love in just a few hours. Have you forgotten what Xiaoxue said just now? Xiaoxue and I have been in love for a long time. It is indeed impossible for strangers to swear love in a few hours, but it is not a problem for us to rekindle our old love. Ling Xiao hugged the woman in his arms and retorted on the spot. Uncle, I don't blame you for not knowing. After all, when we were in love, she didn't even have a father like you. Yao Jianye's body trembled violently, and it was obvious that Ling Xiao had scolded him severely. He suppressed his anger and said slowly. Ling Xiao, right? I remember your name. Leave my daughter now. You should be thankful that I, your father, wasn't here when Xiaoxue was dating you. Otherwise I would break your legs right now. Every word that came out of Yao Jianye's mouth seemed to be mixed with the intensity of a volcano. If Ling Xiao said half a word more, no one would doubt that this middle-aged bald man who was as burly as a mountain would rush up and punch him directly. The other party was threatening Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not feel angry. Instead, he smiled. The offensive remarks just now were actually Ling Xiao's way of deliberately provoking Yao Jianye. Yao Jianye's reaction was far from the future of the family and the company that he always talked about. It was just the anger of a father who had his cabbages eaten by a pig. Seeing this, Ling Xiao has basically confirmed that Yao Jianye really cares about his daughter. But consistent with his appearance, this old-fashioned tough guy type of uncle is unlikely to know the correct way to get along with his daughter, and his words and actions in the end are so speechless. You are not allowed to be mean to Xiao. Frightened by Yao Jianye's fierceness, Yao Shui curled up in Ling Xiao's arms and protested. Yao Jianye shook his head and said, Axu, I know you blame me for not paying attention to your ideas. But you are still a child. Your opinions are just childish jokes. As long as you follow my plan, I guarantee that you can. What if your opinion is wrong? Ling Xiao interrupted, what if the three men you're interested in are actually unworthy of Axu and are just parasites coveting your Hongshe family fortune? Yao Jianye narrowed his eyes and said, You are serious, young man. Do you understand what you mean? You want to challenge me and show that you are better than all of them. Ling Xiao laughed and said, You misunderstood, Uncle Yao, I don't think I'm better than all three of them, I think. I'm far better than all three of them put together. Yao Jianye shook his head, instinctively wanting to regard this as the stubbornness of a young man who refused to admit defeat, but when he met Ling Xiao's gaze seriously, he was stunned. This 20-year-old young man who looked about the same age as his daughter actually meant it. There was no evasion in his eyes, and he believed in himself from the bottom of his heart. It's quite interesting. This is the first time that Yao Jianye has met such a young man. Yao Jianye reached out his hand and fumbled around in his arms, then took out an invitation and handed it to Ling Xiao. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m., there will be a red stone wine tasting at Greentown International Hotel. All three of them will be there. If you are really confident in yourself, come over. Ding dong. The host unlocks the advanced challenge of the side quest selection task. The deadline is 48 hours. Option A, accept Yao Jianye's provocation and fight for Yao Shui's true freedom. Option Gifts, improved wine appreciation ability 4 million in cash. Option B, refuse to get involved in family disputes. Option Gift, 3 million in cash. Here we come. Okay. Ling Xiao let go of Yao Shui in his arms and gently pushed her towards Yao Jianye. Ah Xiao. Go back and wait for me. Since I promised to help you solve this problem, I will definitely come to pick you up. Ling Xiao patted Yao Shui's shoulder and said with a smile. Yeah. Yao Shui no longer hesitated and responded to Ling Xiao with a firm look. Chapter 26 Wine Tasting. The next morning. Facing the mirror, Ling Xiao adjusted his formal attire for the wine tasting. The relationship between Yao's father and daughter has now reached a freezing point and cannot afford any mistakes. Therefore, Ling Xiao was more serious today than before. Bite. The ringing of the cell phone interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. With a bit of dissatisfaction, Ling Xiao pressed the answer button. Boss Xiao. There was a man shouting at the other end of the phone, which was quite noisy. The person who called was Ling Xiao's best friend Mousy. What are you doing? Why do you call me every morning? Boss Xiao, help me, I'm unemployed, big boss, please hold my legs and take care of me. Mousy's voice today was particularly flattering, giving Ling Xiao goosebumps. What a mess. Why are you looking for me if you're unemployed? Hee, Boss Xiao, don't lie to me. I saw the video when I was browsing Douyin yesterday. Mousy's flattering and delicate tone not only did not subside, but went a step further. The video took place in front of the Matte Boutique flagship store, and the title was, "A powerful store clerk bullied a customer and was slapped in the face by a rich man." Boss Xiao, the person in that video looks exactly like you. You have really become rich, but you can't forget me, your brother. So that's what happened. Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and replied. Well, for the sake of our friendship, I'll tell you that I did make a fortune recently and I'm dealing with it. You want to hold my legs, and I do need a leg pendant. Ah. Mousy howled happily like a wolf. Ling Xiao immediately interrupted and said, Stop, don't be too happy too soon. First, explain to me what's going on with unemployment. Did you give up your good job just to come here and eat for free, or did Su Ning finally get fed up and kick you out? Mousy heard this and quickly said. Boss Xiao, why do you miss me so much? Something happened at the company and I lost my job. So when I saw that you were doing well, I wanted to ask if you needed a loyal and reliable brother to join you. Something happened at Su Ning's company? Ling Xiao's tone became more serious. I have something to do in the morning. Please make time for lunch and we can go out for a meal and exchange information. Okay, Boss Xiao, let me tell you that I have a lot of free time recently. Ling Xiao didn't want to listen to any more nonsense and hung up directly. When Ling Xiao was unemployed right after graduating from university and was at his lowest point, it was Su Ning who came to his rescue when he was on the verge of not being able to stay in High City. Now that I have made money with the system, there is no way I will forget Su Ning. Speaking of which, Su Ning seemed to have something on her mind since last month and has been looking very haggard. After the wine tasting is over, I have to ask Mousy what exactly went on at the company. The time was almost up. Ling Xiao didn't delay any longer, got into his sports car, and rode off at full speed. The venue of the wine tasting event Greentown International Hotel is the highest standard 5-star hotel in High City. Ling Xiao had arrived more than half an hour in advance, but the entrance of Greentown was already surrounded by reporters in 3 layers inside and outside. Here comes another one. It was a young man who came alone in a sports car. So he must be the son of some rich family, a second-generation rich man. But this appearance and license plate number don't match the second-generation circle in Haishur. Could he be a rich second generation from another place? It's hard to say. After all, Boss Yao has cast such a wide net in recruiting a prince consort this time. I wouldn't be surprised at what kind of person comes. Listening to the noise around him, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. I didn't expect that the news of the Yao family's blind date had spread so widely. With such a big business, it is not difficult to understand why Yao Zhenye was so stubborn and refused to agree to his daughter's blind date. The hotel waiter came to Ling Xiao's car door and asked, Hello, guest. Are you here to attend the Red Stone wine tasting? Please show me your invitation. Ling Xiao handed the prepared invitation to the waiter. He noticed that the waiter's pupils contracted sharply when he saw the invitation. What's the problem? No problem, sir. The waiter's tone became more polite. May I ask your name? Ling Xiao. Master Ling Xiaoling, you are a VIP guest of the Ruby category. You have already been registered here. Following the waiter, Ling Xiao asked curiously, What do you mean by Ruby classification? Boss Yao is an art enthusiast who was interested in music, painting, jade, and antiques. This time, he distributed invitations named after different gemstones according to the types of guests. The waiter explained respectfully. The media industry handed out turquoise invitations, Redstone corporate employees handed out coral invitations. Shareholders who were invited to attend were given tourmaline invitations, friends in the same field were given topaz invitations. Partners handed out carnelian invitations, tasting judges handed out moonstone invitations. There are also ruby invitations for blind date candidates like you, Master Ling. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel astonished that there were so many details to pay attention to just for the invitation of a wine tasting party. Xiao Xue's father is domineering and tough, but on the contrary, he disdains any tricks. Ling Xiao was originally thinking whether there would be any problem with the invitation card that was handed over at that time, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. Master Ling, we're here. The moment the elevator door opened, what appeared before our eyes was a magnificent scene with bright lights. What floats in your ears is the symphony of elegant background piano and interlaced wine glasses. What you smell in your nose and mouth is the sweet and pleasant aroma of red wine and the refreshing and elegant sweetness of cake. Walking before my eyes were polite men in suits and women in colorful evening gowns. This is the Red Stone wine tasting party hosted by the Yao family, which is considered the highest level upper-class gathering in the entire high city. Ah Shao. In such an environment, Yao Shui's passionate and excited voice was so obvious that it was difficult for Ling Xiao not to notice it. Snap. Yao Shui came up and hugged Ling Xiao tightly. You are finally here. I have been looking over here eagerly waiting for you to show up. So enthusiastic right from the start today? Ling Xiao noticed that countless eyes around him had begun to focus on him. Of course. Your opponents are 3 elite soldiers selected by my father. I have to give you a couple love buff as soon as you enter the game to increase your combat effectiveness. Yao Shui blinked her eyes with an expression that said, I'm very smart, come and praise me. Ling Xiao rubbed the little girl's head speechlessly and said, Since you know there are 3 opponents, have you ever thought that if you act like I'm your one and only, will the 3 opponents put aside their disputes and form an alliance to kill me? Yao Shui's eyes widened. She really hadn't thought about this. She immediately said in a low voice with grievance, Am I holding back? Silly, I'm teasing you. Ling Xiao flicked Xiao Shui's forehead and said, I wish the 3 of them could be tied together so that we can take care of them all in one go. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned his attention to the surroundings again. According to his prediction, there must be someone on a blind date among those people whose eyes are filled with jealousy and malice. Sure enough, Ling Xiaozhen found a familiar face. Ouyang Yi. Chapter 27, Genius Wine Taster. Ling Xiao met Ouyang Ye's gaze straight ahead, wondering with curiosity how this defeated army was going to turn the tables. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Ye's face turned pale just after he made eye contact with Ling Xiao. He turned around and ran away in a hurry, even knocking down a waiter who was carrying red wine. This guy gave up too quickly. You pushed his face to the ground last time. How dare he mess with you, a bad guy? Ouyang Ye's exaggerated behavior naturally attracted Xiao Xue's attention. She snuggled in Ling Xiao's arms and whispered. One of the 3 competitors fell in an instant. So, I only have 2 actual opponents today. Ling Xiao calculated. Hearing this, Yao Shui looked up at Ling Xiao with a thoughtful expression and said, Maybe there is only one. Ling Xiao had a question mark on his face. After we separated yesterday, I have been working hard. After some probing, I finally got the information about the other 2 blind date candidates from that man. Yao Shui looked proud. This was indeed important information, and Ling Xiao listened carefully. One is Wu Xian, the second son of the Wu family, the largest red wine distributor in the country who cooperates with our family. Like me, he was forced to come here by family marriage. He also got a wine taster certificate and was called the #1 wine tasting genius in China in the past 50 years. It was predicted that he could even challenge Labichumaro for the title of wine tasting emperor in 10 years. Wu Xian doesn't care about family, business, women, etc. He is just a simple alcoholic. If he knew that I like you, he might take the initiative to withdraw. Ling Xiao nodded. He finally understood why Xiao Xue rushed towards him so enthusiastically early in the morning. The other one is very troublesome. He is Luo Ti, the eldest son of the Luo family. His Roche winery has the 2nd largest market share after ours. The competition between the 2 companies has been fierce for more than a decade. Both sides want to use this marriage to solve the problem once and for all. Unlike Wu Xian, Luo Ti is a pure businessman. Like Ouyang Yi, he will pursue me at all costs for the sake of my family's property. At this point, Yao Shui's expression cooled down, and she said faintly, As for Yao Jianye, he doesn't care at all about how these men who pursue me view me. Seeing this, Ling Xiao patted Yao Shui on the back and said, Okay, stop thinking about your father now. Look at all those people around you. They're about to swarm over here. There's a mysterious new blind date suddenly appearing around the daughter of the Yao family. They must be very curious about me now. Isn't your strategy to create a sweet relationship between us to suppress each other? Then you have to think carefully about how to spread our situation through these people later. With Ling Xiao's encouragement, Yao Shui cheered herself up, displayed the dignity of the eldest daughter of the Yao family that she had cultivated over the past few years, and began to greet various people at the wine tasting party. In another corner of the wine tasting party where they were not paying attention, Ouyang Yi, who was forced back by Ling Zhao's gaze, did not give up on the spot and was eliminated directly as they expected. Damn it! Ouyang Yi's eyes were filled with anger as he clenched his fists and roared in his heart. Why is Ling Zhao here again? I clearly confirmed that he is not on the invitation list. Ouyang Yi grabbed some red wine from a waiter's tray and drank it all in one gulp to calm his turbulent emotions. No, I can't let those two people go around the wine tasting so happily. Once other people accept Ling Zhao's existence, I will have no chance at all. But in a head-on fight, I am no match for that scheming guy, which means... Ouyang Yi shifted his focus and saw an area not far away. A tall man was holding a wineglass and explaining something to the people around him. Due to the vivid explanation, the place was already crowded with guests. Ouyang Yi put down his wineglass, an idea came to his mind, and with a sly smile on his face he dived into the crowd, swam step by step to the tall man and whispered something. The tall man's face changed color instantly. He left the audience angrily. After searching for a while, he found Ling Zhao and the other man and rushed over. Are you Ling Zhao? The tall man rushed in front of Ling Zhao, which surprised Ling Zhao. He is Wu Xin. Yao Shui tugged at the corner of Ling Zhao's clothes and reminded him. Wu Xin. The wine lover with the title of genius wine taster? Ling Zhao still remembered Yao Shui's comment that Wu Xin might not be a rival, so he extended his hand in a friendly manner. Yes, hello. Bang. Unexpectedly, Wu Xin was so rude that he directly stretched out his hand to slap Ling Zhao away, and asked in an arrogant tone, You represent the Laboteur winery? Ling Zhao fell into silence as he looked at his hand being slapped away. At such a wine tasting party, not only did he roar loudly, but he also slapped other people's hands away to shake hands. One word impolite cannot describe it enough. I don't know what you mean by representative, but I do have shares in Rabitu. Ling Zhao's voice cooled down. If you have anything to say, just say it here. Don't waste our time. Wu Xin nodded and chuckled, just admit it. I know that you, Labitu, have been the red wine overlord for 10 years, but don't think you can dominate forever. This is Chong country. If nothing else, you have to ask me, Wu Xin, if I am happy with it. So that's how it is. This alcoholic really has no interest in blind dates and love affairs, but when he heard the name of Rabitu, his blood boiled like a 50-year-old bachelor seeing a beautiful woman bathing. With Wu Xin's intervention, half of the attention of the wine tasting venue was focused on this. At this point, Ling Zhao was already in a desperate situation, with nowhere to retreat. He could only accept the opponent's challenge head-on. Do you want to compete with me? Ling Zhao asked. Right. Compared to what? Wine tasting, let me see how good you Labitu people are. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Today is a wine tasting event, and it is indeed a very appropriate competition for two young people to compete by wine tasting. But it is quite unkind of you, the country's #1 wine taster, to proactively pick a fight with others and start a competition with them using your best wine tasting skill. Ah Xiao, don't take it, just refuse it directly. The customer won't say anything to you, they will only talk about him. Yao Shui suggested. Really? Ling Zhao naturally understood the truth, but his choice was to step forward, spread his hands with a smile and said, Okay. Ah Xiao, you are crazy. Yao Shui became anxious. Ling Zhao comforted her and said, Think about it the other way around. Since everyone thinks it's unfair for the #1 wine taster to challenge me with wine tasting, then if I accept the challenge and defeat him, he will naturally have no chance to turn back. Yao Shui was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Of course you are right, but you don't know that he is not just the #1. There is a saying that the only two professional wine tasters in Chongqua are Wu Xin and wine tasters other than Wu Xin. In front of Wu Xin, other wine tasters are apprentices. Ling Zhao just nodded calmly and said, Really? It sounds really impressive. It's a good opportunity for me to test how powerful he is, even though he boasts so much. After accepting this advanced side quest, Ling Zhao's red wine appreciation skill was successfully upgraded to level B, which is Ling Zhao's highest rated single skill at present. Chonggua's #1 wine taster? I'll use you to test the strength of my skills. Chapter 28 Wine Tasting Competition. You dare to accept it? You're brave enough. Wu Xin came to a long table and snapped his fingers at the waiters around him. Do you decide the format of the competition, or do you decide it? Ling Zhao looked around. Wu Xian, a well-known talented wine taster, openly challenged them and even wanted to have a wine tasting competition to decide the winner. The result attracted great enthusiasm from the onlookers. One person tells 10 people tell 100 people. At this moment, the two of them were surrounded by people in 3 layers, which seemed to have become a large warm-up event before the wine tasting started. And this is exactly the effect Ling Xiao wants to achieve. Let's do something special. We can take turns to show our own styles until one of us can't handle the other's moves. That way, we'll be completely defeated. That's fair, right? Ling Xiao said. Okay. Wu Xian answered readily, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers at the waiter. Give me 10 glasses of different kinds of red wine. After all, they were all waiters who served the rich and powerful at wine tasting parties. Even though an unexpected emergency was happening before their eyes, they were still quick and agile in pushing out 2 long dining tables for the competition. While the waiter was preparing the red wine, Wu Xian began to give a speech to the audience. As we all know, wine tasting is an art that requires the 5S principle. Look, shake, smell, taste and evaluate. But today we are not only tasting wine but also competing, so we use a method that slightly reduces the artistic quality but can most directly reflect the taster's skills. That's a speed race. Hearing this, there was an uproar all around. Looking at the 2 people standing opposite each other, the onlookers were whispering and talking among themselves. Speed race? What does that mean? I can tell from the looks of it that you're a red wine novice. You don't even know this. Let me explain. Speed racing is about abandoning evaluation and combining the process of looking and shaking wine tasting. You can identify the wine with the help of vision, smell and taste in the shortest possible time. Yes, the result of the game depends on the accuracy of both teams. If the accuracy is the same, we compare the time of identification. Although the speed race is about basic skills, the pursuit of speed can easily cause a master to fail. Why is Wu Xian considered the best wine taster in China? I wonder how accurate he is. Domestic? He's already world class. I think he can guess all 10 of them. The rest depends on whether the poor guy he provoked can beat him in time. Listening to the discussions around him and feeling the atmosphere on the field leaning towards him, Wu Xian smiled with satisfaction. But when he met Ling Xiao's expression, the smile disappeared instantly. When the man opposite me heard about the speed race, he looked relaxed and calm, as if it had nothing to do with me. Who is this guy? Why is he not shaken at all? Or is it that he is actually just a newbie pretending to be good, and his ease at this moment only comes from ignorance? It's just a speed race, it's not interesting enough. Stunned by Ling Xiao's attitude, Wu Xian made additional remarks after some hesitation. After searching his chest, he took out a piece of white cloth and covered his eyes with it. I will be blindfolded in this competition and will not use my tongue. I will only use my nose to identify the wine. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling. Hey, is it possible to do something like this? Wine tasting requires the coordination of 3 senses. Sealing 2 of them is not just as simple as tripling the difficulty. It is basically like taking 2/3 of the missing puzzle piece and putting it back together. But I heard that Wu Xian became famous when he challenged the referee and used the blind wine tasting technique when he was taking the wine tasting certificate exam. Is this true? Tasting wine by smelling it, is he still considered a human being? Listening to the praises from the people around him, Wu Xian regained his smile. In order to further liven up the atmosphere on the field, he added. And since I was the one who initiated this competition, if I don't give in, it would be like me intentionally bullying others. Like this, if I fail to identify 10 glasses of red wine within 1 minute, or if my accuracy rate is not 100%, I will be declared the loser. The hype surrounding it has reached a tumultuous level. Suppose the wine tasting competition just now was so popular that it attracted half of the guests at the cocktail party. Now, most of the guests attending the cocktail party are attracted to the surroundings. Wu Xian waved excitedly in response to the enthusiasm of the people around him, and in his mind he imagined what kind of sad expression Ling Xiao would have after hearing his continuous output. However, he was blindfolded and didn't know it. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao just looked at Wu Xian's actions with curiosity, without any emotional fluctuations. Master Wu, get ready. The red wine has been arranged in order and the glasses are covered. A waiter pressed the timer and announced the start of the game. Wu Xian flew to the side of the dining table as if dancing, and with the help and guidance of another waiter, he passed by opening the lids of different red wines and smelling them all the way until he reached the end. Libido 7736, Tequila 2014, Raphael 2004, Duke Lanny 5A. A variety of wine brands with different names came out of Wu Xian's mouth like a menu, without even a half-second pause for thinking between the names. Wait until it's all over. After a while, the waiter in charge of recording the time finally said, "Wine tasting time, 37 seconds, wine naming time, 15 seconds, accuracy rate, 100%. Silence fell in the venue for 2 minutes, followed by a wave of cheers and heated discussions. 37 seconds, did you hear that? It's 37 seconds. Oh my god, is he a human? 10 glasses of red wine, it would take me more than 37 seconds to smell them carefully. Is he and I the same species? I must have lowered the average human standard. What is Chonggua's strongest, world-class wine taster? This is it. If there is a Guinness project, he should be given an award." The guy on the other side named Ling Xiao dared to compete with Wu Xian. It was very unwise. What's unwise? This is simply stupid. Wu Xian took off the blindfold and bowed to everyone around him like an actor bowing out of a performance. As for his opponent, let us not talk about Ling Xiao for now. Yao Shui was indeed a little crazy. She shook Ling Xiao's sleeve vigorously and said, "What should I do? I was afraid that he would cheat, so I personally selected the red wine, but he still identified it so quickly." Ling Xiao shrugged and smiled. "This means that his title of number one is not fake, it is indeed genuine." "You're still laughing, and you talk as if you can speak faster than him." Yao Shui covered her mouth, looking a little unhappy. "I can indeed." However, Ling Xiao said lightly, "But after watching his performance, I have changed my mind now." "What's the meaning?" "Wine tasting by a sommelier is like a magician performing a magic trick. It's not enough to just win or lose. The key is the gimmick. If you don't outshine your opponent in both strength and performance, then the victory is not perfect and has flaws." Ling Xiao said this, his eyes sparkling. Based on Yao Shui's understanding of Ling Xiao, she knew that he must be up to something. Ling Xiao gave a wicked smile and whispered something to Yao Shui. Yao Shui's expression changed drastically, and she whispered anxiously, "Are you serious? Trust me, I guarantee that this talented wine taster will admit defeat sincerely." Ling Xiao pushed Yao Shui forward. Although her face was full of confusion, out of trust in Ling Xiao, Yao Shui finally came to the long table used for Ling Xiao's competition and raised her red wine glass. "What is Ling Xiao doing? He is not competing, so why did the daughter of the Yao family come out? You may not know this, but although she can't catch up with Wu Xian, the daughter of the Yao family is also a genius wine taster." "That's right. After watching Wu Xian's performance just now, no one else would have the courage to compete with him. I'm afraid your legs are so weak from fear. It's better for Miss Yao to lose than for me to fail miserably. But this would only make him even more embarrassed. I think he has no chance of being on the list of candidates for the Yao family's consort." Amid the boos from the onlookers, Yao Shui followed Ling Zhao's instructions, raised the red wine, and made a gesture that stunned the entire audience. Yao Shui actually spilled the liquid from the first glass of red wine into the second glass. Chapter 29 Mixed Wine Tasting. What are you doing? The two kinds of red wine will taste different when mixed together. Cocktail? Come on, no one would mix two expensive wines together to make a cocktail. Amid all the discussion, Yao Shui's drinking behavior has not yet ended. Putting down the first glass of red wine in her hand, she picked up the second glass of mixed wine, repeated the spell, and poured the contents into the third glass. This went on layer by layer, and soon the color of the mixed wine in Yao Shui's hand became horrible. "Miss Yao, what are you doing?" Wu Xian couldn't bear it any longer and said with a pained look on his face, "If you don't want to compete, just give up. Why waste all this wine?" However, Yao Shui did not say anything until she had mixed all 10 glasses of red wine into the last bottle. Then she let out a long sigh and stopped what she was doing. At this time, Ling Xiao stepped forward, took the mixed liquor, shook it lightly and showed it to the people watching around. "What exactly are you going to do, Representative Rabitu?" Wu Xian frowned and asked bluntly. "Don't be impatient. Do you remember what I just said? The format of our competition is to take turns to perform in your own style." After saying that, Ling Xiao glanced at the red wine on Wu Xian's table and said, "I'll repeat your game again. It's a bit boring to judge the winner based on time. It also damages the aesthetics of being a wine taster. Don't you think so?" Wu Xian snorted and said, "Don't talk about these roundabout ways. Just do what you want to do. Don't be impatient, I'll show you now." After saying that, Ling Xiao raised the wine glass in his hand, took a sip, closed his eyes and showed an intoxicated look. Then, Ling Xiao slowly said, "It smells like a special roasted vanilla flavor. It's Mexican pure cotton red wine. The acidity is mixed with the crispness of white grapes, which neutralizes the foreign country's Jacquard winery. From the perspective of the softness of the wine, red wines from the left bank are also indispensable. Then there is this special aftertaste, which is the local spice of our Chang country, and it is the wine of Yao's red stone." Ling Xiao spoke continuously, saying the names of the red wines and the criteria for judging them. Then, without waiting for Wu Xian to react, Ling Xiao placed the red wine in front of Wu Xian. "It's a matter of reciprocity. I'll only name 4 of them. If you name half of the remaining 6, I'll consider you the winner." Wu Xian stretched out his hand with some trembling, but when his fingers touched the edge of the wineglass, his instinctive fear made him quickly retract his hand. This cowardice naturally caught the attention of every onlooker and caused an uproar. Yao Shui swallowed. Layman can only understand that Ling Xiao's performance just now was wonderful, but only a connoisseur like her can know the true horror of Ling Xiao's trip and why Wu Xian showed fear directly. Wine tasting is all about details, and the differences between many brands are only subtle. Even a noise or a change in airflow may affect the taster's actual judgment. Not to mention that under Ling Xiao's instructions, Yao Shui used almost the most violent method to mix the different types of red wine. If we say that Wu Xian's performance is beyond the level of ordinary people, it is the pinnacle of skills. Then Ling Xiao's performance can only be summarized as a true immortal descending to earth, which is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Wu Xian slowly lowered his hands. Although he didn't say it out loud for the sake of face, he knew it in his heart. Let alone 3 types, if Wu Xian tried to taste them, he probably wouldn't be able to guess even one variety. Why did Wu Xian stop? Did he give in? No way, that Wu Xian actually surrendered without a fight. Oh my god, I feel like my worldview is about to collapse, but this can't be considered a loss, it's all because Ling Xiao was too strong. Yeah, this kind of wine mixing is really counterintuitive. This isn't wine tasting at all. Hearing the noise around him, Wu Xian thought of something and the fire in his heart burned again. He raised his head and stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Yes, I can't accept this. This is not a wine tasting competition at all. You. Good. You're just playing. What are you talking about?" Ling Xiao's quick response caught Wu Xian off guard. He stood there with his mouth open for a long time. "I said yes. If you're not satisfied, we can play a tiebreaker. Let me think about it by the way. Since it is a wine tasting competition, no matter how rigorous the competition is, identifying red wines that have already been released is ultimately a back and forth competition. Why don't we try something new?" As he spoke, Ling Xiao turned to the waiter and asked, "Can you open a bottle of the red wine that the Yao family is using for the wine tasting today for me to compete with him?" The waiters were a little hesitant, but soon they met Yao Shui's eyes and nodded repeatedly. During the interval between servings, Wu Xian frowned and asked, "A red wine that has not been put on the market and does not even have a nameplate, what exactly are you trying to compare?" Every bottle of red wine has its own experience. Let's see if we, as wine tasters, can read its history from its color, aroma, and taste. Ling Xiao said, taking the red wine handed over by the waiter and shaking it in front of Wu Xian. "Do you dare to compete, Wu Xian?" Wu Xian hesitated. He was the one who requested an extra game because he was dissatisfied with the result of the previous match. If he lost this match again, he would be so embarrassed that there would be no chance of recovery. "Wu Xian, let's compete. You are the #1 wine taster in Chong country, why are you so timid? You've never backed down in your life. Just use your title as the #1 wine taster to fight him." The noise from the surroundings overwhelmed Wu Xian's hesitation. His eyes turned red and he gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Okay, I'll compete with you. And it's not just a competition. I'm making a bet with you. If I lose, I'll give you the title of Chong country's #1 wine taster from now on. But if you lose, I will make you kneel down right there. Yes, kneel down. Kneel down and declare that you and your Rabito are trash who are not worthy of Miss Yao in this wine tasting party. Get out now." Ling Xiao listened to Wu Xian's words silently, and his expression gradually turned cold. The chill emanating from his body was felt not only by Yao Shui beside him, but also by Wu Xian opposite him, and even the surrounding onlookers, and the booing voices also subsided. "To be honest, I always thought you were a drunkard and didn't take this drinking contest seriously. Ling Xiao stared at Wu Xian, his eyes flashing with ferocity, and said slowly. But from the beginning you have been talking nonsense till now, you have no morals and no manners. You want to bet on your knees, right? I'll accompany you. I don't want your bullshit title of #1 wine taster. If you lose, you'll have to kneel down and slap yourself a few times. Admit that you and your title of #1 wine taster are both trash that are not worthy of being on the stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's sharp eyes were focused on Wu Xian, expecting Wu Xian's reply. Wu Xian's face turned pale and he swallowed saliva rapidly. To be honest, he was just talking nonsense the whole time, but being pushed to the edge of a cliff by Ling Xiao, he really had no other option. Let's compete. Wu Xian shouted with the determination to throw the jar into the ground. Chapter 30 Yao Jianye. Ling Xiao nodded, sneered and drank the red wine in his hand. The moment the wine slid into his throat, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up and he said, "Not bad, it's worthy of being a competitor that Red Rock Wine Industry specially prepared a wine tasting for. It's already world class. It has a light aroma of vanilla and a light body, but it also has a smoky flavor. It looks like there are some issues with the oak barrels where it was stored. The flavor is restrained, with soft tannins, earthy aromas with summer warmth and copper thickness. Only the grape fields near Haishur can have this unique earthy flavor. This early summer flavor proves that it is made from fresh grapes picked in Haishur this summer. It should take less than a quarter from the finished product to the table." The tasting of Ling Xiao is not over yet. The red wine goes from freshly picked grapes to processing and brewing, and then to sealing and transportation. The originally abstract and unfamiliar process became so vivid and concrete under Ling Xiao's description, and was fully presented in front of everyone, vividly and lifelike. So much so that for a moment, the onlookers even forgot that this was a competition and were so engrossed in the listening. After tasting the wine handed to him, Wu Xian began to listen to Ling Xiao's advance comments. As soon as Ling Xiao started to comment, Wu Xian's face turned purple. As Ling Xiao's evaluation gradually improved, Wu Xian chewed up the comments he had planned and swallowed them. By the time the evaluation reached its climax, Wu Xian's face had turned from purple to black and from black to white. He felt dizzy and almost fainted on the spot. When Ling Xiao paused for the halftime break, Ling Xiao asked with a sneer, pulling Wu Xian back from the chaos. "It's your turn, you haven't spoken yet?" Ling Xiao asked. I as a renowned professional wine taster, Wu Xian has long since honed his words into the sharpest weapon. But under Ling Xiao's gaze, this talented wine taster who used to be so eloquent could not utter a second word. Hey, is this the end?" Wu Xian lost. "What do you mean Chong Country's #1 wine taster? Is it just an empty title bought with my money? He is no match for young Master Ling on the opposite side at all. He is such a wimp. By the way, there was a bet just now. Didn't he, the loser, have to kneel down and admit defeat? That's it. Kneel down, kneel down, kneel down." There were voices all around urging him to kneel down. Just listening to the ridicule and abuse and feeling the contempt of others, Wu Xian felt his knees go weak. Just as he bent his legs and was about to fall down on the spot, a different voice erupted from the crowd. "Wait a minute, Wu Xian, what are you doing? This is different from what we agreed upon. You are the #1 wine taster in Chong Country, how could you lose?" The voices in the crowd were so loud that they were extremely loud and eye-catching. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and quickly found the target of the noise. "Ah, interesting, isn't that person Ouyang Yi? Mr. Ouyang Yi, what did you agree on with Wu Xian? Why don't you talk about it in front of everyone?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Ouyang Yi's face turned red and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. However, he didn't need to speak. Wu Xian, who was in a state of collapse, spoke out everything. He said, "You are a representative of Labutu, and you are here to acquire Yaojiu Winery and continue to expand Labutu's territory as a part of its branch in China." Ling Xiao was speechless for a moment. No wonder this well-built drunkard came to cause trouble for him. It turned out that he was tricked into boycotting foreign companies. Where's the evidence? Ling Xiao spread his hands. Wu Xian was confused. "I say you are a famous sommelier who is good at speaking. Don't believe everything others say." Ling Xiao sighed. "You mean?" Wu Xian reacted belatedly, looked at Ouyang Yi with resentment and said, "Ouyang Yi, you lied to me." Seeing that the situation was not good, Ouyang Yi ran away, but he suddenly bumped into a group of thick chest muscles and fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out. You'd better explain to me what Wu Xin mentioned. Looking at the person coming, Ling Xiao's pupils contracted rapidly. It turned out to be the host of this cocktail party, Yao Jianye. Uncle Yao, Boss Yao, I was wrong. Yang Yi stuttered and pulled Yao Jianye's trouser legs and shouted. Look, you also hate Ling Xiao. I'm doing this for you. Yao Jianye snorted coldly and kicked Yang Yi back to the ground. This is the Red Rock Wine Tasting, a stage for celebrities from all walks of life to communicate and exchange ideas, not a place for people of all stripes to spread rumors and slander others. Yao Jianye's voice was as domineering and straightforward as ever. Under his low growl, Yang Yi's face turned pale with fright. Yao Uncle Yao, no, Boss Yao, it's me, Yang Yi, one of us. You personally chose me as a candidate for Miss Consort, don't you remember? Yang Yi spoke tremblingly, and one could even hear the sound of his teeth clashing between his words. Look, my invitation, the ruby invitation, which you gave me yourself. Yang Yi hurriedly took out the invitation from his arms, but Yao Jianye snatched it away and tore it into pieces on the spot. Yang Yi, now you are just a useless man who has proven himself to be worthless. I learned everything about yesterday from Uncle Zhong this morning. A person who has lost face once doesn't dare to clean up and leave, but dares to appear in front of me. Yang Yi huddled up in a ball, trembling, and said, Boss Yao, aye. However, Yao Jianye had no interest in him anymore and casually ordered the bodyguard beside him, send him out. The next moment, burly bodyguards in suits and sunglasses grabbed Yang Yi from the left and right, ignoring his wailing and begging for mercy, and dragged him directly to the outside of the hotel. In response, the onlookers just whispered to each other with glee. Whether Yang Yi likes it or not, his reputation is bound to spread in High City today. Having offended the Hongshu Yao family and caused such a huge embarrassment, he is destined to have no future in the business world. And you, Wu Xin. Yao Jianye turned his gaze to Wu Xin. Since you've lost the bet, do you still need me to tell you that you should accept the loss, or do you want me to record today's events in detail and report them to the Sommelier Association so that you can be disqualified as a sommelier for life? Thump! Yao Jianye's words were undoubtedly the last straw that broke Wu Xin's defense. He knelt down on the spot and touched the ground with his knees as he came to Ling Xiao. He burst into tears, holding Ling Xiao's shoes and shouting. Master Ling, I lost. I was stupid. I was led by that piece of shit Yang Yi. I was inferior to him, but I acted like a big shot and provoked you. You're right, I'm an idiot. My title as the #1 wine taster and I are both idiots. I'm going to go back and study again. Halfway through the conversation, Wu Xin realized what he had missed and slapped him in the face several times with both hands. Ling Xiao took a half step back and his eyes fell on Yao Jianye. Alright, let him go. Now that Yao Jianye has come on the scene, Wu Xin's problems have become minor details. Yao Jianye glanced, and his bodyguards understood and dragged Wu Xin away. The focus of the scene became Ling Xiao and Yao Jianye. Ling Xiao. Yao Jianye looked at Ling Xiao. You are a resident of Greenleaf, a shareholder of Labitu, and your wine tasting skills surpass Wu Xin today. You are very well hidden. Ling Xiao took a step forward and met Yao Jianye's gaze despite the height difference. Boss Yao, it's not that I, Ling Xiao, am hiding something, but that you have never thought about getting to know me. After all, you are so arrogant that you don't care about Xia Xue's thoughts at all, and you also ignore me as Xia Xue's friend. Deathly silence fell around the two of them. Yao Jianye has always been known in the business world for his domineering image of having the final say. The first time he was confronted head-on was at a wine tasting party hosted by Yao Jianye himself. The onlookers could not find any other explanation except that Ling Xiao was crazy. Chapter 31 Luwadi. Given Mu Zian's identity, it was only natural for her to be invited to the Red Stone wine tasting party. Xiao Xue, this is Miss Mu, she is. Ling Xiao was about to introduce himself, but Yao Xue stepped forward and interrupted. I know Mu Zian, the young, beautiful and capable female president of Fenghe Group. Ah Xiao, have you forgotten that I am also a resident of Greenleaf? Ling Xiao laughed when he heard this. Yes, I forgot about this. Hello, Miss Yao. I am also the personal assistant of young Master Ling at Greenleaf Real Estate. Mu Zian added and extended her hand. Yao Xue gently squeezed it and quickly pulled it back, looking at Mu Zian with a questioning look. President Mu, how could someone of your status be Zhao's personal real estate assistant? Mu Zian replied, the Building 7 where young Master Ling lives was originally managed by me. Instead of letting others handle it for me, I will contact young Master Ling directly as an individual, which can reduce some of his troubles. In addition, compared to the help young Master Ling gave me, this little thing is far from enough. Mu Ziyan paused, her face slightly red. That incident has passed. You don't need to keep it in mind. Ling Xiao nodded. Ms. Mu, you are very efficient and have high execution. I am always very satisfied with you. Thank you for supervising the move yesterday. Mu Ziyan looked at Ling Xiao with tenderness in her eyes and said, These are just small matters. Master Ling, if you have any other instructions in the future, just tell me directly. Yao Shui looked back and forth at the two of them, feeling the intimate harmony between them, but she could not say a word. For a moment, complicated emotions began to twist in her heart. Really? President Mu, you are so busy, but you still take care of my Xiao from time to time. I should thank you. Yao Shui hugged Ling Zhao's shoulders tightly and interrupted him, emphasizing the words my Xiao. Hearing this, Mu Ziyan's expression froze for a moment, and then she said faintly, I just found out about this relationship between Master Ling and Miss Yao today. I haven't heard Master Ling mention it before. It's not too late to send my blessing now, right? Ling Xiao touched the back of his head and sighed. It can only be said that things are unpredictable. What does it mean that the world is unpredictable? Yao Shui stretched out her hand and pinched Ling Xiao in dissatisfaction. Feeling the mysterious rising tension between the two women who were meeting for the first time, Ling Xiao quickly changed the subject. By the way, can you tell me more about the Luwadi you just mentioned? Mu Ziyan nodded and said, I know one of the judges this time. When I went to greet him, I saw Luo Ti was confirming the details of the wine evaluation with him. Even such an exciting episode as the duel between you, Master Ling, and Wu Xian failed to draw the other party's attention away. Are you so careless? Ling Xiao frowned. What is this Luwadi thinking? Is his strategy to focus on organizing tasting sessions and running the wine business, demonstrating his strength in real business and showing off himself in front of Yao Jianye? It sounds reasonable at first glance, but since the ultimate goal is to pursue Yao Shui, it is hard to imagine that he would not be interested in the showdown with other competitors. This behavior seemed as if Luo Ti had more important things to do than pursuing Xiao Shui at this wine tasting party. Regarding Luo Ti, I have received a piece of news. Seeing that Ling Xiao was thinking, Mu Ziyan added the information. Because Redstone Winery swept all the awards in domestic competitions last year, the share price of its Roche company fell sharply. In fact, many Roche wineries and storefronts in Shanghai have been privately transferred and sold one after another. The following is my personal opinion. Compared with the traditional old-school Luo's enterprise, Hongshi wine industry under the management of Boss Yao has always been committed to connecting with the world and bringing Chinese brands abroad. If things continue like this, Roche's market downturn is unlikely to improve in the future. No matter what Luo Ti's personal plans are, they won't be of much help, unless. As a professional woman rooted in the business world, she must be accurate and cautious in her judgment of other companies' business. After careful consideration, Mu Ziyan slowly handed over the answer. Unless Hongshi wine industry, a business rival, encounters some problems, or he can quickly marry Miss Yao as scheduled, so that the two families can end their competition. Yao Shui smiled when she heard this. I see. Luo Ti must know that neither of these two options are possible, so he wants to perform well so that he can at least get a job in Hongshi in the future. Ling Xiao shook his head. It would be great if this man who always gave him a strong sense of crisis was really that simple. Dear guests, friends, hello everyone. While the three people were communicating, the host turned up the volume and began to read the opening remarks into the microphone on the stage in the center of the wine tasting party. Is the main topic of this wine tasting finally coming? The three of them ended their conversation and focused on the center of the stage. After a meaningless and watered-down speech, Yao Jianye, as the organizer of the wine tasting event, personally stood on the stage holding a glass of red wine. It is well known that the current red wine industry has never had a place for China on the world stage, but this situation will never change. Thanks to your kindness, my Yao's Redstone Winery has grown year by year, and now we have the capital to fight. This bottle of SCP 2021 is a new product that Yao's has put all its efforts into. Next year, my goal is to win the Grand Slam Awards in many world-class competitions such as CMB, IWSC, WC, etc. Thank you for your support. There was a commotion in the audience. Although most people had received rumors in advance, Yao Jianye would have major news to announce at this Grand Red Stone wine tasting. But at this time, Yao Jianye's speech still shocked the guests. Will Chongguo wine industry, which has always only been able to watch from the sidelines of the world stage, impact the world competition under the leadership of Yao Jianye? And the goal is to win all the awards in major competitions in the first year? If this can really be achieved, it is not an exaggeration to say that Yao Jianye will push the entire Chongguo red wine industry forward by 10 years with the help of Hongshi wine industry alone. He is destined to become a great man in the history of the wine industry. Among the crowd, only Ling Xiao had a calm expression. At the end of the competition with Wu Xian, they officially started Yao Jianye's SCP 2021. Ling Xiao commented at the time that the quality of this bottle had reached world-class level, and it would not necessarily lose even if it were to compete with Rabitu. At that moment, he was actually mentally prepared for what was happening. Soon, the judges on the stage took their positions. Each of them was a nationally renowned judge for being fair and strict. After completing the evaluation according to the procedure, they gave their evaluations. SCP 2021, it's hard to imagine that this is a red wine from our own country. Today, I am very proud. Boss Yao's bold words sound very grand, but with this bottle of red wine, it's like the foundation of the Great Wall. Today, red stone conquered me. I declare that this bottle of wine is the best in Shong country. The strict judges gave the highest praise one after another, which made the guests in the audience go from being initially restless to boiling level. Hey, did you hear that? The judge just said we should go for first place in the country. Hurry up and write it down. I'll post it when I get back. Use this as the title, Number 1 Wine Industry, Number 1 Red Wine. The next goal is to be number 1 in the world. Redstone Wine Industry, the stock will definitely skyrocket next time. I'm going to buy up all of it when I get back. At this moment, the whole venue was filled with an excited atmosphere. However, there was a man with a sinister smile on his face. He was independent of the surrounding atmosphere and slowly walked through the crowd and stepped onto the podium. You are. Yao Jianye looked at the other party's reckless behavior and his expression became serious. What do you want to do? SCP 2021 is indeed a world-class top-tier red wine. The man began to speak, and the people around him soon noticed him, and the noise volume dropped. But to be the best in the country? That's hard to say. Ling Xiao looked serious. Even though he had never seen this person before, his instinct made him recognize the person's identity at the first moment without anyone reminding him. Loti. Chapter 32 The First Red Wine. The three of them ended their conversation and focused on the center of the stage. After a meaningless and watered-down speech, Yao Jianye, as the organizer of the wine tasting event, personally stood on the stage holding a glass of red wine. Unlike other business leaders who like to give long speeches on stage, Yao Jianye came straight to the point with his usual cold face. On behalf of Red Rock Wines, I am making a major announcement through this wine tasting. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of red wine from behind and placed it directly on the table. SCP 2021, this is the latest masterpiece of Hongshi wine industry. I will use this red wine to challenge major competitions around the world and let Chongguo wine industry enter the world stage in one fell swoop. After that, without giving the audience time to react, Yao Jianye directly signaled the referee to start the red wine tasting process. The judges invited to the Yao family wine tasting are extraordinary. Most of them are nationally renowned for their fairness and strictness. Therefore, they are very aware of the gap between the current domestic first-tier red wines and the world standards, and they all feel distressed about Yao Jianye's opening statement. After all, they are guests who were invited at a high price. It would be impolite if they said something too unpleasant and hurt the host's reputation. But asking them to cater to Yao Jianye's words and turn a deaf ear to him would go against their professional ethics. With this tangle, the leading judge tasted it for a while, and then his eyes changed. Is this the Yao family's new red stone wine? Seeing this, the other judges also began to taste the wine. When the red wine flowed into their stomachs, they all had expressions of surprise on their faces. Before today, if anyone told me that they were going to make a bold statement to the Chinese people about bringing the red wine industry to the world, we would just laugh. But we were wrong. We must admit that this bottle of wine conquered us. I can't think of a better evaluation than the first in the country. Red wine tasting requires tranquility and elegance. However, as experts who are well versed in this field, the judges abandoned meaningless words one by one, expressed their emotions in the most straightforward way with tears on their faces. For a moment, the entire wine tasting venue was boiling. Yao Jianye on the stage looked around at everyone, enjoying the attention and praise from the audience, with a calm expression. The man he respected, Luo Ti, also came to his side at the right time. Luo Ti simply congratulated Yao Jianye, and Yao Jianye responded in due time. Luo Ti, thanks to your help during this period, I can rest assured that the future of Hongshu and Xiaoxue will be left to you. The voice was not quiet, at least the entire wine tasting venue could hear it clearly. Xiaoxue's face immediately turned dark purple, but unlike her, Ling Zhao's attention was not on Yao Jianye. Ever since Luo Ti came on stage, his eyes have never left Luo Ti's face. The gloom that had always lingered around this kid was now rapidly heating up. Ling Xiao instinctively realized that this was probably the moment when the sinister man's plan was about to come to light. This is exactly the case. Yao Jianye, you look very happy, Luo Ti said with narrowed eyes. Yao Jianye nodded. Even though he was a calm man, he couldn't help but feel emotional at the moment. He didn't even notice that the junior in front of him was calling him by his real name rudely. Luo Ti continued, then you can be happy. Treat this as the sunset of your Luo family and Hongshu wine industry and enjoy it. After all, you don't have much of a future? Yao Jianye finally realized that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Ti took a step closer, his face full of arrogance, and raised his voice and said, "I say, Yao Jianye, you are really stupid. You actually let me host such an important wine tasting event. Fine, I will fulfill your wish and present you with the best wine tasting event, which will elevate your beloved Yao family and Redstone Winery to the highest level in your career. But listen to me, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. No matter how gorgeous this wine tasting looks in your eyes, I will make it wither completely in a moment. Just like you destroyed our Luo family, I will also give you a return gift, but I am different from you. I will not leave you any room for recovery." The two's voices echoed throughout the venue, and for a moment the previous liveliness and noise were instantly replaced by dead silence. In this suffocating silence, Yao Jinye's face turned green and he spoke word by word. "What are you going to do?" Luo Ti chuckled and shook his head. "Yao Jianye, you have prepared so much just to promote this bottle of the first red wine SCP 2021, but if I'm telling you the truth now. The SCP 2021 in your hand is not the best red wine in Chongguo at all. All this is just your self-entertainment like a clown. What do you think Redstone wine will be like after this fun party?" After that, Luo Ti took out a bottle of red wine from behind and placed it on the table in front of him and handed it to the referee. "It's meaningless to talk about it. Aren't you the best wine tasters in the country? Come, try our Roche wine and let this man realize how ridiculous he is." The judges at the wine tasting exchanged glances with each other, and after some hesitation, the leading judge took the lead in opening the bottle cap to try. Then, just by opening the bottle, the judge's expression suddenly became interesting. This group of well-dressed referees rushed over like wild beasts, sniffing the aroma of red wine crazily. "I really didn't smell it wrong. This smell. Hongshu's SCP 2021 is indeed a rare treasure, but the Roche red wine brought by Mr. Luo has reached the collection level in the red wine world. It's a pity that the reason why we recognized SCP 2021 as the best in Chongguo is because we haven't tasted this bottle of Roche red wine yet. This is the real best in Chongguo and world class." The referee's comments were like a depth bomb, causing heated discussions in the audience. Hearing all the impoliteness in the words, Yao Jianye understood that Luo Ti had succeeded and it was too late. Confused, Yao Jianye turned to look at Luo Ti. "I don't understand. I've always treated you as my future son-in-law. The best resources are given to you, and even the entire Yao family will be managed by you one day. Why on earth do you? Why?" Without waiting for Yao Jianye to finish his question, Luo Ti tore off his disguise and said viciously with a smug look, "My Luo family is one of the two largest red wine companies in Chongguo that is not inferior to your Yao family. In order to let your Yao family step onto the world stage, you do everything you can to force our Luo family to go bankrupt to pave the way for you. Not only that, you also took in those of us who were originally from the Luo family company and snatched knowledge from us just to humiliate us." Yao Jianye frowned and explained. You know very well that it is your Luo family who clings to the old-fashioned system and cannot keep up with the times, which ultimately led to the current situation. In order to prevent our two families from being almost buried, I proposed that the remaining members of your Luo family join us to create world-class red wine." "I didn't expect that." Once again, before Yao Jianye could finish, Luo Ti interrupted him rudely, his face turning purple as he shouted angrily. "Yao Jianye, you bastard, stop pretending to be an elder and pointing fingers in front of me. No matter what your reasons are, since my Luo family's wine business has failed, your Yao family will not have an easy life either. If you want to beg for mercy from me, then come on, call me daddy, bow your head and kowtow a few times, then maybe I will consider letting you go." Chapter 33, Taking the Stage. You. Yao Jianye now realized that all his words were in vain. He had misjudged the man in front of him. He was nothing but an ungrateful person with no upbringing. Today he was going to attack the Yao family's weak spot just to vent his anger. The tough boss sighed on the spot, listening to the 180-degree sarcasm and ridicule from the guests around him who followed the wind. He realized that even if he continued to argue on the stage, the disaster that the Yao family faced today was unavoidable. So he sighed, said no more, and left the stage in silence. In the eyes of the guests who were causing trouble, Yao Jianye's silence was seen as a sign of weakness, which immediately attracted a lot of sarcasm and foul language, with one foul language after another uttered from their mouths. Yao Shui heard it all clearly. She was so angry that she wanted to go up to argue, but Ling Xiao beside her grabbed her arm first. Xiao Xue. Ling Xiao controlled the strength of his hands and tried to comfort her in a gentle tone. There's no need to be angry with them. You should know that this is a shopping mall. These people just follow the wind and go with the flow. Yao Shui's eyes turned slightly red as she said, I just can't stand the faces of these people. Mu Zian on the side calmly analyzed. Boss Yao is in big trouble now. Yao's red stone winery is so prosperous, many of his peers are jealous. Now that something has happened, no one is unwilling to take advantage of the situation and step on it. Ling Zhao's eyes fell on Yao Jianye, who was moving to the back of the party, and said, Anyway, don't worry, let's meet up with your father and hear what he has to say. As he spoke, Ling Xiao sniffed. At this distance, the smell of Roddy's red wine also drifted into his mouth and nose. Regarding the quality of the wine, Ling Xiao agreed with the referee and admitted that the level of this wine was indeed better than that of Yao's wine. But in more detailed places, Ling Xiao smelled more fishy things. He pulled Yao Shui forward all the way and finally blocked Yao Jianye at the main entrance. Get out of the way. Yao Jianye said coldly, I still have a lot of things to do, I don't have time to accompany you. In response, Ling Xiao snorted coldly, Why? Because of your own fault, Hongsher suffered a Waterloo, but you don't reflect on yourself, but just want to get angry with your daughter? Ling Xiao thought that Yao Jianye's domineering personality would definitely lead to a counterattack, but unexpectedly, Yao Jianye suddenly fell silent. The burly man looked at Ling Xiao for several seconds before he spoke again. The content of the words was clearly a request to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you are right. This turmoil is the result of my own actions, Yao Jianye. I will deal with the aftermath in the priority world, and you, if you really like my daughter, you should protect her well during this period and don't let her suffer more. Yao Shui's eyes widened. She had never thought that one day she would hear these words from her overbearing father's mouth. For a moment, she was unable to utter a word. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the tall and burly Yao Jianye in front of him. At this moment, he felt that he saw through everything in the man in front of him. So, he sneered and said mockingly, You really still can't see anything clearly even now, Yao Jianye. Yao Shui and I are not a couple at all. It's just that Yao Shui was pushed to the limit by you, and she came up with a trick to deal with you. Ah Shao. Yao Shui was confused. She understood that the fact that they were pretending to be a couple could not be kept secret forever. She could also understand that with the way things had developed to this point, Yao Jianye no longer had the extra energy to focus on Yao Shui's blind date. But she couldn't understand why Ling Xiao chose to take this opportunity to bring this matter to the attention of Yao Jianye. What on earth do you want to do? Yao Jianye took a step forward and stood directly in front of Ling Xiao with a terrifying momentum. Yao Jianye has always had a bad temper. Ever since Luo Ti backstabbed him, he has been suppressing the evil fire in his heart. Now that Ling Xiao has been contradicting him again and again, it has reached the critical point of erupting. But when he saw his daughter's expression, he swallowed it back and used his last bit of rationality to control his body and said, Ling Xiao, I know you are always sharp-tongued. Maybe that's what my daughter likes about you. But when it comes to the survival of my Yao family, just shut up and protect Xiao Xue. I will do my best to take care of the Yao family's situation, but no one in this world can save the entire situation. You take her with you and prepare for the worst. At this moment, Yao Jianye suddenly looked like he had aged 10 years, and his originally tall stature shrank a lot in an instant. Seeing this, Ling Xiao completely recognized this man in his heart, stopped provoking him, and said seriously, I have a way. A simple sentence here can be more destructive than thunder. Yao Shui stammered, Xiao, what did you say? Can you really? Ling Xiao patted Yao Shui's head and said with a smile, Have I ever lied to you, silly girl? No. Yao Shui's face turned red, and she lowered her head and answered in a low voice. Ling young man, what on earth are you? Yao Jianya had a complicated expression. He wanted to regard this as the arrogance of a young man who was ignorant of the world, but what Ling Xiao revealed was real confidence. Seeing this, Ling Xiao changed his offensive and walked up to Yao Jianya and said, I'm serious about this, and I hope you'll be serious about making a deal with me. I'll help you settle this matter. You from today on, listen to your daughter and control your attitude. Let's stop with the blind date. Overwhelmed by Ling Xiao's momentum, Yao Jianya responded subconsciously, okay. It took him a long time to realize what had happened, but Ling Xiao had already approached Luo Ti, leaving behind his back in a sentence to the father and daughter. Xiuxue, stay here with your father and wait for me for a while. I'll go deal with Luwadi. Ling Xiao came to Mu Ziyan's side, whispered a few words, and then went straight onto the stage. Ling Xiao? Luo Ti, who was enjoying the flattery from the crowd below, turned around and saw the uninvited guest, and said with an impatient look on his face. What are you doing here? Didn't you understand what I just said? Ling Xiao crossed his arms and sneered, I understand, and I'll say something in return. What? Luo asked. Ling Xiao said, stop now, apologize to the Yao family and get out, you can still end up intact. Luo Ti clenched his fists and growled, you're looking for death, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, you are the one who was looking for death. Now call me daddy and kowtow a few times, maybe I will consider letting you go. Luo Ti was so angry that his facial features were distorted, but before he became completely furious, he suddenly burst into laughter, which stunned Ling Xiao opposite him. The man said to himself, good fellow, I know that men are easily fooled by women, but I didn't expect that a fool like you would be deceived to this extent. I don't know what's so attractive about a smelly wild woman who has been fooling around for more than 10 years, but if you like that, go after her. You want to pretend in front of me, but don't you think you have the ability? You are a piece of trash, you don't even have the qualifications to stand here and compete with me. Do you understand? If you do, go away quickly. I don't have time for you. This was not the first time he had dealt with such an arrogant rich second generation. Ling Xiao was not angry, but just smiled faintly. I am not qualified to compete with you? Don't be anxious, you, Luo Ti, can get on this stage, but why can't I? Such an interesting competition, why don't you take me with you? After Luo Ti looked Ling Xiao up and down, he sneered and said, do you really want to stand up for the Yao family father and daughter? Oh, I didn't expect you to be so devoted to that wild girl. What sweet treat did she give you that made you pay so much attention to her, huh? Let me tell you, this is a wine review competition, not a nightclub or KTV. Just because you have money and aspirations doesn't mean you are qualified. Did you see the red wine I just brought up? If you have the guts, bring up a bottle of the same quality, or else get out of here. Ling Xiao stared at Luo Ti quietly until he finished speaking, and then he slowly opened his mouth to reply. It turns out that I need a wine of the same grade as yours. That's a bit difficult indeed. Luo Ti nodded with satisfaction and said, I'm glad you understand. Go down. Ling Xiao not only did not leave, but he took a chair and sat down with his legs crossed. After all, everything I brought is better than you. Chapter 34, Unknown Origin. After that, without giving Luo Ti a chance to speak, Ling Xiao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Uncle Joan, I'm in trouble. After receiving the order, a middle-aged butler led the bodyguards to carry a wooden box of red wine onto the stage. No trouble, Master Ling, I brought all 3 bottles of free red wine you reserved. After the butler finished speaking, he opened the wooden box on the spot and displayed the 3 bottles of red wine in it to the public. Luo Ti came forward curiously and stretched out his hand to touch Ling Xiao's red wine, but his arm froze in the air halfway. This is Labutu's M73, the legendary bottle that made the Labutu Emperor Moro famous in one battle? Luo Ti's voice suddenly became hoarse, and his eyes turned to the next room, almost popping out of his head. M78, also known as Rabido Supreme, is this the batch that Moreau won the World Wine Grand Slam that year? After hearing this, the audience below had not yet reacted, but the referees were furious on the spot. The judges, who had been sitting in their seats the entire time and posing in a poised manner, rushed over like crazy, took out white gloves and magnifying glasses from somewhere and started playing with them carefully. It's the real thing, it's the real thing. All of them are priceless Rabido collections, and I am lucky enough to see them today. Look, there's a 3rd bottle next to it. This is U40, the legendary magical wine U40. It is said that Moro never displays it publicly, and only the top wine tasters in the industry can see it. Who are you? These bottles of wine could only be in Moreau's own collection. How did you? Ling Xiao scratched his head and said calmly, Morrow gave it to me. Ling Xiao was telling the truth, it was indeed a gift from Morrow. Just as Morrow mentioned in the video he attached yesterday, he actually opened the collection cellar and served red wine. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that Morrow was so straightforward that he immediately picked out 7 bottles of top-notch collections and airlifted them to Ling Xiao's residence. After signing for the express delivery early this morning, Ling Xiao thought that he was invited to the Red Stone wine tasting party as Xiaoxue's boyfriend, and it would be impolite to go empty-handed. So he picked 3 bottles and contacted Yao family's housekeeper Uncle Zhong to transport them to the venue. Due to the sudden change in the situation, he urgently called Uncle Zhong to take out the 3 bottles as the cornerstone for Ling Xiao to stand on this stage. That Morua for you? Luo Ti's face turned pale and he stammered. Who are you? Many people have tried to get close to Mr. Moreau, but even if they kneeled down and begged him, they would not necessarily win his favor or receive a bottle of premium red wine. As he spoke, Luo Ti examined the wooden box again, looking at the 3 bottles of red wine with almost crazy jealousy. He finally managed to retract his eyes that were about to pop out and put them back on Ling Xiao. Are you really a shareholder of Labatou as you claim? But I have never heard of Labatou Wines selling shares. Ling Xiao waved his hand and explained casually, you are too ignorant. As the world's #1 wine company, Labatou cannot do without its own continuous expansion and progress, which naturally requires external funds to flow in. Moreau's pride prevented him from allowing third-rate people who knew nothing about wine to join Rabitou, so he set strict standards. The only people who can invest in Rabitou are those who correctly understand Rabitou's strategic goals and the way of red wine. That's me. Luo Ti looked around and saw that the audience were all spectators. They would support whoever caused the biggest disturbance. As for the judges around, they were all immersed in the charm of collection-level red wine. At this time, it would be too costly for Luo Ti to continue to go against public opinion and exclude Ling Xiao. Okay, Mr. Ling, I agree that you are indeed qualified to be at this bar. Luo Ti took a deep breath and said, then, what is your purpose? Do you want to open these 3 bottles of collection on the spot to liven up the atmosphere? Ling Xiao laughed and said, Master Luo, if you like, I'll let you drive, but I came here for a more interesting purpose. As he spoke, Ling Xiao paced to the side, and before Luo Ti could react, he snatched the bottle of anonymous Luo family red wine that Luo Ti had previously presented to the referee. Luo Ti's face changed drastically and he was about to rush forward. Ling Xiao reached out to stop the other party's excitement. Don't panic, what I want to do is to taste this bottle of red wine again. Taste? Luo Ti gritted his teeth and spat out words, you are not a referee, what qualifications do you have to comment here? Ling Xiao shrugged and said, don't worry, we'll leave the comments to the judges. I just want to share some of my thoughts while tasting out of personal interest. Then we can all be curious and see if the referee's opinions change. While the two were arguing, different noises began to arise on and off the stage. The judges on the stage considered Ling Xiao's intentions. This Mr. Ling wants to reopen the wine tasting. Perhaps he has doubts about our professionalism. I don't think it's a big deal. After all, we are never afraid of being questioned about our professionalism. After all, Mr. Ling is a shareholder of Labatou, the man that Morrow has his eyes on. Since this bottle of Rothschild's unknown red wine has entered the ranks of world-class wines, perhaps Mr. Ling does have some insights. After all, he beat the genius Wu Xin in the timed doubles match. I think it's okay. The referee's remarks discouraged Luo Ti from rebutting. Even though his heart was filled with resentment, he could only swallow it. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to come to Luo Ti's side and whispered mockingly, I'm going to start. Luo Ti lowered his voice to a level that only the two of them could hear and said, it's up to you, but remember, I hold grudges. Coincidentally, me too. After saying that, Ling Xiao opened the red wine, poured out a glass, tasted it, and responded on the spot. Good wine. To Luo Ti's surprise, Ling Xiao's words were pure praise. His anger began to dissipate, and he said with a teasing smile, why, you finally understood the charm of this wine after tasting it, right? Third-rate slander cannot shake a first-rate wine. Now apologize to me and get out of here, and I won't bother with you. Ling Xiao ignored Luo Ti at all. After chewing for a while, he smelled the wine in his hand and nodded. This is a sweet and bitter taste, but it's not offensive. It's worthy of being called Rabitou. Luo Ti listened to every word, and when he reached the last half of the sentence, he could no longer keep a straight expression on his face. This is our Rothschild's red wine. What does it have to do with you, Labatou? Roti cursed. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "Don't be so anxious. The good show hasn't even started yet. It's too hasty to expose your weak points now." Ling Xiao shook the red wine and put it down. The brewing method, formula, equipment, and personnel of Labatou were certainly the reasons for their current success, but the special grapefields nurtured by the local water and soil are also one of the important reasons. Unless the grapes that Rabbitoo Dozen Tea sell can flow into your hands in large quantities, you can't explain the taste of this bottle of red wine. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Luo Ti stamped his feet angrily and took advantage of the situation with an aggressive tone. "What nonsense are you talking about? Just because you are a shareholder of Labatou, your words can be used as evidence. You want to prove that my wine has unknown origins? Okay, if you have the guts, show me some clear evidence before you speak." Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. He pointed at the wine box and said, "Didn't I bring the evidence here? Please don't be polite, judges. Open the bottle of U40 that you call the phantom wine. I hope it still tastes good to you, Mr. Roddy." Chapter 35 Stealing Wine. What Luo Ti turned around and looked at the red wine box that Ling Xiao opened. Who would have thought that the red wine Ling Xiao used to support his cards actually contained a dagger, reserved for use against Luo Ti? The judges, who had been eagerly waiting for this, received Ling Xiao's promise, and rushed forward one by one, picked up U40 with crazy eyes. "Wait!" Luo Ti couldn't help but yell. When he came to his senses, Luo Ti found that everyone's eyes were focused on him, as if they were looking at a clown. "Are you scared already?" Ling Xiao crossed his arms and looked at Luo Ti's ugly appearance. "Since you think I am slandering you unilaterally, why do you stop the judges from opening the wine?" Luo Ti's body trembled for a while, and he tried to put on an ugly smile and turned around and said, "W misunderstanding. I mean, it's rare that Mr. Ling Xiao presents such a good red wine. Why not put it on the table and open it ceremoniously in front of everyone and under the camera?" After looking at each other, the judges said bluntly, "That makes sense." They quickly restarted the process of opening the wine, making it more ceremonial. This also made the U40 unpacking process the real focus of the whole venue, arousing everyone's nerves. Looking at the ceremony that he had single-handedly brought about, Luo Ti felt bitter at heart. He could only slap himself a few times in his heart to calm down and not make any more mistakes or be caught by Ling Xiao. The red wine was finally opened, and the aroma that matched the magical famous wine quickly filled the entire place. Even laymen who didn't know much about wine were addicted to it and intoxicated. After the wine tasting, the judges looked at each other with embarrassment on their faces. "Tell me." Luo Ti took a deep breath and stepped forward and said, "Is our Luo family's wine really the same as Rabito's U40? It's different." A judge spoke first. After hearing the conclusion, Luo Ti was stunned for a while, and then a smile broke out on his face. Ha 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 ha. The previous depression and panic were mixed together and released at this moment. Luo Ti didn't care about his image, laughed so hard that he fell backwards, pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "Did you hear that? It's different. Ha 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 ha, you idiot. You framed me and shot yourself in the foot. Are you satisfied? Ha 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 ha. You idiot, you come up here to try to scam me, that's all you." Luo Ti's smile gradually faded, and he was surprised to find that Ling Xiao opposite him was also smiling. And it's the kind of laughter that you can't help but feel when you're looking at a fool. "What's with that expression on your face?" Luo Ti yelled. Ling Xiao spread his hands and shook his head, saying, "Luo Ti, when you were in elementary school, didn't your teacher teach you a sentence? When you are listening, you must listen to the last sentence." Luo Ti opened his mouth and wanted to refute something, but after hesitating for a moment, he turned to look at the judges. The judge continued, "I say they are different because Luo's anonymous wine is far inferior to U40 in quality." Luo Ti's face turned ugly, and after changing his expression, he tried to save face. "Our opponent is the fantasy wine, the king of world-class wines throughout the ages. Our Luo family lost with conviction and it was not a loss." The judge shook his head. "You misunderstood us, Luwadi. What I want to say is, the anonymous red wine you brought is a low-quality product from U40. Inferior product." These two big words were printed on Luo Ti's chest, causing him to lose his balance on the spot. He took 2 steps back, swayed a few times, and almost fell down. There was a lot of discussion in the wine tasting venue. The look that made Luo Ti feel dizzy before had turned into sharp needles piercing his body in the blink of an eye. "Inferior? What do you mean? Is it that serious if it's just a little bit worse? You're stupid. In professional reviews, only wines of the same type can be described as good or bad. The same kind? Does that mean that the Luo family's anonymous red wine is not brewed by the Luo family at all, but is a copy of Rabito's recipe? But is Labitu's formula so easy to imitate? If it's the same type of wine, and it's not a fake, then it's stolen? The noisy sounds around him were like a heavy hammer hitting Luo Ti's heart again and again. He looked at Ling Xiao with resentful eyes. Everything he, Chuxin, had built up was completely destroyed by this nosy person who appeared out of nowhere. He hates it so much. If you have no excuse, then confess now that you stole the wine. Ling Xiao asked. Stealing wine? Luo Ti's face was covered with blue veins, his eyes were burning with bloodshot, and he walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. Our wine is indeed somewhat similar to Labitu's, but who says there can't be a little coincidence in this world? The winery from our Chonghua and Rabito had a similar collision of inspiration. Do you dare to say that this is impossible? You are holding a bottle of wine that has never been released to the market and trying to frame our Luo family for stealing wine to participate in the competition. If you don't have evidence, I will call the police right now to report you for false accusation. Ling Xiao sighed. Are you serious? It has come to this, and you still want to continue to fight? Luo Ti laughed loudly and pointed his index finger at Ling Xiao. I, Luo Ti, have never been a coward in my life. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts to get Moreau from Labitu to appear here to testify that I stole the wine, come on. Ling Xiao looked at the other person and took a step forward without showing any weakness. Okay, I'll satisfy you. As the voice fell, a loud shout came from the elevator entrance. Who is calling me? The appearance of the voice attracted the attention of the whole audience, but the person who made the voice seemed to be unaware and walked over with a casual step. He was a white man with a striking purple mohawk and a Hawaiian suit, looking like he was in the wrong place at the wrong season. However, it was this strange person who, the moment he came into everyone's sight, quickly attracted half of the guests present who recognized his identity and shouted. Moreau! It's Moreau, the world's #1 winemaker, the world's #1 wine taster, and the owner of the world's #1 winery, Rabitu. Moreau really appeared here, why? Moreau walked through the crowd, climbed onto the judging platform, and gave Ling Xiao a bear hug. Mr. Ling, thank you for helping me catch the murderer who stole the wine this time. Thank you for the beautiful lady and the young man you sent to lead the way quickly enough. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at Luo Ti, asking with interest, the Moreau you ordered has appeared. What is your answer now? Reply answer. At this moment, Luo Ti was like an old-fashioned computer with a card reader. From his movements to his expressions, to his pronunciation, everything was half a beat slow. But Ling Xiao knew that this was just the other parties acting to escape reality, and he had his own way to expose it. It doesn't matter whether you answer or not. After all, the fact that your Luo's winery stole wine in order to maliciously compete with Yao's Red Stone Winery has been exposed. The rest is left to the reporters and the police. Hearing this, Luo Ti was struck by lightning. After he came to his senses, he looked around. However, all I saw was a look of gloating. Thump! Luo Ti suddenly knelt down, hugged Ling Xiao's thighs tightly and cried. Master Ling, it was me, Luo Ti, who was wrong. I was blind and didn't know what I was doing. I was showing off my skills in front of you. I stole the wine. I was the one who refused to obey the Yao family. I did it all by myself. It has nothing to do with anyone else in the Luo family. It's all my fault, I beg you. Chapter 36 Heading into the World. The origin of the matter can be traced back to the morning when Ling Xiao received the Moreau red wine. In addition to the red wine, Ling Xiao also received a selfie video sent by Moreau. In the video, Moreau briefly explained why the U40 was a flash in the pan for the review experts but was ultimately not put on the market. This is because Moreau had the creative inspiration before the launch and believed that he could create an ultimate red wine of a higher level based on U40. This attempt has continued to this day, and his new work U73 was stolen after a party at the Labitur winery. Moreau was sure that the thief had been to High City, so he chased him and hoped that Ling Xiao would provide help. Ling Xiao agreed on the spot, but he never expected to unexpectedly meet the real murderer at this wine tasting party. The conversation with Mu Ziyan before going on stage was that Ling Xiao entrusted Mu Ziyan to go to the airport to pick up Moreau in person. Master Ling, please say something. If you are not satisfied, I can apologize to you. After Luo Ti's emotional breakdown, he kept crying and begging for forgiveness. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't react, He actually imitated Wu Xin and slapped his face left and right. Luo Ti. Ling Xiao looked down at him calmly and said, "You must have mistaken the person you should apologize to." Luo Ti stopped his hands and shook his face, which was swollen like a sweet potato. He first looked at Morrow and then came to his senses. Luo Ti didn't dare to stand up, so he used his hands and feet to crawl down the stage and shouted in the direction of Yao Jianye. "Uncle Yao, Boss Yao, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Please don't." The development of the situation had long been completely beyond Yao Jianye's control. He had been watching everything on the stage with astonishment. At this moment, Luo Ti crawled to his feet, and Yao Jianye realized something. He is the protagonist today. Fortunately, Yao Jianye had been working in the business world for many years, so his reaction was a little slow, but he was finally ready. He coughed lightly, put on the proper momentum, and announced to the guests, "Your crime will be determined by the police. As for your slander against Yao's enterprise and the position of other members of the Luo family in this matter, I will make a judgment after finding out the truth." This was the best answer Luo Ti could receive at the moment. He hugged Yao Jianye and thanked him repeatedly, but was kicked away by the other party and was controlled by bodyguards. Yao Jianye calmed down and announced that today's wine tasting was over. Reporters took this opportunity to rush up and start interviewing. "How do you plan to end this matter?" Ling Xiao asked, shaking the glass of red wine. "The red wine is taken back, and the prisoner is confirmed." Morrow nodded. "I'm satisfied. I reported the case to the International Wine Association before I filed the case, and attached my full set of evidence. The rest is up to them and Boss Yao, who suffered losses, to decide for themselves." Ling Xiao nodded. "Then it seems that all this can be concluded. Unfortunately, after all these years of going around in circles, my plan to perfect the U40 red wine ultimately came to nothing." Morrow sighed. "It's about time I gave up." After listening to this, Ling Xiao savored the U40 in his hand again and suddenly had an idea. After some whispering, Morrow excitedly rushed to Yao Jianye, who was surrounded by reporters. "Hello, Boss Yao, I want to talk to you." Yao Jianye was a little confused. Facing the pinnacle of the entire red wine industry, he responded seriously, "Mr. Morrow, you are too polite. Please go ahead." Morrow nodded and said, "I have been working behind closed doors for many years on the successor to the U40, but as you have witnessed today, the latest U73 is not even as good as U40. I always thought I would never be able to make a breakthrough in my lifetime, but after tasting your Yao family's wine, new inspiration came to me. Boss Yao, are you willing to cooperate with us at Labitu? We will provide you with the latest technology, formulas, and experience." Yao Jianye felt that some of the heat in his body was gathering towards his head. If he had not been able to concentrate enough, he would have almost fainted on the spot. Gritting his teeth, Yao Jianye finished his answer, "If this transaction is equal, of course we are willing." "Thank you." Morrow smiled and held Yao Jianye's hands. "It is our honor." "Thank you, Mr. Ling, for letting me meet your Redstone wine industry." Snap. The shutters of reporters' cameras were pressed one after another. The noise was more frenetic than before, and tomorrow's news would be embellished with enough heavy news. Looking at the ending, Ling Xiao turned around with satisfaction, but a shout came from behind. "Mr. Ling!" The person who shouted was Yao Jianye, who was able to escape because Morrow diverted the attention of the reporters. Yao Jianye said solemnly, "I know, the entire Yao family owes you a big treat." Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "I did this for Xiaoxue. As long as you keep your promise and don't cause her any trouble, and stop thinking about looking for a son-in-law to take over the family business, try to see what your daughter is capable of, then we'll be even." Yao Jianye narrowed his eyes, looked at Ling Xiao and nodded, "With you here, there's really no point in looking for anyone else." Ling Xiao felt something was a little strange when he heard this, but he was too lazy to continue discussing this topic, so he turned around and left. "That's it, Boss Yao, help me cover up the information from the media. I don't want to be like you, blocked by a group of people and unable to leave the house." Yao Jianye turned around, looked at Ling Xiao's back and asked, "I understand, young man. Although you unilaterally determined that we are even, I, Yao Jianye, don't like to owe favors to others. On behalf of the Yao family, I promise you that no matter what kind of business or company you want to set up in the future, it will be related to red wine or not. My Yao family Redstone Winery will always provide you with the greatest possible support." Ling Xiao didn't reply. He walked to the elevator entrance, where Yao Shui and Mu Zian were waiting for him. "Ah Xiao, Dad didn't say anything nonsense to you just now, did he?" Shui rushed up and hugged Ling Xiao, her face full of nervousness. You little girl, what kind of monster do you think your father is? Ling Xiao pushed Shui away helplessly, touching her hair and said. Your father is a man of his word. He agreed to all my previous deals. From now on, it depends on whether you can handle the red stone. Anyway, if you have any questions, remember to come to me. Hearing this, Yao Shui lowered her head, bit her lips lightly, and shook Ling Xiao's sleeves with both hands. Thank you, Xiao. I wish my father could care about me half as much as you do. Ling Xiao was speechless for a moment. Don't think too badly of your father, he just doesn't know how to express his thoughts. Mu Zian, who had been listening, interrupted at the right time and said, I have had the honor of reading the guest list this time, and by the way, I also noticed Boss Yao's personal interests, and classified the guests into different categories using invitations named after gemstones. Among them, there is a most special invitation, which is only given to one person, and that is you, Miss Yao Shui. Upon hearing this, Yao Shui frowned and took out her invitation. There was a gem pattern embroidered on Yao Shui's invitation. This gem is so special that you can see the fire of ruby, the spots of amethyst, and the green sea of emerald in it. Colorful. This gem seems to have gathered the beauty of all the gems in the world into one, seamlessly integrated and extremely beautiful. I didn't care too much about it, but I could have just gone in based on my status, but he sent me an invitation embroidered with mixed gems. Mu Zian shook her head and continued, the mixed gem you mentioned is opal. Its most well-known gemstone meaning is a bright future. I think that is the only hope your father, Mr. Yao Jianye, has for you. Yao Shui stood there in a daze, clutching the invitation in her hand, and did not speak for a long time. There are old-fashioned men like Yao Jianye in this world. If you try to understand his thoughts through conversation, it may take you a lifetime. But if you try to start from other details, you will find that the real answer is often hidden in the most obvious place in such a clever way. Looking into Yao Shui's eyes, Ling Xiao knew in his heart that the last inner obstacle between the father and daughter, the ice-like barrier, had been broken. The long list of tasks that Ling Xiao had done to help Xiao Shui was finally completed. Therefore, another issue that Ling Xiao had previously suppressed due to urgency can now be brought up for consideration. Ms. Mu, you just said that you have seen the list of all the participants in this wine tasting event and the types of invitations they correspond to. Then I have a question. Have you ever seen someone representing Ningguang Company holding a turquoise classified invitation? Chapter 37, Clouds of Light. Mu Zian quickly mobilized her brain, and after some recollection, she shook her head and said. Turquoise, that is, friends from the news media. I have heard of this Ningguang Company before, but I can guarantee it. There are no people from Ningguang Company among the participants of this wine tasting event. Something is wrong. Ningguang Company is the company owned by Su Ning, the boss who takes care of Ling Xiao. It is also the place where Ling Xiao and Mao Zi worked before he bound the system. As a new media company, although it is not ranked among the top in Haishur, Su Ning has always had a first-class business sense. Ningguang couldn't be absent from such a large event as a wine tasting event. Thinking of Mao Zi's phone call in the morning, Ling Xiao's expression changed. What happened to Su Ning might not be just a simple incident, it might be a big incident. After quickly saying goodbye to Mu Zian and Yao Shui, Ling Xiao hurriedly contacted Mao Zi to have dinner together as agreed in the morning. Half an hour later, Ling Xiao, driving a sports car, arrived at the door of his own Western restaurant, Fei Cui Linglong. Hello, boss. The one who received Ling Xiao was the familiar silver-haired butler wearing a monocle. Your friend arrived 5 minutes ago. We arranged for him to stay in the inner private room according to the platinum member level treatment. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and under the guidance of the silver-haired butler, he found Mao Zi. The moment the door opened, Mao Zi was holding a knife and fork, poking a piece of steak in front of him excitedly. Seeing Ling Xiao, he quickly put away his expression and rushed over to him. Boss Xiao, no, young Master Ling, you're here. Ling Xiao felt goosebumps all over his body, and turned away, causing Mao Zi to fly against the wall. Can you do some earthly work? After saying that, Ling Xiao closed the door, sat back in his chair carelessly, and poured himself a glass of water. I can finally drink some normal water. With a whoosh, Mao Zi pulled himself out of the wall and flew directly to Ling Xiao, picking up the kettle and pouring water for him. Boss Xiao, you've worked hard. I'll pour it for you. Why didn't I realize you were so perceptive before? Ling Xiao snorted and teased. The early bird catches the worm. From now on, don't worry, I will always be at your service and go through fire and water. Mao Zi quickly expressed his loyalty. Boss, this is the best Western restaurant in the entire high city, Jade Linglong. Brother, I only heard that you wanted to take me to Jade Linglong to eat some top-notch Western food, but I didn't hear that this restaurant is yours. You really scared me. My heart is still pounding. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, didn't you say you were going to come over and hug my thighs? Then I have to roll up my trouser legs to let you see how thick my thighs are. It's too rough. Mousie swallowed and looked around the table, calculating in his mind how long this table of food would provide him with income. Okay, stop talking about these meaningless things. Ling Xiao said. We mentioned this on the phone. Tell me honestly what happened to Su Ning. Things got down to business, and Mousie stopped playing coy and sat back down to tell the whole story. Boss Xiao, Boss Su's company was found to have evaded taxes, and the company's accounts didn't match up, so the tax bureau came and sealed it up. Ling Xiao frowned and said, impossible. Although I work in sales, I am always there when Su Ning goes to the accounting company to sort out the situation. Every detail is clear, and Su Ning has never been that kind of person. Mousie sighed and said, that's the problem, Boss Xiao. The K-pop company that helped with the accounting is the one that stabbed us in the back at the tax bureau. Although the boss didn't say much, we all know that those missing and wrong accounts must have been caused by Mumian behind the scenes. Bang! Ling Xiao slammed his fist on the table. He hadn't felt such intense anger for a long time. In fact, K-pop company has always had a bad reputation in the industry. Doing accounting for other companies means that they can find out their weaknesses. Even if there are no weaknesses, they have a way to fabricate them. However, although the K-pop company has a bad reputation, it is indeed capable and charges low fees. In order to gain a foothold in Haishar and gain the qualifications to compete with others in the market, many small and medium-sized enterprises finally choose to cooperate with them. Su Ning's Ningguan company is one of them. Being weak, giving in and being patient will not make things easier, but will only give the wicked the opportunity to take advantage of you. This sentence is the truth that Ling Xiao learned from his painful experiences in college, and it was also personally taught to him by Su Ning, who took him in. I didn't expect this day would come. Su Ning would be eaten by these termites for the same reason. I do not understand. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, calmed down and asked, although Mumian is a shitty company that bullies the weak and fears the strong, it also treats people differently. For a small company like Ningguan, there is not much money to be made. It's a bit hasty to start now. Mousie shook his head and said, I don't know about that, Boss Xiao. But I think Boss Su would also like to know this, so today he arranged a dinner with the manager of our business at Mumian, which is about now. Your information is quite timely. Ling Xiao put his cell phone on the table and quickly located the other party using Su Ning's number. The result was unexpected. Su Ning's position almost overlapped with theirs. Su Ning Yue's dining place is Faitsui Linglong. Ling Xiao casually dialed a few times on his phone, controlled the entire Faitsui Linglong surveillance system, and locked the room after a screening. At the dining table, Su Ning sat with a face as cold as the cold winter in December, wearing standard work attire. In the past, Ling Xiao was always joking, and Su Ning's expression was always so cold, wasting such a beautiful face. But today, seeing that the other party was able to maintain his normal state under this situation, Ling Xiao only felt a warm sense of security. Directly opposite the dining table, a casual fat middle-aged man who had taken off his coat and tie was rolling up his sleeves and devouring his meal, with greasy soup and cream all over his palms and corners of his mouth. Guosan Pao, the representative of Muqian, is actually him. Ling Xiao frowned. He was no stranger to this man. This guy not only speaks dirty words, but also has dirty hands and feet. Every time he went to K-pop company to reconcile accounts, Ling Xiao couldn't help much from a technical point of view. It was just to separate Guosan Pao that Su Ning pulled Ling Xiao up every time. And Ling Xiao's disgust towards this disgusting man reached its peak after several contacts. Sure enough, Su Ning's apparent calmness was all fake. If the company's problems had not reached a certain level, with her personality, she would never be alone with this country bumpkin. Ling Xiao turned up the volume to the maximum, and Mousie also moved a stool to Ling Xiao's side and stared at the picture on the phone. Miss Su, why don't you eat? Halfway through the meal, Guosan Pao raised his head, wiped the stains from his mouth and nose, and then casually shook them off, his eyes wandering wantonly over Su Ning. Compared with the mess on Guosan Pao's side, the dishes on Su Ning's side were hardly touched. No, Manager Gua, can we get back to the topic? Su Ning said with a frown. Guosan Pao shook his head, picked up the wine glass on the table and said to Su Ning, Miss Su, you have been in the business world for so many years, how come you don't even understand such a basic principle? As the saying goes, you can only start talking about business after 3 rounds of drinks. Miss Su, look. Bang! Su Ning slapped her palm on the table and said, "Guo-sanpao, do you think this trick will work on me? If you want to talk business, talk to me now, otherwise forget it." Guo-sanpao shook his head and sighed. "Miss Su, you were so rude. First, he didn't chat with me, second, he didn't drink with me, and third, he called me by my first name. I think you really want to completely ruin your Ningguang company." Su Ning snorted coldly. "You must have misunderstood something. I didn't meet you here because I was afraid of you, Mumian. It's as simple as stating your needs and your conditions." Guo-sanpao laughed. He put down his glass and stood up. "Simple? Simple is good. Miss Su, you finally said something I like to hear, so let's just get straight to the point. Your Ningguang company cannot be saved. Our boss personally ordered the preparation of this. You should understand after working in the business world for a few years that since the boss has taken action, no one in the entire Haishur city can stop him." Chapter 38 Three Cannons. What does your boss want? Su Ning raised her head and asked in the video. That's not something I can guess, but Miss Su, let's get back to business. Guo-sanpao walked closer and said, I can't help you save your Ningguang company, but you should understand that if this matter gets out of hand, it won't just be the collapse of Ningguang company. At this point, Guo-sanpao rubbed the fat on his hands, grinned, and drool almost flowed out from between his teeth as the foul smell of desire overflowed from his body. We can make a simple deal. I'll help you get out of this trouble. As for the price. Guo-sanpao walked closer to Su Ning and stretched out his hand, but before his hand touched Su Ning, the latter stood up and slapped him down on the spot. Get out! Su Ning cursed. Guo-sanpao took a half step back and looked at the red mark on the back of his hand. His expression suddenly became ferocious. You are so shameless, aren't you? You have been in the business world for a few years and you think you are a big shot? Just a pretty woman, do you really take yourself seriously? Be smart, Master Pao is here to teach you how to do things. Bang! Watching everything in the video, Maozi felt his blood boiling, and he was about to discuss with Ling Xiao beside him whether he should intervene. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao had already walked to the door and kicked it open with a bang. Maozi, wait here, I'll go there alone. Ling Xiao's voice was extremely cold. Even though Maozi knew that the malice was not directed at him, he still felt a chill down his spine after hearing it. Yes. Ding dong. The host is taking on the 4th selection task challenge, with a deadline of 96 hours. Option A, help Su Ning overcome the bankruptcy crisis. Option gift, fighting skill E+, an office building in the city center. Option B, protect yourself and withdraw from the dispute. Option gift, 5 million in cash. A. Ling Xiao came to Su Ning's door and directly unlocked the door with the master key given to him by the housekeeper. Bang! Breaking into the door, Ling Xiao walked straight towards Su Ning and grabbed her arm, ignoring the two stunned people. He pulled Su Ning back, putting some distance between her and Guo-sanpao. Ling Xiao. Su Ning's eyes widened in shock. Why is it you? I haven't seen you for several days. A lot of things did happen. Ling Xiao nodded. But don't talk about me now. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned around and glared at Guo-sanpao. If looks could kill, then Guo-sanpao should have been chopped into pieces in Ling Xiao's eyes. You are the pretty boy sales manager who always accompanies Su Ning. Guo-sanpao was disturbed and was obviously in a bad mood. He kicked the chair behind him against the wall. You dare to imitate others and save the damsel in distress? Get lost. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, in this day and age, a fat maggot that can only wriggle around dares to scare others? Fat maggot? Guo-sanpao didn't come to his senses until Ling Xiao's words hit him in the face. The expression on his face suddenly became interesting, and all his fat was twisted into a lump, almost bursting out with the anger in his heart. Guo-sanpao simply picked up the red wine bottle on the table and hit Ling Xiao hard on the head. However, for Ling Xiao, who had just accepted the mission and unlocked his fighting skills, Guo-sanpao's full-strength swing had automatically disintegrated into slow motion in Ling Xiao's field of vision. With just a thought, Ling Xiao pulled his hand out at an even faster speed and grabbed the opponent's wrist before Guo-sanpao could move. Boom! Ling Xiao just exerted a little force with his fingers, and the red wine bottle in Guo-sanpao's hand fell out of his hand and smashed to the ground. He was also grabbed by Ling Xiao and turned half a circle on the spot, then knelt on the ground and wailed. You start fighting as soon as you have a disagreement. That's all you can do. Ling Xiao adjusted the strength in his hands to alternate between light and heavy, making sure that the pain in the opponent's wrist would come in waves like the tide, making it impossible for him to adapt. Ah! Boy, let go of me now. If I get out, I will kill you. Gua Sanpao roared. Ling Xiao kicked Gua Sanpao on the calf, making sure that this kick would make his calf swell half a circle. Who are you going to kill? Don't, Ling Xiao, young Master Ling, I was wrong, please be gentler, stop hitting me. Gua Sanpao cried and gasped like a pig being slaughtered, and his last arrogance completely faded into begging for mercy. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, looked at the other party with disdain and said, hand over the evidence you used to frame us Ningguang, and immediately go to the relevant department to clear up this matter. Do you understand me? Hearing this, Gua Sanpao quickly and vigorously twisted his head like a rattle. I can't do it, Master Ling, please don't use force, don't, it's not that I don't listen to you, I only have a small part of the information, I can't help it all, the important information is in the hands of the boss at the headquarters. This guy is in so much pain that every inch of his fat is shaking. It looks like he's not lying. Things are getting more complicated. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door, followed by the pleasant voice of the silver-haired butler. Hello, I heard a noise, what happened? Gua Sanpao's eyes lit up immediately. The butler's voice, which he usually ignored, sounded like the sound of nature at this moment. He immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, someone came in and beat someone up, are you going to do anything about it? Looking at the ugly appearance of Gua Sanpao twisting his body while shouting, an idea flashed through Ling Zhao's mind, so he sneered and let go of his hand. Gua Sanpao, who was twisted with his backhand, lost his balance on the spot and fell to the ground in a dog-eating shit posture. As Gua Sanpao was shouting for help from the housekeeper, the blow hit his front teeth right as he opened his mouth, breaking half of his molar. Hit someone. With half anger and half fear, Gua Sanpao covered his mouth with blood and crawled to the corner of the wall. Someone is hitting someone. It's him, this lunatic, throw this extra garbage out for me. The butler responded after 2 seconds, looked around the room and then announced. Understood. I will clean the garbage out of the room now. After saying that, the butler walked directly to Gua Sanpao's side, and like an eagle catching a chick, he ignored Gua Sanpao's resistance and calmly lifted him up by the back of his collar. What are you doing, you idiot, you've got the wrong target. Gua Sanpao yelled at the silver-haired butler who picked him up. The butler shook his head and said, you are the one who made the mistake. The person over there is the boss of our Feitsui Linglong, Master Ling Xiaoling. These words were like a sharp sword piercing Gua Sanpao's heart, tearing his 3 views to pieces on the spot. Ling Xiao, he is just a small sales manager of Ningguang Company. Could the pretty boy following behind Su Ning be the boss of this Feitsui Linglong? Gua Sanpao froze like a stone statue, his mind frozen in surprise. He opened his mouth wide for a long time without uttering a single word. As Gua Sanpao was kicked out of the restaurant in this way, the noise in the private room finally calmed down. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling relieved and letting out a long sigh, he was met with Su Ning's sharp gaze. Ling Xiao, it seems that you have really, Su Ning said, a lot of things have happened to you during this period. Ling Xiao pulled out a chair and sat down. He did not answer and asked another question to change the subject. I can explain, but the more important issue right now is you. Me? Feeling Ling Xiao's different strength from the past, Su Ning's heart was a little confused. This guy is just a clown in front of the stage. Do you have any idea who was behind you? Ling Xiao asked. Su Ning was still the same Su Ning after all. In just a few seconds, she adjusted her mood. Ling Xiao, I can only get a glimpse of the person behind Gua Sanpao. He is probably a big shot who can shake the business world in High City. Helping me is equivalent to going against the entire Haisher business community. Su Ning looked at Ling Xiao, but even though she said this, the expression of the man in front of her did not waver in the slightest. So Su Ning sighed and said, Xinzheng Law Firm. Mu Qian and the mastermind behind it have been bullying and extorting companies for years without the assistance of this most famous law firm in High City. If you really want to investigate, you can try to start from here. Okay. After getting the important clue, Ling Zhao's eyes lit up on the spot, and he responded and was about to leave. But when he reached the door, his steps slowed down. Ling Xiao turned around and said, remember this, Su Ning. From today on, whoever dares to touch you will have no place in Haisher. Chapter 39 Qingzheng Law Firm. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. In the office of lawyer Lu Chang at Qingzheng Law Firm, which is ranked first in High City, a man in a suit and glasses was squatting in front of the sofa, using a bandage from his medical bag to wrap the customer's wrist. His guest was a greasy, fat, middle-aged man whose face was filled with arrogance and conceit. But at this moment, his arrogance had to give way to the mask of pain that overflowed from his face. The guest's name was Guo Sanpao, a manager of the private financial company Mumian. "Brother Lu, I can't swallow this. I'm going to make that pretty boy Ling Xiao pay the price," Guo Sanpao growled. Hearing this, Lu Chang loosened the bandage in his hand, pushed up his glasses and said with a smug look, "Don't worry, when we get to the stage of the law firm, no matter what that pretty boy has as a nouveau riche, he is just an ant in my palm." Hearing this, Guo Sanpao's face lost its pain, and instead turned into a look of resentment as he gritted his teeth and said, "Can you do it?" "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have asked you, Brother Guo, to come to my place before going to the hospital." After Lu Chang put away the medical bag, he turned around and used the key to open the drawer of his desk. After some searching, he took a USB flash drive into his hand. "But it will take me a lot of effort. Without some compensation, my efficiency might drop a bit." Guo Sanpao's face changed color. He reached out and poked the document and said, "LV Chang, we have already discussed the money thoroughly. There is no room for further discussion." In response, Lu Chang just snorted disdainfully and said, "Is that so? Then I'd better put the USB drive back first." "Don't!" Guo Sanpao quickly put on a smile and shouted, "Brother Lu, look at what I am saying. What I meant is that there is no room for adding money to the order. But for your hard work, Brother Lu, I can give you something in my personal name to comfort you for your hard work." Hearing this, Lu Chang finally smiled and opened his office laptop in front of Guo Sanpao. "Don't worry, Brother Guo, you are a well-known figure in the Haisher business world who has been influential for many years. She is the boss of a small third-tier company. Who does she think she is?" Guo Sanpao was obviously very pleased with Lu Chang's words. He squinted his eyes and shook the bandage on his hand and said, "These idiots from small companies think they can stand up like big shots if they just stand up straight. But she doesn't know that the dirt I've revealed so far is just the tip of the iceberg. The real highlight is in the hands of you, Attorney Lu, at the Qingzheng law firm. If she goes against your law firm in High City, I will make her understand firsthand what it means to die 10 times and still not be enough." Listening to Guo Sanpao's flattery in return, Lu Chang grinned and said, "Ha, you flatter me too much, Brother Guo. I just returned to China not long ago, and I have won a few legendary cases and earned a little fame. Looking across the country, there are still a few veteran lawyers who are better than me." As he spoke, Lu Chang inserted the USB drive in his hand into the computer and opened a folder labeled Ningguang, which was filled with densely packed information with various suffixes. "I've seen quite a few young businessmen who don't know their place. Everyone was very stubborn at the beginning, but it was just because they had never seen the world. When you truly realize how dangerous this world is and lose all your money, you'll cry more miserably than a pig being slaughtered. Ha ha ha." Guo Sanpao grinned and said proudly, "Brother Lu is right. I can't wait to hear their pig-like cries and screams. Then when I show up again, I'll make that Su Ning kneel down and beg me to accept her for help." After saying that, Guo Sanpao laughed out loud based on the scenes he imagined in his mind, and Lu Chang also laughed along. Bang! As the two were laughing, the laptop screen suddenly went black. Lu Chang's laughter stopped abruptly. He frowned and asked, "Is the power cord of this rubbish computer loose again?" Before Lu Chang could check it, the laptop screen automatically lit up and recovered. It's just that the restored computer was obviously missing something. Lu Chang stared blankly with his eyes wide open, his voice trembling a little. "It's gone, all gone." After saying that, Lu Chang jumped up with a loud bang, and his whole face was distorted into an exaggerated appearance. Guo Sanpao asked in confusion, "Brother Lu, what have you been talking about since just now? What the hell are you doing?" Lu Chang raised his trembling index finger and pointed at the screen. "Stupid guy, look carefully, the files and data that I just filled up on my USB drive are all gone in an instant." Guo Sanpao finally reacted and looked over. "What really naked no, why is there still one left?" Lu Chang's gaze returned to the screen. The file that was empty just now suddenly had a video file with the AVI suffix. What the hell happened in broad daylight? Lu Chang felt a chill on his back and felt that big trouble was about to happen. He moved the mouse to the file but hesitated for a long time before pressing it. "Hey, stop talking so much." Guo Sanpao couldn't bear it anymore and pressed down his right hand, clicking the left button of the mouse. The content of the file is a simple audio clip. Don't, Ling Xiao, Master Ling, I was wrong, please be gentle, don't hit me, I. The content of the sound was exactly Guo Sanpao's humiliating cry for mercy after being slapped in the face for pretending to be awesome at Fei Sui Linglong. As the familiar voice came into his ears, the expression on Guo Sanpao's face instantly became interesting. He jumped up on the spot and yelled loudly, Who was playing tricks? Boom! The office's locked door was opened from the outside, and then a figure walked in with a mocking smile. Sean Pao, don't you like to hear pigs screaming and crying? I can just record the previous sounds for you so that you can rush yourself to your heart's content. Looking at the face of the uninvited guest, Guo Sanpao felt that his head was almost about to explode because of the sudden rush of blood. He used enough force to almost break his teeth to force out the words one by one. Ling Xiao. Brother Guo, who is this person? Lawyer Lu Chang leaned over to look behind Ling Xiao, and seeing that no one else was following him, he asked Ling Xiao. How do you have the key to my office? Ling Xiao had a key ring hanging on his index finger. He spun it half a circle and threw it into the corner. I borrowed it from your boss. Ling Xiao, you are ignoring me again. Guo Sanpao yelled as he hurried forward. You actually followed me here. This is Qingzheng, not your restaurant. Don't think. As he spoke, Guo Sanpao raised his hand. Seeing this, Ling Xiao smiled slightly and raised his index finger to touch his hair. But it was such a simple action. As soon as he started, Guo Sanpao braked on the spot, retreated to the wall with a pale face, holding his bandaged wrist and trembling. Chapter 40, The Pawn That Should Be Abandoned. Guo Sanpao rushed forward with great momentum but was only controlled by his emotions. When he got really close, the memory of being beaten bloody by Ling Xiao in the restaurant immediately popped up in his mind and occupied his wrist, which had been bandaged with great difficulty, began to hurt for no reason. Don't be nervous, you are right, this is Qingzheng, not my territory, and I have no intention of taking any action. Ling Xiao waved his hands with a teasing expression on his face. You! Guo Sanpao's facial muscles trembled violently, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to shoot blood out of their sockets. Lu Chang looked at the two of them and almost understood the whole story. He coughed lightly and said, You hacked my computer? You blatantly stole the information of a professional lawyer. I can sue you for this. Looking at Lu Chang's pretending to be calm, Ling Xiao calmly spread his hands and said, Don't get excited, Lawyer Lu. I've returned all your information to you. Lu Chang was stunned for a moment, then turned to his computer. Sure enough, all the data on the USB drive returned to normal. He let out a long sigh and slumped down on the sofa, sinking his body into it and saying, That's good, thank you. No need to thank me, I've copied them all. Ling Xiao curled his lips. What did you say? Lu Chang jumped up from the sofa like a spring. Delete it now. You'd better know what you are doing. I am the top lawyer in High City in terms of winning rate and number of cases. I can make you socially dead in High City in a matter of minutes. Lu Chang's expression changed several times in just a few minutes, and Ling Xiao teased him so much that his facial muscles were sore. In response, Ling Xiao responded nonchalantly. Social death? Can you make me socially dead? I don't know. But if I reveal everything in the USB drive, you will definitely be socially dead. Why don't I take stock of it with you? For example, you are so proud to help the principal who bullied female students defend the case when you ranked first. Lu Chang's face turned purple and black, and he rushed up with a whoosh, his body showing a completely agile force that was completely different from his appearance. This surprised Ling Xiao. He was about to assume a posture to face the enemy, but who would have thought that the latter would press his body downward in the air, and then slide over with his knees hitting the ground heavily. No, Ling Xiao, Master Ling, you can't mess around with the information in that USB drive. Let's talk it over. Lu Chang kowtowed to Ling Xiao on the spot. Several black lines instantly appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead. This kid had information on dozens of cases, but he collapsed just after reading the first one. His psychological quality is really not as good as Luo Chen's. How can he go to court as a defense lawyer? Lu Chang, what are you doing? Guo Sanpao yelled. Knock your ass off to this kid. Just throw away the things in the USB drive. Don't let him scare you. Bah, I'm talking bullshit to you. Lu Chang looked up and spat at Guo Sanpao. At this moment, he had no trace of the demeanor of a great lawyer in Haishur. He shook his head and roared like a madman. Guo Sanpao, since the USB flash drive is not yours, it's really easy for you to make a fuss. After being choked by Lu Chang, Guo Sanpao wanted to rush up and teach this guy with glasses a lesson on how to behave. But when he saw Ling Xiao's face, his revengeful instinct made him make a choice, and he suppressed his anger and explained to Lu Chang. You are so stupid. The things you have done over the years have affected so many people. One move can affect the whole body. Even if you want to be finished, the beneficiaries will not let you be finished, and the Qingjun law firm represented by you will never allow you to be finished. Hearing this, Lu Chang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he stood up suddenly from the ground, tidied his messy hair, pressed his glasses, and regained his remaining dignity and said, "Brother Guai is right. Ling Xiao, if you want to hit me with the USB drive, just go ahead. Let me see how you can gather evidence to prove the contents of the USB drive, and which law firm is so stupid as to help you fight this bullshit lawsuit." Seeing this, Ling Xiao stretched out his index finger and waved it. He's the best lawyer in High City, but his ability is just like this. He gets flustered and just follows orders. I won't argue with you about whether the group leader behind your USB drive can really make me, Ling Xiao, powerless. The theory that Guo Sanpao instilled in you was wrong in a larger premise. Guo Sanpao yelled, "Don't listen to him, Lu Chang, I'm telling the truth." Ling Xiao ignored the other party and continued with what he had just said. He stopped moving his index finger and pointed it at Lu Chang and said, "That is, compared to me, in the face of the interests you mentioned, it's even more unworthy of mention. The loser who should sacrifice the pawns to save the king is you, Lu Chang." When Lu Chang heard this, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. After shaking for a while, he stammered and refuted with a final reluctance. "What are you saying? Are you trying to say that I will be abandoned? That's nonsense. Then, prove it to me." Just as he finished speaking, the door that had just been half closed after Ling Xiao entered was opened again, and behind the door appeared a group of law firm bosses in suits and leather shoes. This is... Lu Chang was a little stunned by this scene, but he soon understood the situation according to his own imaginary explanation. "Bosses, you have discovered that our law firm has been invaded by outsiders, right? It's this guy. Let the security chase him away now." Lu Chang had a smile on his face, but he was greeted with a collective cold face by the law firm's top management. "Lu Chang, you should get out. Pack your things and disappear now. Your termination letter, as well as everything you have done so far, we will send you the official documents later. As for the other issues, we'll go to court and sort them out one by one. But listen to me, don't even think about bringing your immoral behavior to bear on our law firm." Different voices came out of the mouths of the bigwigs of the self-disciplined firm, shattering Lu Chang's surprise in an instant. What was even more ironic was that after teaching LV Chang a lesson, the bigwigs of the law firm instantly turned their faces 180 degrees and looked at Ling Xiao flatteringly. "I'm so sorry to have caused you trouble with this scum in our law firm. Mr. Ling, you don't have to worry about the follow-up matters. We will arrange everything clearly and give you an explanation. Mr. Ling, can we renegotiate our lease renewal next year?" Ling Xiao kicked away Lu Chang, who was in the way, sat down on the sofa and answered casually, "Let's talk later." Renew the lease? Lu Chang, who had been left aside, came to his senses after hearing this term. That's right. A big boss from a law firm came up to Lu Chang and pointed at him and yelled, "This young Master Ling is the hottest boss in High City right now, a resident of Greenleaf, and a strong man who shined at the Red Stone wine tasting. Besides that, even the office building rented by our Qingjun law firm is one of the insignificant assets in Ling Xiao's hands. Who the hell are you? How dare you disrespect young Master Ling?" Chapter 41 GhostNet. Mauzi emerged from the crowd, walked up to Ling Xiao with a smug smile on his face and shouted, "Boss Xiao, I did an okay job, didn't I?" Ling Xiao nodded and added, "Be quicker next time, I'll give you enough certificates." Mauzi showed an embarrassed look and explained, "It's not that I'm not experienced in the business. I didn't know you're so famous in High City now. Don't worry next time. I have experience." When Fei Tsui Linglong and Su Ning said goodbye, Ling Xiao learned about the existence of Qingjun law firm from them. Ling Xiao contacted his hacker subordinate Sui to monitor Gui Sanpao's movements. As a result, he successfully intercepted the call records between the other party and Lu Chang, and learned that the other party's target was Qingjiang. Combining the above information, Ling Xiao judged that the upright lawyer Lu Chang, who was in contact with Gui Sanpao, was the breakthrough point. The subsequent hacking performance was naturally not even a warm-up for Black Dragon Sui, who had the bonus of a completed version of the master's program. As for the Qingjun law firm, which is the highlight, after Ling Xiao confirmed that it was located in the office building that he received as a gift from the system task, he immediately arranged for Mao Zi to help him establish connections with the upper echelons of the law firm. Unexpectedly, the last round of lease of the law firm just expired, which made Ling Xiao's status as the owner of the building rise directly from the second to the king bomb, and a series of plans also became smooth sailing. Inside the room, LV Chang played the emotional card with tears on his face. "Boss, I'm Lu Chang. Over the years, I've shed blood and made contributions for the company. You can't." Before Lu Chang could finish his words, he was kicked down by an impatient boss from the law firm. "Shut up, who do you think you are? Without the assistance and information provided by the law firm over the years, you really have no idea whether you can accomplish your goals. You ungrateful bastard, you took on some shitty jobs you shouldn't have taken and cheated on me. What's yours is mine." The big guy kicked Lu Chang more than 10 times in a row, and Lu Chang fell to the ground with blood all over his face, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, the boss wiped the blood off his feet with a smile on his face, and nodded to Ling Xiao. "It's just legitimate defense. I'm just trying to clear the house. Please forgive me." Ling Xiao shook his head. Lu Chang was not a good person. He understood the matter after just taking a quick look at the USB drive. Therefore, Ling Xiao would not care about Lu Chang's future fate. As for this law firm, it was completely black from top to bottom without leaving any other colors. Ling Xiao naturally had no intention of renewing the contract to keep these beasts in suits in his office. Certainly. Now is not the time to clean them up, Ling Xiao has other issues to worry about. Ling Xiao stood up and walked to Guo Sanpao in the corner. The Lu Chang who helped you has fallen, and the plan to punish Su Ning has also collapsed halfway. Ling Xiao stretched out his palm and spread it in front of Guo Sanpao. "Come on, your job is ruined and you won't be able to report to your boss. Now hand over everything in your hands that is harmful to Su Ning, and I can lower the level of my punishment for you by half a level." Guo Sanpao's temper became more and more violent the more he was defeated. At this moment, he actually laughed out loud. "The plan to discipline Su Ning has also failed halfway? Ha 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 ha, don't tease me. I've said it before, it was the boss' idea to move against Su Ning, I just took over some information and ran errands. Even if my job is interrupted, the boss will find someone else to take over. Su Ning can't turn back on this matter, and you can't help her at all. The boss will ruin Su Ning and turn that girl into a stinking whore sold on the street. I'll see if you'll." Bang! There was a buzzing sound on the spot. Before Guo Sanpao could finish his words, he fell horizontally to the ground in the impact, with blood all over his head. The instigator of all this was Ling Xiao. Without waiting for Guo Sanpao to finish his nonsense, he picked up Lu Chang's ashtray on the table and smashed it hard. "Ah, blood, it hurts you, Ling Xiao, you bastard, you." Facing Guo Sanpao, who was still cursing, Ling Xiao kicked him several times until his curses turned into pure howling. Ling Xiao stopped, threw away the ashtray, turned around and asked the lawyers, "What is this?" The lawyers understood what he meant and said in unison, "Self-defense." Ling Xiao smiled, grabbed Guo Sanpao by the collar, threw him on the sofa, and gestured in his face with clenched fists. "I told you so when we came into the house. This is Xinjiang, not my territory. I have no intention of taking action. I didn't expect you to misunderstand my casual remark. You know, the game version needs to be updated frequently. Since Xinjiang is already my territory, there's nothing wrong with me taking action." As he spoke, Ling Xiao swung his fist down with all his strength. The punch landed on the side of Guo Sanpao's face, directly smashing a hole in the sofa. Stop hitting me, I was wrong, I won't do it again." Guo Sanpao raised his arms to protect his face, and the whole person was howling. "Mr. Ling, Boss Ling, you are my father, you are my grandfather, I am just a country bumpkin, I am just a bastard, please don't hit me. I'll answer whatever you say. Please stop hitting me, please." Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Some people in this world are just so despicable that they just can't behave like human beings unless they are pushed to the point where their teeth are about to be knocked out. Ling Xiao asked Guo Sanpao to sit on the sofa and asked, "Who is your boss?" "I have no idea." Seeing Ling Xiao's expression was not right, Guo Sanpao quickly added, "Boss Xian. I don't know his name, I usually call him Boss Xian." Boss Xian has an information network, also known as the Ghost Network, which means that everyone, whether human or ghost, is connected to the internet. No matter what kind of person we want to move according to Boss Xian's instructions, Boss Xian can use this ghost net to control the person's vital points tightly and never fail. Ghost net? It's actually the legendary ghost net, a lawyer shouted. Ling Xiao frowned and turned back and asked, "You know?" The lawyer quickly responded, I've only heard rumors. Ghost Network, a company that secretly controls the lifelines of high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen through information flows, is as cunning as a viper. It is feared by all business leaders. I have only heard rumors. I didn't expect that the GhostNet was the backer behind the K-pop company that we have been cooperating with. GhostNet? It really came up with something that sounds incredible. It seems that what the law firm knows is of no help, and the key breakthrough point is still in the hands of Guo Sanpao. What method does the boss Xian you mentioned usually use to contact you? Ling Xiao asked. Guo Sanpao quickly handed over his phone with both hands and said, "Every time the boss takes the initiative to contact me, there will be a temporary number that can be kept open before the task is completed. This time it is this one." Chapter 42 Black Tiger. Ling Xiao sent all the information to Sui, and soon Sui released a port. "That's right, boss. There are 3 layers of encryption just for concealment, and the protective encryption has reached double digits." Looking at the message sent by Sui, Ling Xiao replied, "Let us get started." "Yes, boss." Seeing that Ling Xiao had taken the phone and there was no more movement, Guo Sanpao had complicated thoughts in his mind and said, "There is also someone in my company who knows computers. Once, I was so stupid that I asked him to help me check the Ghost Network. But I was spotted by Boss Xian after only a quick glance and he gave me a warning. Boss Xian is very scary. It is definitely unwise to provoke him." Looking at the frightened Guo Sanpao, Ling Xiao just snorted coldly. "You will soon realize that provoking me is an even more unwise choice." On the other side, after receiving Ling Xiao's instructions, Sui quickly adjusted the computer configuration, prepared himself mentally, and placed his hands on the keyboard. With his knowledge, he knew the strength of his opponent just by taking a look at the outer code. In the past, perhaps he would have found an excuse to save face and quickly slipped away instead of doing something that was not worth the loss. But now, he has already bought a set of hardware equipment with the reward from Ling Xiao, and he has also got the master's plug-in for software. Under the influence of Ling Xiao these days, Sui has turned back into the strong and serious black dragon he used to be. The feeling of oppression facing a strong enemy only makes Sui excited now. "Come on, I'll use you to test my current level." After talking to himself, Sui began to attack. The opponent is a well-known black network in the industry. Even with Sui's strength, the attack process is difficult. After some searching, Sui found the reason. If it was an inanimate object, it would not be difficult for him. The reason why the opponent's defense was constantly changing and it was difficult to figure out the key points was because there was a consciousness behind the code that was actively defending. In other words, Sui's attack provoked a hacker in Ghost Network to launch a counterattack. This made Sui excited. After licking the corner of his mouth, he concentrated all his attention and put 200% of his energy into starting a one-on-one fight. Bang, bang, bang. As the sound of keyboard tapping reached a climax, the confrontation between the two hackers also reached its peak with sparks flying all the way. Bang! Finally, accompanied by a loud roar, Sui's entire room suddenly became quiet, and the offensive completely collapsed in an instant. There is a power outage. Sui looked around with dissatisfaction. When he saw white smoke coming out of his hardware and a burning smell wafting in the air, his emotions calmed down. Lost in hardware. For the other party to be able to operate that Ghost Network, the backend must have computer hardware and large servers that are far beyond common sense. With Sui's current hardware level, that's the limit. Black Dragon, next time you attack, remember to replace your hardware with better ones. The hacker on the other side sent a message, and Sui naturally responded. Do you recognize my technique? I don't recognize you. Tell me your name. I am the hacker Xian Hu, remember this. In a closed, dark little room, illuminated only by the fluorescent light of a screen, a petite girl in pajamas was eating potato chips while fiddling with the keyboard. It is hard for outsiders to imagine that this little girl who looks less than 15 years old is the top hacker who provides defense support for the legendary Black Network. The contest with the Black Dragon Sui made Xuanhu feel the excitement she hadn't felt for a long time. She was in a good mood and started typing on the keyboard. Black Dragon, right? I heard your name before and thought you must be very strong, but you're just like this. You can't even let me operate it with both hands. It's boring. You are very arrogant, Xuanhu. But I can understand that. I was also like this before I experienced the ceiling of the industry. The ceiling? You mean you know a more powerful hacker? Oh, if you have the ability, don't brag. Call him over and watch me torture him to death with 3 fingers. After expressing disdain for Xuanhu's remarks, Sui began to leave a message to Ling Xiao with a flattering look. Boss, I'm sorry, my hardware is broken, so it seems you have to come out. Learn from the lesson. If you do the same thing again next time, leave as soon as possible. Yes, boss, but the hacker on the other side keeps speaking wildly and humiliating you. Don't you think you should teach him a lesson? As a bystander, Ling Xiao knew that all this was caused by Sui himself, so he cursed angrily. Focus on the technology and don't always do weird things. Yes, boss. But it is also true that Xuanhu provoked me. Never mind, this is a rare opportunity, I will just do something simple and you just watch from the side. Sui was overjoyed on the spot. He took his hands off the keyboard, put out his snacks and coke, and planned to appreciate Ling Xiao's counterattack. Inside the law firm, Ling Xiao casually took Lu Chang's computer as equipment and launched an attack on the spot without any preparation. At the first encounter, the barrier that had troubled Sui for a long time collapsed like a rotten wood under the dance of Ling Xiao's fingertips. Slow down, stop right there, how come there is another hacker, what the hell, is this the speed of a human? Not to mention 3 fingers, looking at the warning signs all over the screen, Xuanhu himself swept the drinks and snacks to the ground, and his 2 hands danced on the keyboard for attack and defense. The result of the attack and defense was overwhelming. Ling Xiao casually created a virus to directly bind Xuanhu's body, and he began to wander freely in the black network. It is worthy of being called the ghost network that has left a great reputation. With such a large amount of information, I am afraid that not only High City, but also all the powerful and wealthy people in Chong country have left their marks in it. After Ling Xiao glanced around casually a few times, he didn't dare to waste time and quickly retrieved the information related to Su Ning and transferred it to his side. After the transfer was completed, Ling Xiao reversely implanted his own virus and erased the information of dozens of people including Su Ning and the Ghost Network, thereby disrupting the vision and hearing to prevent the other party from following the clues. After what happened last night, Ling Xiao still felt that something was missing. After thinking about it, he curled his lips and came up with an idea. He encoded a special proliferation virus and injected it into various parts of the black network. Who are you? Tell me your name. It was also at this time that Xuanhu finally broke free from Ling Xiao's trap virus and asked Ling Xiao angrily. Hacker GM. Ling Xiao stated his name directly. Okay, I'll remember you. You trapped me and broke through the ghost net. I haven't been insulted like this since I took on this job. Come on, fight me one-on-one. No, the game is over. If there is a next time, we'll talk about it later. Ling Xiao had finished the last bit of work at hand. He calmly took his hands off the keyboard and waited to enjoy the last scene of fireworks. Don't even think about it. Xuanhu chased after him immediately and tried to lock onto Ling Xiao with the help of the ghost network's computing power. Unexpectedly, a sudden freeze occurred out of nowhere. Not only did the ghost network's computing power freeze in an instant, but Xuanhu's own computer also froze on the spot, and he couldn't type out even a single line of code. Fuck! What the hell is going on? The real Xuanhu cursed while quickly checking the situation. The results of this examination left her dumbfounded. All the sub-hardware under the entire ghost network crashed at the same time, and the error code prompts were so numerous that they filled the screen. After a scan, she found the cause. It turned out that Ling Xiao took advantage of the fact that the protection hardware of the black network was too advanced, so he used an infinitely proliferating low-level virus to frequently stimulate the black network's self-defense system, which eventually led to the hardware crashing. He brought about his own destruction because of his own excellence. Xuanhu quickly ran an antivirus scan on the spot, trying to save the situation. However, just as Ling Xiao declared, the game is over. Boom! The physical hardware of the headquarters exploded on the spot after being overworked. As a hacker, no matter how strong Xuanhu's personal ability was, it was of no use. Ah, Hacker GM, I'll remember you. Next time I will definitely make you beg for mercy. Ling Xiao had no idea what the hacker princess on the opposite side was thinking and was too lazy to worry about it. After completing the invasion of the ghost network, a voice appeared in my mind. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the 4th selection task challenge. Chapter 43 Su Ning. The system's voice was particularly pleasant at the moment. Ling Xiao stood up and walked in front of Gua Sanpao, staring at him and said, Nailed it. Gua Sanpao swallowed his saliva and said, You mean Gua Wang and Boss Xian? Along the way, Gua Sanpao witnessed how Ling Xiao, the man whom he once looked down upon and called a pretty boy, transformed into the wealthy Ling Xiao. Now Ling Xiao can not only beat Guo Sanpao easily, but also pin down the Ghost Network personnel who are almost Guo Sanpao's nightmare. With mixed feelings, Guo Sanpao lowered his head and began to think about what fate awaited him. For what you did, I will let the law firm treat you well. When everything is over, don't appear in the sight of Su Ning and me again. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. Yes. Guo Sanpao responded timidly in a shrill voice. In addition to the information you have, I destroyed the information of dozens of customers in one go. As long as you don't do anything stupid, those people won't be able to tell that you are the one who betrayed them. As for the rest, you can take care of it on your own. Ling Xiao actually doesn't care about Guo Sanpao's life or death, but considering that the mysterious existence behind the ghost net will definitely take action again, he needs to shut this guy up. For Guo Sanpao, this punishment was far too lenient than he had imagined. Fearing that Ling Xiao would go back on his word, Guo Sanpao nodded repeatedly, not daring to utter a word. His face was filled with fear, fearing that Ling Xiao would punch or kick him again if they disagreed. As for Ling Xiao, he had long lost his last interest in Guo Sanpao. After explaining some follow-up matters to Maozi, Ling Xiao directly asked Maozi to help deal with those troublesome people in the law firm, while he immediately started the car to find Su Ning. Ding-a-ling. Inside the single apartment, Su Ning picked up the ringing phone next to her and put it to her ear. Hello, is this Miss Su Ning from Ningguang Company? This is the court. Hello. Regarding the case that K-pop Company previously accused you of, it has now been withdrawn due to the other party's personal reasons and will no longer proceed. I would like to inform you of this. Thank you. Miss Su, if you have other ideas, you can always confirm with us later. We won't bother you now. Bang. After hanging up the phone, Su Ning was a little dazed. An hour ago, Guo Sanpao from K-pop was still clamoring at Fate's Wei Linglong, but how come he withdrew the lawsuit in the blink of an eye? Ding-a-ling. Before Su Ning had time to react, the phone rang again. Hello, I'm Su Ning. Miss Su Ning, this is the Tax Bureau. We have the latest update for you regarding the accounts of your Ningguang Company. I made an appointment with you for the inspection next week. Has the time been changed? No, Miss Su, we have verified that there is no problem with Ningguang Company's accounts. The Tax Bureau will no longer follow up on the investigation of Ningguang Company. Isn't it a bit sudden? What I can tell you is that someone anonymously uploaded a large amount of information to the Tax Bureau. The information showed problems with Ningguang's accounts. In fact, it was Mumian, the company that does the accounting for Ningguang, who tampered with the accounts. Our Tax Bureau will focus on investigating Mumian next. Well. Miss Su, are you still listening? Anyway, this is the situation. I wish you a happy life and good work. Goodbye. The phone next to my ear made a long beep as it hung up. Su Ning felt that life suddenly became like a dream. She was confused as to whether she was awake or dreaming. She turned to the window and was stunned. Ding dong. There was another crisp sound, this time it was the door that made the sound. Su Ning opened the door and saw Ling Xiao standing at the door, holding a bouquet of bright rhododendrons in his hand. You really did it? Looking at Ling Xiao's smiling face, with Su Ning's cleverness, she naturally connected all the clues. I said, you have to try to believe me. After entering the house, Ling Xiao put down the flowers and began to look around. Su Ning never invited anyone to her home. Even though Ling Xiao already knew the other party's address, this was actually his first visit. Even though she is just the boss of a small or medium-sized enterprise, Su Ning is definitely a successful career woman. The private apartment where such a strong woman lived was actually a small and old house of less than 20 square meters, which made Ling Xiao frown. Why do you live here? Ling Xiao asked puzzledly. The walls of Su Ning's house had turned a little blue due to water seepage, there were rust spots on the faucet in the kitchen, and the corners of the floor tiles had curled up. It really didn't look like a comfortable place to live. There's nothing wrong with it. A smaller and simpler place means less pressure to clean. Su Ning couldn't help but blush when her private life was exposed to others, even though she was a good person. How much money do you still owe? Ling Xiao asked straight to the point. Don't lie to me, tell the truth. Hearing this, Su Ning opened her mouth and wanted to evade the question, but in the end she answered honestly, total, about 1.5 million. It's not important, Ling Xiao. Even if you solve the problem of K-pop Company, the ones behind them. Ling Xiao interrupted right away and said, I'll take the rest too. Su Ning was stunned and murmured, so, not only Guo Sanpao, you also solved the ghost net? Su Ning looked a little dazed, but not too surprised. As soon as these words came out, Ling Xiao knew that Su Ning already knew about the existence of the ghost net. The two of them froze in place for a moment. The air was somewhat stagnant, until Su Ning took the initiative to speak and broke it. Su Ning shook her head and said, Ling Xiao, thank you for doing all this for me, but it is unwise to conflict with the ghost network. No one knows how these mysterious guys will retaliate against the provocateurs. Ling Xiao just smiled and said, I burned all the servers of all their branches. If nothing goes wrong, I'm afraid they won't be able to protect themselves. Su Ning lowered her head and whispered, You don't want to ask me how I know the existence of the ghost net? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, If you are willing to talk, I will listen. The air fell into stagnation again. When Su Ning spoke again to break the atmosphere, what she said was the root of the problem that had been concealed before. I took the initiative to contact him, and he admitted to me that he was the one who commissioned the ghost network to destroy everything I had built in High City over the years. Take the initiative to contact? He? Ling Xiao nodded and said, So you really know who wants to harm you? Yes. Su Ning sighed, She is from my family. I am still too naive. I thought if I could establish a reputation in Haishur, they would agree to let me go, but I didn't expect that their decision would be this. Maybe part of the reason is that what I thought was a decent achievement is just a joke in their eyes. Ling Xiao listened to Su Ning quietly. He had known for a long time that Su Ning was a rich second generation who came out to work alone. Therefore, when Su Ning admitted that she knew who was behind the incident, Ling Xiao had already guessed the story to a certain extent. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao, I was afraid that you might accidentally offend someone and get targeted, so I contacted him without telling you. Su Ning continued. Either go home or rely on the connections and abilities you've accumulated in High City to overcome this and prove yourself. This is what they told me. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. I am your connection. According to this statement, you have achieved their request. The idea of guarding against the second round of attack from the ghost net was still lingering in Ling Xiao's mind. Now, the problem has been solved smoothly and everyone is happy. Ling Xiao laughed for a while, then retracted his expression. Because he noticed that there was no smile on Su Ning's face. Do you want to go home? Ling Xiao said with some speculation. Chapter 44 New Company. When he said this, Ling Xiao felt his heart skip a beat. Well, I was too naive before. I thought that as long as I had determination and my ability, it would not be difficult to leave my family and gain a foothold in High City. Su Ning shook her head, with half loneliness and half sadness in her eyes. But I couldn't bear it anymore. I'm sorry, Ling Xiao, I think you will despise me for saying this, but I really can't bear it anymore. Your help to me this time is enough to repay all the favors I have done for you in the past, so snap. Su Ning turned around while speaking, but Ling Xiao didn't let her do that. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer. I said, don't lie to me, tell the truth. I didn't. Su Ning turned her head to shake off Ling Xiao's grip and refused to admit it. We have known each other for so many years. You always say that you can understand what I am thinking just by turning my eyes. Then I can also understand what you are thinking just by turning your head. Ling Xiao snorted. With your personality, even if your legs were broken or your hands were chopped off, you would never let someone use such means to force you to go home with a sad face. So you're still afraid that I'll be implicated, so you want to go back. Su Ning moved her lips a few times, wanting to refute. But after a lot of struggle, he still couldn't tell a single lie. After being confronted by Ling Xiao to this extent, she actually realized that half-hearted lies were of no use at all, so she sighed and told the truth. Rather than worrying about you being too reckless and offending someone you can't afford to offend, I'm actually more annoyed by the fact that I'm totally useless right now. I can't stop my family from doing anything with the Ningguang in my hand. That's right, this strong-willed person is the Su Ning that Ling Xiao knows. Then just throw Ningguang away. Ling Xiao had already thought of this, so he simply continued the topic. Ningguang is originally a product that has deviated from the original intention due to many problems back then. It is better to abandon it now and become the new media company that we imagined in the beginning. Ling Xiao's suggestion made Su Ning stunned for a moment, and then she said with a bit of bitterness. It's not that simple. I can't muster as much support as I did before. Even if Ningguang does her best, she can only recover less than 3 million in a short period of time. Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, let's change the way. I will open this new media company and hire you to be my president. Counting today, Su Ning couldn't remember how many times she had been stunned. After a while, she came to her senses and replied, "It's not that easy to start a company. You need at least 5 million in fixed assets and 1 million in working capital." Ding dong! A transfer of 3 million has been received. As soon as Su Ning finished speaking, her cell phone rang, and the amount of money made her eyes widen. But what surprised her even more was that the source of this money was Ling Xiao. "You can use this 3 million for pure working capital. I still have 10 million for investment when registering a new company," Ling Xiao stated calmly, and the shockingly exaggerated amount came out of his mouth with great casualness. "As for the money from the sale of Ningguang Company, keep it for yourself and pay off the debt first. I will exchange it for something else, such as a house, later." Su Ning couldn't listen any longer and interrupted, "How much money did you suddenly have?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "A lot, and there can be more." Su Ning, listen carefully. Whether it's the Su family, the Ghost Network, or anything else, no matter how powerful you say they are, they won't work with me. I'll say it again, trust me. Su Ning put down her phone, took a deep breath and said, "Okay, I believe you. Once the company is established, you can ask for any shares and they will all be yours." Ling Xiao said with a smile and spread his hands. Facing Ling Xiao's seriousness, Su Ning responded with the same seriousness, "I don't want any shares. Just give me the position of president of the new company and pay me according to the market price." Ling Xiao extended his hand to invite him, "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation in advance and that the new company will progress smoothly." Su Ning held Ling Xiao's hand tightly, her eyes lit up with fire as she said, "I assure you, the person you are looking for is definitely not wrong." Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I know. Then to celebrate, let's go eat." Before Ling Xiao finished speaking, Su Ning loosened his hand, took out paper and pen from somewhere, swept the debris on the table to the ground, and started writing on the spot. Ling Xiao felt half helpless and half relieved about this. Judging from Su Ning's vigorous and resolute attitude, she has completely returned to her usual pace. Su Ning focused on the tip of her nose while asking, "The location of the new company is very important. A large part of Ningguang's disadvantages lies here. I told you, I have an office building nearby. The contract with Qingjun law firm has expired, and I don't plan to renew it with those disgusting guys. I'll keep it for the opening of the new company." Ling Xiao responded. Su Ning's pen trembled, and then she nodded and said, "That's really unexpectedly convenient. Then there are the people who recommended us when we registered. It would be best if they are big names in different industries. The ones I can think of are." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and came up with an idea and asked, "Is Yao Jianye okay?" Yao Jianye. Su Ning's face was filled with astonishment. "You mean Yao Jianye, the boss of Hongshi Liquor? As a top boss in the current business circle, he is certainly qualified." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement and said, "That's good. I'll call him later." Make a phone call?" Su Ning's pen trembled between her fingers. "Are you familiar with him?" "It's okay. I helped him solve the crisis of Redstone wine industry at the wine tasting event," Ling Xiao said casually. Bang! The pen case in Su Ning's hand cracked due to the force. "When will your connections be? Forget it. The last question is the local address of the company's legal representative." Local address? This topic was somewhat beyond Ling Xiao's professional scope, and he looked puzzled. "Simply put, it's a property in High City. I know you've been renting a house, but it doesn't matter." Su Ning quickly outlined the process with a pen and paper. "I was in the same situation and asked the agent to help me register the property and provide the property qualifications. What do you say?" Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Is that so? Then I'll ask Miss Mu to help me prepare the materials." "Ms. Mu? Materials?" Su Ning stopped writing and looked up and asked, "Have you purchased the property?" "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Ms. Mu Zian is also a career woman who works vigorously and efficiently. She is now my personal real estate assistant. I think you two will get along well." "Wait a moment." Su Ning took a breath and said, "Could this Mu Zian you are talking about be the president of Fenghe Group, Mu Zian?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "You know? That makes things easier." "Stop, you said Mu Zian is your personal real estate assistant? Where is your property located?" Su Ning swallowed nervously. "Green Leaves." Ling Xiao replied. Snap! With a crisp sound, the pen in Mu Zian's hand was broken on the spot. With a twitching expression, Su Ning forced an ugly smile on her face. Ling Xiao, I think it is necessary to put aside the matter of establishing the company and communicate what happened to you first. Chapter 45 Family. Time flies. A week has passed since the day when we made the plan to start a company at Su Ning's residence. Early in the morning, Ling Xiao was brushing his teeth and washing up in the bathroom while thinking about something. Greenleaf S Villa, shares in Rabbito Winery, an office building in the city center, the top Western restaurant Feitsui Linglong, and a new media company that is about to be built from scratch. Even if he doesn't consider the benefits that the system will bring to him in the future, Ling Xiao now has a considerable amount of assets in his hands. Then it's time to think about what you can bring back to your family now. Ling Xiao's father is an ordinary civil servant and his mother is a company accountant, and their combined income is average. It is not a big problem to use it for living, but it is indeed difficult for an outsider to settle down in a first-tier city, and to raise 2 children, a brother and a sister. But even so, the Ling family's parents were very strong-willed and gritted their teeth to meet all the expenses for their child's schooling. When Ling Xiao wanted to send money home after graduation to help his sister relieve the pressure on his parents, he was firmly rejected by his father. "Hello, Mom?" After Ling Xiao dialed the phone, he spoke in a particularly gentle and considerate voice. "Xiao, what's wrong? It's not a holiday, why did you call home? I hope nothing happened over there." His mother's voice was still a mixture of firmness and tenderness. Just hearing her concern, Ling Xiao felt warm in his heart. "No, I'm doing fine recently." "No, I'm very good." Ling Xiao organized his words and said, "How is Ayu recently? She is in her 3rd year of high school, and it's not convenient for me to call her and affect her studies. Your sister is just as good at studying as you were back then. She's never been out of the top 10 in her age group." "Very good, then the university tuition." "Xiao, you don't have to worry about this. Mom and Dad have found some part-time jobs recently, so we're not short of money. You should pay more attention to finding a girlfriend, and bring a beautiful girl home for Mom to see during the Chinese New Year." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Urging children to get married is a hurdle that all parents in the world cannot avoid. I'll wait and consider it after my career is more stable. Also, don't work part-time. You guys are old now, so don't work too hard. I've made a lot of money recently, and I'll take care of Ayu's school fees. No, if your dad hears this he will call and scold you. Then don't tell him first. I'll transfer the money to you, and then. Xiao, even if your dad doesn't scold you, Mom won't agree. Mom will return as much as you send. You are working hard on your own in high city, and Mom and Dad can't help you much. There is no reason for them to let their son down. Mom, listen to me, I've been doing really well recently. Do you still remember Miss Su Ning? She's my college classmate and my current boss. She was very satisfied with my work and opened a new company, so she let me invest my technology and gave me a lot of shares. Ling Xiao had been holding off on calling until now, and had already anticipated that his parents would refuse, so naturally he couldn't have been unprepared. Ling Xiao's new strategy is to slightly reverse the relationship between him and Su Ning and the new company and package the whole thing to make it more perfect in terms of rationality. No, son, let's put it this way: if you really want to help your sister, do something to prove that you are indeed doing well. What? Next time you go home, bring a girl with you. Don't you want to build your career first and then find a girlfriend? Only when you have a girlfriend will Mom believe that you are doing a good job." Ling Xiao was speechless for a moment. His mother's devilish logic completely confused him. What's even worse is that although this logic is forced, it is self-consistent, and he really can't find any reason to refute it for a while. Ling Xiao's mother took this opportunity to add one last sentence. "That's settled then. Mom still has work to do, so I won't talk to you anymore." After saying that, the phone was hung up with a click. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to refute, he couldn't communicate. "My girlfriend?" Ling Xiao put down his phone and went to the living room, chewing on the homework his mother left behind. "Considering my age and current situation, it seems reasonable to find a girlfriend. What kind of woman should I pursue?" A fog first rose in Ling Xiao's mind, and then a figure emerged from the fog. A dashing temperament, a neat style, an exquisite appearance, and a generous personality. The first woman who popped into his mind was Su Ning, his former boss and now the new president of the company. Bite. The phone in his hand suddenly vibrated, waking Ling Xiao up. His eyes shifted to the screen, which displayed the contact information of Ling Xiao's WeChat friends that he was particularly concerned about. And this particularly caring friend is Su Ning. As soon as Su Ning's shadow flashed through his mind, he received a call from her in reality, which made Ling Xiao feel subtly embarrassed as if he had had evil thoughts but was exposed on the spot. Fortunately, the content of Su Ning's call was formal enough, so Ling Xiao was able to shift his attention to work and get rid of all the chaotic thoughts. Don't forget what we talked about last night, and give me a clear conclusion today. Ling Xiao tapped the screen and replied with a word okay. This is different from Ningguang Company, which used to run around and could only help small and medium-sized enterprises with passive publicity in full compliance with the client's requirements. The new media company that Ling Xiao and Su Ning plan to set up is based on the vision they had set during their college years. The core concept of this sharing is that new media companies create their own brand and publicity model according to their own plans and ideas. Ultimately, a self-centered network is presented, allowing other companies and enterprises to join the network on their own and become nodes to passively accept the new media company's unique publicity. The cleverness of this plan lies in the fact that Ling Xiao and Su Ning can finalize most of the content of the new media company's development and promotion according to their own ideas, and polish and refine the company's brand value over a long period of time. But as the first step of the Great Wall, the brand operation of new media companies needs a first cornerstone that has both gimmicks and potential. When integrating this concept into the current reality, the two quickly identified their target. Internet female anchor. Ling Xiao opened the most popular live streaming platform app that he had already downloaded, Youin. Enter the anchor interface and you can see a long list of the most popular anchors from top to bottom, covering all styles and categories with just a flick of your finger. But the person Ling Xiao was targeting was not on this list. The anchor he is going to choose will join Ling Xiao's new media company in the future and will be promoted as the company's signature idol. Therefore, he cannot choose a popular anchor. Most popular anchors have signed contracts with organizations, and they do not have as strong a sense of belonging to the company as some smaller anchors. What Ling Xiao needs is to be able to identify gold with the naked eye and pick out the uncut jade to be mined among the thousands of ordinary little anchors. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't possibly take on this kind of task himself, as it sounded like the workload was enormous. He had already arranged for Mauzi to go and look for candidates and conduct the first round of preliminary screening. This guy Mauzi has been crazy about female anchors since a long time ago, and being responsible for this job is considered to be a professional match. At least he himself looks ecstatic. Now is the time to check this kid's results and see if he is serious about it. Mauzi quickly responded. Boss Xiao, even if you doubt my loyalty, you can't doubt my ability. In the past few years, I have seen countless female anchors, and I have targeted 3 seeds for you according to different standards. Chapter 46 White Fox Sweetie. Only 3? Ling Xiao sighed. This Mauzi kid was really lazy. He asked him to be in charge of an audition, but now he went straight to the finals. Boss Xiao, don't get me wrong, what do you mean by only 3? I guarantee that each of these 3 anchors is highly distinguishable and has a strong style. They are definitely hidden king bombs of a single type. Really? If you don't believe me, just give it a try. Anyway, I have selected 3. It won't take you much time to browse through them. You won't suffer any loss or be fooled. If none of the 3 catches your eye, then you have wasted your time watching my live broadcasts in the past few years. You can do whatever you want to me. When Mauzi said this, Ling Xiao became really curious and began to question him seriously. Send them to me one by one first. The first business card that Mauzi passed on was from a live streamer named Baihu Zhao Xianchen, who had been live streaming for 4 months and had 30,000 fans. Ling Xiao's brows suddenly frowned. What the hell are you doing? Didn't I say that I only want a small anchor with 4-digit fans or less? Why did you give me an anchor with 5-digit fans or less? Look carefully, boss, the remarks column of this White Fox Xiao Tian does not mention the group company she joined, and I watched her live broadcast several times, mixed into the fan group, and read a lot of gossip on the forum, and I am sure that she is an independent anchor with her own power. The information mentioned by Mauzi was attached to the files sent over. Ling Xiao quickly browsed through them one by one, reviewing Mauzi's work results. Mauzi took the opportunity to continue speaking. His image, performance, and skills are impeccable, and there has been no negative news during the months of live streaming. The number of his fans is enough to prove his strength. He is definitely a rough diamond. Okay, then I'll go and take a look. Okay, boss, if you sign her, you must invite me when you treat her to a meal. I can provide you with a lot of reference information, and by the way, I can also let others know about my existence and make friends with me. Ling Xiao narrowed down WeChat, too lazy to pay attention to the guy who started posting erotic messages just a few minutes after being serious. Switching back to the Youin app, Ling Xiao searched for Baihu Xiaoxianchen and found that the other party was broadcasting live, so he quickly sneaked in using the passerby account he had just registered. The name of the casually registered account used the label GM that Ling Xiao has been using recently. Dear, what do you think of the song just now? Tian Tian, I'll drink some water to moisten my throat, and then we'll start the next song. In the live broadcast room, the real body of Baihu Xiaoxianchen is a little girl with an oval face. Judging from her appearance under the filter, she looks like a female college student in her early 20s. She was wearing a pink and white fluffy fox suit. Her nose is decorated with a pink nose tip and 3 whiskers on the left and right, and she wears a matching fox earring on her head. Her hands are covered with a pair of flesh pads and bent in front of her body, which, combined with her pouting mouth, makes her look like a fox girl with animal ears. To be honest, it's quite good. At least Ling Xiao's heartbeat quickened after seeing it, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He immediately clicked the recharge button in the lower right corner and became a captain for 198 yuan a month, and posted a barrage at the same time. Oh, thank you Mr. GM for coming on board for me. Your message is, can you survive the whole thing? The white fox Xiao Tian Tian read the comments with a smile, then picked up a water cup with a fox ornament and shook it in front of the camera. Fox fans, Mr. G wants me to do something, so I'll just drink water. Cheers, Fox fans. The way to survive is to drink water? Ling Xiao had a face full of question marks, but the comments in the live broadcast room immediately became manic after hearing this sentence. Cheers. Away is dead, Tian Tian is so cute. I really want to become the cup of water in Tian Tian's hand, and I also want Tian Tian to drink from it. Tian Tian, drink half of the water and sell it online. I'll pay for it. Bang. Halfway through scrolling through the barrage, white fox Xiao Tiantian's hand suddenly shook, and the water cup fell from her hand, hitting the soft surface in front of her chest, splashing water all over her body. Ouch, I was so careless that I messed up my body. The white fox said something insincerely, and picked up a handkerchief in her hand and began to wipe her chest. While wiping, she lifted the collar of her shirt, seemingly casually showing her fair skin to the camera. Oh, here it comes, the sweet reserved program. Record it, and share it internally later. Tian Tian, I love you so much. I'll give you a big rocket. Can it become more popular? Hey, that's enough. If it goes too far, let in the virgin super moderator later. Don't close the live broadcast room. That's right, the internet is clean now, the big anchors next door don't play this, only Tian Tian's is still worth watching, don't ruin the scenery. Looking at the sophisticated and experienced comments in the barrage, Ling Xiao felt the veins on his forehead popping out. With the image that Mousie mentioned, the whole life, and the skills put together on this anchor, the only thing left is the word selling meat. No wonder without any organization, one can become a moderately famous anchor in just a few months by relying on one's own efforts. Judging from the fact that the female anchor instantly thought of this incident after hearing about the incident and the reactions of the barrage in the live broadcast room, this kind of thing should be commonplace in her live broadcast experience. Ling Xiao shook his head. What he was looking for was a female anchor who could join the company in the future with her clean and capable abilities and become an eye-catching idol after being packaged. This anchor of color did not meet the requirements. Oh, you guys are so bad, why are you peeping at others? The white fox smiled coquettishly, then held her cheeks with both hands and asked. Is the captain satisfied as well? It's pretty good, but you won't get far by relying solely on vulgarity. Some of it is not to my taste. Goodbye. Ling Xiao typed a series of comments in response, and his finger moved towards the cross key in the upper right corner. But at the moment when he was about to press the button, Ling Xiao changed his mind and realized that he had no intention of concealing his search for the female anchor, and it was necessary to build momentum for this hunt, so he clicked the recharge button again. In just a few seconds, Baihu Xiaoxianchen's live broadcast room exploded because of Ling Xiao's behavior just now. What happened? Tian Tian was dissed by the captain just now? Damn it, you take yourself too seriously now that you're a captain, get out of here. Tian Tian is our white fox princess. We stayed here just for the welfare here. Where did the maggots come from? Go to hell. That's right, if you are really that arrogant, pretend to be an admiral first and then speak. A barrage of comments rolled down, and it seemed that the momentum was growing bigger and bigger. Seeing the old fans getting agitated, the anchor quickly said, Hey, don't be angry, fellow Fox fans. Tian Tian will always be your Tian Tian. A passerby squeezed in from nowhere. Tian Tian didn't take it to heart. There will be more benefits in the future. As soon as the words fell, a line of words flashed above the live broadcast room. System prompt: user GM has just recharged to become the governor of Anchor Baihu's Xianshan, ranking first on the fan list. Congratulations to him. The female anchor had originally prepared some words to humiliate Ling Xiao and cheer up her old fans, but when she saw this comment, the words got stuck in her throat and her expression froze on her face. Governor. The governor with an average monthly consumption of 20,000 yuan, this guy actually surpassed the admiral with a monthly consumption of 2,000 yuan and became the governor with the highest fan VIP title. Those are the big fans that only first-tier female anchors have. How could this rich second-generation person not care about money and come to her third-tier live broadcast room? What is even more legendary and dramatic is that the words he just said were thrown in the other person's face. Regret. The only thing in Baihu Xiaotian's heart was regret. If this wasn't a live broadcast, she would have wanted to slap herself. Chapter 47: The Shy Moon. What is the concept of a governor? Not to mention that the governor's monthly investment of 20,000 is equivalent to half of the income from fans' tips for third-tier anchors like Baihu's Xianshan. The behind-the-scenes support of a governor-level fan boss is equivalent to paving the way for the anchor to reach the second-tier or even first-tier stage. Governor, my God, I am not seeing things. A rich governor has come to our third-tier live broadcast room. No way, no way, no way. Who just said that someone should pretend to be an admiral before speaking? His face must be swollen now. Look at Tian Tian's stunned expression. The host was broken by the governor. The white fox Xiao Tiantian's defense was indeed broken. After she came to her senses, she fell into deep entanglement. She understood that the old fans in the comments were full of sarcasm, but they actually expected her to stand firm in her opinions and stand with the old fans. But she understood even more that the local tycoon and second-generation rich man named GM still proved his feelings by becoming a governor after being ridiculed. If she doesn't say anything at this moment, this key big fish will slip away completely. Mr. G, I was just joking, don't take it seriously, hee. Actually, I've been thinking a lot recently. If I don't transform myself, I'll have no future. So from now on. Oh my God, the host was moved, and Xiao Tian started to lick Big Boss G directly. Oh, woman. After all, this is still the limit. It seems that there will be no benefits in the future. I'm leaving. I 1T recharge next month. Do you still worry about not being able to find a suitable female anchor on this Yuan platform? The words in the barrage became more and more unpleasant, and the number of people online began to decline sharply. Seeing such a result, White Fox Xiao Tian felt a little sad, but since she had made the decision, she was determined to see it through to the end. But before she could warm up her resolve, the system prompt that sounded like bad news made her heart sink. User GM has exited the live broadcast room. The white fox Xiao Tian froze in place again, her whole face looking dazed as if petrified. Wahaha, I'm scared to death. This will be on the headlines tomorrow. Dissing others gets him promoted to governor, and flattering others gets him to quit and be ignored. What kind of rich second generation is this? The anchor has unfollowed him, but I want to follow this governor. After a few casual glances, the white fox Xiao Tian realized that she had completely lost face. She immediately let out a howl of shame and went offline in anger. All of the above content is beyond Ling Xiao's control. After he ensured that his fan title reached the highest level, he could make a good start in the first stage of his search for a female anchor. Ling Xiao didn't listen to what the host said at all, didn't read the comments, and quit on the spot. However, at the moment he was lost in thought over another matter. When he hit the reset button of the governor, the super rich system in his mind actually made a sound again. Ding dong. The host unlocks the time-limited test site quest challenge, which lasts for 6 hours. Challenge content: give the anchor a reward of 3 million within the specified time. Optional rewards: random multiplier amount rebate probability of unlocking skills. Independent of the previous main and side quest selection tasks, the content released by the system this time is a brand new template. If you give a reward of 2 million, you can get a cash rebate and also have a chance to unlock skills? The system has never let Ling Xiao down, and this time will certainly be the same. Ling Xiao immediately began to plan in his mind how to spend this amount of money. But before that, he needs to confront Mauzi and find a female anchor that he can invest money into support. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao quickly opened WeChat and re-established contact with Mauzi. He immediately cursed Mousy. What kind of person was this? He was just a porn anchor, how could he become the company's signature? Mousy apologized repeatedly and recommended number 2, claiming that he was absolutely clean and experienced. Ling Xiao opened the information attached by Mousy with doubt, and a female anchor with the ID Shy Moon came into his sight. After reading it, Ling Xiao's expression became ugly again. This anchor is 32 years old and has been in the industry for 10 years. Even if he is mature and stable, isn't this a bit too much? He is already overripe. Mousy quickly gave additional explanation, saying that although this anchor has been in the industry for 10 years, he is by no means a veteran in the anchor world. This Shy Moon was previously a member of the top streamer team Omega. As a host, he was unwilling to break the bottom line by following the team's arrangements, nor did he accept poaching from rival groups. In the end, he simply quit and went solo, and then slowly declined until now. An anchor who is not afraid of traffic ban dares to go against the anchor operation team? Ling Xiao admitted that he was indeed interested. Ling Xiao immediately searched for the Shy Moon number 2 himself and tasted it again in person. Coincidentally, the other party was also broadcasting live. After Ling Xiao locked onto his target and entered the live broadcast room, he successfully ran into the other person head-on in the room. After all, she is a mature female anchor. Xiayue Liang is so meticulous that she has neatly arranged the table at the entrance and every corner of the room where the field of vision extends. She was wearing a light layer of makeup, which was neither too much nor too little, and her charm was just right with restraint. Good. She is indeed a high-quality female anchor with a mature aura. Dear viewers, I will end the broadcast today. I will update a vote in the dynamic this afternoon. Tomorrow, will we sing, collaborate, or do something special? As long as it does not violate the platform rules, you can arrange it as you like. In the live broadcast room, the pleasant voice of the Shy Moon herself was heard. From the content, it was not difficult to understand that this live broadcast was just coming to an end. Ling Xiao would never let this happen, so he posted a comment. Can you delay the broadcast for 5 minutes? After sending the barrage, Ling Xiao casually recharged the Admiral's account with 2,000 yuan as a greeting gift. The shy female anchor Yue Liang had already reached out to touch the cross button to end the live broadcast. Seeing the new Admiral, she forced a business smile on her face again and held back her hand. Welcome the new Admiral GM. Since the Admiral asked me to delay the end of the live broadcast, I will postpone the end of the live broadcast today. Oh, I can still watch it for a while longer, so rich and generous. This is UR's first Admiral this month, right? Could it be that her luck has turned and she is about to take off again? Please don't be so rude. As long as you can keep doing this, we, the old fans, will be satisfied. Ling Xiao looked around the live broadcast room with great interest. It turned out that the number of fans of the Shy Moon was only over 4,000, which was only 1/10 of the number of the White Fox Xiao Tian next door. The scrolling speed of the barrage can be said to be snail's pace, and half of the audience who claim to be old fans are not even captains. As a veteran anchor, it's too miserable to end up in this situation. Chapter 48: The Lost Bottom Line. But think about it the other way around. In the past, she stuck to her bottom line and refused the demands of her team and company. Such behavior is enough to end the career of an ordinary person as a broadcaster and put her on the blacklist of major groups. In serious cases, the platform may even restrict traffic due to shady manipulation. It is not easy for this Shy Moon to survive until today under such pressure and still retain a small number of loyal fans and barely make a living. Excuse me, new Admiral, is there anything you would like to see in today's live broadcast? You can place an order. The female anchor smiled and winked at the camera. As soon as he heard that someone was going to sing, the barrage quickly scrolled through the playlist to help Ling Xiao choose. The original intention was to conduct an assessment, so Ling Xiao chose a song with difficult high notes on the spot. It's this song, GM, you are really mean. But since you like it, I will satisfy you and add a dance to it. After these words were spoken, the live broadcast room finally became a little lively. Oh, the moon hasn't danced for a long time, looking forward to it. I'm cheering for you, you are the best. Ah. Ling Xiao watched the whole process with admiration until the other party finished dancing and ended the show. To be honest, she has good looks, a good figure, sings well and dances well. Ling Xiao was also very satisfied to see the new Admiral coming up and immediately showing off his talents to attract the audience. It looks like the company's contracted female anchor has been decided. Ling Xiao used his authority as the Admiral to send a private message to the anchor. Add me on WeChat and chat privately. In her own room, the female anchor, who had just finished singing and dancing and was sweating all over, looked at the private message and her face fell in an instant. A new viewer finds the live broadcast room of the small anchor and quickly gives him a reward, then asks for his WeChat ID in a private message. The Shy Liang is no longer a new anchor in the industry, and she knows very well what this kind of behavior often means. When I was famous, I didn't even pay attention to the big guys who gave me 6-digit rewards. I'm really looked down upon by others. In real life, the shy Yaya didn't have the tender and affectionate look she had during the live broadcast. She cursed with a vicious look on her face. Get lost, you wanna have sex with me for 2,000 yuan, you fat bastard, go to the toilet and jerk off. Although she uttered all kinds of dirty words, when it came to replying, she still carefully considered her wording to avoid being caught with any dirt on her. Sorry, this is a Qingshui live broadcast room, and we don't accept private chats or WeChat. If you have any questions, you can go to the live broadcast room and leave a comment. After typing this line, the female anchor snorted coldly. Go to the street and fuck your dog, you rubbish. Just as she was about to press the send button, a special reminder message from the platform came into view. System prompt, user GM has just recharged to become the governor of Anchors Iaxiudalian, and ranks first on the fan list. Congratulations to him. Governor. The female anchor's eyes widened as wide as they could. She used all her strength to bend her thumb, which was originally moving towards the send button, back to the delete button to completely delete the coded message. Soon, there was another reminder. It turned out that the GM governor added a private message. This is a meeting gift. Regardless of whether the negotiation is successful or not, I will send you 10 more spaceships. The host's heart is beating wildly. It has been a long time since I last ate the governor's meat and the spaceship soup since I said goodbye to the front line. One governor is 20,000, and 10 spaceships are 50,000. Adding them together, it is more than my current quarterly turnover. Damn it, I never thought that I could also make mistakes. It turns out that he was not a loser who wanted to eat swan meat, but a local rich man who stumbled in by accident. The shy Yaya licked her lower lip with her tongue and started writing a new reply. Thank you GM for your support. I will give you the WeChat verification code now. When she was young, she arrogantly rejected a small request from the strongest anchor team Omega, which eventually led to her being kicked out and being blacklisted by all anchor teams. After all these years of hard work, she had long regretted her decision and was ready to sacrifice her blood in exchange for benefits at any time. The shy Yaya quickly tidied her appearance in front of the mirror next to her phone, and the smile on her lips could not be hidden. It is finally her turn to come to the fore. This time she must step on a rich man to rise to the top overnight and teach those anchors who laughed at her when she was down a lesson. The host who laughs the most harshly and whom Shy Moon hates the most is Meow Meow cult leader. The other party is Omega's current top star. When she first debuted, she was just a cute newbie who followed her and called her sister. Taking advantage of the moment when her moon accidentally fell, this bitch quickly climbed up and immediately turned around and took the lead in dis-ing her older sister. In order to please Omega's agent, she would do anything dirty and filthy. Damn it, if I had accepted her request back then, that bitch wouldn't have had the chance to get close to Yuan. When I become rich, the first person I will kill will be her. With a grand vision in her heart, Yaya shyly turned her gaze back to the mobile phone screen. The governor GM opposite her had already added her as a friend at this time. Hello, GM boss, how could you be so mean that you asked for my WeChat as soon as you became the governor? Do you want to invite me out to play? On the other side of the screen, Ling Xiao felt as if struck by lightning. Why did this anchor's reaction on WeChat seem a little strange? After thinking for a moment, Ling Xiao decided to test the other party's intentions. If I say I do want to invite, what do you mean? Oh, it's so annoying. I also have a job as a host, and I have to complete a reward quota of 100,000 yuan every month. If I don't complete it, I can't go out to play. Is that so? Then I'll give you 20 spaceships. The Shy Moon looked at the screen, feeling the happiness coming so fiercely that she almost fainted from the anger, and quickly responded. Really? Thank you, boss. You are so generous. I can pay, but in exchange, I want to upgrade the way I date you. I want to invite you to a hotel directly for a date. You should understand what I mean. Moon paused shyly, the other party's directness caught her off guard, but the hesitation lasted less than 5 seconds. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind, typing the characters. Of course, whenever you give me a tip, I will go out with you on that day when I am free. The host's heart was pounding with excitement, but Ling Xiao was sighing repeatedly. We finally found a good seedling, but it seems that several years of being on the bench have finally worn out the bottom line that we had not lost in the beginning. Ling Xiao shook his head and gave his final reply. Sorry, I'm not the rich second generation who wants to invite you out to play. I'm affiliated with a media company. Your current status is far from what I need to sign a contract with you, so let's just part ways. I will send you the 20 spaceships I promised you as a farewell gift. Chapter 49 Dark Knight Alice. The shy Yeye was stunned. She stared at the screen for a long time without showing any reaction. It was not until the system prompted the user GM to reward 20 spaceships that she slowly came to her senses. Messed up again. Filled with regret, she quickly sent a WeChat message to try to save the relationship. Boss GM, you misunderstood, I was just joking. However, as soon as the news came out, the capital red exclamation mark made her heart instantly turn cold. The other party has deleted her as a friend. Why am I so unlucky? No, he must be playing a trick on me. He's from some media company. The account he registered is a new one. It must be fake. Although she said this, the shy Yueliang was actually muttering to herself. She clicked on the user GM's personal space to check the other party's history. What came into view was the record of user GM who registered an account 20 minutes ago and became the governor of the anchor Baihu Zia Oceanshan 15 minutes ago. Looking at the live broadcast room that Baihu Zia Oceanshan had just closed, the fan barrage was still empty until now, dissing the anchor for licking the governor and getting slapped in the face, and the number of fans was dropping wildly. The shy moon could no longer deceive itself. It realized that it had lost a huge opportunity in a flash, and it burst into tears just like the white fox Xiao Tian Tian when she went off the air. Holding the 20 long-lost spaceships, the shy moon did not feel the slightest joy of receiving the biggest reward of the year. At the same time, Ling Xiao was busy in a passionate confrontation with Mauzi. Boss Xiao, don't get excited. It's impossible for me to know that the shy Yeye is still maintaining the image of a strong woman on the surface, but she betrayed the revolution behind the scenes. Forget it, I don't intend to argue with you about these details. Hurry up and send me the information of the last anchor candidate. Hey, okay, boss, listen to me. Even if we failed in the first two, this last one. This time, Ling Xiao didn't even finish reading the popular science message. After accepting the information from the third candidate anchor, he quickly switched back to the Yuan app. Anyway, he had completely lost confidence in Mauzi now, so he quickly read through number 3, and then he would personally screen out the reliable ones. The last anchor was named Night Alice, and she was the anchor for only a short month. And he has a number of fans that is too miserable even if converted on a monthly basis, 500. Ling Xiao shook his head. At this point, he was no longer even a host. At best, he was an amateur with a hobby of live streaming. Without any hope, Ling Xiao clicked on the other party's live broadcast room. Waist-length black hair, delicate skin as white as jade, and a delicate and exquisite black Gothic style dress. For Ling Xiao, who did not carefully read the business card information sent by Mauzi, the appearance of the number 3 anchor had reached the level of foul, directly hitting his real XP. Different from the common chatting, games, selling goods, singing and dancing of ordinary anchors, the anchor named Night Alice is touching the keys with both hands, throwing herself into the emotion and playing the piano. The song played was consistent with the name of the host, it was Beethoven's famous song for release. This piano piece is soft, moving, short and exquisite, and is a favorite piece for many piano beginners. For Ling Xiao, who possesses the C skill in music mastery, it is not difficult for him to hear that the host's technique is just average. But beyond the technique, this piece of music also embodies the performer's full emotions and the sweat of careful practice. This was enough to transform something ordinary into something magical, making a piece of piano music with ordinary technique leap to a level of moving beauty, so much so that even Ling Xiao could admire it from the bottom of his heart. Based on this piano piece, Ling Xiao re-examined the message sent by Mauzi. Night Alice is a new anchor. She is a technical anchor who tries hard to learn painting, singing, musical instruments, acting, games and other talents. While maintaining a clear personality, she is also very active in interacting with the audience. She has a promising future. Is she the target female anchor the company is looking for? You have very good conditions, but it's a pity that you only have this many fans after 1 month of live streaming. Have you considered joining a group company to get better development opportunities? There were only 10 fans online in the entire live broadcast room, and most of them were AFK fans. The barrage area was lifeless, with only one comment from Ling Xiao displayed. Therefore, when Alice in the dark saw Ling Zhao's message, she smiled sweetly like a harmless little animal and responded. Hello, you are a GM viewer, right? You may be new to me, so you don't know. I have already stated in the live broadcast room that I do not intend to join any anchor group. Ling Zhao felt half surprised and half regretful, and asked. Why? Alice's expression was a little subtle. She fiddled with her bangs and said. I am still a new anchor. My abilities in all aspects are too immature. If I rashly join a group and develop quickly, my foundation will be too weak and I will easily be led astray and lose my way. So I plan to first develop my own strength for a few years. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. This girl was not only a rare gem in the live broadcast industry, but also possessed a clear and mature self-awareness, which was very rare. Let me get straight to the point. I have a media company under my name and I would like to try to sign you. I will develop a reasonable development plan for you based on your current situation and abilities. Are you willing to give it a try? Ling Zhao's olive branch did not impress the other party. Dark Knight Alice shook her head and sincerely refused. Sorry, thank you for your appreciation, but I am mainly interested in self-development right now. Although she said it was self-development, Ling Zhao knew in his heart that this girl was still wary and would not believe in any advertising claims that had no guarantees. So Ling Zhao changed his mind and posted several comments in the barrage. The overall structure of Fur Alice is a rondo form, and your accent transitions are a bit weak. You added 2 more beats, 62 and 63, to the rhythm of the third overlap, and thus postponed the rhythm of the fourth insert part 2. Your secondary form structure is acceptable, but the beats of the tertiary form structure are seriously confused. Try to consciously add intermediate frames between the second and third beats. After several comments flew out like this, Knight Alice herself stood there in shock with her eyes wide open. Just by briefly listening to an immature piano piece through the screen, how could he be able to point out the key mistakes in such detail? Alice in the night swallowed her saliva. As a performer herself, she knew better than anyone how crucial Ling Zhao's corrections were. Now you understand, I am not an outsider who talks big all the time. I have the ability, financial resources, and willingness to plan your future career path as an anchor. What do you think? Alice in the night was speechless for a moment, but this expression was exactly the proof of her wavering mood. Ling Zhao was not in a hurry. He silently waited for the other party to make a decision. But at this moment, a somewhat dazzling barrage of bullets suddenly flew out. Alice, how could you be so easily deceived again? Don't pay any attention to these rubbish claiming to be from the company's team. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? The prefix of the barrage clearly had the label of the landlord, and Ling Zhao frowned. Where did this troublemaker come from? Chapter 50, number 1 on the hot list. The spokesperson for the troublemaker barrage is Roaring Lily. Alice saw the message and immediately revealed a tangled expression and whispered, Lily. From this familiar way of addressing each other, plus the fact that Lily was the only designated moderator of Alice's live broadcast room, it was not difficult for Ling Zhao to understand that the relationship between the two must be quite good. It is even possible that they are good friends you met in the three-dimensional real world. Therefore, Ling Zhao gave up other ideas of violently fighting back, and instead asked in a barrage. What did you learn from the last time? Is it related to your current dislike for live broadcast operating companies? Lily responded quickly. Do I need to answer this question? Look at Lily's appearance and her pitiful number of fans, don't you understand? Although Lily's words were a bit harsh, they did make some sense. The reason why Ling Zhao had previously judged that Alice was not good enough because of her 500 fans was because the number of fans was indeed an indirect proof of the host's strength. An anchor with a large fan base may not be really strong, but a small anchor with an extremely low number of fans must have his own real problems. But based on the conclusions Ling Zhao has drawn from his observations so far, it is obvious that there is no corresponding problem on Alice's side. Then there is only one possibility. Ling Zhao's hands danced quickly, maintaining the normal account login status on the surface, but secretly hacked into the core of the Yuyun app and analyzed the various indicators of Alice's live broadcast room from the code level. Problems soon became apparent. A layer of filter tightly wraps the outside of Alice's live broadcast room, minimizing the possibility of related searches being directed to Alice's live broadcast room. It is the worst physical current limiting. I see. Ling Zhao typed out a response. It's good that you understand. You media companies always release the cattle and horse livestock treaty to force the anchors to compromise. If they agree, they will be changed in minutes and even their own mothers 1T recognize them. If they disagree, they will be physically restricted and will never be able to get ahead in their lives. Bah! Although Lily's attitude was terrible, Ling Xiao couldn't help laughing when he read it. I can't help but think that if this guy just debuted with Alice, he might be even more popular. Lily, don't say that. Alice sighed as she looked at the comments. There is no substantial evidence at the moment. My lack of traffic only means that my skills are poor. All I can do is make up for it with more effort. Oh, Alice, you are just too honest. You can swallow your anger even when being bullied to this extent. Seeing Lily's comments, Ling Xiao thought to himself that it was just right and responded. You're right. I also support revenge and complaint. I have verified the issue of your traffic being restricted in my own way. Did you find out? Humph, what you just said is quite good. I will improve my opinion of you a little bit in my heart. Listen carefully, both of you. To deal with this kind of malicious and unfair competition, all you need to do is to fight back head on. It's easy for you to say, but how to do it? From now on, Alice, continue your normal live broadcast. I will unblock you and help you conduct legal traffic diversion. Alice, take this opportunity to take a good look at your current level of strength. After posting, Ling Xiao added another one. Of course, I also have a condition. If I can make you the #1 in the live broadcast room popularity list without changing your original intention in doing the live broadcast you like, then you have to reconsider my proposal and join our company team. After saying that, Ling Xiao rushed towards the governor without any further ado. Looking at the particularly conspicuous governor bullet screen prompt, Lily responded with a bullet screen prompt. Fuck, this is not a media company at all, you are just a wealthy second-generation rich man. How come you made the plan on your own? Have you read too many novels about domineering CEOs? Lily was complaining madly, but Alice had already put her hands back on the keys. Boss GM, I accept your conditions. I want to try and see what I can do now. After saying that, Alice closed her eyes and played again. This time the tune was the famous military polonaise. This piano dance composed by Chopin is vigorous and grand, and is often chosen as a piece of music for piano exams. In today's context, it is quite meaningful from various angles. Feeling the opponent's high fighting spirit from the piano music, Ling Xiao satisfiedly left the live broadcast room and browsed the top 10 list of anchors' popularity ranking. First place, Miao Miao Jiaozhu, affiliated with the group Omega. Number of anchor fans, 1.7 million. Popularity of the live broadcast room, 5 million. That's the goal. First, let us step on the accelerator for Alice's live broadcast room. Ling Xiao then recharged the gift, and the amount was simply set at twice the amount he had just given to Xiao Yueliang, 40 spaceships worth 200,000. Ling Xiao swiped the gift directly into the live broadcast room without even blinking. After a series of screen swiping, the live broadcast room was directly raised to the 10th place in popularity ranking across countless levels. Oh my god, what just happened? Was it an earthquake? Lily looked confused. When Alice glanced at the reward page out of the corner of her eye, she was also distracted and her finger movements became chaotic. GM boss, this is too much of a waste. It's the end of the month now and my base is so low. Giving me a tip is too cost-effective. You're losing money. Ling Xiao looked at it with amusement and replied. As a live streamer, you are worried about your rich fans. Okay, don't worry about my wallet, focus on your performance, passers-by are about to enter. Lily over there, you should also take care of your job. If there are more people, you, the host, will have a lot of work to do. Just as Ling Xiao said, the popularity of the live broadcast room is a snowball effect. Ling Xiao's investment of 200,000 yuan is just a drop in the ocean. Once Alice's live broadcast room is on the popularity list, it will instantly become a new exposure tool, attracting more passers-by fans into the live broadcast room. Oh, is this a new anchor? I haven't seen him before. She is so beautiful. Her look is so exquisite. It has been a long time since I saw such a natural beauty in Yuan. The hostess piano playing is so great, thumbs up. Popularity 10th, 9th, 8th. As soon as the piano piece was finished, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared to the 5th level, and this process was undoubtedly a reflection of Alice's own strength. Freed from the inferior flow restriction blockade, she was able to display her strength on the public stage for the first time. This was reality's feedback on Alice's talent. Of course, in Ling Xiao's eyes, such a result can be regarded as an affirmation of his vision and judgment. Okay, let's stop playing the game. I still have some system tasks to complete. And I just told her that I joined the company only after becoming the most popular person. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he transferred more money into Yu Yin's account and bought 160 spaceships in one go. That is a gift worth a total of 800,000 yuan. The moment such a huge amount of gifts was transferred into Alice's live broadcast room, Ling Xiao noticed that the Yu Yin popularity list even crashed for a few seconds at the code level. Afterwards, the ranking of the popularity list changed, and now the first place belongs to Knight Alice. Chapter 51 Meow Meow Master. Good morning, all cat lovers, meow. This is the Meow Meow live room of Meow Meow Cult Master. What would you like to eat today, meow? Meow Meow Jiuzhu, the top female anchor of Yu Yin with 1.7 million fans, is also doing her daily live broadcast today. Wearing a slightly stuffy catsuit, the Meow Meow god posed in various cute poses to please fans who gave him gifts. But in the blind spot where the camera cannot reach, she was also browsing her phone and negotiating with the agent of the operation team. Meow Meow, the recent data is still so impressive. If other anchors were half as worry-free as you, we would be able to get a good night's sleep. No, meow, if it weren't for Omega and your agent who have always supported me from behind, meow, how could I have achieved what I have today? Big smiley face. Ah, you are always so humble. Today is the last day of this month. The challenge you set in the live broadcast room before, which has dominated the daily popularity list for a month, has also reached the final moment. Yeah, we've finally reached the final moment, meow, we must work hard meow. Q. It's okay. Looking at the entire Yu Yin, who can be your opponent? Just relax and follow your usual pace. Once you achieve this achievement, you will be the undisputed number one sister of Yu Yin. On the phone, the agent was praising him one sentence after another. In the live broadcast room, fans were cheering and jumping for joy, and on the leaderboard, the gap between him and the second place was enough to be twice as big. This triple enjoyment made Meow Meow Patriarch feel like he was ascending to the clouds. For a moment, he felt elated and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. But when she saw a name on the list, her brilliance ended instantly and her smile fell. Agent, what is the situation with the Shy Moon which is ranked 10th on the popularity list? Meow Meow cult leader quickly contacted her agent. Her emotional fluctuations made her wording more intense, and she threw the ending of the previous sentence into the corner. Ah, Xiaoye, you have been working hard on your live broadcast recently. Just now, it seems that you have finally attracted a rich viewer who recharged the governor in 20 spaceships at one time, which made you directly enter the popularity list. However, the gap between her and you is very large, so you don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it? Agent, are you teaching me how to do things? Meow, I said the wrong thing, I meant. Didn't I already order you to limit the flow of that bitch who was so ungrateful as to reject us Omegas? Well, it is true that we limited the flow of users for half a year at the beginning, but now it is no longer necessary. Is it necessary for me to have the final say? Do you need me to say any more nonsense to you? No need, we will restart the traffic blockade on him right now, sorry, meow. Looking at the agent's timid attitude on the phone, Meow Meow Jiuzhu finally felt happy. Hee, that's right, the agent is indeed the best meow, I'll leave it to you meow. Carrot. After resolving this little episode, Meow Meow Jiuzhu wanted to put down his phone and focus on the live broadcast. But she thought again and realized that there was a missing step in her previous arrangement. The Shy Moon flew up again, and the fundamental reason was that the rich man fell in love with her. Even if the traffic is blocked, the rich can still give rewards according to their mood, and it will be no problem to get into the top 10 on the popularity list. But this is not the result that Master Meow Meow wants to see. If you want to solve the problem once and for all, you have to make the rich man leave the shameful moon. In fact, Meow Meow cult leader already has an idea of the means to achieve this. Meow Meow Jiuzhu asked his agent to get the WeChat ID of the GM of the client behind the shameful moon, and then took the initiative to add him as a friend. This is her method. In the eyes of Meow Meow Jiuzhu, there can only be one reason why a viewer with normal values would not choose her live broadcast room but watch other women. That is because Meow Meow's live broadcast room is too popular, and it is difficult for newcomers to join and gain a place in it. Therefore, as long as she, the Meow Meow sect leader, takes the initiative to show goodwill, no matter what kind of person the other party is, he will quickly turn to the light and give up the shameful moon. As soon as the friend verification was passed, Meow Meow cult leader immediately launched an offensive with a smile on his face. Hello, little brother. Who are you? I am the Meow Meow cult leader Meow. Meow Meow Jiuzhu? There shouldn't be many people impersonating this second-rate name. Are you the female anchor of Yuin? Yes, it's Ren Jiamao. You are also a registered user of Yuin. Do you often watch his live broadcasts? Do you like Ren Jiamao? Squinting eyes face. I haven't seen it and I don't like it. These 6 simple words were like 6 iron thorns embedded in the heart of Miao Miao Patriarch. Is there any man in this world who would give such a response to her coquettish behavior? Miao Miao felt that his worldview had exploded, and he asked unyieldingly. GM, do you not usually watch female anchors, or are you shy? No, I just don't like your taste. Another clear and crisp line of words hit Miao Miao sect leader's face, and her expression immediately became unclear. I am now considered as the most popular female anchor with the most fans. GM, if you don't like me, I am really curious about your taste. It is true that fans come first. As for popularity, you haven't refreshed the popularity list for a while. Popularity list? Miao Miao Patriarch was a little confused by what he heard. With his own heat score being 1 times higher than the second one, there would be no change at all after a few minutes. With this confidence, Miao Miao Jiaozhu glanced at the popularity list, and then his expression quickly fell. The number 1 on the popularity list has changed. Topping the popularity list right now is Dark Alice. Miao Miao Patriarch still remembers this name. Omega is a rookie discovered by Miao Miao Patriarch. Miao Miao sect leader was so furious at that time. How could she allow a newcomer to step on her and move forward like she, Miao Miao sect leader, had stepped on the corpse of Shameful Moon to get to the top in the past and today? But fortunately, Alice was a stupid woman in this dark night, as rude as the shy moon, and she actually rejected her future. Miao Miao cult leader ordered the agent to block the other party's traffic on the spot, to maintain the reputation of their Omega number 1 anchor group and to give these newcomers a warning. That should have been a month ago. The traffic blockade shouldn't have ended yet. Who was it that knocked this stupid woman to the sky in just a few minutes, causing my 1-month plan to fail? Just when Miomio Ogio's master was getting angry, the GM on the other side sent another message. If you have the time to play tricks like blockade, you might as well concentrate on improving your own abilities instead of being like a clown who sticks to his own ways, which is nothing but ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao cult leader's expression twisted on the spot, and he slapped the table in anger. This action was seen by fans in the live broadcast room and caused a heated discussion. Noticing this, Miao Miao Jiaozhu quickly pretended to be a pure and cute cat girl to appease the crowd, with her anger and resentment buried deep in her heart. As for the other side of the camera, Ling Xiao, the real owner of the GM identity, had just put down his mobile phone. I didn't expect that my casual move would make the queen of Aftersound, who now has the most fans, unable to sit still. Don't be anxious, the fun has just begun. Since you guys are secretly playing such despicable tricks as blocking traffic, don't blame me for being ruthless in one go. Chapter 52 Industry Rules. Ling Xiao returned to the live broadcast room and handed the task of keeping an eye on the rankings to Mauzi, while he carefully checked how Night Alice responded to the new pressure. Alice's fans increased 100 times in just a few minutes. Now she has tens of thousands of followers, and her entire live broadcast room is filled with all kinds of newcomers. After finishing the piano piece, Alice stopped the performance on the spot, sat in front of the screen, and began chatting with the comments, introducing herself by starting with basic questions. Ling Xiao looked at it and nodded repeatedly. He suddenly became famous overnight but did not lose his original intention. He calmly judged that the influx of a large number of fans required him to quickly maintain his personal image and use chatting and gossip to sort out the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. Smart and well-behaved. What a bargain! She is the anchor the company is looking for. Alice is so cute, I declare that I am supporting Alice alone. Those Meow Meow masters and their ilk out there are such disgusting stuff. Why do they have such high traffic and fill up the homepage everywhere? That is right, Alice is so good. If it weren't for the Tycoon GM's generous investment just now, we wouldn't be able to see it. It's really unfair. Ling Xiao took a look at the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. After all, with a large number of viewers pouring in, quarrels and rhetoric were inevitable. But thanks to Alice's performance, and the fact that Lily was really busy with the censorship and control as Ling Xiao instructed, the rhythm of the entire live broadcast room was controlled in a comfortable atmosphere. At least Ling Xiao likes to see the audience diss Omega and Meow Meow leader. The Meow Meow leader next door also started jumping up and down. Just now, a rich man gave him a reward of 500,000 yuan. Yes, 500,000 in cash, the highest single transaction this month. But it's still the second most popular, and there is no effect after investing this much money. Idiot, don't just focus on the popularity, there is also the monthly list. 500,000 will put her back on the throne of the monthly list. The comments on the barrage caught Ling Xiao's attention, and he typed a question to Mousie. Meow Meow bet another 500,000. Yes, Boss Xiao, those 160 spaceships you just used were so extravagant and inhumane. Not only did they snatch away the number 1 spot from others, they also took away the monthly championship that they earned by being number 1 for a month. Ling Xiao's mind moved, and he peeked into the flow of funds in Miao Miao Zhouju's live broadcast room from the code field. The fact was just as he thought. The person who just spent 500,000 to bring Meow Meow back to the throne was not just a passerby fan. It is a disguised account under Omega. It seems that the operating group behind these anchor businesses can no longer sit still. Ding dong. A friend notification came from the phone, and a new friend request with the note Omega appeared on the screen. Here we come. Okay, Mr. Ling, I will play with you guys today and see what tricks you have. Boss GM, this is a bit unkind of you. I watch the anchor and give him tips, what is wrong with that? Boss GM, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Shy Moon used to be an anchor under our Omega. We have learned from her that your real identity is a colleague. Oh? Every industry has its own rules. We at Omega are the industry leader. Boss GM, you've just entered the industry and may not be able to adapt. Well, I won't waste time talking to you and let us just get this over with. How do you say that? If you stop now and compensate us another 500,000 yuan to make up for our losses, we will be able to turn the tables. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh as he watched. This Omega manager really took himself seriously. 500,000 is not a lot, but do you deserve it? Don't be shameless. Each industry has its own rules. If you don't follow the rules, I can win over the entire industry and squeeze you out in a minute. The entire industry? You can do that. I'm also a little annoyed by your industry, so why not take today and tear down your cage? Ling Xiao opened his personal space on the spot and looked at his level. Due to the exaggerated amount of accumulated consumption, he has leapt into the high-level VIP level God King. At this level, he no longer needs to spend 5,000 yuan to buy a spaceship and slowly scroll through the screen to give rewards. After some recharge operations, Ling Xiao opened Alice's live broadcast room and started to give rewards. The host Baihu Zaya Oxianchen came online. Facing the screen, she rubbed her red eyes and acted pitifully to the audience. Dear Fox fans, I was wrong just now. I have reflected on my behavior and will continue to be your sweetheart from now on. Those passers-by who don't know how to appreciate Xiao Tiantian's style, Xiao Tiantian will kick them out of the live broadcast room. Sweetheart only loves you guys, okay? Ah, that's right, this is Xiao Tiantian. We, the niche, have our own fun, we shouldn't hang out with those monsters on the popularity list. That's right, Xiao Tiantian is the best, wah, I love you. But if Xiao Tiantian knew that the GM boss who just left had smashed 180 spaceships next door, would she go crazy? 180 spaceships. Looking at the scrolling barrage of comments, for a moment White Fox Xiao Tiantian felt her heart stop suddenly. She left the live broadcast room and paid attention to the popularity list, and was shocked to find that the GM boss directly used a large sum of rewards to make an unknown small anchor the top star. Regret welled up in my heart, and the decision I had made with great difficulty was aborted in an instant. She thought of the last message GM left her, and for a moment she felt a sense of recognition. At this moment, another line of words scrolled on the screen. It turned out that the domineering GM boss had spent money again. When she saw the amount offered by GM, White Fox Xiao Tiantian was completely petrified on the spot. She fainted and the live broadcast turned into an accident. The anchor, Shy Moon, is trying hard to serve the audience by using various borderline business methods that she used to disdain. Although she was relegated to the 3rd and 4th tier in recent years, she did not abandon her basic skills. Relying on the 100,000 yuan reward given by the GM at the end, she climbed all the way and has now reached the 7th place in popularity. Logically speaking, this was an achievement she had never dared to hope for in the past year, and she should be satisfied. But every time her eyes moved to the 1st and 2nd on the popularity list, the thought flashed through her mind that if she had behaved better then, she would be the one being deified now. Regret cannot be suppressed and flows out from the bottom of my heart. If I beg for mercy from that GM, will I have a chance to rejoin the other team? Even if there had been such a possibility, it no longer exists. The Omega agent, whom she had just met, found her. After she realized from her words that he still did not intend to forgive what happened that year, the shy Yaya expressed her loyalty on the spot and told her all the traces that GM had left here. Compared to the fat hanging outside, the bones that can be chewed in front of you are more delicious. Isn't he just a local tycoon who has just entered the industry and thinks that he can look for female anchors everywhere to build his own kingdom just because he has some money? Humph, this industry is not that simple. The important thing is to hold on to industry giants like Omega. Those guys who pop up from nowhere will soon be beaten back by industry resistance. Your choice is right. Thinking of this, a smile broke out on the shy Moon's face, a charming smile that became brighter and brighter. Then she saw the new reward amount left by the GM, her smile broke on the spot, and her stomach began to ache. Rewarding is very simple, a single amount of money. An outrageous amount of money that would make anyone sit still. 1 million. Ugh. The shy Yaya could no longer suppress her inner grief and anger, and vomited out everything in her stomach in front of the live broadcast. Chapter 53, Industry Dark Light. 1 million. If the live broadcast had not ended yet, Meow Meow cult leader would have wanted to smash everything in his house. She climbed to the top by stepping on the moon and working hard for many years. With the help of Omega, she finally became the chief female anchor of Yuin. As a result, a new anchor who appeared out of nowhere used her as a stepping stone and stood at the top with millions of rewards. In contrast, Meow Meow Patriarch looks as pitiful as a clown. Sorry, my pen fell down, Meow. I'll go pick it up under the table, Meow. Meow Meow Jiuzhu found an excuse to lean over and get out of the camera range. She tightly grasped the phone and cursed her agent word by word through gritted teeth. What are you doing? Didn't you say you can hold the situation? I tried my best, but I didn't expect that guy was such a stubborn guy who wouldn't respond to any push. I even threatened to exclude him from the entire industry, but it didn't shake him. You useless piece of shit, look at what you have done. Meow Meow, don't be angry, I will think of another way. Don't be angry? Fuck you, look at the comments in my live room, everyone is questioning whether there is any reaction from the big guy next door who gave 1 million. You are so awesome, tell me how to respond now. I really have a way. Listen to me. If he gives away the 1 million without any moral principles, the entire live broadcast industry will explode. Since he has come to this point, don't blame me for using any means. Look, I turned the 1 million into waste paper and made him a liar. You better hurry up, rubbish. Putting down the phone, Meow Meow returned to the screen again. She smiled softly and said, Hey, why are you all talking about Alice's live broadcast room next door, Meow? Is Meow no longer attractive? Spending 1 million at a time really scared Meow Meow's heart, but then I thought, there has only been one other big shot of the same level in the past few years who could do this. So, Meow Meow thinks, maybe there is something wrong with the system and it is showing an error, or maybe the neighbor has risen so fast, maybe he used some special means that Meow Meow doesn't know about and will never use. As he spoke, although the smile was still on Meow Meow's face, the only thing left in his pupils was frost and coldness that was engraved into his bones. Ling Xiao split the phone into split screens. The upper side was Meow Meow Jiuzhu's live broadcast room, and the lower side was Alice's live broadcast room. He could clearly see Alice's hard work and the hatred behind Meow Meow's smile, and he knew in his heart that the opponent's attack was about to come. As expected, discordant sounds appeared in the appcode layer, and Omega used its usual dirty tricks. Since Alice's live broadcast room has risen to the top of the hot list, blocking the traffic would be too revealing, so they resorted to another despicable trick. Directly attack Ling Xiao's account. If they succeed, Ling Xiao's previous recharge transfer will be wrong, the app will automatically freeze the amount, and announce to the entire platform that the previous reward is invalid. This move achieves 3 goals at once. Firstly, this broadcast will be known to all viewers of Yuin. Even if the content of the broadcast is about a temporary freeze due to problems, under the instigation of these Omega lackeys, Ling Xiao will definitely be regarded as a fake rich man who is just trying to show off his wealth. Secondly, Alice's live broadcast room was already filled with a large number of passers-by who poured in instantly. With the enthusiasm of ordinary people for watching spectators, as long as the public opinion changes, this group of people will definitely become a time bomb and explode. By then, Alice's live broadcast room, which does not have many true fans to maintain it, will be in a terrible state. The third and most important point is that although they had staged such a vicious drama behind the scenes, as long as the doubts before the final system announcement were wrong, Ling Xiao did not suffer any actual losses and they could not be considered to have committed a crime. The most shocking thing is the wavering of public opinion, which is difficult to verify, which makes one's own problems clear. The plan was good, but these people missed a key link. The Ling Xiao they were facing was not just a tycoon who gave rewards by sliding a certain amount. After casually tapping on the keyboard, Ling Xiao completed the substitution and moved his eyes to the live broadcast room of Miaomia Zhouju to watch the next exciting show. The system prompts that a user has used inappropriate and illegal amounts to make false recharges. The username, recharge amount, and usage method are now announced. When the system barrage passed through the top layer of the live broadcast room, Miaomia cult leader's eyes lit up. She raised her voice and shouted, "Oh my, who is this? How can you be so mean and use such means to deceive everyone's feelings? If someone uses this method to pay the anchor to get to the top of the trending list, I, Meow Meow, will be the first to stand up and oppose it." Seeing this, the licking dog in the live broadcast room boasted wildly. "That's right, these bastard capitalists only know how to treat us as leeks to be harvested. It's better for us to be meowing. Meow Meow is so cute. She is totally different from those wild anchors next door who are hyped up in a minute. One by one, powerful anchors are promoted to the top in minutes. This must be a conspiracy. Now, these small anchors dare to hire any water army." Seeing that the direction of the barrage was still completely under his control as always, Meow Meow smiled proudly. At the same time, the system barrage floated out with a delay on the upper layer. Username, Meow Meow Die Hard Fan, recharge amount, 500,000, how to use, give rewards in the live broadcast room of Anchor Meow Meow. Meow Meow cult leader was stunned, and the comments in the live broadcast room also froze in an instant. Although the doors and windows of the closed personal apartment were blocked and airtight, the Meow Meow patriarch could clearly feel the cold winter wind from outside flowing in through the gaps in his clothes around his neck and wandering around freely. No, Meow Meow fans, don't be fooled. There must be something wrong with this system barrage. There must be something wrong. Isn't Meow Meow's Die Hard Fan a big shot? He is the most active one and always at the forefront in every event. How could he cheat? What's impossible? I read the news before and found that many of the top anchors are scammers disguised as such by the operation team. Damn, I thought he was a good anchor, but he turned out to be just a bad boy with all the bad intentions. Instead of criticizing others, you should look at yourself in the mirror and reflect on yourself. What the hell has happened to you? Fuck you, give me your money back. After a brief pause, the barrage of comments completely boiled over. In a state of panic, Meow Meow cult leader was at a loss as to what to do. He did not care about exposing himself to the live camera and picked up his mobile phone to type messages on the spot. "What are you doing, agent? I asked you to touch that idiot, but you messed with me." "Shut up, Jin Hongdan, you really take yourself too seriously, don't you? Without us Omega supporting you all these years, you wouldn't be where you are today. Do you really think you're some popular celebrity idol?" The agent's reply came half a minute later, and the tone of his voice suddenly changed 180 degrees, leaving Meow Meow Master, or Jin Hongdan, stunned on the spot. After coming to her senses, she quickly typed a string of characters in anger to curse back, but when she glanced at the miserable situation in the live broadcast room, she quickly calmed down. After deleting the reply, Jin Hongdan quickly admitted his mistake and apologized. "I'm sorry, agent, I was just too impatient. I didn't mean to scold you, please forgive me. You know whether you are too impatient or too arrogant. Agent, I was really wrong. Listen to me carefully. All our blockades have been blocked by the other party. We have hit a wall this time. The company has decided not to confront this mysterious boss head-on. This. As for you, Jin Hongdan, you took it upon yourself to diss other anchors in the live broadcast room, which led to the limelight being turned and all the black water being put on your head, and you also tarnished the company's reputation." "Humph. I didn't mean it, I'm sorry, please forgive me. How about we go out to our usual place to have a meal and have some fun? Get out of here, you stinky bitch, anyone can fall in love with you. Your performance during this period has been witnessed by everyone. The company has officially decided to abandon you, so you better take care of yourself." As WeChat showed that their friendship had ended, Jin Hongdan became confused and lost. In the personal and live broadcast room information column displayed on the side of the computer, her number of fans has been plummeting, and has reached 6 figures with no sign of stopping. As for the popularity ranking of the live broadcast room, it has fallen from the second place to below the top 5. Wait, that's... Jin Hongdan widened her eyes and discovered that the live broadcast room of the Xiayuel Young whom she despised had now been ranked 5th in popularity and had actually surpassed her. This was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Jin Hongdan let out a wail, raised his head and fainted. Chapter 54 Invitation. GM boss. The WeChat on the phone flashed for a while, and Ling Xiao moved his eyes over. It turned out to be the Omega agent who took the initiative to contact him. Ling Xiao sneered and waited for the other party's follow-up. You did a good job. Although Meow Meow has many disadvantages in his personality, he is experienced after all, and you can actually play him in the palm of your hand. Seeing this, Ling Xiao began to fight back by tapping on the keyboard. What is going on? The top female anchor on the list has fallen and now wants to throw in the white flag. You seem to have misunderstood something, GM boss. One Meow Meow cult master has fallen, but it is only one Meow Meow cult master who has fallen. If we can hold up one Meow Meow cult master, we can naturally hold up the second and third ones as well. Oh, so you still want to continue? Ling Xiao's direct provocation seemed to have hit the agent's soft spot, and the reply came half a minute later. No, the victory or defeat of this round is left to you, but what can I do? What do you want to say? Boss GM, I can see that you are indeed arrogant, but each industry has its own rules. It may be okay if you just break the shell, but if you rashly touch the core and trigger a backlash from the entire industry, even you will find it difficult to bear the consequences. Looking at his agent's lame sermon, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Ling Xiao responded calmly. Are you threatening me? Then I will teach you a lesson. As long as you have absolute strength and trump cards, it doesn't matter if the entire industry strikes back. Listen, now that I have entered this business, I am not going to join your poker table and play by your rules. Today is just the beginning, and from now on, the rules of Yuan will be set by me. Are you serious? That's right, you don't have to pretend to warn me like this. You are the one who should go back and think carefully about whether you want to follow my way of playing and survive, or continue to put on this hypocritical attitude and seek death. After saying that, Ling Xiao switched the screen back to the Yuan app and calmly transferred the last 1 million in his balance to Alice's live broadcast room, adding the final spark to the Yuan earthquake today. This 1 million yuan in firewood is the burning punishment that Ling Xiao prepared for the old system of the Yuan anchor world. Even though the manager on the other side of the screen was gritting his teeth in anger, this trick was indeed effective. He did not dare to speak again to provoke Ling Xiao, whose bottom line no one could guess. 20 minutes later, Alice, who was already exhausted both physically and mentally, finally couldn't bear it anymore and ended the live broadcast. Her number of fans had skyrocketed to more than 500,000, completing a 100-fold reversal and creating the entire Yuan legend. Of course, because of his 2 consecutive millions spending lavishly, Ling Xiao also became part of the legend with the title of Millionaire Brother. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the time-limited test side quest challenge. Congratulations to the host for receiving a triple rebate on the mission reward, recovering an amount of 9 million. Congratulations to the host for mastering the skill drug test. As the 3 million reward target was completed, the system's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind, making him nod with satisfaction. After confirming that his bank account had become fuller, Ling Xiao sent a private message to Alice. Alice, are you still online? In her own apartment, Alice had just leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes for a while when she received another private message from Ling Xiao. Yes, Mr. GM, no boss GM. Just call me boss. Judging from your reply, you intend to fulfill our original bet. Boss. Being number 1 on the hot list is already exaggerated enough. You also gave me nearly 3 million. My parents taught me to repay kindness since I was a child. Well, that's good. Then, boss, how much of the actual amount I need to return to the company after deducting the platform's commission? I will transfer it to you immediately after the platform divides the money. Unnecessary. Boss? This money is a welcome gift for you to work here, and there will be more in the future. This. Regarding the specific work matters, please make time to talk about it at 11:30 noon. We will meet at Feitsue Linglong. Okay, boss. Putting down the phone, Alice looked at the ceiling for a while, her eyes blank. According to the rules of the Yuan platform, the host will take half of the 3 million reward. In other words, in just a few hours, she made a net profit of 1.5 million? She reached out and pinched her face, feeling the pain to make sure she was not dreaming. Hee with a silly smile on her face, Alice twisted back and forth in her chair for a long time before she remembered what her boss had just asked. She jumped up in a good mood and went to her closet, humming a song while searching for a change of clothes suitable for lunch. Xiao Ai, open the door. Just as I changed the painting, there was a hurried knock on the door. When the door opened, a quick-tempered girl with short hair came up and hugged Alice's shoulders and shook her. Lily, stop shaking. I'm almost dizzy. Alice sighed and said with dissatisfaction after breaking free from the embrace. The girl opposite is named Lou Lily. She is Alice's roommate and best friend. Lily, who also owns the Uween account Roaring, occasionally serves as the landlord when Alice is live streaming. You little bastard, you're successful this time. I knew you could do it. Lily had tears in her eyes. As someone who has watched her friend step into the anchor industry until today, she is excited for her friend's achievements from the bottom of her heart. Lily, thank you for your continued support. I wouldn't have been able to hold on without you. Alice thanked. Lily looked Alice up and down at her clothes and asked curiously, You just got off the air, why are you in such a hurry to change clothes? Do you have an appointment to go out? Yes, the GM boss asked me to go out with him to discuss future work. Alice said with a sweet smile. Hearing this, Lou Lily's eyes suddenly became sharp. Okay, I'll tell you. This guy has been going around in circles and finally revealed his true colors. He just got you, but now he's so eager and horny that he can't control himself. Alice didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You think too much, Lily. Lou Lily said seriously, Why do I think too much? Let me tell you, I have seen a lot of such greasy middle-aged uncles who lie on the screen every day to hunt for beauties and whose lustful eyes are wandering around the female anchors online in the news online. He did spend a lot of money on you, but the share from the platform hasn't been credited yet. Be careful if anything goes wrong. You'll lose both the wife and the army. Based on the 2 sentences I had with him during the live broadcast, I can guarantee you that he must be that old sea king with a mind deeper than the sea. Alice shook her head and said, You really worry too much, Lily. The boss is a good person. He has already promised to give me the reward money as a meeting gift, and he has never said a word that crosses the line from beginning to end. Lou Lily pouted and took a half step back, looking worried. You silly girl, I think you are finished. You start to defend others in vain through the screen, and you fall into it before you even meet. No, I have to go with you. Alice shook her head in a rare resolute attitude and said, No, my boss wants to talk to me alone about serious matters. Seeing Alice's determination, Lou Lily had no choice but to sigh and take out her phone to send a small program to Alice's WeChat. Then at least use this one-click safe travel program to bind to me. If there is anything wrong, contact me immediately. I can quickly locate your coordinates. Alice saw that there was no other way, so she compromised with a wry smile and said, Okay, Lily, I promise you, now can I go? With Lou Lily's reluctant agreement, Alice went out to keep the appointment happily. Looking at the other person's back, Lily bit her fingers and complained, A woman. Chapter 55 A New Future. Miss Alice, right? The boss, Mr. Ling, is already waiting for you in the inner room. Even though I had done some research before coming, I knew that the destination was Faitsui Linglong, which is known as the top Western restaurant in High City. Alice had not expected that at the door of the Western restaurant, the butler and waiters would line up in 2 rows to warmly welcome her in. If Alice hadn't heard her name being pronounced clearly, she would have turned around and left, frightened by the scene. Following the silver-haired butler who led the way, Alice's heart was beating fast, and she kept reciting her opening remarks silently, so as not to make an embarrassing first impression on her boss. But when she saw that the person sitting opposite her at the table was a young man with perfect figure, appearance, dress and temperament, her mind went blank and all her preparations were in vain. Please sit down, Miss Alice. My name is Ling Xiao. Of course, you may be more familiar with my other name, GM. Ling Xiao spread out his palms to signal the other party not to be restrained. Alice sat down and was stunned for a long while before she stammered and blushed as she replied. GM first, no. Hello, Boss Ling. My name is Su Ai. Ling Xiao nodded and winked at the silver-haired butler beside him, who handed a stack of documents to Alice. Ling Xiao continued. I know. I have checked your information. You come from an ordinary family in a county town. You were admitted to Shanghai University. After graduation, you stayed in this city to work hard. At this point, Ling Xiao laughed. I also graduated from Haisher University. You and I are actually alumni. This relationship was indeed effective. When Alice thought that the handsome boss in front of her was her senior, her nervousness eased a little. Let's get down to business. I have 3 questions for you in this interview. Ling Xiao put away his smile and said seriously. First, why did you choose anchor as your career goal? Alice knew that the next step was to get to the point. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and after thinking about the words in her mind, she said, To make money. Ling Xiao pointed his index finger at the table and lowered his voice. Making money? Most people would try to hide it, but you are very direct. Oops, the boss is not happy. Ling Xiao's tone instantly made Alice's heart flutter. Trying hard to suppress the wild beating of her heart, Alice mustered up the courage to answer. My family background and professional background are not outstanding. Even if I work very hard in Haisher, many regular jobs cannot earn me enough money to support my family and myself. Alice lowered her head as she spoke. Fortunately, although my talents are not refined, they cover a wide range and are very suitable for the path of being an anchor, so I plan to give it a try while I am still young. Half a minute passed in silence, and then Ling Xiao nodded without any expression and continued to ask. Next question, what is your planned end point or goal in your career as an anchor? Alice didn't hesitate at this question. She raised her head and said firmly, become the best in your field. I kept thinking that this answer would always add some points, but who would have thought that what I saw in front of me was Ling Xiao's helpless expression? Ling Xiao spread his hands on the spot and said, best by you mean popularity, number of fans, or the reputation of the platform? Be more specific. Alice was shocked and immediately realized that the answer she had just given that satisfied her was actually all nonsense. For a moment, he lowered his head a little more than before and stammered. Neither. I hope to be the best in my own standards, and not fall to the point where I despise myself. This time, 3 full minutes passed in silence before Ling Xiao spoke. Then the last question is, what sacrifices can you allow on this road? Alice was speechless. In an interview, it is common sense to seamlessly answer every question of the examiner even if your answer is not perfect. However, Alice knew this, but she still couldn't utter a single syllable smoothly. During her time as a host, Alice admitted that she was a little naive, but that didn't mean she didn't understand. A host was asked about the sacrifices she could tolerate. How could she not understand what this question meant? Ling Xiao's original intention was naturally not to let Alice sacrifice these, but seeing that the other party misunderstood, he did not explain. He waited with curiosity to see what answer the other party would give based on the misunderstanding. After a long while, Alice gritted her teeth and said, as long as it doesn't violate the bottom line and doesn't violate morality, I can endure any hardship. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation and raised his voice and asked, isn't this answer a bit too vague? What is your bottom line? Speak clearly. Alice fell silent again. She knew very well that her answer would determine the outcome of the day. In fact, Alice knew that some popular anchors had failed on this question and were eventually banished to the bench. But even if I understand this, the answer has already been engraved in my heart. She said slowly. When I was young, my family set very high goals for me and spent a lot of money to let me try everything. For a long time, I dreamed that I would be successful one day and repay my family's efforts. But when I went to university and came to Haisher, I realized that the things I was proud of in the past were nothing here. I was not too picky about jobs that could make money. But I haven't forgotten my parents' expectations of me when I was a child. My bottom line is that I don't want to be someone I will despise one day. Having said that, Alice raised her head and stood up. She made up her mind and summoned her courage to say, boss, I'm very grateful that you discovered me, but I still can't do those things. You gave me money today, and after the platform gets its share, I will return all the proceeds to you. Although each word was uttered in the young girl's tender and crisp voice, it was powerful enough in this private room. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Alice finished speaking, Ling Xiao clapped his hands while sitting in his seat. The silver-haired butler at the side smiled and added, congratulations, Miss Alice, you passed. Alice was a little confused for a moment. She didn't understand how her speech, which was full of mistakes, could make her boss happy. Silly girl, the price I'm talking about is that I will arrange for you to participate in the systematic learning of various skills. You must set aside sufficient time next, part of which will be spent on live streaming, and part of which will be spent on self-study. Ling Xiao sighed. Hearing this, Alice's whole face turned red. She sat back in her original position and wished she could find a crack in the ground to shove her head into. Remember, working hard to earn money to repay your family does not require you to bow your head and show your cowardice. On this basis, you can also abide by the bottom line and stick to the principles, which is even more respectable. Ling Xiao advised. There are very few anchors who can do this now. Never lose this most precious characteristic of yours. And one last thing. Remember this, from today on, you are the top female anchor of my company. Show some confidence. I won't allow you to bow your head in front of any outsiders. Your face is equal to the face of the company, and also equal to my face. Do you understand? Hearing this, even though she was still a little nervous, Alice still tried to raise her head and nodded to Ling Xiao. Boss, I haven't had the chance to ask, what is the name of our company? Alice asked curiously. Ling Xiao smiled and said, good question. In fact, just 5 minutes before you came, I just finalized the company name with the president. Our company is committed to achieving the needs of customers and creating the most perfect publicity results according to our own methods and systems. As the saying goes, a beautiful night is a beautiful view. Our company is called Good Night. Alice smiled and said, Liangxiao Company, what a good name. Ling Xiao pointed at the food on the table and urged, the interview ends here. Let's eat first, sign the contract after dinner, and then we'll go to the mall. Mall? Alice looked puzzled. Ling Xiao waved his hand proudly, Yu Yin's new top female anchor, the face of Liangxiao Company. As your boss, I first need to expand your equipment library. Be mentally prepared for me. Chapter 56, The Lecture. Ling Xiao took Alice to High City's most famous high-end shopping mall in the city center, the same place Xiao Shui had brought him to last time to thank her for pretending to be her boyfriend. Holding Alice's hand, Ling Xiao walked into the Christine clothing store. As a world-class brand in the women's clothing industry, Christine is not famous for any particular type of clothing. Christine's motto is to encompass all kinds of artistic aesthetics and provide customers with customized outfits based on any preferences. The purpose of Ling Xiao bringing Alice to shop is to customize an adequate arsenal of ammunition for a wide variety of live broadcasts in the future. Coming to Christian is a wise choice that matches your major. Call up all the clothing outfits in your mind and try different ones on the spot. Ling Xiao ordered. Alice understood and said, do you want to select the best ones and order them for the upcoming live broadcast? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, no, I mean that you should prepare one set of each type. To put it simply, gather about 10 or 20 sets first. Alice's eyes widened. Christian is a big-name clothing store. A complete outfit would cost at least tens of thousands, and the expensive seasonal brands can go straight into 6 figures. My boss actually asked for 10 or 20 sets at once. The shock was fleeting. It reminds me of Ling Xiao, who spent money in units of 1 million without blinking in the live broadcast room, leaving behind the legend of the millionaire brother. At this moment, the cost of buying clothes does not seem so difficult to understand. This is probably the simple and unpretentious daily life of truly wealthy people. Facing the clerk in front of him, Ling Xiao showed his platinum membership card and asked the other party to be responsible for receiving Alice, while he found a spacious chair to sit down and rest. The original plan was to leave all the detailed work, such as arranging the itinerary of the contracted anchors and purchasing equipment, to the Russians. Ling Xiao's decision to accompany her personally was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. It wasn't boring to think of it as a close guide for Alice in shaping her personality. But it would be more fun if there were some unexpected events to relieve boredom. Son, what's wrong with your shop? The sign boasts that you are a world-class brand, Christine, but the customer came in for a long time and didn't even feel any service. It is true that when you speak of Chow Chow, he will appear. Ling Xiao had just muttered half a sentence in his heart when a commotion broke out in the store. A customer had an argument with the clerk. Ling Xiao looked over there and thought he saw a foreigner based on the other person's poor Mandarin mixed with foreign words. Who knew he was just a young man from China with dyed yellow hair? Looking at his playboy and shamat outfit, I guess he deliberately spoke in this middle school way to create a Wumo personality. Excuse me, sir. We are being rude. What kind of clothes would you like to see? The clerk quickly went over to offer his warm welcome, but the yellow-haired man ignored him and walked straight to Alice, continuing to yell in a loose language. Girl, you've been looking at all types of clothes since the beginning. What? Do you want to buy them all? Why don't you let me help you? As he spoke, the yellow-haired man turned to face Alice, his face full of evil expressions, his saliva almost dripping. I have to speak up. My dear sister, you look very good. What is your occupation? Please talk to me, your brother. You. Alice was startled and took a step back. Seeing this, Ling Xiao coughed lightly, which caught Alice's attention. Ling Xiao hinted to Alice with his eyes that he would not help and let her find a way to solve the problem herself. The good thing about Alice is that she has a solid foundation and is very motivated, but her weak character will become a weakness in the future if she is not adjusted. Clingy fans, jealous colleagues, difficult clients, and bullshitting reporters. The difficulties that await her in the future will be greater than the last. External forces alone cannot solve all the problems. She has to rely on herself at the critical moment. Alice understood Ling Xiao's meaning. After some hesitation, she bravely shouted to Huang Mao. Don't come over here. Do you have any shame in public? This was the loudest Alice had ever spoken since Ling Xiao met her. There was indeed an effect. The yellow-haired man was shocked and stunned on the spot, but that was all. How could a hooligan who could harass women in such a public place be scared off by a few shouts? Little girl, don't talk nonsense. If you act so recklessly, I can sue you for defamation. The yellow-haired man squinted his eyes and showed off his non-existent charm. How about this? I don't bother you, just give me your WeChat ID, we can be friends, and this matter will be over, okay? As he said that, the yellow-haired man came up shamelessly and reached out to touch the back of Alice's hand. Bang! Alice didn't tolerate it any longer. A loud slap was heard, and 5 finger marks appeared on the yellow-haired man's cheek. You dare to fight me? Do you want to die? The yellow-haired man was humiliated by this and his face turned red. He looked like he was ready to attack at any time. Do you know where young Master Me comes from? As for Alice, the previous slap was just a conditioned reflex of self-defense. When she came to her senses, she was surprisingly not surprised, scared, or terrified. Not only that, facing the still arrogant yellow-haired man, she felt a heat in her chest. Without thinking, the words of counterattack came out of Zhang's mouth. Then do you know where I come from? I'm from Liangshao Company. If you continue to clamor, you're going against our Liangshao Company. Alice shouted at the top of her voice. Ling Xiao's heart brightened. Alice finally understood. If he were to give a score for his reply just now, it would probably be 80 points. Liangshao Company? What the hell is that? I've never heard of that before. If you're really awesome, I'll let your office people slap me in the face right here. The yellow-haired man's arrogance grew even more, and he even showed his profile and shook it on the spot. This is a rare request. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Ling Xiao picked up a small round stool at hand and threw it accurately, hitting the yellow-haired man's face with full force. Ouch! Huang Mao cried out in pain and fell to the ground. He struggled to get up, howling with tears in the corners of his eyes. Damn it, which bastard is plotting against the young master? Ling Xiao did not answer, but put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked calmly to the yellow-haired man. What's wrong? You can finally speak normally? You who are you? The yellow-haired man pointed at Ling Xiao and asked. Alice jumped to Ling Xiao's side, took his arm and shouted, he is the owner of Liangshao Company, my boss. You are here attacking our company with nonsense words, you deserve to be punished by the boss. What a piece of crap. How dare you touch me, young master? Remember this, leave your name behind if you have the guts. The yellow-haired man stretched out his index finger and aimed at Ling Xiao. You want a name, right? Okay, I'll tell you, my name is Grandpa. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. Grandpa, I came here today to discipline your grandson. After saying that, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and directly grasped the other person's index finger, breaking it on the spot without even saying hello. This was not enough. Ling Xiao took a step forward, raised his other hand and slapped the other person's face hard, sending the yellow-haired man flying to the door of the store. The yellow-haired man struggled to get up in a daze, but when he opened his mouth, a broken tooth fell out. Looking at the broken teeth and broken index finger, Huang Mao finally came to his senses and grinned. He started crying like a newborn baby in the delivery room. Chapter 57, Peeping. Ah! You dare to hit me, ah! Huang Mao's howling attracted the attention of those around him, but he didn't care about the embarrassment at the moment and shouted loudly. I am the young master of the Xianmu Company in Jing City. I am the VIP invited by the CEO of the top red stone wine company. Just wait. Yao Jianyi and his daughter are not easy to mess with. I will let them beat you up in a moment. Ling Xiao had already taken Alice's hand and was about to leave on the spot, but upon hearing this, he looked around with a playful smile. There was a commotion among the crowd gathered around, and a familiar figure walked out from among them. Ya Shui. Mr. Shi, didn't I tell you not to leave us alone? Xiao Shui came up with a sigh, and before she could look at Ling Xiao, she lowered her head and said, Sir, I'm sorry to trouble you. Looking at Xiao Shui's exhausted face, Ling Xiao felt a little distressed and a little amused, so he joked. What's wrong? You've just been the CEO's assistant for a week and your body is already drained? Ah Xia. Yao Shui looked up in surprise, then looked at the yellow-haired man with complicated eyes. It was so hot in High City that it reached the sky. This luck was indeed very good. Ling Xiao approached and asked, "How did you get involved with this idiot who's still dependent on milk?" Xiao Shui sighed and said with a sad face, "Don't mention it. Because of our cooperation with Labutu, the world's #1 red wine company, many people are looking for us to cooperate with us. Even if we absorb the manpower and materials of Roche, we are still too busy to handle it." Huang Mao howled on the ground for a long time. Seeing Yao Shui finally appear on the scene, she didn't say a word to stand up for him. Instead, she started chatting happily with the person opposite. The dissatisfaction in his heart suddenly burst out, and he jumped up and said, "Yao Shui, what are you doing? I am an important partner of Redstone. I order you to send someone to teach this brat a lesson, or I will go back and complain to your father." Yao Shui turned around and glared at the other person fiercely. "Have you had enough of the fuss?" The yellow-haired man was a little scared for a moment, took a step back and said in a sharp voice, "What do you want to do?" "I am from Xianmu Company." Shi Dakai, the useless young master of the Shi family who was holding Xianmu Company back. Yao Shui shut the yellow-haired man up with one sentence, making his face turn purple. "You are making trouble in our High Shi without considering your own weight. What about Xianmu Company? Without you, can't we find a replacement for Yao's Redstone? Don't give yourself too much credit. If you want to complain, go ahead and remember to shout out the name of the person you provoked in High City Lingxiao. I'm very curious about what Dad will do to your face after he finds out." As she spoke, Yao Shui glanced, and several burly bodyguards in the crowd immediately understood and stepped forward, grabbing the yellow-haired man's armpits from behind and pulling him. What are you doing, Yao Shui, Miss Shui? I was just joking. If this deal doesn't go through, my dad will kill me. Please don't, Miss Shui." No one paid any attention to Huang Mao's words. As his wailing died down, the surrounding area finally became quiet. "I haven't seen you for a week. You've grown a lot," Ling Xiao said sincerely. "It's okay. Now I feel a bit like Mu Ziyan." Ling Xiao's words were naturally a compliment, but when Yao Shui heard it, she felt something was wrong. After she snorted softly, her eyes fell on Alice behind Ling Xiao. "Wow, what does this beautiful woman following you do?" The boss's friend asked over, and Alice quickly replied, "Hello, Miss Yao, I am Boss Ling's subordinate, my name is Alice." "Boss? Subordinate?" Yao Shui was confused. She pulled Ling Xiao aside and asked, "You started a company?" "No way." Ling Xiao shrugged. "She is my female anchor, Night Alice. I came here to help her choose clothes." Yao Shui's expression quickly became strange. Female anchor, choosing clothes, such a beautiful little girl. "Ah Xiao, I didn't expect that you were just like other men. You have these thoughts in your mind after you become rich." Ling Xiao slapped Yao Shui on the head and said unhappily, "What are you thinking about? I'm from a serious company." Yao Shui rubbed her head, puffed out her chest and said, "Then you have to prove it to me. It's a good opportunity to get rid of that giant baby. I'm free this afternoon, so let me participate." Ling Xiao had no reason to refuse, so he spread his hands to show his agreement. Seeing this, Yao Shui rushed over and hugged Alice and walked into the store. "Come on, Alice. With your figure and looks, I feel like I'm bursting with inspiration. You have to accompany me to the end." The people in front of her were all big shots, so Alice nodded repeatedly and whispered, "Then I'll trouble you, Miss Yao." "No trouble." Yao Shui hugged Alice's shoulders tightly and said, "Ah Xiao and I broke up peacefully. Helping him is the same as helping myself." When talking about the word X, Yao Shui emphasized her tone a little more. Alice immediately understood what she meant and didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao, who was already sitting down, didn't notice so much. He just thought to himself that the ex-boyfriend's words of peaceful breakup were strange, but he couldn't find any fault with it when it came to him and Yao Shui. Whoosh! Just when Ling Xiao felt relaxed, he suddenly felt a chill behind his head. He looked back with a stern look, but there was nothing unusual there. Illusion? Or is there really someone spying? After that, Ling Xiao tried to do two things at once, accompanying the two girls while keeping an eye on his surroundings, but the same feeling did not reappear a second time. Okay, that's all for today. When the large and small bags of clothes were placed in Ling Xiao's trunk, Yao Shui began to wave goodbye. Ah Xiao, you have been in the spotlight at the Redstone cocktail party. Plus, your new company is about to open. You must be careful not to be envied by those with ulterior motives. Also, remember to be on guard against revenge from those who you disliked and punished in the past. Ling Xiao chuckled and was about to reassure Yao Shui not to worry too much. Unexpectedly, Yao Shui raised her head, tiptoed up, and kissed him on the side of his face. Humph, you're just like you were in high school, always a big blockhead. Yao Shui's face turned red, and without saying goodbye, she pulled her bodyguard and ran away. Ling Xiao finally came back to his senses after his brain went blank for half a minute. He reached out and felt the hot and wet kiss mark on his face, and smiled bitterly. This little girl, I haven't seen her for many years, but she still loves to attack unexpectedly. On the rooftop of the office building opposite the shopping mall, a man wearing a smiling mask was holding a telescope in one hand and adjusting the in-ear headphones hanging on his ear with the other. What's going on? A vague male voice with noise came from the headset. I know a lot about his interpersonal relationships, whereabouts, and personal abilities. The masked man responded. Very good, keep following. No. Why? For a moment, I felt he noticed me. How can he, a nouveau riche, discover the presence of a GhostNet agent like you, Mask? I don't think he's just a nouveau riche, otherwise your family wouldn't have been so helpless against him. Right, Crow? Stop talking nonsense. I spent a lot of money on your ghost network. Don't let me down. Don't worry, I will help you find his weakness at my own pace. Oh, that's good. I will never let Ling Xiao, that bastard, go. I swear, even if I end up in a grave, I will crawl out and settle accounts with him. Chapter 58, Flower Guardian. 8 o'clock in the evening. After taking Alice to dinner, Ling Xiao drove to the gate of Alice's community. Sorry, boss, I asked you to take me back. Alice said. Ling Xiao looked around the neighborhood where Alice lived and said, after the company opens, you will need to change your address. Move to a safer neighborhood and a bigger house. Your current live broadcast equipment is relatively poor. When the time comes, I will arrange for someone to purchase a set of imported equipment for you. Alice nodded and said, okay, boss. As for the recent period of time. After Ling Xiao thought about it in his mind, he remembered that when Su Ning cleaned up Ningguang Company, he left a set of old live broadcast equipment of good quality and sent it to Ling Xiao's villa. Why don't you move to my house this week? I can teach you some things up close. Alice looked at Ling Xiao blankly, the heat and redness on her face rising little by little. Move to home and teach closely. Boss Ling, this is too sudden, I really haven't. Alice lowered her head and returned to her timid look. She rubbed her hands together restlessly, you already have Miss Yao, we can't do this. Ling Xiao was so upset that his little anchor's brain had gone wrong again. I'm talking about guidance on live streaming. My house has a good set of equipment and a lot of rooms. You can just pick one to live in. Ling Xiao had a speechless expression on his face. Of course, this is just a suggestion, feel free to do as you please. Looking at Ling Xiao's expression, Alice realized that what she had just thought was all just her wild imagination. She was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and fiddled with her phone in her hands. In addition to excessive imagination, there is actually another reason for shyness. At the dinner table, she once righteously refused Ling Xiao because she misunderstood that he had other feelings for her. But just now, although she misunderstood the other person, Alice just felt conflicted and did not feel any rejection in her heart. After less than a day of getting along, their mentality changed 180 degrees. Alice could deceive others but not herself. Beep beep. Just when Alice's shyness and embarrassment reached its peak, the mobile phone in her hand issued a long series of beeping alarm sounds. Why did you set the alarm for this time? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Alice also had doubts about this, and when she turned her phone over, she was dumbfounded. It wasn't an alarm clock at all, but the alarm app that Lily installed for her before she left, which she activated by accident. Well, boss, this is Alice took a long time to figure out how to explain. But there is actually no need to explain. I saw a black shadow riding a horse, rushing over like flying, with a face full of sweat, clinging to the hood of Ling Xiao's car and breathing heavily. Boss, let me introduce you. This is my roommate, Lily, the Roaring Lily. Alice pointed at Lou Lily and introduced her awkwardly. Lou Lily, that funny property manager. Considering that the other party flew over directly as soon as Alice's alarm clock rang, he immediately connected the cause and effect. I didn't realize you had a flower guarding angel. Ling Xiao said with a smile. You come out here, I don't care which rich second-generation family you are from, if you dare to touch our Xiao AI, you'll get nowhere. Lu Lily rolled up her sleeves and even waved a kitchen knife in her hand. Seeing this, Ling Xiao found it particularly interesting and opened the car door. After he got off the car, he came to Lu Lily. Yes, I feel more at ease now that I have a roommate like you to protect her. You are the GM? Lu Lily looked at Ling Xiao and accidentally said what was in her heart. Damn, so handsome. The scene suddenly became a little awkward. Lu Lily came to her senses and quickly jumped to Alice's side, waving a kitchen knife in a gesture. No, I'm correcting you, you little white face, take your junky car and get out of here right away. Take Xiao Ai for a day and then take the opportunity to bring her back at night to do something else, right? I'm telling you, kid, I've read too many stories about your tricks online. Alice shook Lu Lily's shoulders frantically and said, You're wrong, Lily. Boss Ling didn't do anything. I accidentally touched the alarm. Lily was a little confused. Accidentally? So this pretty boy didn't do anything to you? No. Alice said with her face flushed and her voice raised. Ling Xiao couldn't help laughing as he watched the two people performing crosstalk in front of him. He pressed the key switch to open the trunk. Okay, it's nothing, just take the things you bought today back. Since your escort has come down to help, I, a single man, will not be so presumptuous as to move things to the residence of you single women. Lily was called to the trunk, where Ling Xiao threw several packaging bags at her. This is Christine. When Lily saw the label on the package clearly, her eyes widened. You bought 3 full bodysuits in one go? Ling Xiao shook his head and threw more clothes to the two girls. That's 15 sets, take them. I wanted to buy 20 sets, but Xiuxiu said it's hard for you to take them all at once, so you can buy the rest next time. After hearing this, Lily blurted out, Fuck, if you take me to buy Kristen's clothes, I can carry them back even 40 sets, let alone 20 sets. After she finished speaking, she noticed 2 pairs of eyes staring at her. She quickly coughed and said, What I mean is I'm here with Alice, helping my good sister with some luggage. I'm an old lay foam, I don't take it seriously. Hearing this, Ling Xiao laughed and walked up to Lily. Girl, to be honest, you have a good image and a natural gift for speaking. Why don't we try live streaming next time? Lily blushed a little when she heard this, and she lowered her voice and said shyly. GM. Oh no, Boss Ling, you mean, am I also suitable to be a female anchor? Ling Xiao quickly shook his head and said seriously, Don't get me wrong, I mean you are quite suitable to be a comedian. After saying that, Ling Xiao said goodbye and got into the car and left. After standing there for 2 minutes, Lily finally reacted with anger written all over her face. She yelled at Alice. Xiao Ai, your boss is teasing me. Alice didn't bother to pay attention to her funny friend and walked home with her shopping spoils. I say, Xiao Ai, your expression is not right. Why are you smiling foolishly all the way? Tell me the truth, did you get attracted to that guy after you went out for a day? Are you obsessed with him? Let me tell you straight, some rich second generations like to play the long game and catch big fish. That guy is obviously very cunning, so you have to be careful. In the sports car, Ling Xiao slowed down and turned on the driving call mode to call Su Ning. Hey, I've already found the first female anchor. Mauzi should have sent you her information. Let's meet tomorrow to discuss it in detail. There was a fluctuating echo from the phone. Okay, cough cough cough. I got it, cough cough cough. Then tomorrow. Ling Xiao raised his voice and interrupted directly, You are sick. Su Ning retorted, It's just a minor cold, cough cough cough. It's nothing serious, cough cough cough. I'll be there now. Ling Xiao hung up the phone after saying this and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Chapter 59 Cold. Ding dong. The door opened, Su Ning poked her head out and whispered. Didn't I tell you not to? Before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao forcefully pushed the door open and grabbed Su Ning's wrist. Cough cough cough. What are you doing? Su Ning frowned and wanted to argue, but then his palm was already on her forehead. Fortunately, I don't have a fever. After feeling the temperature, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao's palm moved away, but Su Ning's forehead still retained the touch of Ling Xiao. Her ears turned red and she retreated to the corner. Sometimes, ugh. I don't know whether to say you are tough or arrogant. Su Ning muttered softly. Ling Xiao replied casually, If you can take care of yourself, I won't have to be as rude as you said. In response, Su Ning argued with dissatisfaction, Of course I can take care of myself, ahem. How many years do you think I have been working hard alone in High City? Ling Xiao didn't reply. He walked into the living room and looked at the only table in the room. It was filled with various documents, all of which were information related to the company's opening. Is this what you claimed about being able to take care of yourself? You're coughing so badly, and you don't even take a rest? Ling Xiao asked, pointing at the table. Su Ning clenched her palms, her eyes wavering. She wanted to find some excuse, but the dizziness in her head made it difficult for her to concentrate. You're always like this. Do you remember the food factory promotion business we did in the early days of Ningguang? Ling Xiao sighed and came to Su Ning. Every time you reach a critical juncture, you always overwork and push yourself to the limit. The Ningguang incident just ended, and your energy hasn't recovered yet. You're so old, but you don't know how to take it easy. Su Ning was speechless for a moment and no longer avoided Ling Xiao's concern. After a long while, she said, it happened so long ago, but you remember it clearly. Ling Xiao put his hand on Su Ning's shoulder and said, since you are sick, the opening will be postponed. Su Ning's expression changed when she heard this. She quickly argued, no way, ahem. Everything is going smoothly now. You've even found the anchor. How can you fail just because of me, ahem ahem? This answer was naturally within Ling Xiao's expectations. He smiled and said, in that case, then you should put down your work now and go back to your room to recuperate for 2 days. Su Ning frowned, pouting in a way she never did in the past, and complained in a low voice, you cheated me. Ling Xiao ignored the other party's protest and asked forcefully, where is your answer? Although she was still dissatisfied, Ling Xiao was the boss after all, so she reluctantly nodded, okay. After saying that, she walked to the table and planned to clean up, but she suddenly felt dizzy and her feet got messy and she almost fell down on the spot. Bang! Ling Xiao, who was beside her, was quick to react and hugged Su Ning around the waist. I'm sorry, Su Ning screamed, and Ling Xiao behind her immediately hugged her into his arms, and with a flick of his arms, he lifted her up in a princess hug. Ling Xiao? Su Ning's voice was softer and gentler than usual. Her hands struggled a little symbolically, but she didn't really exert any strength. Now, immediately, get on the bed. With these words that could not be disputed on his lips, Ling Xiao carried Su Ning all the way to the bedroom bed and put her down. After pressing the quilt and wrapping Su Ning's body, Ling Xiao frowned and looked around. What's wrong with the temperature in your house? It's so cold from the living room to the bedroom. Where's the heater? It is already the end of December. The temperature difference in High City is extremely large in winter. It is no wonder that one would get sick working in such a cold environment. The heating broke down a few months ago, cough cough. We called a technician to fix it, but he said it was because the pipes were aging and there was nothing we could do. Su Ning replied. Ling Xiao sighed. He had complained about how bad this house was the last time he came here. He didn't expect the actual situation to be even more exaggerated. Su Ning, come live with me. Su Ning's eyes suddenly widened, and the blush on her face spread directly to her neck. What did you suddenly say? Her voice didn't have any of the aura of a strong woman in the past, it was just as crisp as a high school girl's scream. As she clutched the corner of the quilt and shivered, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. No. Ling Xiao scratched his head and looked at Su Ning's condition. He realized that there was something wrong with his words just now. Whether it's Alice or Su Ning, why do these women always have such divergent ideas? Ling Xiao explained, what I mean is that my house is quite big. I can live alone, or with 2, 3, 4, or 5 people. There is no waste of space. You can also keep Alice company when the time comes. Stop. Hearing this, Su Ning perked up. What's going on with Alice? Ahem. Are you talking about the anchor Alice you just invited? How come she's living in your house? Ling Xiao was speechless. Ningguang's equipment has been shipped to my house. Her hardware is too poor. Before buying new equipment, I want her to come to my place to livestream and give me some guidance. Of course, I'm just suggesting it. She hasn't given me a precise response yet. Su Ning let out a long sigh, and the rapid heartbeat in her chest finally slowed down a little. With a bit of shyness, she lowered her head and cursed herself in her heart for what was wrong. Let's go, follow me to the hospital and let the doctor take a look and prescribe some medicine. Ling Xiao continued. Or come home with me, you choose one? Su Ning raised her head and said dissatisfiedly, why are you the one who decides all the options? What else? I'm the boss now. Ling Xiao responded. Humph. Su Ning lowered her head and whispered, forget it, ahem. Then I'll listen to you and go to the hospital. The sooner I get well, the sooner I can get back to work. Ling Xiao opened the quilt, pulled Su Ning up, and carried her on his back. Ling Xiao, what are you doing again? Su Ning was startled by Ling Xiao's sudden attack and shouted, "Let me go." Ling Xiao did not agree. Instead, he tightened his grip and held Su Ning firmly. Stop messing around. Don't get off the ground in your current state. I'll carry you downstairs. Su Ning couldn't resist and could only cling to the man's back, resigned to her fate. Feeling Ling Xiao's aura and the thickness of his back, Su Ning's heart beat faster. This guy, it turns out this is what it feels like when he gets tough. Ling Xiao, you have really changed a lot now that you have money. You wouldn't be so tough before. After getting in the car, Su Ning glanced at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction from the passenger seat. Su Ning's question touched Ling Xiao's heart. He chose his words and explained to Su Ning. It's not that I wasn't tough before, it's that I didn't have enough foundation to be tough on everything. I have always believed that when it comes time to make a decision, one should never hesitate, no matter if the means is to use money to pressure others or something else. If a person wants to make money, doesn't he want to be able to throw money at others and say no when he gets upset? This sentence struck Su Ning's heart directly. Although she did not respond on the spot, the slight smile on the corner of her mouth confirmed her true inner thoughts. Chapter 60, Maple Leaf Hospital. Why is it Maple Leaf Hospital? After arriving at the destination, Su Ning was helped out of the car by Ling Xiao. After being confused all the way, she finally regained some of her rationality. Su Ning muttered, "The quality of this hospital is fine, but the service is a big problem. There are many scandals about them cheating people for money." Su Ning continued to speak restlessly, swinging her limbs. She looked like a drunkard, which made Ling Xiao angry and amused. Are you still worried that I don't have enough money to be ripped off by the hospital? Seeing Su Ning's increasingly serious condition, Ling Xiao did not delay any longer and quickened his pace into the hospital lobby and shouted, "Severe cold and fever, emergency." At the hospital service desk with a green maple leaf logo, the only female nurse on duty was happily playing with her mobile phone. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and fight for the Baron." Ling Xiao's voice was obviously not small, but the female nurse turned a deaf ear to it. He was leaning on the back of the wheelchair with his feet up, talking passionately to his teammates on the microphone. "I'm registering." Ling Xiao repeated loudly with anger. "TSK, I heard you, you keep talking nonsense, show me your ID card." The female nurse threw a barcode scanner in front of Ling Xiao and said in a bad tone, "If you are a member, please show your medical record card. If you are not a member, please choose a package." "Oh shit, why didn't you guys wait for me? Why did you, idiot Thresh, go down by yourself? Do you want to damage and steal the dragon? You can't even wait for the ADC. What a stupid game." The nurse's roar echoed throughout the hospital hall. At this point, she still remembered that there was a patient in front of her. She raised her head and responded casually, "If I said I just had a cold, wait a moment, I'll fight the last wave first." Ling Xiao now finally felt the reality of what Su Ning had said before entering the hospital. As the anger tank in his heart quickly filled up, with Ling Xiao's personality, there was no reason for him to stay here and waste time with the stupid female nurse. He casually took out his cell phone and pressed a few buttons, transferring the emergency virus he used for self-defense. In less than 2 seconds, the nurse's phone went black and she couldn't even turn it on. Fuck, I'm going to team up with the Baron, what the hell is this idiot's phone doing to him? Considering that his focus was on Su Ning, Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and asked, "No." I hung up after scanning the code. "Take me to the emergency room quickly." The nurse had an unhappy expression on her face and wanted to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, but when she saw the huge words "Platinum Member" imprinted in her eyes, she immediately lost her temper. "Oh shit, I met a really rich guy late at night." The nurse quickly changed her expression and said with a serious expression on her face, "Dear member, please follow me. Emergency department goes this way." I followed the nurse to the door of the emergency room, but before the nurse could go in, an old doctor with white hair blocked the door. Ling Xiao felt something strange for a moment when he looked at the other person's face. After some thought, he realized that he had seen this face in a photo hanging in the center of the main hall of the hospital. "This old man is the director of Maple Leaf Hospital." "Director," the nurse leaned over and said in a delicate voice. "This is our VIP member who is here for emergency treatment. I'll take him right away." Bang! Before the nurse could finish her words, the director slapped her loudly on the face. The director looked thin, but surprisingly he was quite strong. He hit the nurse so hard that she fell to the ground with blood on the corner of her mouth, her eyes blank. "You're such a blind nurse, not only did you secretly play games during the night shift, but you also dared to provoke Boss Ling. Boss Ling is such a big shot that even the top boss Xiao in High City has to respectfully address him as Master Ling when he comes here. You filthy little devil have brought shame to our hospital. Pack your bags and get out tomorrow. You don't have to come to work anymore." The nurse left crying. The dean turned around and put on an expression like his neighbor Uncle Wang, who brings wealth through harmony, just like in Sichuan opera. He said, "Hello, Master Ling." The older dean came up, jumped up, and with trembling hands he grabbed Ling Zhao's hands and shook them non-stop. "Wait a minute, are we familiar with each other?" Ling Zhao's intuition made him realize that the dean's flattering attitude was not just due to the grand membership he had just organized. "You are a big shot, so naturally you don't remember a small shot like me, but I know you." The dean grinned, showing off his mouth full of shining false teeth. "Boss Yao Jianye is an old customer of our hospital. His daily physical examinations are personally supervised by me as the dean. I was also at the wine tasting event." After hearing this, Ling Xiao understood immediately. "Mr. Ling, please don't hold a grudge against me because of this matter," the dean said flatteringly. Honestly speaking, Ling Zhao's mind was filled with Su Ning, and he really had no time to care about these trivial matters. He shook his head as a response. The dean was overjoyed and came closer and said, "Mr. Ling, it looks like he has a fever. Leave it to me. I am the best doctor in the entire hospital." It was a good thing for Ling Xiao that the dean took action personally. He handed Su Ning to the other party and began a long wait in the corridor. An hour later, the dean reappeared, but his expression was a little strange. "Mr. Ling, this is a receipt for the full body checkup of your female companion that I just conducted. You must be aware of the hospital's rules. Some ambiguous results cannot be known in advance by even the immediate family members without the patient's knowledge. But I think. Let me take a look at it first. It should be fine." Ling Xiao glanced casually, and soon his eyes focused on two nouns and his pupils contracted. Ritalin, modafinil. The moment he saw these two terms, Ling Zhao's recently acquired drug identification skills automatically helped him analyze the relevant knowledge. Both drugs are a type of psychotropic drugs, and of course they may be more familiar with another nickname. Smart drugs. Did the examination reveal any mental abnormalities? Ling Xiao asked. The dean shook his head and said, "Mr. Ling, although the emergency full-body examination items are limited, but according to the current project indicators, I think it should not exist. At most, it is non-pathological mental stress." "I understand." Ling Xiao tapped his forehead with some annoyance, then turned around and walked towards the ward, the look in his eyes becoming much deeper. When she woke up, Su Ning was already lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by a group of noisy doctors and nurses. She covered her eyes with her hands with a bit of fatigue, recalling everything she still remembered, and felt a little annoyed about the current situation she had caused. "You guys go out first." As the familiar voice of Ling Xiao sounded beside the bed, the doctors and nurses around him immediately changed their tone to flattering ones and came out one after another. Su Ning keenly noticed that Ling Zhao's tone was a little unfriendly, and sure enough, a test report was thrown directly on her bed. Ling Xiao shouted angrily, "Are you a high school student who is in a hurry to prepare for the exam? Do you still need to take smart drugs to improve your concentration?" Su Ning turned her head away, not daring to meet Ling Zhao's gaze. It's not a good habit to peek at the report. Ling Xiao frowned and asked, "Don't beat around the bush with me. How long have you been taking it? Are you addicted?" Su Ning sighed and said, "I only ate it a few times a year ago. I couldn't concentrate during this period, so I picked it up and ate a few slices." Ling Xiao chose to believe what Su Ning said. If you really take it for a long time, the data on the test report should be even uglier. Ling Xiao sighed and sat down and said, "Are you still afraid of the Su family?" Su Ning lowered her head, she could not hide her thoughts from the familiar Ling Xiao. I'm just afraid that one day I'll get you into trouble." The atmosphere was just right at this moment. Ling Xiao touched Su Ning's face and approached her, saying, "Silly girl, have you forgotten what I told you? In High City, as long as I am here, no one will hurt you. I will protect you forever." Chapter 61 Visiting the Sick. After saying this, Ling Xiao suddenly realized that his behavior had crossed the line and quickly retracted his hand. The two of them sat face to face in such awkward silence for a long time, and the air suddenly became heavy. Or why not just come straight to the point and make a direct confession of your feelings? Looking at Su Ning, Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He had known that he was interested in Su Ning as early as college. After all, the beautiful career-oriented lady had already settled on Ling Xiao's XP. But the two have known each other for so long, from being just acquaintances in college to later becoming a superior subordinate workplace relationship. Ling Xiao, who had long since grown out of his youth, was not sure whether the relationship between the two needed to be elevated to a higher level. The stare continued for a while, and Su Ning came to her senses and saw that there was no further meaning in Ling Xiao's eyes. There was a flash of disappointment in her eyes for a moment, and then she coughed lightly. The company hasn't even opened yet, and it hasn't been long since we changed sides, and you're already saying dirty words to a sick female subordinate. Aren't you afraid that I'll sue you for sexual harassment? Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, took the steps and quickly added. What I mean is that we are now a community of shared destiny, all tied to the same thread. If anyone attacks you, it would be the same as attacking me head-on. Su Ning's expression proved that the conversation just now was indeed effective. She wiped away the remaining haze on her face and smiled. Anyway, I have seen your tyranny, and it seems that there is no room for me to refuse you. But I don't intend to take advantage of your favor for nothing. Just like I said last time, in exchange, I will do a good job as the CEO and establish Liang Xiao. Ling Xiao shrugged, I don't doubt it. After saying that, Ling Xiao, feeling relaxed, couldn't help but feel sleepy and yawned on the spot. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning. He hasn't slept a wink all night. Ling Xiao. Looking at the fatigue that the man in front of her could hardly conceal, Su Ning stood up and suddenly changed her tone to a serious one. Come to think of it, I haven't really thanked you these days. You must have spent a lot of energy to help me worry about these things. Ling Xiao replied casually, it's okay, it's okay. I've been a bit busy these days, but... Before he finished speaking, a familiar shout suddenly came from the door of the ward. Ah Xiao. Hearing this voice, Ling Xiao suddenly woke up completely. Besides my mother and sister, there is only one person in this world who can call me in this way. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked towards the door, and the anxious Shui girl rushed in violently. Ah Xiao, where are you injured? Let me see. Yao Shui rushed over and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm, looking him up and down. Wait. Ling Xiao pushed the clingy little girl away and said in confusion. Why are you here? Why are you staring at me and shouting you're hurt? After looking around, Yao Shui also clearly realized that Ling Xiao was not seriously injured at all and the situation was a bit strange. She raised her phone and Ling Xiao looked over. A status suddenly flashed in their chat box. Exclusive special reminder for Maple Leaf Hospital King members, Mr. Ling Xiao has booked a luxurious private wardroom in the hospital and placed an order for a complete full-body checkup. Friends are welcome to visit him. Ling Xiao was first full of question marks, then full of black lines. Wow, this Maple Leaf Hospital always shows special creativity in strange places. Thinking of the dean's flattering smile, Ling Xiao felt a surge of anger. Thanks to this hospital's advertisement, I guess all my WeChat friends now know about my admission. Just wait for me, Dean. Forget it, at least you're okay. You scared me. Yao Shui patted her chest and looked at Su Ning lying on the bed. So your set meal is for this lady, who is? Yao Shui's unexpected insertion caught Ling Xiao off guard, and he quickly introduced. This is Su Ning, now the president of my company. Hearing this, Yao Shui took Ling Xiao's arm and pulled him closer, then smiled and said, I'm Yao Shui, hello. Su Ning looked at the intimate actions of the two and her expression froze instantly. But in the end, he relied on his emotional management skills accumulated over many years of working in the business world and forced a smile on his face. Yao Shui, the daughter of Yao Jianye, the boss of Yao's Red Stone Winery, right? Nice to meet you. I don't know Miss Yao, what is your relationship with Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao opened his mouth to answer, but Yao Shui immediately interrupted him and answered in the most direct way. I guess I'm an ex-girlfriend. Damn it. Su Ning continued to maintain the smile on her face and said. Ex-girlfriend, I haven't heard when he had a girlfriend in recent years. Were you together since you were students? Yao Shui nodded quickly and said, Ah Xiao and I were indeed high school classmates, but my ex-girlfriend happened a week ago. I'm telling you, this guy Ah Xiao is really too much. He just got me and dumped me in the next minute. Stop. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity to interrupt. What are you talking about? It's getting more and more confusing. Yao Shui raised her head with an innocent look and said, Xiao, did I say something wrong? Looking at the innocent big eyes that kept blinking in front of him, Ling Xiao was speechless for a moment. You know what, all the nonsense this girl said is actually true. This is outrageous. Really? You're right. It seems that you have had quite a lot of experiences recently. Tell me about it when you have time. Su Ning's smile became brighter and brighter. Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine just by smiling. It's the kind of kindness that needs quotation marks. No, we can't continue to be in such chaos. I have to quickly get this unstoppable plot back on track. Ling Xiao coughed lightly, took a deep breath, and then spoke to smooth things over. Master Ling, is it convenient for you to come in now? However, as if the world was playing a joke on him, a new voice came from the door. If it were any other time, Ling Xiao would be very happy, but at this moment he felt like he was going to collapse. Mu Ziyan. Why is she here too? Never mind. The situation is already chaotic enough. We can't let her get involved. Miss Mu, you are here too. Before Ling Xiao took action, the lively Yao Shui was one step faster, and by the time Ling Xiao reacted, the door of the ward had already opened. Mu Ziyan came in anxiously, holding a bouquet of flowers for visiting patients, and shouted, Master Ling, you seem to be okay? Yao Shui explained, that's right, Ah Xiao is fine. The one who is sick in the hospital is Miss Su Ning next to him. Come here, Miss Su Ning, let me introduce you. This is Miss Mu Ziyan, Ah Xiao's current personal real estate assistant. Yao Shui's attack this time directly pulled out all the words that Ling Xiao wanted to stuff back into Mu Ziyan's stomach. I beg you, Aunt Shui, please don't introduce any more trouble. Ling Xiao spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. After greeting Miss Mu Ziyan, Su Ning looked at Ling Xiao and said in a teasing tone. Mu Ziyan, the young female president of Fenghe Group, is she your personal assistant now? Ling Xiao, it seems that what I said is right. You have indeed been very busy recently. Ling Xiao's mouth twitched unnaturally. He tried to maintain the situation and said. Anyway, all three of you shut up. Let me sort out the storyline. If things continue to develop like this, Ling Xiao won't be surprised even if the system issues a task next. Chapter 62, Tailwalker. The half hour that followed was pure torture. After finally sending Xiaoshui and Mu Ziyan away, Ling Xiao sighed heavily and met Su Ning's gaze with fatigue. You are really a busy man. Su Ning said sarcastically, but the expression on her face made it impossible to tell what she was actually thinking. Do you want to continue this topic? Ling Xiao's mouth twitched. Are you jealous, Miss Su Ning? Su Ning blushed as she heard this and glared at Ling Xiao. Who wants to be jealous of you? Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Ling Xiao's cell phone rang coincidentally, and the caller ID on the top showed Alice. That sign anchor called you so early? Su Ning glanced at the name on the phone and her eyes became sharper. You won't start doing the same thing to the anchor as those wealthy nouveau riche. Ling Xiao was speechless. What a mess, I'm the boss and she's the employee, what do you think of me? Ling Xiao quickly turned on the speakerphone and answered the call, saying calmly, just listen carefully. It must be work-related. Ling Xiao had nothing to hide, so he was naturally not afraid of being checked on. Alice's voice came from the phone. The opening sentence made Ling Xiao feel like he was struck by lightning. He began to regret his honesty and confidence. Boss, I have carefully considered what you said yesterday. I agree to move in with you and accept your personal guidance. You warned me that if I want to get this job and step onto a bigger stage, I need to pay a corresponding price. I am mentally prepared. Ling Xiao turned his neck stiffly and met Su Ning's gaze. A smile appeared on the other person's face again, much brighter than when Xiaoshui and Mu Ziyan gathered here before. Ling Xiao? What's going on? Su Ning said with a gentle expression. Stop. Ling Xiao, sensing the murderous intent, shouted on the spot. Stop it for a moment, Miss Alice. Moving in with me means using my equipment to live stream, right? Alice replied in a somewhat confused manner, of course, boss. Ling Xiao quickly added the second sentence, guidance refers to my guidance on live streaming, and the price refers to the hard work required to learn live streaming skills, right? Alice's confusion worsened. Yes, isn't this what you emphasized to me last night? Ling Xiao quickly spread his hands towards Su Ning and said, you heard me, don't give me any strange misunderstandings. Alice asked, boss, what did you say? Nothing. Ling Xiao didn't want to continue this discussion full of problems, so he quickly put an end to it. It's settled, pack your luggage at home and I'll pick you up later. After saying that, Ling Xiao hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Su Ning's gaze in front of him was still extremely ambiguous. Ling Xiao defended himself. You should have heard the content of the phone call just now, and I told you last night about bringing her to my villa. Su Ning snorted. You don't need to explain to me. You are the boss anyway. I can only condemn you morally, but it has nothing to do with me. Ling Xiao could tell that Su Ning had something else to say, so he didn't interrupt her and just listened quietly. But Su Ning paused and coughed lightly before continuing. Since you emphasize that you want to provide technical guidance to the other party, then it is within the scope of work. As the general manager, I need to say something. I was the one who taught you these skills. Plus, you're the boss now, so you should just let me handle these details. Didn't you ask me yesterday if I wanted to go over? I thought about it and you're right. If I continue to stay in that room without heating, my health will get worse and it will affect my work, which will not be worth it. There is still a week before the company's opening ceremony. During this period of time only, I will stay there and give Alice some guidance. Su Ning repeated this simple conclusion almost around the world before spitting it out awkwardly. Looking at Su Ning in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't help laughing wildly in his heart, but he held back and didn't expose it for the sake of face. After saying yes, Ling Xiao made an appointment with Su Ning to pick her up when she was discharged from the hospital in the afternoon. Although the process was somewhat tortuous, the final result was relatively smooth. Ling Xiao walked out of the hospital in a good mood and came to the side of his car. Just as he took out the key and opened the car door, the familiar cold feeling pierced his back again. There he goes again, the guy who was spying on me. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The last time he decisively turned back, the result was that the peeper disappeared on the spot. He didn't plan to alert the enemy this time. Fuck, how could I have forgotten that? Ling Xiao made up an excuse and acted in a panic. He found a small path beside the hospital and rushed in. Behind him, a man wearing thick sunglasses and a scarf covering his face, who had been huddled in the middle of the crowd, immediately followed anxiously upon seeing what was happening. However, when he entered the alley, there was no trace of Ling Xiao inside. Why, are you looking for me? Ling Xiao's figure fell directly from above. This way of appearance stunned the man who was following him on the spot, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. How did you do it? Feeling Ling Xiao's hostility coming towards him, the man who was following him groped his way to the wall, his voice filled with fear. How was it done? As soon as Ling Xiao entered the alley, he immediately used his fighting skills to efficiently use his body, climbing up the protruding water pipes on the wall and fixing himself on the outer wall 4 or 5 meters high. Of course, there was no need for him to explain everything to a stalker here. You followed me for a long time. What are you planning? Tell me. Ling Xiao stepped forward and tore off the scarf and sunglasses that were covering the other person's face. Unexpectedly, the man looked extremely ordinary, and there was no trace of fake fear on his face. Hey! Boss Ling Ling, don't get me wrong, I'm a reporter. As he spoke, the man fumbled around his body, took out a business card and handed it to Ling Xiao. The man's identity was written on the business card. Dai Jiala, Fuyuan Media Company. Ling Xiao casually crumpled up the business card and threw it away, with a cold expression. It doesn't even cost a cent to forge a business card. Why would I fake anything? You can look for my information on our company's official website and compare the photo with my real self. Unless I have a twin brother, I can't fool anyone. Dai Jiala quickly replied. Just by looking at his state and hearing the tone of his voice, Ling Xiao knew that there was no need to verify it, as it was all facts. Of course, if this happens, another problem becomes even more serious. A reporter from a legitimate media company was sneaking around in the hospital following me. What were you planning? Chapter 63 Reporter. Don't get me wrong, Boss Ling, you shined at the Yao family wine tasting party and are now a hot celebrity in the entire high-city business community. I'm just a reporter, and I'm curious about you. I want to see if I can dig up some information about you. His words were logically consistent, but they couldn't fool Ling Xiao. A reporter who wants to dig up some news to put in his report would never reveal such obvious malice in the look behind him just now. Seeing that the reporter was very timid, Ling Xiao directly grabbed the other person's collar and shook his fist to threaten the other person's face. Don't talk nonsense to me, just tell me all the evil ideas in your mind. This really worked. Tears welled up in the male reporter's eyes, and he moved his limbs frantically, shouting. Don't hit me. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not alone. I have a follower. She's waiting for me in the cafe opposite the hospital. Boss Ling, please come with me. All the materials I collected are piled over there. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and decided to use violence to force out the information, or accept the risk and follow him. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao chose the latter. It was mainly about weighing the physical functions of the two. Ling Xiao was confident that even if Dai Jiala ran away at the first moment, he would be able to catch up and bring him back in 3 seconds. Dai Jiala tremblingly led Ling Xiao to the coffee shop mentioned. As soon as he entered the store, his entire temperament changed drastically. He tidied up his clothes and hair that had just been messed up by Ling Xiao, and walked inside with his head held high. Take a seat, Mr. Ling. Dai Jiala came to the seat with a smile on his face and gestured with his hand. Ling Xiao found it funny. Could it be that Dai Jiala felt that he wouldn't dare to take action in public? Ling Xiao did not express his opinion. He sat down without saying anything, intending to test what the other party was up to. The follower that Dai Jiala mentioned was sitting next to him. She was a young female reporter with short hair. When her gaze met Ling Xiao, it was a mixture of shame and pain, and when her gaze fell on Dai Jiala it turned into a combination of anger and disgust. This was somewhat beyond Ling Xiao's expectations, and the situation before him became even more bizarre in his eyes. Xinya, my colleague. Dai Jiala introduced her to his colleague and spread his hands, saying, Quick, hand the things I put here to Boss Ling. Xinya looked embarrassed, but after Dai Jiala's repeated urging, she finally handed a folder to Ling Xiao with some trembling. Open the folder and start browsing from the first photo. Ling Xiao, 25 years old, graduated from Haisher University 2 years ago. After graduation, he worked at Ningguan Company as a sales manager. Family relationship includes a younger sister, Ling Xiaodong, 17, a senior high school student mother, Guoli, 49, an accountant father, Ling Chang, 51, a civil servant. 2 weeks ago, he was still an ordinary worker with not much income or savings. Then he suddenly became rich, and the source of his wealth was unknown. Most of the people who have had a grudge against him have been attacked by hackers and suffered a miserable end. The list includes former female anchor Qin Xiang, Haisher rich second-generation Luo Chen. Bang! Ling Xiao closed the folder with a sneer on his face. Excellent. Although I didn't pay much attention to hiding the traces, it's great to have dug to this depth in such a short time. Dai Jiala came up to him shamelessly and said, Hey, thank you for your compliment. I'm glad you like it. I'll give it to you. We still have the files. Ling Xiao snorted, threw away the folder and said, Just tell us your purpose, so we can both be happy. The smile on Dai Jiala's face became even more intense. Boss Ling is indeed a great man. I also like to be straightforward, so I'll just say it straight. You see, our Fuyuan company has developed very rapidly in recent years, and it has cost a lot of money. Although we seem to be making no losses, we have become one of the top media companies in Shanghai, we do have some deficits internally. It would be great if a business person with a unique vision was willing to invest some money in us to help the company's development. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. Besides this, is there anything else? Hearing this, Dai Jiala rubbed his fingers. That's all from the company side. This is a good business. Invest in the company and everyone will have a share in the future profits. So you see, if this deal is successful, it wouldn't be too much for me, as the introducer, to receive a little gift to comfort myself for my hard work. Seeing Dai Jiala's greedy face, Ling Xiao couldn't help laughing. You want to take advantage of this opportunity to blackmail me? Do you think too highly of yourself? Looking at Ling Xiao's smile, Dai Jiala's expression became ugly. Boss Ling, this isn't funny. You should have looked carefully at the contents. Yes, I know there's nothing in this to prove there's something wrong with you. But it is enough to provide the questions that the media and the public want, and to alleviate the gaps in which these questions can be vented. They will be very curious about how you got rich and how you became what you are now. In order to get answers, they will go to your parents, sister, and friends, harassing them 24 hours a day with questions. You are indeed a strong man, but can everyone around you withstand such entanglement? Dai Jiala boasted self-righteously, but when he finished his speech and met Ling Xiao's gaze, he realized that the way Ling Xiao looked at him was no different from looking at a fool. Let me give you an example. Ling Xiao raised the coffee cup on his table and said, Suppose there is an ant here that carries a terrible poison. If you are bitten by it, even gods cannot save you. Now it starts to threaten you and ask you to serve it and obey it for the rest of your life. What will you do? After saying that, Ling Xiao looked at the female reporter Qinya beside Dai Jiala and asked her the question. Qinya was stunned for a moment and then continued. It shouldn't be a problem. No matter how strong the poison is, it's still just an ant. Can't we just crush it to death before it bites us? Bang! Ling Xiao put the coffee cup on the table and said to Dai Jiala provocatively. Look, Miss Qin can understand such a simple question, how come you don't understand it? Dai Jiala's face turned purple after being choked by Ling Xiao. He gritted his teeth and stood up. With a righteous look, he pointed his index finger at Ling Xiao's nose and said, you are just like what the information shows, a villain with unknown source of money and twisted and dirty means. Do you think I, Dai Jiala, will run away if I'm scared by you? Humph. As a journalist with a bottom line and a sense of justice, I will not yield to you. Dai Jiala's speech ended with a heart-wrenching scream. Ling Xiao clenched the other person's index finger and twisted him to the ground, immediately shattering the hypocritical man's confidence that he would not be attacked in public. A journalist with a sense of justice, do you deserve it? Listen carefully, Dai Jiala, don't run, don't be scared, and don't give in, because I have decided to add you to the list of your favorite victims. I hate people like you who take advantage of others' power and pretend to be mysterious the most in my life. You want to threaten me with the people around me? Don't worry, before that, I will make sure there is no place for you in Haishur. Chapter 64 Justice and Values. After saying that, Ling Xiao let go of his hand and admired Dai Jiala's reaction with contempt. Dai Jiala no longer had the relaxed look he had when he first entered the cafe. He looked around and saw that all the guests in the cafe were looking at him with mocking eyes because of the previous commotion. In shame and anger, he shouted loudly. You okay, Mr. Ling, let's wait and see. Don't think that what I showed you is all there is. I have something even more powerful in my hands. Qinya, let's go. Dai Jiala stood up, covering his index finger, and gave orders, but his follower, the female reporter Qinya, lowered her head and did not follow the instructions. What the hell are you standing there for? Go away. Dai Jiala became even angrier and he roared on the spot. Qinya took a deep breath, adjusted her state, turned to Dai Jiala and said, you go alone. I will not leave with you, and I will also destroy all the other information you asked me to collect before. It was bad enough that he was confronted by Ling Xiao, but he was actually backstabbed by the subordinate next to him. Dai Jiala's face was full of interesting expression. His whole body was shaking with anger. You don't want to do this anymore, you idiot. In response, Qinya replied calmly. Don't worry, my resignation letter will be on the director's desk tomorrow. Dai Jiala's voice went up another octave. You're fucking crazy. You should know that if your father hadn't been so fawning and servile to my brother-in-law and given him gifts one after another, you wouldn't have been able to get this job. Qinya replied calmly. If I knew the essence of this job was to follow you around to collect information and blackmail others, I would not have joined in the first place. Dai Jiala's eyes widened, and he reached out to grab Qinya while cursing. Ling Xiao snorted, grabbed the cup in his hand, and splashed the coffee directly into Dai Jiala's face. Then, without waiting for Dai Jiala to react, he stood up, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and threw him out towards the door of the cafe. After a long while, Dai Jiala finally struggled to get up, enduring the pain all over his body. He tilted his face and shouted. Damn it, is there still any law? Someone beats someone up in the store. Someone, call the police. Where are all the coffee shop staff dead? As soon as he finished speaking, 4 or 5 coffee shop employees who had been watching came in at once. He's finally here. He's the one who hits people, go and get him. Dai Jiala was overjoyed, pointing at Ling Xiao and drooling. However, the coffee shop employees did not approach Ling Xiao as he wished, but instead grabbed Charles de Gaulle's limbs in turn. Then, the manager of the coffee shop walked out slowly, glanced at Dai Jiala and said condescendingly. My dear customer, from beginning to end, I only saw you causing trouble in our store alone. You spilled coffee, disturbed other customers, and made loud noises. We don't welcome troublemakers like you in this restaurant. Get out of here. After receiving the order, the clerk carried Dai Jiala's limbs and walked towards the door. You are lying with your eyes open, you are crazy, a bunch of lunatics, stop, let go. As the store door opened, Dai Jiala's voice trailed off and he flew out the door. The store manager turned around, put on a flattering smile, and walked all the way to Ling Xiao's side. Mr. Ling, I came out too late, please don't be angry. Ling Xiao waved his hands twice and said, it's okay. I wanted to teach this bitch a lesson myself. The The store manager nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, Mr. Ling, those few moves you made just now were so handsome. I have never seen someone as elegant and heroic as you in my life." What a mess of adjectives. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "I'm still drinking coffee with this lady. If you have nothing else to do, go away." "Yes, yes, yes." The store manager responded and added in a low voice, "By the way, Mr. Ling, our boss just contacted us in hopes that you can still come back next year." Ling Xiao turned around and glared at the other person with a hint of anger in his eyes. The store manager didn't dare to say anything else and just apologized and left at the drop of a hat. What on earth is? Xinya was confused and couldn't react. This is a branch store. The office building rented by the head office is under my name, so the boss is naturally willing to look at my face. Ling Xiao explained casually. Your decision to blackmail me here is a failure. Boss Ling, why are you standing up for me? Xinya lowered her head timidly. She was a little bit unbelievable. I have been following that man's instructions and collecting a lot of secretly filmed content, and you are willing to help me. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, I always do things according to my mood. Let me ask you the opposite, where do you get the courage to go against your boss? Xinya rubbed her fingers back and forth, whispering. I just don't want to follow his orders and continue doing these things against my will. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. You are too reckless. It will not only affect your career as a journalist, but if you go against your superiors like this, if the matter gets blown up, you won't be able to find a job in the entire high city in the future. Use your brain next time. Since you don't want to fight him, and he wants to deal with me, isn't it a solution to just talk to me secretly? Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly an enlightenment for a workplace rookie like Xinya. She first had an expression as if she had just woken up from a dream, and then said with a bit of loneliness in her eyes. Boss Ling, you are right, but I have missed the opportunity. Thank you for your help today. I will. Ling Xiao tapped the table with his index finger and said with some impatience. Where are you going? Did I let you go before I finished talking? I just told you not to be impulsive. Think about it carefully. Am I sitting here and chatting with you just to teach you a lesson? Xinya raised her head and said, not quite understandingly, then Master Ling, what do you think? Ling Xiao snorted and said, I don't like to make enemies with others, but since I've been bullied to this point, I don't intend to let this matter go. I want to deal with Dai Jiala and those who are on the same line as Dai Jiala. Tell me everything that guy asked you to do, and tell me the names of the people involved. Well, I can give you a new opportunity. Looking at Ling Xiao's sharp eyes, Xinya's heart was moved. But before agreeing, her reason made her confirm, what you mean by a lesson is to display the evidence and then call the police. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, too slow. I will solve the problem in my own way. You have investigated me before, so you should know a little bit about these methods. Xinya was silent, her eyes full of hesitation. Seeing this, Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully, stood up and was about to leave. After all, Xinya can only be regarded as a tiny chess piece. Having her is just a bonus, but not having her is no big deal. He has already provided the opportunity, so there is no need to continue wasting time doing ideological work. Wait a minute, Boss Ling. Xinya stood up and said hurriedly. Ling Xiao was a little surprised and turned around and asked, have you changed your mind? Don't you think this goes against your values as a righteous journalist? Xinya withstood Ling Xiao's momentum this time and said directly. Boss Ling, I only have one question. Agreeing to this should mean that I will become a reporter working for you. Does this mean I have to do something for you? Ling Xiao shook his head impatiently and said, I'm not him. I don't like those things and I don't bother to do them. Xinya breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously. Then I agree, Boss Ling, compared to a silly girl who only talks empty words. I would rather be a reporter who uses the power I have fought for to stop Dai Jiala and his gang from doing whatever they want. Oh, good answer. It seems that this little girl is still worth training. Chapter 65 Detective Reporter. Ding dong. The host unlocks the side quest challenge, with a deadline of 72 hours. Option A, assist Xinya in counterattacking Fuyuan Media Company and let Dai Jiala be punished. Option gift, literary skill C, investment fund of 10 million. Option B, quit while you are ahead and don't get into trouble. Option gift, 6 million in cash. The system prompt in his mind made Ling Xiao happy, and he immediately chose option A. Ling Xiao still appeared to be sitting upright and unmoved, but his mind was filled with mixed thoughts. After working with the system for such a long time, Ling Xiao has been trying to summarize the system's rules. Helping Qinya right now can be considered an experimental test. Taking into account the results this time, Ling Xiao probably has figured out the pattern of choosing the trigger conditions for the mission challenge. If someone takes the initiative to provoke, and the basic economic strength is equal to or stronger than Ling Xiao, the system will issue a task. Or if it is someone else who is provoked, but Ling Xiao takes the initiative to help and takes the responsibility on himself, the system will also issue the task in the name of helping. In the second case, the system's assessment of the enemy's strength seems to be lower. For example, Ling Xiao doesn't take a medium-sized company like Fu Yuan seriously at all. Even if Dai Jiala steps forward to provoke him, the system will remain indifferent. But once it became Ling Xiao who helped Qinya, the system quickly made a judgment and gave Ling Xiao the task. This is only the first level of the rules. Ling Xiao has currently received 3 types of tasks from the system. He did not know the reasons and significance of the system's classification of tasks. He could only see from the reward level that the prizes given for different tasks were different. More experiments are needed to verify the laws in this regard. Returning his thoughts to the present, looking at the female reporter opposite him, Ling Xiao began to think about what to do. This kind of system task of helping others achieve their goals, referring to the previous experience of helping Su Ning and Xiao Shui, the final judgment of the task achievement is often more stringent. Ling Xiao has his own way to bypass the female reporter and deal with Fu Yuan Company alone, but it would be too much of a loss if he fails to pass the system's judgment in the end. After careful calculation, Ling Xiao came up with an idea. "How's your writing?" Ling Xiao asked. Qinya was stunned for a moment and then replied, "Not bad. During the time I was employed, I wrote all the online articles that Dai Jiala put his name on." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Then the problem is simple. I need you to go back now and write an article by noon to expose Dai Jiala's disgusting behavior and dirty practices, and criticize him in the most sarcastic tone." Qinya was even more confused. "Does this make sense? I don't have any evidence to prove this to him." In response, Ling Xiao shrugged helplessly and said, "You are a reporter, not a policeman. Your studio is holding on to the hidden truth and exposing it, not finding out the causes and consequences of everything. As a keyboard warrior, you don't have to worry about whether what you say is taken as empty talk by others, nor do you have to worry about whether the other party will use technical means to erase your words. All you have to do is to use your strengths and say everything you have in your heart. After that, leave everything to me." Qinya stood there for a long while, fought for a few rounds and found that she could not find any words to refuse or argue. Finally, she nodded and agreed to be sent home by Ling Xiao. Half an hour later, Qinya rushed home by subway. As soon as she opened the door, she rushed straight to the sofa and fell into it. Meow. Qinya has a round-faced, fat-bodied British short-hair blue cat at home. When it saw its owner coming home, it immediately ran over, meowing excitedly. Qinya pulled herself out of the sofa, hugged the cat, looked at the ceiling and murmured to herself. "Xiaojiu, tell me, why does life sometimes speed up so quickly? Last night I was still worrying about how far I would be led by Dai Jiala, but I didn't expect that the problem would be solved so easily." After saying that, Qinya held the cat tightly in her arms, fell back on the sofa, and said with a sad face, "But besides that, I also accepted the cooperation invitation from Boss Ling, which brought me new troubles. What do you think I should do?" After that, Qinya moved her cat face closer and said helplessly, "What's the point of me telling you? You're just a little kitty with no bad intentions. Instead of sharing your worries with me, your mother, you only worry about whether there is a can of food tonight." The blue cat Xiaojiu meowed on the spot, and it was unclear whether he was annoyed after being fiddled with by his owner for so long, or he simply had an instinctive reaction to the word can. Looking at the cat's embarrassed face, even though Qinya was upset, she still laughed out loud. At this moment, an abrupt male voice rang out among the laughter. "I don't know whether it will be any use for you to talk to the cat, but I know that if you continue to doubt your life and procrastinate, you will really lose your last chance to turn things around." Hearing this voice, Qinya screamed and shook the cat off, saying, "Xiaojiu, you've become a spirit." The man was speechless and said, "It's not it, it's me." Qinya then realized that the source of the sound was her cell phone. She took out her cell phone, and it did not show the normal standby screen when the cell phone is locked, but the word GM in capital letters. "Hacker GM, you are Ling Xiao." Hearing this, Ling Xiao on the other end of the phone was seriously surprised. He cancelled the voice changer and spoke in his true voice. "Why do you know this?" Qinya replied, "I first got the information from my acquaintances in the Public Security Bureau. After you sent Luo Chen to the police station, he kept claiming during the interrogation that his information was stolen by a GM hacker. And even without a shred of evidence, he insisted it was you. Then I found out that the characters that provoked you had all been hacked before the collapse, and the word GM appeared in their names, so I could basically conclude it. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment and then said, "You actually investigated to this extent." "I'm sorry, Boss Ling, but I didn't give all the information in this regard to Dai Jiala, so don't worry." Xinya misunderstood Ling Xiao's silence and quickly explained and apologized. Ling Xiao changed his tone and said in a relaxed tone, "It's okay. Even if this information falls into his hands, it won't cause any waves." Ling Xiao said this, but he couldn't calm down for a while. I didn't expect that this reporter's reasoning ability was so strong. I feel like I have found a treasure. This is one more reason for me to try my best to help her here. "So?" Ling Xiao asked seriously with a long tone. "I'll ask you one last time, have you made up your mind to offend Dai Jiala and Fuyuan Company?" Xinya no longer hesitated. She took out her laptop and started typing without saying a word. Ling Xiao smiled slightly when he saw this. The gears that he had set up to ruin Dai Jiala's plan finally started turning. "No matter what, you are now on the same side as me." Chapter 66 Headlines. The only miscalculation was that Qin Yazhen was a passionate person. The more she wrote, the more excited she became. She wrote until the evening and revised the manuscript more than 10 times. She only finished writing tens of thousands of words. "How is it?" Xinya asked in a daze, looking tired. "Not bad." Ling Xiao, who had literary skills, could tell Xinya's level at a glance and commented from the bottom of his heart. "You have courage, momentum, emotion, and sincerity. Your strength is indeed genuine. Thank you, Boss Ling, for the compliment." Xinya's body began to shake due to exhaustion, and her eyelids closed involuntarily. "If you don't have anything else to add, I'll make some minor modifications and then put it online," Ling Xiao said seriously. Xinya nodded and said, "As you wish, Boss Ling. I'd just like to ask you to update more next time. You should use more normal means. Directly hacking a cell phone is a bit scary." After saying that, Xinya's fatigue reached its peak. She fell headfirst onto the computer and fell asleep. Seeing this, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He helped Xinya turn off the lights remotely and then greeted Xinya's cat. This cat seemed to be psychic. When it saw its owner fall asleep, it climbed onto the table and lay down next to its owner's hair to sleep with him. Seeing that everything was settled, Ling Xiao turned his attention back to the manuscript written by Xinya. This manuscript is indeed good, and Ling Xiao's evaluation is not exaggerated at all. Even if Ling Xiao, who has the corresponding skills, wrote it himself, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. But when it comes to attacking Fu Yuan and Dai Jiala, there is still some room for improvement in grasping the pain points and attracting the audience's attention. Ling Xiao smiled wickedly and began his artistic polish. 10 minutes later, he posted the finished work on major websites under Xinya's name. "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's show." Thinking about this in his mind, Ling Xiao stretched himself, walked out of the bedroom door, and paced in the living room on the first floor to relax his muscles. Halfway through the walk, Ling Xiao suddenly had a physical need, so he turned and went directly to the toilet on the side of the living room. The moment my right hand was about to turn the doorknob, a string in my brain suddenly snapped. "Have you forgotten something very important?" This afternoon, in keeping with his promise to Su Ning, while Xinya was writing her manuscript, he had picked up Su Ning, who had just been discharged from the hospital, and brought her home, where she stayed in the guest room on the first floor. In the villa, Ling Xiao's master bedroom has an independent built-in bathroom, but the guest room on the first floor has to use the bathroom on the side of the living room where Ling Xiao is currently guarding the door. In other words, if Ling Xiao turned the handle now, the erotic scene that the audience loved to see would appear inside. Not only is it physically fatal, but it is also impossible to explain the reason logically. That was a close call. Fortunately, I, Ling Xiao, have lived an upright life, and God has been merciful and has not let such a bloody drama happen to me. This literary skill has its pitfalls. If you accidentally overuse it, your brain will malfunction. It is best to use it less in the future. Ling Xiao was about to let go when he heard footsteps beside him. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao turned his neck stiffly, and Su Ning was looking at him with a cold expression. I Ling Xiao hesitated for a long time and thought that if he continued to be so stiff, it would make him look like he had something to hide. So he said openly, "Go to the toilet." Su Ning raised her eyebrows and said, "You went to the toilet but didn't go to your own private bathroom upstairs. You came to the first floor instead. Are you too lazy to even find an excuse?" Ling Xiao held out his hand righteously and said, "No, people have urgent needs. I was just taking a walk on the first floor and took it nearby. Besides, I used the toilet only to make sure you weren't in there, to avoid any danger." Before Ling Xiao finished speaking, the main door of the toilet was pushed open from the inside out, and Alice's face was almost sticking to Ling Xiao's face with a surprised expression. "Boss Ling 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 Ling, why are you at the toilet door?" "Alice?" Ling Xiao reacted instantly. Before picking up Su Ning in the afternoon, hadn't he picked up Alice earlier? Damn, this literary skill causes my brain to crash too much, I have to disable it. You let Alice live in your house on purpose, not just to plan something like this, right? I think we need to have a good talk. Su Ning said with her arms around her shoulders in a hostile tone. Stop. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and forced a smile. Come, let's find a place to sit down, have a drink, and talk slowly. That night, Ling Xiao and the other two talked for a long time under the candlelight. For a long time. So heavy. Xinya was awakened early in the morning by the weight of her cervical vertebrae. Xiaojiu, why are you sleeping on mommy's neck again? Massaging her sore cervical vertebrae, Xinya complained that other people's cats raise little princesses and princes at home, but for her it was like raising a father. After washing up, Xinya started flipping through her phone while having breakfast. I wonder if there's any news today that I can follow up on and write about. Halfway through her speech, Xinya realized that she was now unemployed and immediately revealed a lost expression. Why? She had been following Boss Ling's instructions to write that radical article yesterday. As a result, she had not yet started writing the resignation that was supposed to be submitted today. She hurried to eat breakfast as she planned to quickly write her resignation letter and submit it to the company. It was also at this moment that the subconscious movement of his fingers made the first piece of news on Baidu's headlines fall into his eyes. An angry female reporter exposed the dark side of a media company and the incident went viral on the internet. What the hell? Xinya instinctively felt her heart tremble. She clicked it and examined it carefully, and her expression changed. Ms. Qin, a female reporter formerly affiliated with Fuyuan Media Company, wrote a 10,000-word article last night, listing the facts that she collected other people's information secretly and carried out blackmail under the guidance of her superiors and old employees. Ms. Qin could not bear the humiliation and voluntarily quit the company, but was threatened with personal injury by the company. Even an experienced reporter named Dai threatened to retaliate and block Ms. Qin's future career path. Such a rude and violent act has angered netizens. The relevant departments have said that they have intervened to investigate the matter, but Fuyuan Company, the focus of the incident, has only used ambiguous responses to dismiss netizens and has not issued an official statement. The breakfast bread in Qin Xiang's hand slipped out of her palm. With a look of astonishment on her face, she opened the link. The content that popped up there was indeed what Qin Xiang coded yesterday. There were traces of external polishing in the details, which made its destructive power soar by more than one level, but the core purpose had not changed at all. Qin Xiang thought of something, switched out of Baidu, and opened Weibo, Youyin and other major video and chat apps one after another. Although the titles of the hot lists of each app were different, as expected, the ones at the top were all Qin Xiang's articles. Boss Ling Xiao? Qin Xiang took a breath of cold air, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. You are really amazing. Chapter 67 Brother-in-Law. How is it? Ling Xiao sipped his morning coffee, trying to dispel the fatigue from lack of sleep last night. In front of him stood a brand new computer, which was the special equipment that he had commissioned Sui to assemble at a high price. In order to please the boss Wanxin, Sui even left a big GM logo on the back of the computer. Ling Xiao felt speechless about this logo that almost revealed his identity, but he still reluctantly accepted Sui's kindness for the sake of face. Inside the computer, Ling Xiao was currently on the phone with Sui. Hearing Ling Xiao's question, Sui immediately replied. Boss, don't worry. I have found the best team. We have maxed out the traffic on all major websites and are ranked number 1 on the popularity charts. As for the subsequent attention, just based on the explosiveness of the article you posted, those people who are pumping traffic said that the amount of traffic will keep it on the list for 3 to 5 days. Ling Xiao nodded calmly and said, don't take it lightly. The other party is an orthodox media company, and they have many ways to control comments and change the direction of the media. In this regard, Sui expressed his own views. Boss, if that's the case, why don't you just let me hack their website and be done with it? Ling Xiao shook his head and snorted. Using hacking methods is fast, but the effect is not what it is now. I need to maintain the result that Qinya uses public opinion to gain victory. If you don't understand, don't think about anything else. Just concentrate on doing what I tell you to do. Hearing Ling Xiao say this, Sui quickly responded, Okay, boss, I'll listen to you. There are some things that only Ling Xiao himself knows the answer to. Half of the reason for this action was to ensure victory for Qinya and the smooth completion of the mission. The other half of the reason is out of self-protection. Naturally, Fuyuan Company alone cannot touch Ling Xiao at all. But on the other hand, even a small company like Fuyuan was able to catch so much dirty information. What if it was someone else with evil intentions? If those people were not trying to blackmail him but were directly attacking him, then even if Ling Xiao could stop them, what would happen to his friends and relatives? Ling Xiao now needs to start taking this into consideration, and he will give priority to using methods that can make his life as clean as possible. Ling Xiao put down the coffee cup in his hand and switched the camera on the computer, which showed the images captured by the camera inside Fuyuan Company. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said in a playful tone, Daijiala, let's continue our game. The official working hours of Fuyuan Company are 8 o'clock, and at this moment the hands on the clock have reached 8:30. At this time, Daijiala, with sleepy eyes, staggered into the company. It is not difficult to tell from his indifferent expression that this is not the first time he has done this. As a 996 worker, he doesn't care about working hours at all. The reason is that he likes to show off his connections whenever he has nothing to do. Zhu Dechang, the general manager of Fuyuan Media Company who is responsible for all journalist work, is his brother-in-law. Although Daijiala's bad character is well known to everyone, half of his dirty work is done for Zhu Dechang. Therefore, Zhu Di often takes good care of this naughty brother-in-law. Normally, company employees will take the initiative to avoid Daijiala and not cause trouble when they see him. But today was a little different. As soon as Daijiala entered the company, he found that the employees lying on their desks in the small cubicles outside were secretly looking at him with strange eyes. Daijiala walked a few steps, getting more and more nervous, so he simply came to a little girl's table and shouted, Hey, me. The little girl looked reluctant as she lowered her head, but since she was called by this guy, she forced herself to smile and raised her head and said, Hey, Boss Dai, you came to work so early today, it's rare. Daijiala didn't hear the sarcasm in the words for a moment, and asked curiously, What's going on today? Why does the atmosphere in the company feel weird? The little girl was stunned for a moment, then said awkwardly, Boss Dai, you don't know? Daijiala's doubts became even more serious, know what? Seeing that Daijiala really didn't understand, the little girl replied, It's Dai boss, your brother-in-law. The general manager lost his temper. My brother-in-law? Why is he unhappy? Who offended him? No, Boss Dai, didn't you even read the text message? Text message? I usually keep my phone on silent. Do I need to read it? Then I'll check it now. Don't. Boss Dai, this is what happened. We thought the general manager was unhappy and would definitely text you, but maybe he didn't. So you see, the general manager is so unhappy, you should just go in and ask what's going on, don't waste time. Well, that makes sense. I do have something to report to my brother-in-law. Talking about this, Daijiala recalled the humiliation he suffered in the coffee shop yesterday. He clenched his teeth and his expression became distorted. He turned around, ran to Zhu Changzai's personal office, knocked on the door and went in. Looking at Daijiala's back, the little girl burst into laughter and started discussing with other colleagues. This idiot doesn't even know he's in big trouble. He keeps calling me brother-in-law all day long. He has no skills at all and just makes things difficult for us. If we can't kill him today, neither of them is a good person. Although it is our company that is being ripped off, given the behavior of those two beasts, if they are kicked out by the board of directors, I wholeheartedly support it. I'm waiting to see what's going on inside. Come on, open the betting market. Will Daijiala be scolded or kicked out? Looking at the lively communication on the screen, Ling Xiao was stunned. This is what is called the righteous will have many supporters, the unrighteous will have few. If an idiot spits on someone, wouldn't that be too much? Ling Xiao switched the screen and positioned the window in Zhu Changzai's office. As soon as Daijiala pushed the door open, he immediately put on a flattering face and said, Brother-in-law, it's me. Before he could finish his words, Zhu Changzai rolled up the debris on the table and flew towards Daijiala. Zhu Changzai roared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the building and could be heard by everyone. "What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? I called you so many times, and it's only now that you come over. If you don't want to work here, pack up your things and get out of the company." Daijiala had never seen his protective brother-in-law show such an expression towards him. He was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt down on the spot. "Brother-in-law, what's going on? What have I done? Brother-in-law, you can't chase me away. Brother-in-law, even if you don't look at my hard work over the years, you should at least spare me for my sister's sake." When Xu Changzai heard this, he became even more angry. "How dare you ask me what you did? As a media person, don't you check the news on major websites every morning when you wake up and see what's on the trending search list?" Chapter 68 Angry Brother-in-Law. Upon hearing this, Daijiala quickly opened his phone and after browsing through it, his eyes almost popped out. A hard-working girl from Latte was abused by evil forces in the workplace and suffered terribly. Fuyuan Company General Manager Xu Changzai protected his brother-in-law Xu Changzai, who exploited his subordinates and extorted money. Fuyuan's crimes are so heinous that they have caused complaints from employees. The news headlines on each website may be different, but the content is basically the same. The names of Daijiala and Xu Changzai are clearly listed on the news, causing the comments below to destroy them like a bulldozer. "Brother-in-law, don't call me brother-in-law, get out of here right now." Daijiala had never seen his brother-in-law Xu Changzai so angry as he was today. He was so scared that he was about to open the door and run away. But when he put his hand on the door handle, Xu Changzai came over with a teapot and smashed it against the door, yelling, "Damn it, you really dare to go away and leave me with such a big trouble, and you want to run away by yourself." Tears were streaming down Daijiala's face, and his heart was filled with helplessness and grievance. But on the surface he still had to force a smile and turned around and shouted, "Brother-in-law, tell me what I can do, and I'll do it right away, just don't be angry." Xu Changzai took a deep breath and relaxed, his whole body sinking into the chair. He had hoped to become a director this year, but now everything was ruined by this stupid brother-in-law. Daijiala muttered indignantly, "Brother-in-law, it's all because of that bastard Ling Xiao. If he hadn't caused trouble." Hearing this, Xu Changzai turned around, his face full of coldness. "Ling Xiao?" Daijiala was completely unaware and continued to complain to himself. "Yes, if he hadn't bullied me in front of so many people yesterday, how could Qin Xiang have had the courage?" Bang! Xu Changzai stood up and slapped Daijiala in the face. "Remember this, you pig-brained kid. This is your fault. Don't blame others. I don't want to settle accounts with you about your behavior and what others say about you behind your back. You don't know what's going on in your mind, do you? It's all because of your sister that you got spoiled." Xu Chang took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and gave the order. "You're doing fine for me now, Daijiala. This matter is so serious, the directors will definitely hold a meeting later. I will go deal with the people above you. I've given you a lot of time to work with, and you've done everything you can to get it done. Now you can get out of here and publish a statement on behalf of the company to clear the dirty water for me." Daijiala was slapped in the face, but he didn't dare to say a word. He obediently accepted all arrangements made by his brother-in-law and then ran out of the office. Looking at the outside, everyone's gloating eyes, and thinking about the conversation before entering the door, Daijiala instantly realized that he was being made a fool of. But at the moment, he didn't have the time to settle accounts with others, so he could only suppress his anger and rush back to his position. The moment he placed his hands on the keyboard, he realized a key point. Since Qin Xiang came to the company, every article with Daijiala's name on it was written by Qin Xiang. He already had poor writing skills and his typing skills were even worse now. It was impossible for him to write something that could counter Qin Xiang's level. "But my brother-in-law just wants me to get rid of this dirty water. It doesn't matter what method I use, as long as the goal is achieved." After Daijiala muttered to himself, he began to contact several teams of gunmen and navy with a grim smile. Little did he know that all his actions were being clearly monitored remotely by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao marked the IDs of Daijiala's water army in red, and tracked them to find that they started to launch attacks using Weibo and Tiabai as anchors. While the online discussion was still in full swing, the internet trolls took advantage of the situation to launch an attack. Of course, given the one-sided situation at the moment, it would be obviously inappropriate to intervene directly with a tough attitude to support Fuyuan. So this group of internet trolls first pretended to be neutral and blended into the crowd, and then spread dirty water bit by bit to discredit Qin Xiang, with extremely skilled and professional techniques. After a while, Qin Xiang's image began to be distorted and vilified, and the netizens who originally supported her turned against her and spoke all kinds of dirty words. Ling Xiao himself watched the whole situation calmly, making his own plans in his mind. He guessed that Dai Jiala dared to let Qin Xiang take charge of so many things, and he must have some hidden cards that he could use to fight back at critical moments. However, Ling Xiao didn't expect that Dai Jiala's trump card was so rubbish. After all his output, it was just at insignificant level, which couldn't even give Ling Xiao the pressure to take it seriously. Sui. Ling Xiao opened the video call and gave the order. Let's follow the plan. After giving the order, Ling Xiao opened his mailbox and sent an email to a mysterious address. According to our agreement, clear up your internal troubles and we will continue to cooperate. Within 2 minutes, Ling Xiao received a reply. Mr. Ji, we understand what you mean. Your opinion is very reasonable. We will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. At the same time, Zhu Changzai, general manager of Fuyuan Company, was swinging a golf club in his office. He could see clearly what his brother-in-law was doing online. Although he was a bastard who was more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything, he was good at these crooked ways. If all goes well, then he will not only have avoided the risk, but can also be credited for successfully resolving the crisis. Just then, he received an email. The content of the email was that the company's directors wanted to hold an online board meeting to discuss today's events, and he, as the general manager, needed to attend the discussion. Now that I am here, whether I can turn danger into safety and step into the position of director, my success or failure depends on this move. Zhu Changzai straightened his collar and hairstyle, put on a smile, and sat back in his chair. Calculating the time in his mind, Zhu Chang was waiting for the board meeting which finally started. A window for an online conference was displayed on his computer. The window was arranged in a 9-square grid, dividing it into 9 different small windows corresponding to different directors. The director in the middle window spoke to Zhu Changzai on behalf of everyone. Boss Zhu, I think everyone has seen what happened today online, so there's no need for anyone to come and explain it. You are the carefully selected general manager of our Fuyuan company. You should have a complete set of response strategies. However, you allowed the company's reputation to be damaged. You cannot escape blame. Theoretically, the directors could have dismissed you, but we decided to give you a chance to prove your innocence. Prove your innocence? This was just as Zhu Changzai had expected, and he was immediately delighted. Where there is room for maneuver, there is room for recovery. However, his strategy is not to prove his innocence, but to admit his mistakes first. I'm very sorry, fellow directors. This incident was caused by my failure to strictly manage my subordinates and my failure to take adequate precautions against potential risks. But as the general manager of the company, I promise to bring this matter to a smooth conclusion, quickly stop the momentum from continuing to ferment, and not cause further damage to the company's reputation. Chapter 69 Board Meeting. Zhu Chang looked extremely serious on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. He admitted his mistake by first adjusting his attitude and then putting all the blame on his subordinates in order to clear himself. At the same time, he emphasized that this incident was closer to a disaster than a man-made disaster. On this basis, he also promised to stop the loss and solve the problem. It can be said that he put himself in an invincible position. Mrs. Zhu, the person who did this was your brother-in-law Dai Jiala. The representative of the board said coldly. Is this really what he did? How could Zhu Changzai not know that Dai Jiala was his lifeblood? He responded confidently. That's right. As the general manager of the company, I should have set a good example and avoided nepotism at work. However, Jiala is indeed quite capable and has been ranked first in the company's performance every year, so I have never been shy about rewarding him. I didn't expect that even so, there are still people who are jealous of Jiala and do such malicious slander. I take full responsibility for this and will reflect deeply on it. I will then ask Dai Jiala to resign to prevent similar incidents from happening again in the future. Zhu Changzai resorted to further tactics and used Dai Jiala's resignation as a trump card to be kept as a last resort. As for what his brother-in-law would think after selling Dai Jiala here, it was not within his concern. After hearing Zhu Changzai's explanation, the director representative snorted. Proactively admit mistakes, cut off the branches of problems, and help the company stop losses in a timely manner. If you can really do this, not only will I not remember your mistakes, I will even promote you to be a director this year. Upon hearing this, Zhu Changzai was delighted. If the meeting had not been going on, he would have cheered out loud on the spot. But soon, after calming down, he discovered that there seemed to be something fishy about what the director representative had just said. And for some reason, the usually neutral representative director has been dissing him today. That shouldn't be the case. Dai should have suppressed the trouble. He had just confirmed this. Take a good look at it yourself, the representative of the board shouted angrily and sent a link directly to Zhu Changzai. Xu Chang took a deep breath and clicked on the link. Inside was a post, a discussion among netizens based on today's events. The familiar one-sided criticism in the morning was still there, which made Zhu Changzai frown repeatedly. But in the middle of the show, Dai Jiala's internet army made a strong appearance, and after a brainwashing campaign with videos and photos, the direction of public opinion changed instantly. Everything seemed to be going well, until a question arose among this homogeneous voice. I heard that the general manager of Fuyuan Company, Zhu Changzai, is Dai Jiala's brother-in-law. According to what you said, all of this was caused by that little reporter who overestimated his own abilities and tried to take advantage of a big company. The upper management of Fuyuan has nothing to do with the problem. Of course. Have you seen the video I just sent you? That female reporter actually teamed up with others to physically humiliate reporter Dai in the coffee shop. Their respective positions are clear at a glance. I'm sorry, there are too many online trolls recently, and I can't tell which one is true and which one is false. Don't worry. Didn't I tell you that my sister works in the cafe? In fact, I was next to their table and I heard everything they said clearly. Oh, so you can guarantee this by promising that you are not a troll army? Certainly. That's great. By the way, I was actually sitting nearby at the time and I also recorded a voice. Would you like to listen to it? Looking at the audio link, Zhu Changzai hesitated. After some hesitation, he moved the mouse tremblingly and clicked on the audio. The disgusting sound in it quickly destroyed his last defense. You see, our Fuyuan company has developed very rapidly in recent years, and it has cost a lot of money. It would be great if a business person with a unique vision was willing to invest some money in us to help the company's development. I know there's nothing here that proves there's something wrong with you. But in order to get answers, someone will go to your parents, sister, and friends, harassing them 24 hours a day with questions. You're fucking crazy. You should know that if your father hadn't been so fawning and servile to my brother-in-law and given him gifts one after another, you wouldn't have been able to get this job. Blackmail, extortion, intimidation. Everything you need. With Zhu Changzai's existence, all the interests of Fuyuan Company are tied to voice. Dai Jiala, you bastard, you didn't even know that you were being recorded. Zhu Changzai exploded on the spot, roaring loudly. Things have come to this point, let alone stopping the losses, even reversing the situation is a luxury. Xu Chang, who had just boasted to the directors, now seemed like a joke. Don't be impatient, Mr. Zhu, just look down at the post. The director representative's cold voice was still urging. This made Zhu Changzai realize that his nightmare today was not over yet, and he suppressed his fear and looked down. The exposure of the recording once again reversed the situation, and Dai Jiala's water army quickly disappeared and remained silent. Normally, this would be enough to resolve most problems, but this was not the case. A group of highly technical guys suddenly mixed in with the enthusiastic netizens who exposed the water army, and actually revealed the similar IP addresses of the water army, confirming the actual situation that they were water army. Since it involved internal information of the water army, the leader of the water army finally took the lead, admitted the facts and provided some customer information. After all, these internet trolls still have some professional ethics and do not actually reveal core important client secrets. However, the netizens were so technically proficient that they managed to find the name of the client who had commissioned the water army company to pay. Zhu Changzai. Impossible. Zhu Changzai's face turned pale and he shouted loudly, "This is impossible, I have never done such a thing." The director representative replied. Of course, the person who actually entrusted the remittance was Dai Jiala. I guess he used your account to pay on his behalf in order to save money. But at this point, the truth is no longer important. Your name and Dai Jiala's name appeared online at the same time. Once this happened, it meant everything was over. Boss Xu, you understand what I want to express, right? Xu Changzai nodded stiffly and squeezed out the words, I understand. The director representative nodded with satisfaction. Let's be honest. Although you two have caused such a big mess for the company, we are all very angry. But there is one thing I still admire about you, and that is your courage to take responsibility at all costs. This is the conclusion of all our directors. You and Dai Jiala will leave the company today. We have found new candidates to replace you. Xu Changzai could no longer hear a word of what was said afterwards. He looked up at the ceiling with a pale face, muttering in his heart. It's all over. Chapter 70 New General Manager. This. Looking at the out-of-control content on major websites on the screen, Dai Jiala stood up in anger. Not only was the Navy blamed, but these bastards actually sold him out when they saw the situation was not good. Dai Jiala looked around and saw that other employees in the company had originally only made fun of and talked about him in private, but now they were laughing at him directly in the face. He knew in his heart that it was because the content on the internet had sentenced him to death in the company, which made them so unscrupulous. At this moment, Dai Jiala had no time to care about such trivial matters. He returned to his brother-in-law Xu Changzai's office and rushed in without knocking, shouting, Brother-in-law, I've messed up everything. What can I do? What else can you do? Dai Jiala's loud voice woke Xu Changzai from his daze of staring at the ceiling. Looking at this idiot who ruined his career, Xu Chang was filled with mixed feelings. Come on, Jiala, come here for a moment. Dai Jiala came over happily and said, Brother-in-law, I knew you had a way. Anyway, no matter what, I will stick with you. Xu Changzai grinned and said, Hey, I knew you were a loyal bastard. After saying that, Xu Changzai clenched the golf club in his hand and gave Dai Jiala a hard slap on the butt. Brother-in-law, right? I have a solution, right? Follow me, huh? You are really capable, I will beat you to death today. The stick hit Dai Jiala's buttocks again and again, and the latter howled like a slaughtered pig. Don't brother-in-law, I was wrong, it hurts my butt is going to split. Boss G, we have dealt with Xu Changzai. We have also unanimously approved the list of candidates for general manager that you gave us. Not only is she capable, but her presence alone can also cover up this storm. As for the investment funds mentioned, Ling Xiao looked at the chat box on the computer and typed a reply with a sneer. Check the company's accounts yourself. After saying that, Ling Xiao closed the computer. Ling Xiao came up with this idea ever since he learned in the coffee shop that Dai Jiala and his gang were extorting money in part to make up for the company's losses. Ling Xiao took out half of the investment fund reward he received for accepting the mission and invested it in Fuyuan Company, which directly made a row of Fuyuan Company's directors bow to him. On the surface, he was instructing Sui to instigate the drama of the year, while behind the scenes, Ling Xiao was secretly planning to cut off the source of the trouble. The combination of the two was Ling Xiao's strategy to control the overall situation. From the moment they first went against Ling Xiao, Xu Changzai and Dai Jiala had no chance of winning. Ling Xiao changed into his coat and came to the living room of the villa. Alice had already finished dressing up and was sitting in the center. Surrounding them were the live broadcast team led by Maozi and Su Ning, who was responsible for controlling the overall situation. According to Ling Xiao's plan, Alice will start her first live broadcast after joining the company. The focus of the live broadcast is on the dispute between Qin Xiang and Fuyuan Company. Alice will use the first-hand information at hand to launch an in-depth attack on Fuyuan Company. The Fuyuan Company incident is still hot now. Although major news media are scrambling to report on it, no one dares to make a rash choice when it comes to the Standpoint team. Alice's directness and boldness are sure to attract a lot of attention. At the end of the live broadcast, she announced that she had joined Liangxiao Company, which was undoubtedly a gorgeous first shot in the company's publicity. Now the general framework has been finalized and Ling Xiao has polished the details many times. The rest of the operation is left to Su Ning, and Ling Xiao is completely relieved. As for Ling Xiao himself, there is one last thing waiting to be done. Ling Xiao drove to the headquarters of Fuyuan Company. After getting off the car, he turned a corner and came to an alley, where he pulled out the hiding Qin Xiang. At this moment, Qin Xiang was wrapped in thick clothes, a mask, a scarf, and wore glasses on her face. It was obvious that she had undergone some rough disguise. How did you know I was? Qin Xiang was subconsciously surprised that Ling Xiao found her. But she soon remembered the man in front of her's skills in hacking and electronic devices, and she understood. Suddenly, many media came to my door to interview me, and I slipped away. Ling Xiao pointed to the Fuyuan Company next door and asked, Since you're already here, why don't you go up? Qin Xiang stood still, and after a long while, he replied with a wry smile. What happened today was too chaotic. My mind is a little confused now. Ling Xiao asked bluntly, You don't want to be a reporter anymore? This sentence directly hit Qin Xiang's sore spot. After some thought, Qin Xiang made up his mind and said, No, I still want to be a reporter. Ling Xiao was very satisfied and spread his hands, saying, then it's over. Remember everything you saw today. The power of the media is so terrible. A little incitement and ignition can drive thousands of people crazy. It is your own heart that can control the keyboard in your hands. Make up your mind and move forward from here. I promise that your future is waiting for you. Although her mind was still a little confused, Qin Xiang accepted Ling Xiao's urging and took the elevator to the familiar office. Surrounded by complicated gazes, Qin Xiang walked to the door of Zhu Changzai's office. Just as Qin Xiang was thinking about how to put it later, the office door opened from the inside out. Zhu Changzai appeared in front of Qin Xiang with a pale face and his clothes in disarray. Qin Xiang had never seen Zhu Changzai in such a miserable state, and she stood there in a daze for a moment. But something even more surprising was waiting for her. Zhu Changzai lowered his head and handed a drawer of information to Qin Xiang. This is the information for the handover. Dai Jiala and I are not good people. I hope you can forgive our mistakes for what we did before. At this point, Zhu Changzai's expression quickly twisted, and after struggling for a long time, he finally uttered the last half of the sentence. Please, Mr. Qin. After saying that, Zhu Changzai put the drawer in Qin Xiang's hand and ran out. The entire company fell into deathly silence. After a long while, deafening cheers rang out from everywhere. What did Zhu Changzai's grandson say? He called Qin Xiang President Qin. It's true, it's true. Look, the company's top management sent an email, officially notifying Qin Xiang to replace Zhu Changzai as the general manager. Oh, finally got rid of that piece of shit, replaced by President Qin, go to bed late. There were cheers everywhere, and Qin Xiang felt very uncomfortable for a moment. Only at this moment did she understand what Ling Xiao meant when he asked her to control the keyboard. Looking at everyone, Qin Xiang took a deep breath and calmed down. Everyone, thank you for supporting me so much. Now that Zhu Changzai and Dai Jiala are no longer here, I will manage things my way from today on. After that, Qin Xiang smiled and continued, but let's not talk about these boring things today. Let's find a restaurant to celebrate tonight. I'll treat you. Looking at the excited employees in the company, Ling Xiao sighed that Qin Xiang actually had the talent of a leader. Then he hugged his shoulders and left with satisfaction, leaving only Qin Xiang's back. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the side quest challenge. Chapter 71 Ribbon Cutting. Early morning. In an unfinished building on the outskirts of Haishur City. Two men were walking on the dirty concrete floor and climbing up the stairs. The leader was wearing a black windbreaker and a strange smiling mask on his face. He walked briskly and seemed to be very familiar with the place. The person behind him was staggering all the way, with bloodshot eyes, disheveled hair, and a dirty face. Not only did he look embarrassed, but there was also fear in his evasive eyes. If Ling Xiao were here, it would not be difficult to recognize that the person behind him was the male reporter from Fuyuan Company who tried to blackmail Ling Xiao but was defeated by him. Dai Jiala. Snap. There was a crisp sound and Dai Jiala stepped on the debris and broken wine bottles on the ground. The piercing noise pushed Dai Jiala's tense nerves to the limit. He stopped and cursed. Damn it, how long are you going to keep playing tricks on me? I followed you to this damn place early in the morning, saying that the person who was behind this was Ling Xiao. Can anyone help me get revenge on that guy? Where are the people who helped me? Dai Jiala was about to shout when a sneer suddenly came from the top of the stairs. He raised his head and squinted his eyes. A bald young man with a ruffian look on his face was squatting at the top of the stairs, looking at him with disdainful eyes. There was a crow perched on the bald man's shoulder, crawling around freely on his shoulder. The bald man would reach out and tease the pet from time to time. You sent someone to call me over here. Who are you and why do you think you can help me? Brush. The bald man didn't answer. He took out a small knife and threw it out, hitting Dai Jiala right at his feet. This frightened Dai Jiala so much that his face turned pale. Just because of this. The bald man finally spoke, his voice revealing a murderous aura that was inconsistent with his age. I can do things that a coward like you can't do. You? Dai Jiala took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement. Can you really help me turn the tables and get back what that guy took away from me? The bald man curled his lips and said with a smile, Nonsense, who the hell cares whether you live or die? Listen to me, I want to settle accounts with Ling Xiao. Either help me make that man eat a mouthful of shit, or you go back to your shithole and continue to feel bad about being a useless idiot. Dai Jiala had never seen anything like the man in front of him. This guy didn't look like a human being at all. He looked like an evil ghost in human skin. But isn't it just right to send this evil ghost to gnaw Ling Xiao's bones? I understand. A monster like you should be able to control Ling Xiao. I will give you all the information I collected about Ling Xiao. As he spoke, Dai Jiala quickly took out a USB flash drive from his trouser pocket and placed it at his feet. Seeing this, the masked man turned around and motioned Dai Jiala to follow him back. Along the way, Dai Jiala was in a trance and unable to speak. It was not until he reached the bottom of the unfinished building and felt the warmth of the sun again that he came to his senses and noticed that his entire back was soaked with cold sweat. Before parting with the masked man, he asked the only question. Who is that monster? The masked man walked into the building, and after a long while, a buzzing sound like an echo came from inside. Crow. It was 5:30 in the afternoon, and there was still a little time before the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially began. In front of an office building in the center of Shanghai, there were already quite a lot of people gathered with cars coming and going. Among the crowd, Ling Xiao observed the reactions of the guests coming and going with great interest. Given the habits of people in the business circle, although there is still some time before the official opening ceremony begins, all the bosses and senior officials who received the invitations have already arrived and gathered in the open space in front of the building. On the company side, Maozi and his staff were responsible for maintaining order, while the general manager Su Ning was busy running back and forth, entertaining each and every visitor, familiar or unfamiliar, with a smile on his face. Seeing that Su Ning was already overwhelmed, Ling Xiao stopped slacking off and quickly walked forward to help. Boss Su, I heard that you were the boss of Ningguan Company before you took over Liangxiao Company. Halfway through the walk, Ling Xiao heard a middle-aged man talking to Su Ning. The middle-aged man's surname is Duan. He is the boss behind the anchor management group Omega, which was schemed by Ling Xiao last time. The two sides have some grudges against each other. This person's tone appeared flattering on the surface, but was actually mixed with sarcasm, and it was obvious that he had bad intentions. That's right. Su Ning nodded and responded calmly. You are worthy of being Boss Su. It is thanks to you that this little toy of the rich second-generation playboy can still operate until now. Boss Duan said with a smile. Su Ning frowned when she heard this. Boss Duan, I can't pretend I didn't hear you. Isn't it inappropriate for you to comment on Boss Ling like this in front of me? Boss Duan smiled even more broadly, and said without any concern. Okay, Mr. Su, you've been in the business world for quite some time. Why should we old businessmen talk in circles here? He opened a company just like that, promoted a young anchor just like that, messed up the mess that was Red Stone wine industry just like that, and recruited a business talent like you, Boss Su, just like that. He is indeed a simple and arrogant person who dares to think and act. However, Boss Ling, you should understand that the business world is never simple. You can't go far in this industry just by being arrogant, especially in our high city. Su Ning's eyes quickly turned cold at such a direct sarcasm. Boss Duan, you are here as a guest today. Please stop thinking about your comments about Boss Ling. If you continue to say things that are easy to be misunderstood, I will have to ask you to leave early. Boss Duan shook his head, sneered, and wanted to say something else, but a figure flashed directly between him and Su Ning, and said at the same time. Today there are so many people coming. When there are too many people, there will be all kinds of trouble. Even the four-legged beasts dare to act like big wolves and bite anyone they catch. This direct confrontation made Boss Duan lose his temper and his face turned red. He looked at the person who came and was about to attack him, but his eyes widened and he recognized the person. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao ignored Boss Duan and came up to shake Su Ning's hand and said with concern, There are so many people here today. Thank you for your hard work. Being left out was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for an industry veteran like Boss Duan. Boss Duan took several deep breaths before he finally caught his breath. He said in a stern voice, I'm so tired, so happy. Boss Ling, business is all about connections. You young people are naive to think that you can stir up trouble just because you have a little financial resources. As soon as he finished speaking, as Ling Xiao came to the center to make his appearance, guests came forward one after another to chat with him cordially. Yao Jianye of Hongzhi Wine, Moro, the Emperor of Lavender Red Wine, Mu Zian of Fenghua Company, Qin Xiang of Fuyuan Media Company, Zhang Tianhao of Rocky Company, Xingzheng Law Firm, Maple Leaf Hospital. The number of people coming to say hello was so huge that there was no end in sight. Boss Duan's eyes popped out of his head. This was so outrageous. As a pioneer who has been in the media industry for so many years, what kind of scenes has he not seen? But today, he had never seen a situation where so many customers were offering their business on the spot and asking for it. Not to mention that he has never seen it before. Even if all his clients were added together, he had no idea whether there were more than the ones Ling Xiao brought to his door today. Boss Duan looked up angrily and suddenly found that it was dark. He suddenly laughed out loud. Yes, it's dark. Ling Xiao, after all, you are still a child who can only rely on some connections for support. The crucial opening ceremony was held at such a bad time. I want to see how you end up today. Chapter 72 Fireworks. The sky gradually darkened. Listening to the whispers and doubts around him, Ling Xiao just had a calm expression on his face. Without waiting for Su Ning to ask, Ling Xiao snapped his fingers upwards. There were a few crisp popping sounds, and large searchlights were suddenly placed on the upper floors of several surrounding office buildings, which began to project different lights downwards. The light not only drove away the darkness that shrouded this place, but also organized the colorful halo to concentrate on the central position where Ling Xiao was. Against the natural backdrop of the surrounding night, Ling Xiao has become the focus of everyone's attention, and his every move has attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao took out a microphone, turned up the volume and announced to the audience. Everyone, thank you for attending our Liangxiao Company's ribbon-cutting ceremony today. I have arranged a banquet at the Greentown International Hotel. The food is prepared by the 5-star chef of the Feitsui Linglong Western Restaurant, and the drinks are provided by the Labatu Winery. I hope you are satisfied. Ling Xiao paused, allowing the audience to make a certain commotion when they heard this arrangement. He counted down silently in his mind, and when the time was almost right, Ling Xiao continued to speak. But before that, I hope everyone will stay patient. Today's highlight is the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Please be here to witness our Liangxiao Company. At the same time as Ling Xiao's voice fell, a long ribbon of light and shadow hung down from the sky. Everyone exclaimed in surprise at first, and then one by one they realized that the colorful ribbon light and shadow had no entity, but a virtual image magnified and projected by a special searchlight on the upper floor. Ling Xiao held a pair of scissors and cut in the air, and the colorful ribbons broke into spots of light and flew up into the sky. The show is not over yet. As the light spot rises into the sky, colorful smoke screens are sprayed upward from the roofs of every office building in the surrounding area. One by one they exploded in the sky, gathering into a dazzling cluster of fireworks. In the crowd, Boss Duan stood there with his eyes wide open. He did not miss any details of the entire process. Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, the follower beside him pushed him gently. Unexpectedly, with just this light push, Boss Duan fell to the ground as if he had lost his soul. Amid the urgent cries of his attendants, Boss Duan looked at the fireworks in the sky and said slowly, "The world is going to change." At the same time, on the roof of an office building, Su Yi, wearing sunglasses, looked up into the sky and shouted into the intercom. "Good, everyone has a good timing. Boss Ling has promised everyone that when this is over, everyone's reward will be doubled." For a moment, the staff on the rooftop shouted one after another, echoing the shouts of the audience below. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Ling Xiao, as the promoter of this whole show, was looking at Su Ning seriously. He whispered, "How about it? I specially found the best fireworks and lighting team in High City. Are you satisfied?" Su Ning nodded with a bright smile on her face. Her pupils reflected the light of the starry sky. She was usually calm and composed, but her actions at this moment revealed some childishness. "Since you have prepared such a complete set of procedures, why didn't you tell me in advance?" Su Ning asked. Ling Xiao just shrugged and said, "Of course it's to give you, a silly girl, a surprise." Su Ning was a little surprised for a moment, and her eyes shifted from the sky to Ling Xiao's face. "Me? Do you still remember when we made our first deal? You drove me to the lakeside in the suburbs at night and said you wanted to enjoy the night view?" Ling Xiao said. The city was setting off fireworks that day, and we could see them clearly from where we were, so we camped by the lake until the fireworks were over. I will probably never forget the silly look on your face when you watched the fireworks. Su Ning blushed when she heard this and asked, "It's been so long, you still remember it? Also just watched the fireworks, why are you looking at me?" That's a really good question. Ling Xiao stared at Su Ning seriously, feeling that some words had risen to his throat and were about to be spit out. "Boss Xiao, these fireworks are amazing." However, the guy who appeared out of nowhere suddenly disrupted Ling Xiao's state of mind. Ling Xiao glared at Mouzi unhappily, looking at the latter with disgust. "Boss, did I say something wrong?" Ling Xiao snorted, patted the other person's head and said, "Okay, that's all I have to prepare. Hurry up and organize the guests to go to Greenleaf to continue the second half. Don't ruin the first half that I, your boss, worked so hard to put together." Seeing this, Mouzi didn't dare to say anything. He just laughed and responded with a few words and started working. Ling Xiao. Su Ning looked at Ling Xiao's back and asked faintly, "Did you have anything else to say just now?" Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. "Oh my god, why did you catch up with me and ask this?" Ling Xiao took a deep breath and turned around and said, "You're right. Wait for me after this ribbon-cutting ceremony. I think it's time to make something clear." Su Ning lowered her head and her face turned even redder. She whispered, "I understand. The ribbon-cutting ceremony has ended, and the passion originally aroused by Ling Xiao has burned even more vigorously among the green leaves." As the general manager of Liang Xiao, Su Ning talked a lot with different people along the way and drank a lot of wine. Thinking that she had almost reached her limit, Su Ning apologized to the people around her and went to the hotel bathroom. Turning on the faucet and pouring cold water on her face, Su Ning skillfully relieved the accumulated drunkenness. Su Ning roughly understood what Ling Xiao wanted to say. "The question is, what kind of answer should I give?" Squeak! The toilet door opened and a figure squeezed in. Su Ning frowned. Even though she was drunk, she could tell from the outline of the figure that it was a man. She snorted, "Sir, this is the women's restroom, you've gone to the wrong place." The man did not stop, but quickly went to Su Ning's side. Su Ning felt something was wrong. Could it be that this guy was so bold that he planned to molest a woman in the middle of the banquet while he was drunk? Thinking of this, Su Ning clenched the handbag in her hand, turned around and smashed it directly at the other party. However, the man's skills were not those of a drunkard at all. He held Su Ning's wrist firmly with one hand and clamped her neck with the other hand, making it difficult for Su Ning to breathe. Su Ning only had time to utter one word before the rest of her words were blocked in her throat and could not be uttered. From this angle she was finally able to see clearly that the man was wearing a strange and creepy smiling mask on his face. Even the mask was prepared. This guy has been planning this for a long time. Was it simply sent by a competitor who was unhappy with Liang Xiao, or was it? Was it someone sent by the Su family? Ling Xiao, be careful. This was the last thought in Su Ning's mind. As the man's pressure on her neck gradually increased, Su Ning finally fainted on the spot. "Crow, get ready." The masked man reached out and fiddled with the headset beside his ear and said softly. After saying that, he placed the headset in Su Ning's handbag next to the sink in the bathroom. Then the masked man carried Su Ning, looked at the high window facing outward on the wall of the bathroom, sneered, and walked over. Chapter 73 Kidnapping. So slow. Ling Xiao sipped the red wine in his hand and calculated the time. Su Ning left halfway through drinking. Based on Ling Xiao's understanding of her, he knew that she went to the bathroom to sober up with cold water. But after quite a long time, Su Ning still didn't come out, which made Ling Xiao worried. Ling Xiao found Mu Zian and explained the situation to her. The latter simply agreed to go to the bathroom to help Ling Xiao check the situation. When Ling Xiao saw that Mu Zian's expression was a little strange, his heart suddenly rose to his throat. Without asking any questions, he rushed into the women's restroom, and what caught his eye was Su Ning's handbag casually thrown on the edge of the sink. "I checked every cubicle, and there was no sign of Su Ning," Mu Zian said. After Ling Xiao glanced around, his eyes were focused on the windows on the wall facing outward. "It's at least 3 meters above the ground. Is there anyone who can carry someone out from here?" He called Sui on the spot and asked him to retrieve the surveillance footage from all nearby cameras. Ling Xiao himself picked up Su Ning's handbag on the sink and checked Su Ning's scattered items. Ling Xiao frowned and found a piece of debris that didn't fit in. "Is this an in-ear earbud?" Ling Xiao picked it up and stuffed it into his ear hole, while placing the phone near the earplug. Soon, a voice was heard from inside. "As expected of you, Ling Xiao, you found the clues I left behind in no time. I hope you are well." The electronic sound on the phone was filled with noise and the sound had been processed, making it difficult to discern the original voice. However, Ling Xiao snorted coldly and exposed him on the spot. "Don't play tricks, Luo Chen." Hearing this, the person on the other side of the earphones was silent for a long while. After a while, Luo Chen, who had taken off his disguise, asked in his true voice, "Why? You can't possibly know that I was targeting you behind your back." Ling Xiao responded, "I really don't know. But when it comes to voice changing, do you think I'm less experienced than you? The phone Ling Xiao picked up was actually connected to the High City Police audio database. He had expected that the mastermind behind the earplugs had left this place on purpose. Rather than being led by the other party, Ling Xiao chose to take the initiative to find out the other party's identity. Luo Chen snorted and said, "As expected of you, in such a short time, your hacking skills have become stronger than when you used them against me." Ling Xiao said in a cold voice. "Luo Chen, I'm warning you. Now that your trick has been exposed, let Su Ning go and turn yourself in." Hearing this, Luo Chen burst into a crazy laugh, and then whispered slowly. "Proud and conceited, you are still the same as before, Ling Xiao. You are indeed an incredible fellow. Even the Luo family, which I was once secretly proud of, would be destroyed if it were to fall upon you. But you are strong, what about the people around you?" While Luo Chen was speaking, Ling Xiao's mobile phone also received Su Yi's preliminary investigation conclusions. The man who attacked Su Ning wore a strange smiling mask. In the camera, he seemed to be walking casually, but in fact he skillfully used the crowd and other obstacles to move smoothly. After the masked man attacked Su Ning, he relied on his incredible skills beyond ordinary people to pass through the toilet window and reach the outskirts of the hotel as Ling Xiao had expected, and finally got into a black car and left. Su Yi tracked the other party all the way and found that he took the shortest route to the suburbs. Many of the highway cameras there were offline and aging, which was beyond Su Yi's monitoring range. Luo Chen continued, "Ling Xiao, if you had a way to take her away immediately, you wouldn't be talking to me here. So don't pretend in front of me. I have studied you for too long these days. Now all your tricks are exposed to me. It's no use trying to scare me." Luo Chen's voice was like a short-circuited old cash register, or the cold wind that leaked into the house through the broken old window, making Ling Xiao feel sticky, nauseous, and uncomfortable all over. But he chose to endure it, and at the same time his fingers were not idle, predicting the location where Su Ning might have been abducted based on the route investigated by Su Yi on the map. "Let me guess. You are calculating Su Ning's location right now, and you are planning to use this wireless headset to reverse hack into my location, right?" Luo Chen's mocking voice stopped Ling Xiao's actions. "Ling Xiao, hee, let me give you a friendly warning first. Don't try to reverse hack into my communication device. I bought Overlord Technologies detection probes and planted them all around my room. Once you break in, these sensors will sound the alarm, and how about this? If you break the rules of the game, I will tear off a piece of her clothes and take a photo while tearing it and send it to you, okay, ha 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 ha." Ling Xiao clenched his fists. He hadn't felt such burning anger for a long time. Bang! Ling Xiao punched the wall next to him, leaving a dent, which scared Mu Zian who was standing next to him. "Luo Chen." After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao adjusted his breath and asked calmly, "What do you want? Just say it directly." Luo Chen's voice came through the earphone. "You finally asked, Ling Xiao. You arrogant fellow are finally willing to put aside your disgusting pride. I'll only say this once, so listen to me." Luo Chen's breathing became heavy. It was obvious that he had entered a state of excitement that made Su Ning sick. "I'll send you Su Ning's coordinates now, drive over here by yourself. In order to prevent other troubles from interfering with our game, you are not allowed to call the police or attract more attention before you arrive. Finally, let me add one more sentence. Your girlfriends are really beautiful. You'd better hurry up, or I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. After all, I've been in prison for a long time. I haven't met anyone of this level in a long time, ha ha ha." Before Ling Xiao could respond, the sound in the earphones instantly turned into an amplified electric noise. Ling Xiao instinctively sensed that something was wrong and took off his earplugs and threw them into the pool. The next moment, sparks flew from the earplugs and they burned to ashes on the spot. Ding dong! The host is taking on the 5th selection task challenge, with a deadline of 12 hours. Option A, face Luo Chen's provocation and save the girls kidnapped by him. Option gift, fighting skills upgraded to D, a helicopter. Option B, avoid risks and call the police for help. Option gift, 10 million in cash. Linking the system's task release content with Luo Chen's final threatening words, Ling Xiao keenly perceived the key. Kidnapped girls. Could it be that he kidnapped other people? Mr. Ling, what on earth? Mu Zian, who was listening silently at the side, was about to interrupt, but Ling Xiao reached out to stop her. Ling Xiao said bluntly, "I'm sorry, Miss Mu, I need your help again." Mu Zian took a deep breath and said seriously, "Just say it, Master Ling." Ling Xiao nodded, "When I'm not here, help me maintain today's ribbon-cutting ceremony. I will tell Mauzi to cooperate with you later." Knowing that Ling Xiao was definitely going to take some risks, Mu Zian lowered her head, her eyes filled with annoyance and regret. If it weren't for what I did back then that implicated you, young Master Ling, Miss Su wouldn't have ended up like this. In response, Ling Xiao just shook his head. You are the cause, but I have my own considerations in dealing with Luo Chen's issue. It's not entirely your fault. Looking at Mu Zian's dejected look, Ling Xiao sighed and continued. Don't think about anything else. I never do anything without confidence. Help me solve my worries. Everything will be settled before dawn. Please, I can only trouble you with this matter, Miss Mu. Chapter 74 Road Bandits. After comforting Mu Zian, Ling Xiao left the hotel. On the way, Ling Xiao contacted Su Yi and told him not to track Luo Chen's location without permission, and to be ready to wait for Ling Xiao's instructions. The moment he got in the car, Ling Xiao's cell phone rang. Looking at the screen, the number displayed at the top is Lily, Alice's former roommate with a reckless personality. Hey, Lily, I'm busy right now. I'll contact you later. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, the rare cry of Lily came from the other side of the phone. Oh no, Boss Ling, Xiaoiaishi. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and said directly, Alice has been kidnapped. Yes. Lily cried out. Today is my birthday. Xiao AI is attending your company's opening ceremony. She originally wasn't going to come, but because I kept talking too much, she took the time to leave midway and come to see me, and then. After Lily sobbed for a while, she continued. Boss Ling, was it because I was talking too much outside that the gangsters kidnapped Alice and blackmailed you? Whoa. Ling Xiao sighed and said comfortingly. Relax, this isn't your fault. I'm already dealing with this matter. Go back, wash your face and go to sleep. Don't think about anything else, and don't call the police. When the sun rises tomorrow, I promise to bring them back. After comforting her, Ling Xiao hung up the phone and linked the address of Luo Chen received on his mobile phone to the car navigation. Pushing the accelerator to the bottom, Ling Xiao's driving skills instantly soared to the extreme. Today, he didn't intend to hold back on anything. Soon, Ling Xiao drove out of the city and came to a remote area in the suburbs, and began to bump along the dirt road. Sudden. With a loud bang, the car skidded and flew toward a tree trunk on the side of the dirt road. Thanks to Ling Xiao's skills, he was able to hold the situation even in such a situation. Relying on a few minor collisions on the front of the car to cushion the impact, Ling Xiao finally stopped the car before colliding with a huge tree, and his whole body fell into the airbag. Ling Xiao shook his head to relieve the dizziness, then opened the car door and got out. Even though there were double images in front of him at this moment, Ling Xiao could still sense that there were several dark shadows mixed in the forest and were slowly approaching. Ling Xiao glanced around with a cold face and said, Enough of your fun. If you want my life, get out of here. Upon hearing this, the group of dark shadows really stepped out from the dark corner. They were all holding iron rods and machetes, and they looked like they had bad intentions. Ling Xiao casually counted them and found that the number of black shadows was as high as 20. Judging from their clothes, it was obvious that these guys were a ragtag group of soldiers gathered by Crow from beggars and vagrants. They pretended to be fierce on the surface, but they only dared to show off their power here because of their numbers. Ling Xiao looked at his sports car. The front wheels had all exploded because of the spikes placed by this group of people, and the front of the car had collided several times, which was a horrible sight. It's already at the point where even returning it to the factory for an overhaul might not be able to save it. Ling Xiao patted the car body and whispered, I'm sorry, brother. Although we didn't spend much time together, I remember you. Afterwards, Ling Xiao looked at the gathered thugs with murderous eyes. The remaining distance would take about 5 minutes to walk, and since the means of transportation could not be used, the only option was to break through by force. They were clearly outnumbered, but in the end they were just a mob. When they met Ling Xiao's gaze, these thugs with all the advantages actually became cowardly. Don't be afraid. We have weapons in our hands. There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid? At the critical moment, a roar from the back of the crowd emboldened this group of ragtag troops. Ling Xiao squinted his eyes and looked at the person who was shouting. What a coincidence, it was another guy he was familiar with. Yang Yi. Heh, Ling Xiao, how about it? You didn't expect that, did you? Yang Yi pointed his index finger at Ling Xiao and said viciously. The word given doesn't exist in my dictionary. Yao family winery and this woman Yao Shui, they all belong to me. All the soup has gone to waste because of you. If I'm not doing well, you can forget about it. Today I'm going to see you kneeling on the ground licking my dirty soup and begging for mercy. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "You're right. I'm indeed surprised to see you. I'm surprised that a third-rate character like you really thinks you're a big shot. Dying once wasn't enough, and you plan to die a second time." After saying that, Ling Xiao took off his coat and threw it on the roof of the car, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Stop talking nonsense and come." Ling Xiao's provocation is undoubtedly a fuse to break the current deadlock. One of the thugs couldn't control his temper first, picked up a stick and hit Ling Xiao on the head. But before the stick fell, Ling Xiao had already taken a quick step in front of him and punched him in the center of his abdomen. Now that his fighting skills have been upgraded by the system, Ling Xiao not only feels that he is as light as a swallow, but the movements of these third-rate guys around him are more like slow motion at 10 times the speed. Even though the scene in front of him was still full of double images, it did not prevent Ling Xiao from moving as lightly as a swallow among the crowd. In a short while, Ling Xiao was left without a scratch, and 1/3 of the thugs fell to the ground. Feeling that the gangster was falling down a little too slowly, Ling Xiao luckily snatched the weapons from his hands. He held an iron rod in one hand and a pair of large kitchen shears in the other, and attacked with both hands. By the time Ouyang Yi came to his senses, the thugs were either lying on the ground wailing, or crying and running away. "Monster, you are not a human being, my god." Ouyang Yi stammered and muttered fragmented words, then turned around and tried to escape. Ling Xiao curled the corner of his mouth and threw the iron rod in his hand. Boom! There was a loud and crisp sound as the iron rod hit Ouyang Yi's knee, breaking his bones and causing him to fall face down on the ground, crying. Ling Xiao walked forward, grabbed Ouyang Yi's hair and pulled him up, saying, "What's wrong? Ouyang Yi doesn't want to play anymore?" Ouyang Yi's nose was flattened after the fall just now. Snot, blood, dirt, and tears mixed together and flowed freely on Ouyang Yi's face, making his face distorted and hideous. "Ling, young Master Ling, I was wrong, please don't kill me, I don't dare anymore, I really don't dare anymore, I have old people and young children to take care of, you can't kill me." Ouyang Yi begged desperately, but Ling Xiao looked at him with only cold eyes. "There are some people in this world who deserve another chance, but a fool like you doesn't deserve it." Ling Xiao thrust the scissors in his hand downwards with force. The sharp blade of the scissors pierced Ouyang Yi's palm and nailed it to the ground. The severe pain caused yellow liquid to spread rapidly under Ouyang Yi's legs. He went into shock on the spot and fell headfirst into the yellow soup that was handed to him. Ling Xiao shook his head. The dizziness caused by the car accident was finally relieved a lot after exercising here. "Okay, it's time to settle the score with you, Crow." Chapter 75, Unfinished Building. Gah! On the top floor of the unfinished building, the bald man Luo Chen cut a piece of fresh beef and fed it to the crow on his shoulder. Not far away, at the dangerous edge of the roof, the masked man stood proudly and looked down. "He should be here soon, and it's almost time for you to get ready." Luo Chen responded casually without any emotion. Although Ouyang Yi is a waste, his hatred for Ling Xiao is serious. Given his cowardly personality, he will definitely use the little money I gave him to hire dozens of homeless people to attack Ling Xiao. The masked man turned around with dissatisfaction and said, "You claim to know Ling Xiao, but how could you forget that he is also good at some martial arts?" Luo Chen was inexplicably angry when he heard this, and he directly knocked over the beef bowl beside him and said, "It doesn't matter if he can't come or not, I will wait for him. My father gave you some money, and I gave you some money too. Just follow my instructions and we'll be even. Stop lecturing me." The masked man's face was obstructed, so one couldn't see his expression, but the atmosphere around him revealed an inexplicable sadness. "I understand. Then according to the terms of the contract, bring Su Ning here. I have completed all my duties." Luo Chen looked up at the sky, raised his head and laughed. "Yes, get out of here, you ghost net bastard." The masked man stepped back until he was half a foot outside the rooftop. After saying his last words, he fell directly off the edge of the building. "Take it easy." This seemingly ordinary sentence made Luo Chen a little angry and embarrassed. He picked up the beef bowl at his feet and threw it directly towards the masked man. After finishing, Luo Chen wiped his scalp, then grinned, "Ling Xiao, since you haven't arrived yet, I'll go over and play with your woman for a while. You must remember to come quickly, hee. So dark. My wrist hurts." A foreign body sensation on the surface of the eyes and mouth. The moment Su Ning regained consciousness, she understood the situation. "My hands should be tied behind my back and my eyes and mouth should be covered with tape." After Su Ning struggled hard, she found that the rope around her wrists was not tied tightly. She tried hard to lift her body and moved closer in one direction little by little. Fortunately, I was lucky and the randomly selected direction was not far from the wall. Su Ning rubbed her hands against the wall repeatedly. After a lot of effort, she finally loosened the rope and broke free. After removing the obstructions of her eyes and mouth one after another, Su Ning finally regained her freedom. Before taking any other action, Su Ning calmed down and looked around. It was a very simple small cement house, with an area of less than 10 square meters. There was damp moss on the walls, and it looked like an unfinished building somewhere. Su Ning keenly noticed that there was a tied-up figure in the corner, and she was familiar with the person. It was Alice, who had been living under the same roof with her for the past few days. Su Ning quickly rushed over and removed the tape on Alice's eyes and mouth. The latter looked at Su Ning and burst into tears on the spot. It's okay. Calm down. Tell me, were you also kidnapped by someone? Su Ning asked while patting the other person's back gently. Alice nodded her head quickly several times, her fear making her speechless. Su Ning fell into deep thought and said to herself, besides me, there is also Alice, but why? Could it be that the person the other party is attacking is not me, but Ling Xiao? Bang bang bang! As the door of the cement house opened, a burst of applause rang out from the entrance. Luo Chen leaned against the door, clapping his hands and saying with a playful smile on his face. Under this situation, you not only saved yourself but also considered others. You are really a troublesome guy. No wonder Ling Xiao has a special liking for you. Su Ning turned around and glared at the other person. You are Luo Chen? I remember the news reported that you were in jail, right? Luo Chen nodded and said, as you can see, I'm out to seek revenge on your beloved Ling Xiao. Su Ning was silent for a moment. This was the first time she heard that Luo Chen's downfall was related to Ling Xiao. But now was not the time to ask about the cause and effect. She secretly reached out to Alice's wrist to remove the rope, while she talked some useless nonsense to attract Luo Chen's attention. Your image has changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Luo Chen sneered and said, yes, I became bald, but I also became stronger. After saying that, Luo Chen casually took out a small knife and stabbed it directly into Su Ning's hand. Luo Chen pointed at Su Ning and whispered, stop, put your hands where I can see them, and don't do anything. You like Ling Xiao, and I hate Ling Xiao. As people in this world who are standing on both ends of the scale and watching him, why don't we have a good chat? Su Ning sighed and put her hands out in the open as Luo Chen wished. What is more terrifying than being captured by someone who hates Ling Xiao is? This person is still a lunatic. Luo Chen picked up a flying knife with 2 fingers and waved it. Ling Xiao, the one we are all waiting for, is on his way now. Will he kill me and take you away, or will I beat him to a pulp and ravage you in front of him? I thought that alone would be interesting enough, but woman, you have aroused my interest in a lot more. Come, let us chat here before Ling Xiao arrives. If you can please me, I will continue peacefully, but if you make me unhappy. Bang! Luo Chen's flying knife flew out again, and this time it hit Su Ning's feet. He continued with a crazy smile, then I will create a few wounds on your body and see who bleeds out first or Ling Xiao arrives first. Facing Luo Chen's neurotic face, Su Ning did not avoid or shrink back. After a few seconds of silence, she nodded gently and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Luo Chen was overjoyed and was about to start a conversation when he suddenly saw something through the reflection of Su Ning's pupils. His nerves quickly tensed up, and he subconsciously turned around and threw a precise flying knife. Whoosh! The flying knife hit the concrete floor and bounced off. The figure that was about to be stabbed dodged in the blink of an eye before being hit and hid behind a pile of debris and concrete. Ling Xiao hee, Ling Xiao it's you. Luo Chen couldn't contain his joy, and the knife in his hand twitched and trembled as he waved it. You wanted to sneak attack me, but I found you. Ha ha ha, so what? It must be a bad feeling to be defeated, ha ha ha. Ling Xiao's reply came from behind the cement bag. Luo Chen, you still have this flying knife. I really underestimated you. He touched his trouser leg, which was torn into a big hole due to the brush with the knife. With just such a simple encounter, Ling Xiao understood the latter's strength. Even though the straight line distance between them was less than 5 meters, it was impossible for him to rush to Luo Chen alive. Ling Xiao's praise made Luo Chen smile. He scratched his scalp vigorously and said, yeah, you don't know, how could you know? You arrogant, conceited, and self-centered bastard, when you crushed our Luo family, you didn't take us seriously at all. You have no idea how much my father and I have learned and done to get to where we are today. All of this accumulation has been destroyed by your whim. I'm going to make you pay back with something more valuable than your life. Chapter 76 Flying Knife. As he spoke, Luo Chen leaned against the door, aiming a flying knife at Ling Xiao and keeping a wary eye on him while using the other flying knife to relock Su Ning in the hut. Su Ning protected Alice behind her with a decisive and resolute move without any hesitation. Ling Xiao, who had a clear view of everything through the gaps in the cement bags, said, Luo Chen, if you hate me, there are real ways to get revenge, but don't attack a woman. Hearing this, Luo Chen laughed out loud. The laughter in his throat sounded like a dying howl, and the tail sound was elongated in his throat, making people feel uncomfortable just by listening to it. Ling Xiao, how come you don't understand anything? Luo Chen put one hand on his bald head and scratched it with great effort. My father is still in prison. Thanks to the evidence you dug up, our Luo family has no chance of turning the tables. Even I can only act as a stand-in by relying on a scapegoat to play the role of Luo Chen. The Luo family is finished, and so am I. Even if I drag you to hell, nothing I've lost can come back. So? Luo Chen gritted his teeth. He gritted so hard that blood oozed out of his gums and flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Just letting you die won't satisfy me at all. I want to see you climb to the top with this pride, but you have to be dragged here by me to play a worthless game of gambling your life. Luo Chen paused and then continued, Do you know why I want to shave my head? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Shaving your head to show your determination? Puff. Luo Chen burst out laughing on the spot, and then he applied more force with his fingertips. His scalp split open and blood gushed out from the top of his head. After a while, it turned into streams of blood flowing down his face, making his expression look even more terrifying. What kind of a bullshit idiom is that? It's not that complicated. It's just that I've been having a headache since you locked me up in the cell. My scalp is itchy and numb, as if there are endless bugs crawling on my scalp. I just plucked out all the hair that was in the way, so I could deal with the itch more directly when it came. Tell me if you die, will my head stop hurting? Looking at Luo Chen's bloodshot eyes, Ling Xiao sighed and said, You're totally crazy. Luo Chen sneered and said, Why, are you frightened just by seeing my condition? Don't be impatient. I haven't started explaining the rules of the game yet. You must listen carefully. I didn't say I wanted to kill these two women. That would be too easy for you. All you need to do to mourn a person is shed a few meaningless tears once a year. I will torture her here, cripple her, turn her into an incomplete and deformed being, and then let her be taken away alive by you. Every time you see her in such a predicament for the rest of your life, it will remind you of your defeat by me today. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Luo Chen's hair-raising laughter, Ling Xiao's fists turned purple and his teeth clenched. So, should he accept Luo Chen's arrangement and passively accept the other party's humiliation here? Of course not. All this time I have been forbearing just for this moment. While Luo Chen was laughing to his heart's content, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped out, picked up the cement bag and tore it open, throwing the remaining cement powder inside into the air. Although there were not many of them, they did serve to block the view. Ling Xiao took advantage of this layer of protection and rushed towards Luo Chen in one fell swoop. Luo Chen was a little slow in raising the knife in his hand. For him, whose attacks had to be precise, the hindrance caused by the cement dust was indeed fatal at the moment. But he still didn't lose. Luo Chen understood Ling Xiao's plan and sneered. He put down the flying knife aimed at Ling Xiao and instead flicked his wrist to send out the flying knife aimed at Su Ning. Yes, what if Ling Xiao found a way to defeat him? From the very beginning, Luo Chen didn't care about his life or death in this game. As long as I can make Ling Xiao suffer, that's enough. Ling Xiao, who could see everything clearly in the cement fog, had his eyes wide open. Just when his anger was about to burst out, God chose this moment to play a little joke on him. At the moment when Luo Chen went crazy, Su Ning suddenly turned from defense to offense, turned around and whipped Luo Chen with the rope in his hand. Yes, Su Ning, who was most easily overlooked in this situation, was not overwhelmed by the momentum in front of her. She supported the desperate Ling Xiao in her own way. Su Ning had never learned martial arts, so this was just a panic attack, and the rope didn't even hit Luo Chen. But this twist of her body caused her to deviate from the attack trajectory of the flying knife, and she barely moved half a fist away to dodge the attack. The knife missed. Luo Chen frowned and fumbled for a new flying knife from his arms, but before that, he was hit hard on the side of his face by Ling Xiao. This punch directly hit Luo Chen's cheek inward, and also took away most of Luo Chen's ability to resist. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand to grab Luo Chen's neck. Seeing that the other party's hands and feet were still shaking dishonestly, he used his other hand to twist Luo Chen's wrist and broke it. He snatched the knife on the spot and slashed Luo Chen's face horizontally, cutting off his nose. You! Ling Xiao growled at Luo Chen. If luck had not abandoned him this time, the knife just now might have taken Su Ning away. Whenever he thought of this, Ling Xiao felt as if his heart was wrapped in a ball of magma, swelling constantly. Ling Xiao! However, compared to Ling Xiao's anger, Luo Chen's anger was only higher, not lower. He was determined to release the final threat. If you have the guts, kill me, or I will. Boom! Ling Xiao moved his hand to the other person's chin, suddenly increased his strength and removed the chin, cutting off his language skills first and no longer listening to the annoying nonsense. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. There was a ferocity flashing in Ling Xiao's eyes. He grasped Luo Chen's head tightly and threw it against the wall beside him, causing the back of Luo Chen's head to hit the wall. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, and Luo Chen's body slid down the wall limply, leaving only a pool of red and white liquid remaining on the contact surface. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the 5th selection task challenge. The game is over. The root cause of tonight's unrest was eliminated by Ling Xiao. Looking at Luo Chen's motionless body, Ling Xiao took a deep breath, turned around and met Su Ning's gaze. I'm fine. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Su Ning started talking and took the initiative to step forward and wipe the cement dust off Ling Xiao's hair. Fine? Ling Xiao looked at Su Ning. His heart, which had just been beating wildly because he had killed Luo Chen with his own hands, now beat only for the woman in front of him. Ling Xiao could see clearly that Su Ning was very scared and every part of her body was shaking. She was forcibly abducted, but she didn't cry or make a fuss the whole time. She took care of Alice, who was also abducted, while looking for a chance to escape. When Ling Xiao and Luo Chen were facing each other, she was even looking for an opportunity to launch an attack along the way. And when everything was settled, she had narrowly escaped death in the previous second, but in the next second she chose to comfort the tired Ling Xiao. This is the woman Ling Xiao fell in love with a long time ago. What is somewhat ridiculous is that until recently, Ling Xiao himself was still a little unpredictable. It was only at this moment that he fully understood his thoughts. At this moment, no words are needed. Ling Xiao took a step forward on the spot, opened his arms and hugged Su Ning into his arms. After the initial hesitation, surprise, and confusion, Su Ning fell into a brief calm, and then began to sob in Ling Xiao's arms. The sound gradually became louder and the shaking became more violent. Su Ning just snuggled in Ling Xiao's arms, using her crying to vent the fear that had accumulated that night. Chapter 77 Return Home. Half an hour later. Ling Xiao removed the communication jammer left by Luo Chen and got in touch with Sui. The police quickly arrived and surrounded the place, and the first batch of special police even came directly by helicopter. The leading helicopter was the reward Ling Xiao received for completing the system mission, but he no longer had the energy to consider such details. All the troublemakers who fell to the ground, including Ouyang Yi, were taken away. The only regret is that the masked man who kidnapped Su Ning never showed up from beginning to end. Although that guy was most likely just a thug hired by Luo Chen, and he probably wouldn't do anything now that Luo Chen was down, it was still a disadvantage to keep such a threat hanging around outside. But at the same time, the tired Ling Xiao no longer has the energy to think about these things. Boss, the Green City Hotel has finally come to a successful conclusion thanks to Miss Mu's efforts. Outside the car window, Maozi was summarizing the situation to Ling Xiao. The 120 ambulance is here. I'll take Alice to the hospital for a checkup. Boss, you guys? Looking at Ling Xiao and Su Ning in the car, Maozi seemed to be hesitant to speak. He was driving the car that originally belonged to Su Ning and arrived almost at the same time as the police. As soon as he met up with Ling Xiao took Su Ning into the car, acting as if he didn't intend for anyone else to interfere between the two of them. Look after Alice. I'll take Su Ning back. Ling Xiao saw that his best friend still had worry in his eyes, and smiled with warmth in his heart. It's okay as long as I'm here. Maozi nodded, and after walking away, he added, it's not peaceful tonight, you should go back to the city early and contact me when you get there. The chaotic sound of sirens, noisy conversations, and rustling footsteps. As he stepped on the accelerator, Ling Xiao left them all behind. On the forest path in the suburbs, there were only Ling Xiao and Su Ning. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, he understood what Su Ning needed. What this girl, who is deeply frightened, needs now is not to stay in a closed little room and receive counseling from a psychologist. She needs a dark night, a cool breeze, a reliable man by her side, and a relatively quiet atmosphere. But the silence will eventually be broken. It was unknown how long it had been before Ling Xiao slowly let out the two words he had been holding back. Feel sorry. Ling Xiao thought of many possible responses from Su Ning, but he never expected this to be the one. Su Ning, who was sitting in the passenger seat, reached out and grabbed his thigh. There were tears in her eyes, her hands were shaking, and her fingertips were cold. But even in this state, Su Ning still tried hard to control her body, uttering words one by one. You are willing to help me take on the entire Su family. There is only one Luo Chen. Even if he kidnaps me 8 or 10 times, I can handle it. This is a reluctant statement, but also a comforting one. But no one who comes here can refute Su Ning's persistence, because it is also a woman's all-out support for a man. All Ling Xiao could do was swallow this kindness and silently swear in his heart that he would never let something like this happen again. When they returned to the villa, since Alice was not there, Ling Xiao and the other two were the only ones in the empty room. Opening the door, Ling Xiao sent Su Ning into her bedroom, patted her shoulder and said, I'll be lying on the sofa in the hall today. Have a good sleep. Call me if you need anything. Bang! Su Ning hugged Ling Xiao's shoulders tightly, her body trembling for a long time, and she only uttered 2 words. Don't go. Ling Xiao understood. He pressed Su Ning's body down on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Then he took off the cushion on the sofa and brought it to Su Ning's bed, then lay down on the floor. For the first half of the night, they lay quietly, staring at the ceiling. In the second half of the night, someone started talking and they started talking about the past. We talked about college days, entrepreneurial days, people we knew together, and things we experienced together. Thank you. Su Ning said abruptly, Thank you for coming to save me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lowered his head and said, I owe you this matter. The person you least need to thank is me. You don't understand. Su Ning stared at the ceiling and said, Ever since I left the Su family and came to High City, I feel like I have been staying on an isolated island by the lake. No matter how many people I meet or how many things I experience, nothing will change. But now I know that if I am taken away one day, no matter where I go, there will be a man named Ling Xiao who will come to find me. After hearing what Su Ning said, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and slowly made his promise. Then remember this. No matter where you are taken, I will definitely bring you back. Absolutely. Su Ning was already fast asleep. Ling Xiao didn't want to disturb her, so he covered her with the quilt and left the room alone. Although he had experienced no less than others, Ling Xiao did not dare to close his eyes for even a second. As soon as he left the room, he contacted Su Yi, who usually stayed up late. Boss, you asked me to help you keep an eye on the police's handling of the incident. I'm here to report to you about Luo Chen. Su Yi's statement was a little strange. Ling Xiao thought about it calmly and asked. I guess the presence of a dead body at the scene made things complicated. Ling Xiao's speculation was reasonable, but the news Su Yi brought was more explosive than he had imagined. Boss, Luo Chen is not dead. Ling Xiao felt like his brain exploded. Are you kidding me? Is Luo Chen the son of another plane or a time traveler? When he hit the wall with his last blow, his brains were stuck to it. It's ridiculous that he can still survive. Boss, this is the situation. Luo Chen is indeed not dead, but his current condition is not far from death. The latest monitoring report from the hospital shows that part of his brain was destroyed. He can barely maintain his life, but he is basically a fool without any intelligence. He can't even control his bowels and bladder. Hearing this, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Chen deserves this fate. He will have to live with a urine bag hanging from his head for the rest of his life. It's just right that he is half disabled. Maybe the masked man I mentioned to you will come to see him. You better keep a close eye on him. Ling Xiao ordered. Boss, I also have some news about the masked man that I want to report to you. After saying that, Sui transferred a large amount of information to Ling Xiao's phone. Boss, when you blew up the Ghost Network server last time, besides Miss Su's data, you also took some of the other people's data. I used my free time to analyze it and found a list of Ghost Network agents. There was a character code named Mask in it. Even if Sui didn't say the rest of the content, Ling Xiao could see it clearly. The most distinctive feature of this agent mask is the sinister smiling mask worn at all times during the mission. It is exactly the same style as the masked man that Ling Xiao saw in the surveillance. It's hard to imagine that this could be anything but a wonderful coincidence. In other words, is there some involvement of that Ghost Network behind this incident? Chapter 78 Jim. Could it be that Ghost Network has already known about the bombing of his server, so they specially sent someone to assist Luo Chen in carrying out the operation? Wrong. It doesn't make sense. If that's the case, then this masked man is too anticlimactic in his work. No matter what, considering the future, we cannot remain so passive in our approach to the Ghost Network issue, and we must find a breakthrough. After arranging Sui to continue tracking the clues of the mask, Ling Xiao also made some future plans in his mind. By the time it was finished, it was already early morning. Ling Xiao stretched his muscles and recalled what happened last night. He had to admit in his heart that when a sudden crisis really came, the physical abilities and boxing skills that were most clearly seen in daily life would be the most practical. It seems that I can't keep calculating all the time, I need to make my body more active. But before that, Ling Xiao still had a problem to solve. Now that his beloved Ferrari 488 is damaged, he urgently needs a new means of transportation. Ling Xiao dialed the 4S shop phone number he had reserved and said, "Hello, is this Boss Su?" A middle-aged man's business voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Ling. We are sorry that your Ferrari 488 has been severely damaged. All we can do is contact the insurance company and follow the instructions." Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Okay, that's not what I want to hear. I'm picking up a new car now. You can drive directly to the address I sent you, and the money will be transferred directly to your account later." Boss Su immediately became excited and started talking. Boss Ling is planning to buy a new car so soon. As the saying goes, the old must go before the new comes. A distinguished guest like you, Boss Ling, naturally has no need to indulge in the sorrow of losing one or two sports cars. You've been talking too much nonsense, Ling Xiao said irritably. Upon hearing this, Boss Su immediately stopped talking nonsense and began to introduce seriously. Boss Ling is telling you that I don't know which car you plan to order. We have many luxury cars in our store, so you can choose whatever you like. Aston Martin DBS, a high-end supercar with manual transmission, is currently on sale at a reduced price. You can take it home for 3.65 million. Ferrari 812, same as your previous car, has a wet dual-clutch transmission, but the engine has been upgraded to 6.5L. 4.85 million is guaranteed to satisfy you. The Lexus LFA, the top-selling model of Lexus, is limited to 500 units worldwide and is now only priced at 5.2 million. Boss Su wanted to continue talking, but Ling Xiao swiped his phone and found the new car he wanted. Do you still have this McLaren P1? McLaren P1, a top-level supercar that combines racing car design, has simple lines and avant-garde design. The M838TQ 3.8-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine allows it to have a maximum horsepower of over 700 and accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 3 seconds. There is no doubt that this is exactly the vehicle Ling Xiao needs. Boss Ling, are you serious? Boss Su's voice was distorted. He took some time to calm down and said, "Boss Ling, this car is actually on display in our store. Of course, we have the right to sell it, but the price may be a bit." Ling Xiao swiped his finger and the amount was directly transferred into Boss Su's account. 12 million, I saw it. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I told you to bring the car over to me now. I will ask the guy in our company to handle the rest of the formalities. After saying that, Ling Xiao hung up the phone neatly, leaving Boss Su alone to digest the shock early in the morning. After all, it was an order for a sports car worth 12 million, so Boss Su did not dare to neglect Ling Xiao for even a second. Only 5 minutes later, the bright red supercar had stopped in front of Ling Xiao. The designated driver who came down from above was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face and a striking Mediterranean hairstyle. Ling Xiao recognized him on the spot. It was Boss Su himself. Seeing Ling Xiao's doubtful expression, Boss Su patted his chest and said proudly, "Although I'm a little older now, I was also a professional racing driver when I was young. I'm the best designated driver in the entire car shop. Boss Ling, thank you for buying this McLaren P1. I guarantee you throughout my career that if you own it, you will be the coolest car owner in Haishur. By the way, regarding the taming of this fierce horse, I think I should take you to the suburban road to get used to it first." Ling Xiao left without saying a word, took the key, got in the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. At the moment the speed suddenly increased, the McLaren P1's uniquely designed wing exhaust vents spewed out scorching airflow, carrying Ling Xiao forward with a ferocious momentum. Under the cover of exhaust gas, I looked at the afterimage left by Ling Xiao, who was able to drive the car in high-speed mode steadily as soon as he sat in the driver's seat. Boss Su finally recovered after a while and slapped himself hard. There are always people who are better than you. Su Wenxian, remember to control your mouth next time and don't embarrass yourself in front of the masters. On the other side, Ling Xiao was getting used to the car while using the navigation to search for gyms throughout the city. That's right, after solving the problem of the car, Ling Xiao's destination was the gym. It is obviously more reasonable to go to the gym and use professional equipment under the guidance of a professional coach to activate the muscles and bones and tap the potential of the current body than for Ling Xiao to do some lukewarm warm-up exercises alone. However, Ling Xiao has one more thing to consider when it comes to going to the gym. That is, his purpose is not to exercise after all, but to experiment with various physical indicators after his fighting skills have been improved. This means that he might do something dangerous and eye-catching. In order to solve the problem, he needed to find a suitable gym among the many targets in High City with low traffic but complete facilities. Fortunately, there really is such a gym located deep in the alley Wuda. If normal parking is like a gust of wind, then Ling Xiao's parking today is a 5-star hurricane. It was not until 2 minutes after the vehicle came to a complete stop that the red afterimage regained its original shape in the eyes of the onlookers. Even if not everyone can see the McLaren P1's vision, the cool and stylish exterior design alone is enough for passers-by to read one word from the car: rich. Soon, shopping couples, gossipy middle-aged women, and envious students surrounded the car in 3 layers. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had recharged the gym's platinum membership in advance. When the gym staff learned of Ling Xiao's arrival, they immediately came down to help guide the crowd, thus avoiding further trouble. Boss Ling. A gym girl in charge of guiding others poked her head to secretly peek at Ling Xiao's sports car, while forcing herself to concentrate on the business at hand and pushed a folder to Ling Xiao. This is your first time here. This is a private training session. You can choose one. Ling Xiao flipped through the pages casually and was immediately blinded by the revealing and sexy photos. Damn it, should I choose a personal trainer or a prostitute in a hotel? It is worthy of being a small gym in High City that is neither up nor down. You are really amazing. Ling Xiao sighed, returned the eyeglasses to the other party and said, just give me the best available coach right now. Chapter 79 Private Training. This is Ling Xiao's first time coming to the gym. Exercise bikes, elliptical machines, steppers, rowing machines, Smith machines, etc. Ling Xiao only knew the names of these machines, which he had seen many times on TV, and he felt unfamiliar with how to use them. After some consideration, he went to a treadmill and did some simple warm-up exercises to loosen up his muscles. At this moment, a sporty girl wearing a black vest and a pink headband trotted up to Ling Xiao. The woman in front of him had wheat-colored skin, long limbs, a slender waist, and a pretty amazing body. Ling Xiao never thought that a muscular woman would be associated with words like good-looking or beautiful, but today he changed his mind. Chest muscles, abdominal muscles, shoulder muscles, back muscles, quadriceps, thigh muscles. She clearly has all the necessary muscles, but it's as if the creator personally took charge of her character creation and skillfully embellished these naughty muscle groups on her body with a magical touch. He forcibly created the perfect body of foul level in front of Ling Xiao. Out of professional instinct, Ling Xiao said, with such a good figure, it would be a pity if she didn't become a host or an actor. The speaker may not have intended it, but the listener may have taken it to heart. Ling Xiao's simple words hit the sore spot of the athletic beauty in front of him. She raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her hips and said, Student Ling, right? My name is Yu Xiaoling, I'm the coach here, and also the private trainer you just ordered. Yu Xiaoling looked at Ling Xiao and originally thought that this new student was quite good looking. As a result, deep down, he was just like those other students who like to ask Yu Xiaoling for private lessons. He was tempted by her beauty and his good looks went to waste. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaoling sighed in her heart. She had a good job as a personal trainer, but she was subjected to sexual harassment from all sides all day long. She was already fed up and didn't want to continue. If the student in front of me wants to take advantage of the class, he might as well quit and leave this third-rate gym to avoid unhappiness. Ling Xiao never expected that the girl's thoughts had flown so far. From his point of view, he felt very complicated when he heard that this beautiful woman was the coach. Aren't the most outstanding gym trainers all muscular hunks? Could it be that the receptionist had misunderstood the meaning again and thought the best coach was the most beautiful one in the obvious view? Thinking about this, Ling Xiao asked tentatively, You are the best coach in this gym? What a guy, he just harassed me verbally and now he turns around and questions my ability. Yu Xiaoling put her hands on her waist and suppressed her anger and said, Yes. Now, what do you want to practice? Ling Xiao stretched out his index finger and circled the gym, saying, Teach me how to use each piece of equipment, and I'll figure out the rest on my own. Yu Xiaoling's anger, which she had suppressed with great difficulty, rose up again. The reason is simple. Ling Zhao's request is simply the standard for those lecherous students. Once they get on the fitness equipment, they start finding all kinds of excuses to say that they are not used to it and need physical contact and hands-on instruction. She couldn't help but said, "Mr. Ling, this is not the way you play in the gym. Come to the gym to exercise, lose weight, shape your body, and build muscle. You have to give me a specific goal and a specific part of your body, and I will recommend the right equipment and process for you." Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "Sorry, I'm not here for these conventional purposes. Look, I'm too lazy to spend time explaining it here. Since I paid for it, you can just teach me once." Ling Zhao's explanation was completely misinterpreted in Yu Xiaoling's eyes. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, she decided in a rage that she would not endure it anymore today. She continued to retort. "Mr. Ling, I'm a coach, not you. If you train recklessly like me, you might hurt yourself and come to our gym to cause trouble. Everyone has their own physical strength. Many confident beginners will misjudge their abilities and make serious mistakes. I've seen this many times." This statement was almost slapping me in the face. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Xiaoling. If he didn't consider that the other party had no ill intentions from the beginning to the end, with his personality, there was no way he would be able to swallow this anger. After thinking for a moment, Ling Xiao decided to take one last step back. "How about this, coach, since you just said that, why don't we have a match? You win, you can arrange it any way you want, but if my physical strength is better than yours, don't argue with me." Yu Xiaoling was stunned. Her almost provocative attack was actually faced head-on and confidently taken by the man in front of her. Although there is a gender difference between the two, Ling Zhao's thin arms and legs cannot compare with Yu Xiaoling's physique. Looking at Ling Zhao's serious and clear eyes, Yu Xiaoling began to doubt herself for the first time whether she had been thinking too much and misunderstood something the whole time. But one thing is for sure, Yu Xiaoling has always been a person who refuses to give in. Since someone has provoked her, there is no reason for her to refuse. "I won't bully you, a newbie. Let's just do the most basic push-ups," Yu Xiaoling said as she got ready. "Let me give you a number. I usually do 200 to 300 at a time just for daily training." Ling Xiao was too lazy to reply, he just found a good place and started the performance. The fight between the two attracted onlookers from other employees and customers in the gym, which saved the trouble of finding someone to corroborate the count. Seeing that Ling Zhao's movements were standard and he didn't slack off, Yu Xiaoling stopped challenging him and started moving as well. With her experience as a coach over the years, she could roughly tell Ling Zhao's condition from the frequency of the first few push-ups. This Ling Xiao does have physical functions that don't match his appearance, but his speed is obviously amateurish. Doing push-ups is like climbing a mountain. Rather than blindly pursuing speed, the key is to maintain a moderate frequency to allow the body to adapt first. Yu Xiaoling did this directly to the 300th time before stopping to catch her breath. She looked in the direction of Ling Xiao, predicting that he should be lying on the ground to rest by now. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao was still doing push-ups, and compared to the beginning, his speed not only did not decrease, but it even increased. 467, 468. Hearing that Ling Xiao's timing had reached a terrifying level, Yu Xiaoling could no longer maintain her composure. She gave up resting, increased her speed and chased after him. She completely forgot that this was exactly the taboo she had mentioned earlier. After all, Yu Xiaoling is not Ling Xiao. This speeding chase made her reach her physical limit ahead of time. When the count reached 512, Yu Xiaoling could no longer bear it and turned over and lay on the ground gasping for breath. 723, 724. 844, 845. 999, 1000. Ling Xiao didn't stop until the count exceeded 4 digits. He stood up on the spot and loosened several joints. Although he was sweating a lot, his face did not look tired at all. "What?" Ling Xiao turned to look at Yu Xiaoling, waiting for her answer. Yu Xiaoling bit her lip. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, she raised her head and admitted through gritted teeth. "I was wrong. I am not as skilled as you, but I am still stubborn. I am sorry for offending you, Mr. Ling. As the saying goes, if you can accept defeat, you are still a man." Ling Xiao had no intention of making things difficult for Yu Xiaoling. He reached out his hand and pulled Yu Xiaoling up, thus completing the reconciliation. "This is also an opportunity to show you my situation," Ling Xiao said. "As you can see, my stamina is a little exaggerated. In contrast, my strength and speed are a little lacking. I feel like I'm not squeezing out the remaining energy in my current body. Do you have any suggestions? Yu Xiaoling bit her index finger and said with a tangled look, Mr. Ling, your situation is really too special. I have to ask a few of my. The two were discussing something important when an unpleasant roar suddenly came from the gym entrance. Ah, Yu Linglong, you are so awesome. I finally found you. Chapter 80 Yu Linglong. This mixture of Chinese and English grammar gave Ling Xiao a strong sense of déjà vu. After some recollection, Ling Xiao remembered that when he was taking Alice shopping in the mall that day, he accidentally stepped on a dandy young man from Beijing. That guy speaks in the same tone. The man who appeared at the door was a young man with dyed purple hair. Not only did he look similar to the dandy guy from Beijing that Ling Xiao had met, he was even dressed in a similar playboy-like style. The purple-haired man swaggered up to Yu Xiaoling, followed by a few burly thugs behind him, looking like he was here with ill intentions. Yu Linglong, you really gave me a hard time finding you. You hid all the way to High City. You're really good. The purple-haired man counted on his fingers, looking very arrogant. Yu Xiaoling turned her head away and took a half step back and said, My name is Yu Xiaoling, not Yu Linglong. You've got the wrong person. Leave now and don't disturb my work. Zimao snorted and said arrogantly, What kind of shitty job is this? You want to do a job that's not even fifth rate? You sweat like this every day, and you don't think it's degrading. Yu Linglong, this young master has arranged a promising acting job for you in the capital. You've suffered a lot in the past 2 years. It's time to calm down. Come on, let's go. As he said that, Zimao stepped forward and pretended to grab Yu Xiaoling's hand. Ding dong. The host unlocks the side quest challenge, with a deadline of 168 hours. Option A, protect Yu Linglong, let Shirgon learn a lesson, and he will not dare to cause trouble to Yu Linglong in the short term. Option reward, 10 million God of Gambler's Skill D. Option B, other people's affairs are none of your business, don't get involved. Option gift, 8 million in cash. In fact, when the system issued the task, Ling Xiao had already made a choice through his own actions. Bang! Ling Xiao slapped the purple-haired man's hand, turning it purple. This is a public gym. Who gave you the right to act wildly here? Zimao held his hands, his mouth wide open for a long time before he came to his senses, and with tears in his eyes he roared. You are a bastard from High City, why don't you ask who I, Shirgon, am and what the status of the Shi family in Beijing is? If you dare to touch me, I will kill you. Zimao waved his hand, and the bodyguards who had been waiting for a long time rushed forward, causing exclamations in the gym. Seeing this, Ling Xiao frowned. This purple-haired boy is even more arrogant than his relative, the yellow-haired boy. Even that giant baby knows that when coming to a strange city, one should rely on the local tyrants instead of acting recklessly alone. But this boy doesn't understand. Ling Xiao rolled up his sleeves. He was not even afraid of Luo Chen, who was ready to fight to the death with a flying knife. So what were a few thugs and strong men? However, Ling Xiao never expected that before he made his move, there was someone who could not control his temper and took action first. It's Yu Xiaoling. This guy vented all his anger on the gang of thugs who were causing the trouble, and he rushed up and started beating them up. But soon, the aftereffects of the previous 500 push-ups began to set in. Yu Xiaoling ran out of energy halfway through the fight and was suppressed by the thugs. Before Yu Xiaoling was injured, Ling Xiao forcefully inserted himself horizontally, and with a few casual moves he knocked down the thugs one by one, solving the biggest problem. Seeing the strong guards he had carefully selected fall one after another due to Ling Xiao's personal performance, Zimao's expression gradually became gloomy. What is your relationship with her? Why are you helping her? Seeing this, Ling Xiao sneered and spread his hands. Why, you didn't pay attention in class in elementary school and you don't know the meaning of helping others when you see injustice? I will beat up anyone like you who bullies the weak and fears the strong. As he said that, Ling Xiao stepped forward and kicked the purple-haired guy again. Ah! Zimao cried out in pain and said angrily. You don't understand what you are doing at all? You think I'm a bad person, why don't you ask her? Paying back debts is a matter of course. Since he was involved in this trouble, Ling Xiao actually became interested and looked at Yu Xiaoling with doubts. Of course, with the system tasks as a guide, Ling Xiao has absolute trust in Yu Xiaoling. When things got to this point, Yu Xiaoling finally stopped avoiding the issue and spoke out the truth. I'm from Beijing and worked as a print model for a while. I knew the life cycle of a model was too short. I had some looks and was good at martial arts, so I wanted to try to enter the entertainment industry. At that time, I met this guy's team. Hearing this, Zimao said with a smirk on his face, "Did you hear that?" This woman admitted it. I spent a huge amount of money to help her debut under the name Yu Linglong, and secured a starring role for her in a TV series or movie. In the end, she just ran away without saying a word. There is no reason not to pursue this debt. That's not what he said. Yu Xiaoling gritted her teeth and changed the subject. They tricked me into signing unfair terms because I was young. I thought I could slowly earn money to pay them back after becoming an actor. But these guys actually asked me to repay the debt with my body. Speaking of this, Yu Xiaoling's body was shaking. Ling Xiao saw it clearly, and became furious. The purple-haired guy was still unaware and pointed his index finger at Yu Xiaoling, saying noisily, "Oh, you started out as a model and you want to become an actress. Why are you pretending to be a white lotus in front of me, young master? Since you have used our Sher family's resources, you should immediately take off your pants and sleep wherever I tell you to sleep today." The stench emanating from the purple-haired man made Ling Xiao feel nauseous physiologically. He reached out and grabbed the purple-haired man's index finger, breaking it on the spot with a strong force. Then, Ling Xiao slapped the other person in the face, knocking the purple-haired man to the ground. Zimo was stunned for a long time, struggled to stand up and spat out a mouthful of blood with broken teeth to the side. Looking at the broken tooth floating in the blood, Zimo hesitated for a long time before finally recovering. For a moment, he burst into tears like a baby. The entire gym was in chaos. In the eyes of the onlookers, regardless of right or wrong, Ling Xiao, Yu Xiaoling and Zimao were no different. They were all troublemakers here. Ling Xiao pulled Yu Xiaoling, signaling her to follow him and not stay here any longer. But the purple-haired guy hadn't learned his lesson yet, and he kept on saying harsh words behind her back. "Wu, you are brave enough. Wu, you dare to interfere with my Sher family's business and beat up my Sher family's people. Wu, you have the guts. Just wait for me. I will never let you go." Ling Xiao turned his head and glared at Zimo, then looked around the entire gym. Suddenly, the scene of Luo Chen throwing a flying knife appeared in his mind. He picked up a hard object and threw it, then left with Yu Xiaoling. The thrown object collided 3 times in a row in the room and then landed precisely on a standing barbell fulcrum, lifting it up and sending it flying. The barbell coincidentally hit Zimao's feet with a dull thud. Zimao opened his mouth and moaned like a fool for a long time, then looked at his feet and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Chapter 81 Black Material. After leaving the gym, Ling Xiao contacted Xiao Shui, who had done business with the Sher family before, and asked about the Sher family's situation. The Sher family can indeed be considered a large family in Beijing, but they are different from ordinary business families that take root in one industry and at most expand their business scope to several related industries. Although the Sher family is nominally a family, they are actually loosely divided internally, with each family running completely different businesses. For example, the Shinmu company owned by Sher Dakai, with whom Xiu Xue had worked, was in the wooden box packaging business, while Sher Gon, whom Yu Xiaoling had provoked, organized a small gang to engage in a series of businesses that were on the verge of illegality. With such a loose and divided family structure, there are usually no family gatherings to keep in touch, but when outsiders bully the Sher family's own people, they will be in trouble. They can always transcend everything, gather together quickly, and transform the intricate network that spans all levels of society into strength and apply it. It was as if there was a net helping in the dark. "Boss Ling, what are you thinking about?" Inside KFC, Yu Xiaoling looked at Ling Xiao, who was in a trance, and asked a question. Ling Xiao, who had relaxed from his thoughts, put the problems in his mind aside for the time being. The problem of the Sher family was not something that could be easily figured out at the moment. So Ling Xiao asked Yu Xiaoling with great interest. Yu Linglong was famous in the capital in the past, but now she can only work odd jobs in the gym in High City. "Don't you think it's a loss?" Yu Xiaoling blushed slightly as she explained, "During those years in Beijing, I was too obsessed with fame, fortune, advancement, and the future, but in the end, all my efforts were in vain. So after coming to High City, I don't want to think about anything now. As long as I can have a full meal tomorrow, I won't think too much and just live day by day." Ling Xiao asked tentatively, "So you are tired of life on the screen, and even if you have the opportunity to meet a good management company again, you don't plan to return to the stage?" Yu Xiaoling was silent. She understood Ling Xiao's meaning. After hesitating for a while, she said affirmatively, "Thank you, Mr. Ling, but I don't want to be a model or an actor anymore." Yu Xiaoling's voice was louder than usual. Rather than saying it was her inner voice, it was more like she had woven her own thoughts, words she used to convince herself. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Although he did have a certain admiration for Yu Xiaoling, since this was her answer, Ling Xiao would not force it. He paid the bill and left a message before leaving. The Shi family won't let go so easily. If there's any disturbance these days, call me first. Yu Xiaoling nodded in thanks. After Ling Xiao left, she stared at the actress on the KFC billboard, her eyes filled with loneliness. After leaving KFC, Ling Xiao contacted Sui immediately to investigate the possible connection between the Shi family and the Ghost Network. Boss, leave it to me. By the way, there is something I must report to you. Ling Xiao stretched out his index finger and lightly tapped his forehead. The fatigue caused by lack of sleep had begun to corrode his body bit by bit. You say. Sui said in one breath. On Yuan, a host revealed everything about last night's kidnapping incident, and is now accusing us of backstabbing us to gain traffic. Ling Xiao frowned and asked calmly, who? Sui replied, the anchor of the Omega team Miao Miao Zhouju. Ling Xiao snorted, got into the sports car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove home. As soon as he opened the door, Ling Xiao saw Mousie packing up the live broadcast equipment in the middle of the hall, while Alice had already changed into a set of live broadcast clothes and was sitting on the sofa ready. Stop! Ling Xiao shouted and rushed to the middle of the two people. What are you going to do? Mousie scratched the back of his head and said truthfully, prepare for the live broadcast, boss. Those bastards from Omega have been ruining our reputation online. We can't just sit there and watch. Ling Xiao walked towards Alice, who forced herself to raise her head to meet Ling Xiao's gaze. Boss Ling, don't blame Mousie, this is something I insisted on. Alice's voice was very soft and weak, giving people the impression that she was weak and could faint at any time. However, even with her body like that, she still tried her best to argue with Ling Xiao. Boss Ling, I was indeed frightened last night and dared not move, but I did not lose my memory. I remember everything clearly. It was President Su who saved me when I was helpless. When the kidnapper threatened us, President Su was always protecting me. And Boss Ling, you even faced the kidnapper head-on without backing down. I was the only one who couldn't utter a single word or do a single thing from beginning to end. Ling Xiao understood that this girl was stuck in a dead end and she wanted to do something to make up for her gaffe last night. Ling Xiao sat next to Alice and said soothingly, listen, Alice, I understand how you feel, but in your current state, even if you broadcast live, things will only get worse. This sentence really worked wonders, and Alice's attitude softened immediately. But at the same time, this sentence itself caused advanced damage to Alice's already fragile heart, so Ling Xiao prepared another sentence to match it. So instead of that, I'll give you a task. You sit here and watch me handle all of this. After I drive Omega away, I will need you to communicate with the audience again and again to eliminate the impact of this incident. For this matter, you have to use every minute and every second to adjust your body, understand? The promise worked, and Alice's originally sick and tired eyes began to shine. Now that we have dealt with our own problems, it's time to take care of the trouble-making Omega. Ling Xiao turned around, opened the Yuan app on his phone, and linked the live broadcast to the big screen in the living room. Good afternoon, all cat lovers. This is the Meow Meow live broadcast room of Meow Meow Cult Master. There are a new group of viewers. I hope everyone likes Meow Meow Cult Master Meow. Just as Ling Xiao remembered last time, today's Meow Meow leader Qin Hongdan was still wearing her iconic catsuit, wearing 2 cat paw gloves and constantly posing in various ambiguous postures to please the audience. The live broadcast has been started for an hour now. The previous remarks diss Liangxiao Company have come to an end, but occasionally there will be sporadic fake comments cursing Liangxiao Company in the comment section. Ling Xiao used a new account Crowhunter to quickly make Princess Meow Meow a captain, and then send out a barrage of comments to try to get the other person's words. Master Meow Meow, I saw some gossip about Liangxiao Company from somewhere else, so I came here specially to eat it, but how come it's gone? Can you tell me more about it? Ling Xiao's comments quickly attracted followers. Yes, I also saw some melons coming over to eat. Tell me, what the hell did that Liang Xiao do? All the major live broadcast rooms were scolding him overnight. That's right, I'm almost dying of anxiety. Seeing that the comments on the same question had indeed gathered to a certain scale, Meow Meow cult leader nodded and said, first of all, thank you to Captain Meow of Crowhunter. Since everyone is very concerned about this issue, and there are many new people in the live broadcast room, I will explain it again, Meow. In fact, the problem of Liangxiao Company is ultimately the problem of one person, Meow. That person is the boss of Liangxiao Company, Ling Xiao. He is also the GM by Wanj who became famous for his big money deal of 3 million a day at Yuan a while ago. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't expect that the karma fire directed at Liang Xiao was actually directed at himself. Interesting. He wanted to see what tricks these Omega guys were up to. Ling Xiao is a person who embodies all the bad words such as arrogant, conceited, cold-blooded, greedy, etc. He became rich overnight in Haishur, but the source of his money is unknown. It's obvious that this isn't a clean trick, meow, otherwise why would they have to hide it? Almost everyone associated with him has bad luck. Everything he gets involved in becomes extremely intense. Do you think this is a coincidence? No, this is all a rehearsal for today's scene. This man will do anything to achieve his goals. In this way, the meaningless words continued, but Ling Xiao was already bored and closed it on the spot. In the living room, before Ling Xiao expressed his opinion, Mao Zi and others were already filled with indignation. However, Ling Xiao just smiled calmly and said, "We must fight back, but you don't have to be impatient. Since the other party has no evidence at all and is only relying on the favorable situation, it won't be a problem. Actually, Alice has already made it very clear. To deal with this kind of idiot who looks good on the outside but is actually rotten inside, we just need to pick up an anchor who stands on our side." Chapter 82 Roaring Lily. Mao Zi was the first to understand Ling Xiao's meaning, and he said, "Boss Xiao, you want to find a host to promote us, but you don't want Alice to do it, which means, are you planning to look for a new anchor for our Lianxiao company?" Ling Xiao nodded and said to Alice, "Alice, we are in the spotlight right now. Instead of having a broadcaster like you who is already affiliated with us to promote our company, it would be better to find an external broadcaster to build momentum and then bring him into the company." Alice smiled and understood. "Recently, I have more and more work to do. I am naturally happy to have a sister to help share the burden." Alice's attitude made Ling Xiao very satisfied. He exited to the main interface of the Yuan app and searched for the anchor who was willing to stand on Liang Zhao's side and speak. Rather than finding a neutral anchor to suddenly take sides and speak, it is naturally more reliable to win over an anchor who supports Liangxiao Company at this time. However, the results of the search shocked everyone present. After screening most of the live broadcast rooms, the number of anchors standing on the side of Liangxiao Company was 0. It is not surprising if you think about it carefully. Although Liangxiao Company has been very popular under Ling Xiao's management during this period, it started too quickly and its foundation is not stable. Such a serious issue as kidnapping was exposed at the crucial opening ceremony. Even at noon, no public relations team came out to refute the rumor. How loyal a fan must be to remain unshakable at such a moment. Just when Ling Xiao was about to take a step back and screen people from the neutral anchors, the search engine popped up a prompt the moment the search was completed. There are 1 people matching the search results. Is there really such a tough anchor? Ling Xiao clicked on the link and found that the anchor had a registered account only 1 month ago and had a double-digit number of fans. This is no longer a question of popularity. The 4 words "cool and thorough" really fit her. Ling Xiao resisted the urge to press the exit button. Even if it was just to show his support for the anchor's loyalty, he planned to go into the live broadcast room and take a quick look. When he saw this, Ling Xiao was stunned. Not only Ling Xiao was stupid, but Alice was also stupid. Because the young anchor who was broadcasting live happened to be someone they all knew at the same time. Alice's live broadcast room manager and former roommate, Lily. In the live broadcast room, Lily raised her arms and told the story vividly with her hands and feet. "I'm telling you, don't believe a single word that bitch next door called Meow Meow cult leader says. She just had a fake recharge scandal a while ago. What's the matter?" She suddenly turns around and tries to use our Alice's popularity to put this matter behind her. "Get the hell out of here." When Lily got excited, she stood up and twisted her body to perform for the audience. She spread rumors that the kidnapping was caused by Boss Ling, who was behind the kidnapping. After the person was kidnapped, Boss Ling stayed at home alone, only caring about his own safety. I'm going to fart loudly. Brothers, listen to me. I was at the scene yesterday when Alice was kidnapped. I was so scared that I cried like a tearful person and called Boss Ling. Guess what Boss Ling said? Boss Ling told me to wipe my tears and go to bed. Alice will definitely show up tomorrow morning. Lily slapped her thigh suddenly, and her voice became louder as the plot reached its climax. That gang of bastards threatened Boss Ling that if he called the police, they would hurt President Sue and Alice. Boss Ling really broke into the den of thieves alone and knocked all those bastards to the ground. The lunatic who led the group was beaten into a fool by the boss and soaked in his own shit and urine. When the police came to clean up the mess, they were scared. When I woke up the next day, Alice had really come back to me in one piece. Brothers, what is a domineering CEO? Take a good look. Boss Ling is the domineering CEO in the real world. What is that rumor-mongering meow meow cult leader? If you think what your sister Lily said is good, type 666 on the public screen. Inside the villa, Alice blushed and lowered her head and whispered. What are you talking about, Lily? Why do girls use so many dirty words? Ling Xiao curled his lips. He understood that in terms of Alice's live broadcast style, Lily's rough and manly way of playing could be regarded as standing on the opposite side. But judging from a neutral and fair perspective, Ling Xiao does not think there is anything wrong with Lily's live streaming style. In fact, since Alice's live broadcast is too pure and elegant, if there could be a roaring Lily, it would be a good compliment. That's right, Ling Xiao has officially been considering recruiting Lily as the second anchor of Liang Xiao. Just like what he said when he met Lily that night, this guy has a natural talent for comedy. Put aside your prejudices and tinted glasses. Although Lily doesn't know much, her ability to tell stories vividly and humorously is something that many people can't learn. Ling Xiao concluded. You didn't see that although there weren't many active people in his live broadcast room, they were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they pushed the barrage in the live broadcast room to a scrolling frequency that only others with 10 or 100 times more fans can achieve. Mazi asked in confusion, That's not right, Boss Xiao. Her live streaming is so good, she shouldn't have so few fans. Well said. Excellent host, excellent subject, excellent content. Just because you stand on the opposite side of Omega, you only have second-rate popularity and third-rate traffic. Well, now that I put it that way, it gives you a strong sense of déjà vu. Ling Xiao switched the projected image from the video to the code layer, and as expected, he discovered Omega's usual current limiting tricks. Although I don't intend to crush you with my hacking ability here, but if you use this kind of cleverness on me, that's another matter. Ling Xiao casually cleared the restrictions, then clicked on a 5-minute countdown, allowing Alice and the others to watch and witness the miracle. A miracle has arrived. The popularity and number of visitors in Lily's live broadcast room first increased at an additive level, then transitioned to multiplication, and finally the multiplication could not be calculated, so it had to be turned into an exponential function, with several zeros added directly after the popularity number. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao did not do anything extra except lifting the restrictions. This is Lily's own strength. However, relying solely on one's own strength will only take you so far. While Ling Xiao lifted the traffic restrictions, he also added an audience filter applet bound to it. Dozens of dangerous elements with their names marked in red pretended to be harmless on the surface, but actually mixed into the real live broadcast room. They showed off their skills, first luring Lily with interesting questions, then setting a trap to make her say inconsistent things. This cycle repeated several times, and even though Lily's live broadcast room could still hold up, her spirit was on the verge of collapse. Right now, an undercover agent from Zhuang is provoking Alice with words. You said you are a friend of Alice and Boss Ling, so why don't you produce evidence? If you have the guts, make that cowardly millionaire brother come out and give you a reward. That's right, that's bullshit. The story is well written, but it whitewashes the villains, which is a bit unbearable. Seeing the live broadcast room becoming more and more chaotic, Lily, a newly debuted young anchor, was about to go off the air because she couldn't stand the pressure anymore. Suddenly, a clear electronic sound rang out, echoing throughout the entire live broadcast room, shocking everyone who was paying attention there. System prompt, user GM has just recharged to become the governor of Anchor Roaring Lily, ranking first on the fan list. Congratulations to him. System prompt, user GM just gave the anchor a reward of 1 million yuan, so generous. Chapter 83 Second Anchor. The comments in the live broadcast room were so noisy that they just wanted to embarrass Lily and make her go offline, but how come Brother Baiwan actually took this opportunity to make a grand comeback? Lily was dumbfounded during the live broadcast. To be frank, she was doing the live broadcast just to get back face for her good sister. She had been doing it as a hobby and had not intended to take it too seriously. However, a pile of money suddenly fell from the sky and buried her. Mousie and Alice in front of the screen were stunned. Only at this moment did they realize that the feeling of watching Ling Xiao giving a huge reward through the screen was completely different from watching the other person's finger slip and the huge sum of millions of dollars disappear without a trace from a close distance. Ling Xiao, who was giving the reward, was also dumbfounded, because the moment he gave out 1 million, the voice of the system popped up in his mind. Ding dong! The host unlocks the time-limited test site quest challenge, which lasts for 6 hours. Challenge content: Give the anchor a reward of 10 million within the specified time, optional rewards, random multiplier amount rebate probability of unlocking skills. It is a challenge mission, which has only been triggered once so far. Under similar preconditions, the task returned with double the intensity. Ling Xiao still remembers the feeling when he received the reward after completing the last mission. That was the most generous reward he had received among all the system tasks. This time the amount threshold has risen to 10 million, and the rebate will only be more crazy. Ling Xiao curled his lips. With the system as a backup, he wanted to see how far that Omega could follow him this time. Bite. Ling Xiao's WeChat showed Lily's contact, which started with 3 exclamation marks and a series of hasty comments. Boss Ling, you are too generous. I'm just helping you a little, you don't have to do this. By the way, do you want to take back the reward that has been given to you? You are indeed Alice's good friend. It's amazing that you can come to the same conclusion on this issue. Ling Xiao got straight to the point and typed. Lily, I'm here to sign you on behalf of Liang Xiao Company. Are you willing to join our company with Alice? After thinking for a moment, Ling Xiao added. Since Alice is here, you might as well move to my house and take care of her closely. My house is quite big anyway. Lily was silent for 2 full minutes, then the case was repeated, with 3 exclamation marks appearing again, followed by a series of comments that filled the screen. Boss Ling. You can't do this. You already have Xiao AI, I am her bestie, good friend, and we are like sisters, why do you still want to have a threesome? The atmosphere in the villa suddenly became heavy, and Ling Xiao's mobile phone was always connected to the display screen. At this moment, WeChat was switched, and the chat content was naturally presented in front of Mousie, Alice, and Sui at the same time. Alice leaned back and buried her body in the sofa, her face flushed red, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to insert herself into. Ha ha. Mousie laughed awkwardly and tried to smooth things over. Boss Xiao, our new anchor is really unique. Ling Xiao glared at him and said, shut up. Ling Xiao took a deep breath to calm the 10,000 horses galloping in his heart, and he typed a response. Behave normally, I mean to sign you to be a host, a real host. In your eyes, what is Alice doing here with me every day? Lily replied seriously. Do what adult men and women should do every day with passion and happiness. From where Ling Xiao was standing, he could even hear Lily from next door burying her face in the sofa and letting out a cry of pain. Swallow all your dirty talk. I've told you that I'm talking about serious work here. If you don't believe me, come over and try it yourself. At this point, Lily finally replied seriously. Boss Ling, I can't sing or dance. Do you think I can really be a professional female anchor like Xiao AI? Ling Xiao naturally has full confidence in this. Take a good look at the popularity and number of people in your current live broadcast room, and then ask yourself this question again. My answer is no problem. If you still have doubts, let us make a bet here. I will let you immediately surpass the Meow Meow cult leader and become the number 1 on this month's list. Ling Xiao's move caught Lily's weakness, and she immediately became interested. Okay, as long as I can deal with that gossiping bitch, I will follow you from now on, Boss Ling. Since his poor performance angered his agent, he was fired by Omega. The anchor career of Meow Meow cult leader Qin Hongdan has suffered a setback. Omega's traffic blockade has prevented her from even attracting a single new viewer. Most of the old audience has left, and the remaining die-hard fans only give beggar money every day, but the demands they make are more perverted than the last. What's worse is that the former top anchor of Omega Next Door, Shameful Moon, who had been cheated by her, took this opportunity to add insult to injury and gathered a bunch of half-dead anchors to form the Cat Enemy Alliance, and they found different ways to disgust her every day. However, Qin Hongdan's only advantage is her resilience. She knows that her only hope of a comeback lies in Omega, so she tries different ways to please her agent every day, begging him to take her back. To this end, she used all means to sell herself cheaply, including cleaning and cooking at people's homes, warming the bed and giving massages to people who wanted to sleep. Hard work pays off, and Qin Hongdan's chance finally came. Last night, Ling Xiao, the culprit who dragged Qin Hongdan into this abyss, was holding a lively opening ceremony for his company. Omega's agent accompanied Boss Duan to participate as well. He originally wanted to do something to discuss Ling Xiao, but ended up being played around by Ling Xiao. He was so angry that he returned halfway. In order to please the boss, the agent gave Qin Hongdan a chance. Qin Hongdan did not miss this opportunity. She was tormented by the old man for a whole night and finally got the promise that she could return to Omega and be the boss like before. Just when Qin Hongdan was planning some exciting plan to stimulate the audience's enthusiasm and put an end to the last shame in one fell swoop, Boss Duan personally came with a plan to help Qin Hongdan get promoted. Qin Hongdan was not stupid enough to think that her boss really cared about her because of her hard work all night. After carefully examining the plan, she realized that the plan was not to help her get promoted, but to dance on the grave of Liangshao Company. Boss Duan relied on his connections at several police stations to obtain complete information about last night's kidnapping. Just by adding a little bit of details to this information and mixing the true and the false, Liangshao Company would be completely ruined. The people at Liangshao Company would be so busy dealing with the aftermath of the kidnapping that they would not have the energy to fight back even if they noticed the trend on Yuan. On the one hand, it would allow her to regain her position as the #1 anchor of Yuan, and on the other hand, she could take revenge on Ling Xiao. Qin Hongdan felt that the throne of the top queen of anchors was beckoning to her again. If it wasn't for the live broadcast, she would have almost lost her composure and laughed out loud. System prompt: User GM has just recharged to become the governor of Anchor Roaring Lily, ranking first on the fan list. Congratulations to him. System prompt: User GM just gave the anchor a reward of 1 million yuan, so generous. Just when Qin Hongdan was feeling extremely happy, the system notification sound suddenly rang out, causing her smug expression to freeze on her face. Chapter 84. Boss Duan has his own ideas. User GM, isn't that Ling Zhao's millionaire account? Qin Hongdan gritted her teeth, trying to remind herself not to make the same mistake and panic again. After all, unlike last time, this time she had an extra plan. Qin Hongdan once again demonstrated his unique skills by multitasking. On the surface, he was still passionately interacting with fans to maintain the live broadcast environment, but his peripheral vision and fingers were focused on another mobile phone outside the camera. The chat box that opened there was Boss Duan. Don't worry, just do it. I just transferred 1.5 million and I'm transferring it to you now to get the momentum back. Qin Hongdan was delighted and quickly thanked the boss, while replying, Boss Duan, is our strategy still to smear? After all, we don't have any evidence, so will there be any handle left? Boss Duan seemed very proud of this. Don't worry, I have prepared the last trump card. Along with this message, a string of parameters for adjusting the live broadcast beauty system was also sent. Although he didn't understand what his boss was thinking, Qin Hongdan still followed the instructions and adjusted the values obediently. Looking at herself in the live broadcast room, who was somewhat distorted compared to before, Qin Hongdan couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Fortunately, Qin Hongdan's complaints did not last too long. With a series of rapid knocks on the door, Boss Duan's trump card was ready. Qin Hongdan opened the door and looked at the strange woman who appeared outside the house, feeling a little dazed. She was a short, fat woman with an arrogant look on her face. Seeing the door open, she rushed in without even saying hello to Qin Hongdan. Hey, you! Qin Hongdan was about to say something, but was interrupted by the fat woman's gesture of silence. The fat woman put her hands on her hips and said, I am Princess Shang Xiang, the beautiful anchor specially invited by your boss. Humph, Ling Xiao is doing really well now. Don't worry, now that this princess is here, I will not let that boy have an easy time. When being pushed in front of the camera by a person who called herself Princess Shang Xiang, Qin Hongdan reluctantly put on a smile and said that she had invited a famous female anchor to be her partner. What on earth is the boss thinking? Can that girl be a female anchor even if she looks like that? As soon as she finished her opening remarks, Princess Shang Xiang sprinted 100 meters to the front of the camera, showing no respect for the owner of the live broadcast room, and forcefully pushed Qin Hongdan away. Then, Princess Shang Xiang's fat face was squeezed into a ball, and a few tears oozed out of it. The fat woman said with all her affectation, Ling Xiao, you bastard, you ruined me, I won't let you go. Qin Hongdan was confused and walked in front of the camera. When she saw the picture in the live broadcast room, her eyes almost popped out. There was no trace of the fat woman in real life in the camera. Standing next to Qin Hongdan was a beautiful girl whose appearance was 100% better than hers. Oh my god, no wonder they asked me to adjust the parameters just now, it turns out it was for this. Princess Shang Xiang. After seeing this account mentioned in the Barrage and Lily's live broadcast room, Ling Xiao took a while to remember the person corresponding to this name. Qin Xiang is the female anchor who tried to take advantage of Ling Xiao through a blind date, but was eventually tricked by Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao sneered, he opened the other party's live broadcast room to take a good look at what these guys were planning to do. The content of the live broadcast room is in the form of an interview, with Miaomia Joju asking questions and Qin Xiang answering them. The two of them sang in unison, using their amazing acting skills to point out Ling Xiao's fictitious problems. Ling Xiao understood that since Qin Xiang was invited out, the mastermind behind this could only be the man named Duan. You want to play? Then let us have fun. Ling Xiao entered the code interface of the Yuan app on the spot and searched for all neutral anchors who had not yet expressed their stance. At the same time, these anchors are also the vulnerable group that has been suppressed by traffic blockade in Omega's long-standing strategy. Ling Xiao sent a WeChat message to the group. Omega is about to fall, giving you a chance to stand by. If you choose me, then add a piece of mud to its coffin. After a while, half of the people gave a positive response. Ling Xiao immediately took advantage of a loophole in the code layer of the Yuan app to create 100 old accounts out of thin air, crushed the gift rewards and sent them to different anchors through different accounts to avoid being found out that he was plotting behind the scenes. The anchors who received the rewards were immediately reassured and started broadcasting to support Ling Xiao. Not only did they praise the new system brought by Liangxiao Company for being helpful to the long-term development of the anchor industry, they also publicly dissed the anchor team headed by Omega for their long-term poisoning and control of the industry. Looking at the headwind on the entire platform that was even stronger than expected, Ling Xiao sneered, knowing that this credit should probably be attributed to Omega's own years of management. Come on, Boss Duan, although this show is good, please remember to eat slowly. Otherwise it's easy to choke. In a ward in High City. The rage at Liangxiao's opening ceremony plus the exhaustion from working on Miao Miao Master that night, the two shocks mixed together, and in the end, Boss Duan lay directly on a hospital bed. Looking at the popularity of Miao Miao Zhou's live broadcast room and the unanimous condemnation of Ling Xiao and the barrage, his old face, which was as dry as a chrysanthemum, broke into a smile. After all, young people like Ling Xiao cannot play too deeply and cannot be compared with the godfather of the anchor world like him. The audience are nothing but leaks that are cut and then increased in price and then cut again. The small third-tier anchors are nothing more than a pile of bones that set off the prosperous growth of the big anchors. The Omega who holds the fruit on the top is the one standing at the top. Thinking of this, Boss Duan's complexion improved. He exited the live broadcast room on the spot and checked the ranking status on the popularity list. When he saw this, his eyes widened. The first on the popularity list is Miao Miao Patriarch, and the second on the popularity list is Roaring Lily. This had already been calculated by him and was not a big deal, but what a weird situation it was from now on. From the 3rd to the 10th, and even to the 100th, it was filled with third-rate anchors with similar popularity, and their titles were all the same. An outcry against Omega. Just click on any of them, and you'll see that they're all talking about content that'll make Boss Duan's blood pressure rise sharply. Limiting the traffic of individual anchors, different anchor teams dissing each other to divert traffic, and hyping up the popularity of black and red. These are not unfamiliar to people in the content industry, but it is a chain of interests that everyone understands. Although we understand it, no one has ever put it on the table. After all, this is the so-called rule. What is going on? Is the world crazy, or am I crazy? Don't these anchors intend to stay in this industry anymore and ruin their own jobs? Ling Xiao, you are so awesome. Boss Duan opened the live broadcast room of Miao Miao Zhou and was planning to come up with a few more ideas for counterattack, but what Princess Shangshang said in the live broadcast room shocked him. This fat woman not only publicly admitted in front of the live broadcast room that Boss Duan hired her to discredit Ling Xiao, she even exposed the money and sex transaction behind the comeback of Miao Miao cult leader. Bite. An email flashed on Boss Duan's phone. He opened it with a trembling index finger. The content inside read. In view of the fact that Omega is suspected of a series of illegal operations and hype, the Yuan platform has decided to permanently ban all amateur anchors under Omega, and will file a lawsuit against the relevant persons after all matters are clarified. Burp. Boss Duan couldn't catch his breath and fell to the ground, unconscious on the spot. On the other side, Xin Hongdan was also explaining that his live broadcast room was blocked and he also fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, looking at the ceiling. Chapter 85, one wave has just subsided and another wave has risen. As more and more anchors stood up to resist Omega's long-standing tyranny, the platform finally could not remain silent and chose to make a public decision with Omega to quell public anger. At this point, Ling Xiao, just as he promised, completely expelled Omega from Yuan. To celebrate, Ling Xiao took out a bottle of red wine from Rabito's collection and opened it on the spot. Boss Ling, your actions really opened my eyes. I'd like to toast you. Alice's face became much rosier than before, and her voice became more energetic. Ling Xiao understood that Alice was not as strong as Sun Eng. She was not strong enough to regulate her emotions on her own. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao chose to keep her to watch this victory and decorate the result with celebration. Judging from the current results, there shouldn't be any other problems on Alice's side once Lily arrives as agreed. Boss Xiao, you are so strong that so many anchors are willing to choose us. Mousie was attentive beside him. You are simply a god. You are the one I admire most in my life. Ling Xiao reached out and knocked Mousie, saying, "It's not that I'm good, it's that Omega's policy is too overbearing, and everyone pushes down when the wall falls. Now is a good time. I want to warn you, kid. The policy of Liangxiao Company is we have to make money, but we also have to keep the bottom line. Help those who should be helped and scold the beasts who should be scolded. This is also the biggest difference between us and people like Luo Chen and Omega. Don't let me find out you're doing anything behind my back just to make a little money." Mousie quickly and seriously expressed his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Just when Ling Xiao was about to say something else, his cell phone vibrated. Ling Xiao picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be a call from Qin Xiang. The most crucial move that ruined Boss Duan was Qin Xiang's betrayal. Logically speaking, Qin Xiang and Ling Xiao are irreconcilable. Boss Duan put the focus of the bet on Qin Xiang, and even used her to clamp down on Miao Miao cult leader, which was not a bad move. But Ling Xiao knew Qin Xiang better than Boss Duan, and knew that she was a greedy person who would disregard everything for profit. If you give her enough, this woman can even sell her own parents. Unlike Miao Miao cult leader, Ling Xiao's blow to Qin Xiang made it almost impossible for her to make a comeback. Therefore, Ling Xiao directly provided Qin Xiang with a more eye-catching temptation than Boss Duan, which instantly made this money grubber change the content of his performance. 1 million. This is the amount Ling Xiao promised Qin Xiang. Master Ling, I have done everything you said. Is it time to get my 1 million? Ling Xiao sneered. His attitude towards people depends on the person's own character. Qin Xiang happened to be the person he despised the most, so how could it be so easy for her to do as she wished? Have you arrived home? The package should have arrived. Qin Xiang put down her phone and looked around expectantly, then saw a small box at the door of her house. This is 1 million, Master Ling, you are too casual. After muttering to himself, Qin Xiang quickly carried the box back to the house, muttering to himself at the same time. In this day and age, why don't you just transfer the money directly instead of going through the trouble of sending it over? Besides, can 1 million fit in such a small box? Qin Xiang was dumbfounded after opening the box. Ling Xiao was indeed a man of his word. He really gave 1 million yuan as he said he would. But the 1 million lying here is a little difficult to spend, after all, this is ghost money. Ling Xiao. On the other side, in the villa, Ling Xiao swiped his phone to delete Qin Xiang's contact information, and he didn't plan to have any more words with this woman in the future. Just as I put down my phone and was about to continue celebrating the victory with the two of them, a message from the security guard at the door popped up on WeChat. Mr. Ling, there is a girl at the door who said she knows you and came here specially to see you. The name she reported was Yu Xiaoling. Yu Xiaoling. Isn't this the female coach I met at the gym? Ling Xiao gave the security guard his approval and asked him to bring Yu Xiaoling in. The former model, Miss Yu Xiaoling, whose stage name is Yu Linglong, appeared in the villa. I really didn't expect that Mr. Ling would be so. Yu Xiaoling looked very uneasy. She had been in High City for more than 2 years, and she understood what being a resident of the Greenleaf Villa community meant. Mousie saw this and quickly fulfilled his duty as a loyal henchman. Our boss, young Master Ling, is a rising star in the Haisher business circle. He owns restaurants, office buildings, wineries, and now he has opened a new media company, Liang Xiao. Yu Xiaoling immediately shouted in even greater surprise, "Good night. You are the owner of the new company Good Night that has become famous recently." As soon as the voice fell, Alice also appeared in Yu Xiaoling's sight. She smiled and rushed forward and shouted, "Night Alice, you are Night Alice, I am your fan." There was some chaos at the scene. Although Alice was confused, she instinctively responded to the fan with a professional smile. Mousie whispered, "Boss Xiao, where did you pick up this peerless beauty? You are such a star chaser." "Don't worry, Boss Xiao, President Su, Sister Shui, and Miss Mu, I won't say a word. You talk too much nonsense." Ling Xiao gave Mousie a friendly elbow in the abdomen, and at the same time, he read more from the look Yu Xiaoling gave Alice. There was envy in this guy's eyes. Although she said that she no longer planned to be a star or a model, she had actually been secretly following all the big and small events in the anchor world. She is also a girl who says one thing and means another. Miss you, you haven't told me why you came here? Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this, a blush crossed Yu Xiaoling's face. She knew that what she was doing at the moment was a little out of line. So he coughed lightly, put on the attitude of a guest again and said solemnly, it was Shurgon who made a move again. He used his financial power to get my landlord to kick me out, the gym to fire me, and even my phone number to be suspended. I had no other choice. I remembered you gave me an address before, so I took a taxi here. Ling Zhao's expression was a little excited at first, and then a little lost. If his idea was correct, the Shur family might be related to the Ghost Network, and it would naturally be a good choice to confront Shurgon and expose the existence of the Ghost Network. But according to Ling Zhao's expectations, this wave of lessons directly left Shurgon half paralyzed, and one or two Ghost Network bigwigs on Su Yi's list should be exposed later. In the end, it was still Shurgon who was unwilling to give in and continued to cause trouble. Since Shurgon forced you to this extent, he should have left some words. Ling Xiao asked. Although the dispute between Shurgon and Yu Xiaoling had nothing to do with Ling Xiao, he was half responsible for intensifying the situation. Given Ling Xiao's personality, he would not just let it go. Yes. Yu Xiaoling nodded. Shurgon asked me to open Yuin and take a good look. As long as I can accept his conditions, I can get the same thing. Oh my god, why do I have to waste my time with Yuin today? Chapter 86 The Shur Brothers. Boss Xiao, Miss Yu is right. Mouzi on the side frowned and shook his cell phone. Ling Xiao switched back to the main interface of Yuin. During the celebration time, the number 1 position on the popularity list had changed again. Ranked first is an anchor named Jade-Faced Rabbit. It's actually the Jade-Faced Rabbit. Mouzi's face became unusually serious, and it was obvious that he knew this anchor. Who is this guy? Ling Xiao asked. Mouzi opened the ranking list of Yuin app. It was not the popularity list of the day, nor the monthly list that he had competed with Omega before, but the annual list that compiled the wins and losses of the whole year. Ranked second is Night Alice, and the Jade-Faced Rabbit is ranked first. Mouzi briefly introduced her. She is a veteran anchor and has been at Yuin for many years. She was the first anchor of Yuin and the popular title of Empress started with her. But she retired from the anchor circle half a year ago. Rumor has it that she was kept by the top boss, which is why Omega later promoted Meow Meow to the top. The retired former number 1 singer Yuin made a comeback and instantly climbed to the top of the popularity list. No matter how you think about it, this has something to do with that purple-haired dandy Shurgon. Ling Xiao slid through the reward records in the live broadcast room. The user ranked first on the list was a user named Fengshan, whose level was 1 level higher than the Divine Emperor to which Ling Xiao had been promoted. The reward amount was an exaggerated 2 million. Obviously, this was the direct reason why Jade-Faced Rabbit could quickly gain popularity. Sui, help me check this wind god. Ling Xiao gave the order quickly. Sui was always quick with his hands, and he immediately replied, Boss, I just checked it out. I tracked the IP address, it's a hotel, the Shurgon you mentioned. After he finished speaking, Sui switched to a split screen captured by the hotel camera on the big screen in the living room. It was a duplex presidential suite. The seductively dressed Jade-Faced Rabbit was broadcasting live on the first floor. As for Shurgon, he was half naked, curled up in bed with bandages and plaster all over his body. Judging from the scattered clothes around him, even though he was covered in bruises, he had just had a fierce battle with the anchor downstairs in the room. However, the fans of Jade-Faced Rabbit were completely unaware of this. They were howling like wolves for the long-lost Empress and emptied their wallets and tried their best to attract attention. There was a little yellow-haired guy standing in Shurgon's master bedroom. Ling Xiao also recognized this guy. He was Shur Dakai, who was taught a lesson by him in the mall last time. The Shur family really is scattered on the outside but united on the inside. The two guys who were beaten up separately by Ling Xiao actually got together in a short time. Brother Gon, this is too generous. Shur Dakai swiped his phone and praised Shurgon. As expected of the god of wind, a man like wind. Shurgon looked arrogant and straightened his body on the bed, but accidentally touched the wound, and for a moment he grimaced. Damn it, Ling Xiao. Xiao Kai, the information you got here is correct. The boss of Liang Xiao Company, Ling Xiao, is the bastard egg that I met. Shur De opened his mouth and pointed at the gap in his gums and said, It's not wrong, Brother Gon, I will never forget that bastard in my life. When I was bullied that time, I immediately went back to my father for help. In the end, my father insisted on talking to me because I was the one causing the trouble. Our Sure family has reached today thanks to the operation of the Ghost Network. Jing City is our kingdom. We have to be patient in High City. Do you think what my father said is human language, or is it because you are so righteous? Shurgon nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand like a big boss. Oh, I dare not talk like that. Uncle does have a point. You have to remember our family motto: you just need to know about the Ghost Network stuff yourself and don't spread it around. The industries in High City were previously managed by the Luo family, and later on, companies like K-pop basically took care of themselves. The situation is more complicated than in Beijing City, and it is indeed not suitable for us to intervene. At this point, Shurgon's eyes flashed with ferocity. He pinched his joints and said with great momentum, "But things are different now. The Luo family has destroyed their last bit of foundation, and has made Ling Xiao a character who doesn't follow the rules. It's only right that Michigan, on behalf of the family, should take some action to deal with him." At this point, Shurgon pinched his fingers and accidentally pinched his index finger, which was the index finger that was broken by Ling Xiao. When he failed to show off, he bent a finger and Shurgon howled on the bed. Inside the villa, listening to the conversation between the two, Ling Xiao's eyes became sharp. "I didn't expect that. I was just complaining about not catching any big fish with the ghost net, but now I have gotten so much content from these two guys with a loose mouth." Crow Luo Chen's business is similar to that of the K-pop company, a subsidiary of the Ghost Network that blackmailed Su Ning. Ling Xiao had long suspected that they were in cahoots with each other, and now it seems to be true. With this in mind, it's no surprise that the masked agents of Ghost Network were being directed by him. This Ghost Network is truly a cancer in Chonggua's business community. Even without considering previous conflicts, Ling Xiao understands that his style will sooner or later clash with the Ghost Network countless times. In this case, then let us root out all of you poisonous weeds without leaving a single one behind. There was a fierce gleam in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he made several plans in his mind at once. Ding dong! At this moment, Yu Xiaoling received a message on her mobile phone, which was just sent by Shurgon in the hotel after he had relieved the pain. "Hey, my dear, have you seen Yuan?" Ling Xiao winked at Yu Xiaoling and sent a reply to test Shurgon. Shurgon really took the bait and excitedly sent his function account information over, along with a few more messages. Just take a look at it. How can a newly debuted rich kid from High City compare to our Sure family from Jing City? I heard that he has been struggling with Yuan for a long time. As soon as I take action, those who are linked with me will be able to step on his head immediately. Don't be stubborn. After hanging around in High City for a few years, you should know what is more important. Come here quickly and serve the people you are supposed to serve, so that I can be happy. I will forgive you for this matter even if it means Ling Xiao is wrong. Ling Xiao took the phone, thought for a moment, and then sent a reply to Shurgon. I have indeed thought a lot, and I am considering your suggestion, Mr. Sure. I was a little confused in the gym just now, please don't mind, Mr. Sure. How about this, give me another half an hour. If your host Jade-Faced Rabbit is still in the first place after half an hour, I will accept your proposal. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao added with a wicked smile. When that time comes, I will be willing to meet any request you make. In the footage captured by the camera, Shurgon ignored his injuries and shouted excitedly. Damn it, this woman finally hooked up. Shurdakai hurriedly praised him, Brother Gon is awesome, Brother Gon is generous. Even if this little girl can't get along with money, she won't dare to get along with you, Brother Gon. Shurgon snorted coldly, and reached out to rub the vital parts of the quilt a few times. First, I'll take the first place, and then slowly kick Ling Xiao out of all his business. When he regrets his decision, even if he kneels before me and licks my dick, I will never forgive him. As for this Yu Linglong, ha! Our Sure family doesn't lack an artist with some face, but she had to pay a price for playing us. After I get it, I'll enjoy it first, and then you can play with it as you like. Several elders in my family were thinking about her at the time. After they played with her one by one, no one said anything about me coming here to spend money privately this time. Shurgon laughed grimly, took his hand out from under the quilt, twisted a flower on the table beside him and crushed it. Then when she gets tired of playing, she'll be thrown into a hair salon in the urban village, where she'll be allowed to enjoy the ecstasy of a popular female anchor. Then, the camera could hear the unbridled laughter of these two wretched beasts. Chapter 87 Free. The devices in the hall were turned on one by one. After Alice gave an affirmative answer, Mousie started the camera and began live broadcast. Unlike the previous battle with Omega, now the host is needed to represent Lianxiao Company to fight against the opponent's provocation, so it is naturally more appropriate to hand it over to Alice. Of course, if Alice's condition had not eased because of the situation just now, and she had not volunteered again, Ling Xiao would never let her force it. Ling Xiao opened his phone and kept an eye on the movements of the jade-faced rabbit, while being on guard against the opponent's attacks. Everyone is so bad, why do you keep asking people what they are doing recently? I'm just too tired from being a host recently, so I'm taking a break at home for a while. Why are you still making such terrible assumptions about me? I'm not jealous of the new anchor's popularity. After all, I've been an anchor for my sisters for so many years, and in the end, no one has surpassed me. To be honest, as an ordinary audience, Ling Xiao was full of questions. The word affected is not enough to describe this jade-faced rabbit. Every sentence is full of awkward words and onomatopoeia must be added after every short sentence. It's really amazing that the audience can like it. With doubts, Ling Xiao read on and gradually got the answer. Jade-faced rabbit pretends to be silly on the surface, but in fact, she shakes her watery body every time she speaks. She would either shake the bunny on her chest, or twist her waist like a snake, or stand up and turn around, completely unaware that the clothes on her back were wrinkled and tightened into a ball. Wow, this is a more powerful version of the white fox Xiao Tian Tian. The benefits are so high that Ling Xiao once doubted whether he had walked out of the software and entered some colored live broadcast software. Mauzi explained to Ling Xiao. This jade-faced rabbit is a veteran anchor. She joined the show right after Yuan started. At that time, the internet was not cleaned up very strictly, so she used this method to quickly become famous. After that, in order to keep this piece of juicy meat, the platform would target newcomers even if there was pressure to control it, so she had no impact. Over time, her scene became unique and the popularity increased. In response, Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and looked disdainful. Mauzi asked in a low voice when he saw this, "Boss Xiao, do you particularly dislike this kind of anchor with a certain color?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Every anchor has his or her own style, whether it's color or talent, the criteria for judging is up to the audience. I have my own preferences, but I support diversity. I support every anchor not to completely succumb to the market and to polish themselves according to their own personal style. Otherwise, I would not have absorbed the completely different Lily after Alice. But there is one type of anchor that I completely despise. They don't respect themselves or their audience, and they climb blindly by taking any stepping stones they can find. The faster this kind of person climbs, the harder he falls." These words were explained to Mauzi, but they were also heard by Yu Xiaoling, who was standing nearby. She looked at Ling Xiao's face, confirming that he believed this from the bottom of his heart, and her heart beat faster for a moment. When watching the live broadcast of Alice Central again, Yu Xiaoling's eyes were shining. In the Jade Rabbit live broadcast room, due to the host's nature, the barrage of comments became more unscrupulous and started to stir up trouble. They urged the anchors to watch other anchors' content and judge its pros and cons. Jade-faced Rabbit commented on each of them in order of their popularity ranking, starting from 10th onwards. "What a fool, huh? It seems that if I don't broadcast live for a while, the Tiger Girl and the Dog Girl can show their disgusting bodies on stage and scare people, huh? Look at this naughty moon. Maybe it's because she's really old. She even has wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. It's so funny." Finally, the review comes to Alice, who is ranked second. Alice is playing a new piano piece in front of the camera. During the performance, Alice took the trouble to incorporate many tricky requests from the audience and skillfully mixed in the climaxes of many famous songs. It can be said that no matter from the elegant or the vulgar, you can find joy in Alice's live broadcast room. Jade-faced Rabbit pretended to be serious and listened quietly for 30 seconds, then burst out laughing. "What era is this? This country bastard is still playing the piano. We brothers who watch the live broadcast don't like this. If you ask me, at least take off your upper body clothes and have a naked concert, or just play and sing at the same time, and perform some variations of the 18-touch music that everyone loves." As she spoke, Jade-faced Rabbit gave Alice's live broadcast the middle finger and started dancing. Mauzi yelled on the spot, "What nonsense is this bitch talking about?" However, in contrast to his attitude, a wolf howl sounded in the comments section of Jade-faced Rabbit's live broadcast room. "Well done, Jade-faced Rabbit, I love your rotten mouth. Little bitch, you're dancing so happily, one more. Ha, the scolding is so fucking powerful." At the same time, a governor suddenly appeared in Alice's live broadcast room. Normally, when a governor arrives, the host will definitely stop what he is doing and read the comments to express his gratitude. But when she saw that the new governor's name was Fengshen, her expression changed and her movements stopped. And when her eyes shifted to the words of the god of wind, Alice was petrified on the spot. The god of wind spoke thus. "Wow, you leopard are doing a great job. This is a reward from your dad. Keep it up and make my rabbit happier." "Fuck you, Boss Shao, how can we tolerate this? We have to kill them." Mouzi was so angry that he was shaking all over and almost jumped onto the ceiling. Ling Xiao took this lightly and said calmly, "Don't worry, if you really start a riot, it will be exactly what these idiots want." After saying that, Ling Xiao replied to Fengshen on behalf of the stunned Alice. "Thank you Fengshen for your enthusiastic reward. As the boss of Liangxiao Company, I would like to express my gratitude to you." Fengshen thought that Ling Xiao would fight back in various ways, and he himself had a ruffian nature in countless ways to divert people into a ditch and humiliate them. But he never expected that he would be thanked. His stomach was spinning for a long time and he couldn't even utter a word. Before Ling Xiao finished his speech, he switched to Jade-Faced Rabbit's live broadcast room and spoke loudly. "Just now, Boss Fengshen gave a reward to Alice from our company, and the anchor Yumianta kept mentioning Alice's name to attract traffic. I feel grateful enough, so I'm just giving you a small gift of 5 million as a token of my respect." "Don't worry, I'm not kidding. These 5 million are all rewards in exchange for money, so don't worry." For a while, Shirgon, who was behind Fengshen, was dumbfounded. He gave 5 million in rewards in one go, and he gave rewards to the anchor whom he had just insulted. Is he a human being? The audience in Jade-Faced Rabbit's live broadcast room were stunned. They had never seen a reward of 5 million scale. Could it be that they were going to have their eyes open today? Jade-Faced Rabbit herself was also dumbfounded. She knew very well that Ling Xiao was the enemy of her boss, and everything she did was in accordance with Shirgon's wishes, but this situation was not written in the plan. But if it is really a reward of 5 million, then it seems necessary to reconsider which side I should stand on. With his mind in a state of confusion, Jade-Faced Rabbit spoke according to his heart. "This Mr. GM, are you serious? Thank you in advance." Before he could finish his words, rewards came pouring down on him. 5 million one spicy strip. According to the rules of the Yuan app, when the reward is not a gift but money, the platform will compensate with the same amount of spicy strips as compensation. There is no profit from giving these spicy snacks as rewards to the anchor, only the user's personal points are counted. Ling Xiao spent 5 million spicy strips. According to the platform's rules, the upper limit of 50,000 spicy strips reward records displayed at one time, and 500 messages were legally displayed on the screen in the Yumianta live broadcast room, leaving this unique scene in the eyes of every viewer. Fengshen can spend a lot of money to buy a governor in Alice's live broadcast room to discuss Ling Xiao. Then Ling Xiao could also upgrade his VIP level to the same level as Fengshen for free in Yumianta's live broadcast room without spending a penny. I also took the opportunity to ask Jade-Faced Rabbit for a word of thanks. This slap in the face made the fans who were watching the show in Yumianta's live broadcast room boil with excitement. After the spicy strips screen stopped, fans were everywhere teasing and mocking the host. Chapter 88, Fighting Against Pornography and Illegal Publications. Jade-Faced Rabbit was a little confused. She had been a professional anchor for so many years and had seen all kinds of scenes. "I've never seen this scene before." The phone outside the camera was vibrating. Jade-Faced Rabbit picked it up and took a quick glance. It was full of Shirgon's insults at her. "Bitch, you forgot who you are hanging out with. I'm giving you a chance to live broadcast your response once. Have you forgotten that you're a selling body bastard? Ling Xiao promised you some money, and you became so proud that you even stopped being a human being. Believe it or not, I will cripple you right now, drag you out and sell you to a hair salon." You know what? One of Shirgon's few talents is that he can curse people with dirty words for a long time without repeating himself. Ever since he followed Shirgon, the #1 Fengshen boss, for money, he has been scolded like this more than once or twice, and Jade-Faced Rabbit has long been accustomed to it. Fortunately, although Shirgon is not a human being, he has been paid enough. As long as he apologizes timidly and pitifully, the matter will be resolved. But this time was different. Shirgon's anger could not be calmed down for a long time. He spent a lot of money and effort to throw the shitpot to Ling Xiao just to see the other party lose his patience and make a fool of himself. As a result, the joke didn't happen. Ling Xiao poured twice the amount of shit in the basin back into his own, and his woman took it all with a smile and gave him a compliment. What is this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Shirgan counted the spicy strips in his hand and ordered the same 5 million yuan to be transferred to Alice's account to get back his money. But when he pressed the reward button, a big error message appeared in the center of the screen. Platform reminder: please do not use spicy strips to top the list and flood the screen. User function has violated the rules once, so you are hereby warned. The prompt was immediately broadcast across all platforms, and soon all users in the live broadcast room saw the news. Forget about getting back your face, this is simply doubly humiliating. Damn it, this dog platform is trying to recruit me on purpose, right? Whoever did it, I'll kill him. Shirgan, who was lying on the bed, had a face full of rage and started yelling. Shirdakai, who was standing by, quickly stepped forward and explained with a smile, "Brother Gon, I saw that this guy is not playing you. It's the way Ling Xiao played that attracted the complaint. The platform just issued a new rule, and you accidentally got yourself into trouble." This was obviously not what Shirgan wanted to hear. He picked up the apple from the fruit basket beside the bed and threw it at Shirdakai. "I fuck your mother." After being beaten by Ling Xiao last time, Shirdakai practiced his boxing and kicking for a while. After blocking and dodging, he immediately retreated to the door and didn't dare to make Shirgan angry again. Shirgan took a deep breath to calm himself, but as luck would have it, Ling Xiao took this opportunity to provoke him again. "Boss Function, are you satisfied with the reward I just gave you?" This comment immediately attracted a wave of praise from the barrage section, and Shirgan was so angry that his eyes went straight. He tapped on the phone keyboard, responding with such force that he could hear the screen groaning. "If you have the guts to come up with 5 million real dollars, I'll call you daddy." As soon as the words were typed, a string of system comments floated across the platform. System prompt: user GM has just recharged 5 million in one go to reward Anchor Knight Alice. The single reward amount is the first in the history of the platform, and he was promoted to VIP level God Emperor. Shirgan was completely stunned. When provoking Ling Xiao before, the other party would either change the topic or use tricks like 5 million spicy strips. Shirgan subconsciously thought that Ling Xiao didn't have the courage to compete with him in spending money. After all, Ling Xiao is just an unknown new rich man in High City. How can he be compared with Shirgan, a rich second generation who has the support of the Shir family in High City? But right now, at this moment, he understood why Ling Xiao had become the central figure in the entire High City business circle in the past month. Damn, this guy treats money like paper when he sits at the gambling table. Others are sons who don't treat their father's money as money and spend it at will, but this kid doesn't treat the money he earns as money, and he spends it as much as any playboy Shirgan knows. Shirgan took a deep breath. He wanted to take his hand back, but when the screen full of call daddy comments appeared in front of him, he exploded. Shirgan opened his bank account, checked his balance and transferred all the money to Yuin. It's not enough, there are only more than 3 million, and there is still a shortfall of 1 million. Shirgan glared at Shirdakai, and seeing that he looked like a coward, he snorted and opened a hidden account. Shirdakai stole a glance at the side, his face suddenly turned pale with fear, and he rushed over to hug Shirgan's feet and cried, "Brother Gon, we can't do that. This is the money that the old man asked us to collect. If we move it carelessly, we will be in trouble if we have to make up for it." Shirgan shook Shirdakai away and cursed. "Get out of here, no one is allowed to stop me. Even if the King of Heaven comes here today, he can't stop me from fucking that Ling Xiao." With a grim smile on his face, Shirgan finally forcibly transferred the amount, clicked on Yumianta's live broadcast room and pressed the reward button. The jade-faced rabbit downstairs is now in great anxiety. The sound of Shirgan and Shirdakai arguing upstairs was getting louder and louder, and could not be covered even if the volume in the live broadcast room was turned up to the maximum. She had sent many messages to the two of them, but received no reply. If it were any other time, she would have definitely turned off the live broadcast just in case. But today, Shirgan was in a very bad mood because he was against Ling Xiao. Turning off the live broadcast meant admitting defeat on the spot, which was even more terrifying than being insulted by Ling Xiao with 5 million spicy noodles just now. If she really did this without Shirgan's consent, Jade-Faced Rabbit would not even dare to think about the consequences. "Everyone, there really aren't any men in my room. This is a hotel, so please stop imagining things. I am a pure Jade-Faced Rabbit, how could I do the things that everyone says about me? Let's put it this way. I swear, if I really do fool around with someone outside, have the police come in and arrest me immediately." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the room was smashed open with a loud bang, and a dozen uniformed policemen rushed in and shouted, Come down from upstairs, don't move those downstairs, the police are cracking down on pornography and illegal publications, everyone, be quiet. Jade-faced Rabbit stood up tremblingly and raised his hands and said, Uncle Police, I. Before he could finish his words, Jade-faced Rabbit suddenly realized that the live broadcast had not been turned off. Just as she was about to turn around, she was held back by a sharp-eyed sister. Immediately afterwards, Brother Shergon from upstairs limped down naked, and was caught on camera in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room exploded, and Jade-faced Rabbit's heart exploded as well. She leaned into the policeman's arms, and her eyes instantly lost their life. Police comrade, are you guys doing something wrong? We didn't play any messy games. Sherdakai said with a smile on his face while holding the apple basket brought from upstairs. Come here, police officer, here are apples. However, Shergon standing by was screaming like a madman, ruining Sherdakai's plan to please the police. You guys just locked my phone, didn't you? Open it for me now. I'm going to give you a reward. The policeman immediately became serious. What are you yelling about? Be careful and you will be charged with obstruction of public service. Get the hell out of here. I'm from the Sher family in Jing City. How can you touch me? I have someone above me. Shergon was so angry that he started to speak. It was too late for Sherdakai to stop him, so he could only let the apple in his hand slide to the ground with tears on his face. Brother, the live broadcast hasn't ended yet? Shergon turned his head stiffly, looking at the live broadcast room opened by Jade-faced Rabbit, which was still scrolling through the comments. After a long while, he looked at Jade-faced Rabbit with a look of despair and said, Unlucky woman, it's because of you that I can't beat Ling Xiao. Just wait here. When you get out, I'll throw you out to be played with by beggars and homeless people. Jade-faced Rabbit had already fallen into collapse, but Shergon's words stimulated her instead. She took advantage of the police's inattention, broke free, picked up the apple on the ground and smashed it on Shergon's head. The apple changed direction and came in front of Sherdakai's face. He demonstrated his blocking skills again, but it deviated and bounced between Shergon's legs. The heavy blow made Shergon's mouth become an O shape on the spot, and he fell to the ground with a scream like a pig being slaughtered. The police quickly took action and subdued the three dishonest men. The leading captain pointed at them and shouted, Beijing City, right? You have someone in the upper echelons, right? You guys are a bunch of scoundrels who are soliciting prostitution and engaging in illegal transactions. Go to the police station and wait for your turn. I want to see how you get out. Chapter 89, Cleanup. In the lobby of the villa, Ling Xiao quietly watched the chaotic scene in the hotel captured by the camera. If the two yellow-haired and purple-haired guys from the Sher family were more honest and focused on legitimate competition such as rewards, it would not be impossible for Ling Xiao to compete openly with them on the platform. But since these two guys don't want to be good people and insist on doing bad things, they keep swearing and are willing to do any kind of bad work. Then Ling Xiao wouldn't mind just overturning the card table and teaching these two grandsons a lesson. Ding dong! Congratulations to the super rich player for completing the side quest challenge. As several members of the Sher family were arrested, the system spoke at the right time, and this time there was a follow-up. Ding dong! The host unlocks the advanced challenge of the side quest selection task, with no deadline. Option A, use Shergon as bait to lure out the other members of the Sher family and get information about the Ghost Network. Option Reward, 50 million. Any skill is upgraded to 2 levels. Option B, forgive others when you can, and stop here. Option Gift, 20 million. Oh shit! Ling Xiao had encountered advanced tasks following side quests before, but the scale of this one really shocked Ling Xiao with his current psychological endurance. There is no deadline for the mission, and the reward is a whopping 50 million, plus the ability to improve a skill by 2 levels. It would be a lie to say that you are not tempted. The only drawback is probably that the 50 million and skill upgrades are marked as mission rewards, not the previous gifts, which also means that before completion, it can only hang on the treetops and make people covet it. In contrast, the other option is to simply do nothing and receive a huge sum of $20 million. To be honest, this was the first time Ling Xiao felt moved by option B. But it's just a heartbeat. Pulling out the ghost net, eliminating the threats lingering around, and preventing Su Ning and other people around him from getting in danger and getting hurt, this is Ling Xiao's first and only priority at the moment. After typing option A, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and began to arrange Su Yisen's work remotely. The reason why the two playboys of the Sher family were surrounded by the police was because Ling Xiao ordered Su Yi to report them. The reason for the report was that these two playboys, as the sons of a large criminal group, came to Haisher to live a life of debauchery and money laundering. The seemingly far-fetched report, coupled with the photo Sui captured with the help of the camera of the two men acting arrogantly in High City, instantly became very convincing. Of course, this alone is not enough to detain these two people for a long time. So Ling Xiao personally transferred the last 5 million that Shirgon intended to reward the jade-faced cat, and hid it cleanly. When the police ask about their recent money flow records, the following situation will occur. First, the whereabouts of the money are unknown, which is full of conspiracy. Secondly, the source of the money involves the Shir family's dirty money, so these two people can only be evasive. Thirdly, since the money was obtained by Ling Xiao, the two people from the Shir family would definitely stutter for a long time and not be able to explain anything. Fourthly, even if Shirgon told the truth, that all his money-spending actions in the hotel were just to compete with Ling Xiao on the platform, the police would still think that this excuse was too far-fetched and would increase their distrust of him. This is Ling Xiao's ultimate trap. Considering the loose organizational structure of the Shir family, they probably wouldn't dare to directly use their connections or pressure the police to release the person. In this way, Ling Xiao only needs to ask Sui to keep a close eye on the police station and prevent what happened with Luochen using a stand-in from happening again. If the Shir family wants to get these two playboys away, they can only send a more senior figure to mediate. Ling Xiao sorted out the logic in his mind, and after instructing Sui on every detail, he refocused his attention back on the live broadcast platform. In just a short period of time, Yuin's current overlord Omega and the former Empress Jade-Faced Rabbit all fell. Not only was the audience in chaos, even the Yuin platform app staff were in chaos. While this is a doomsday crisis for many small anchors on the platform, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Ling Xiao. With a swipe of his finger, another huge reward of 1 million fell into Alice's account. Like a falling rock hitting the surface of the water, Ling Xiao's action triggered a series of reactions. The audience and the anchor in the chaos reacted instantly. Although Yuin had knocked down some of the giants of the past, there were still new gods standing on the ruins. That god is called Liang Xiao. For a while, even the audience who had not been interested in Alice's style in the past rushed into the live broadcast room like fanatics. Most of the small anchors who were broadcasting live also closed their live broadcast rooms and rushed in, just to listen to the good news from the new era overlord Liang Xiao company. Alice's traffic instantly reached the highest level in the history of the Yuin platform. Even with the quality of the hardware prepared by Ling Xiao, the network speed was maxed out and became stuck. Faced with the gazes of thousands of people, Alice was a little overwhelmed at first. But when she met Ling Xiao's gaze, she read encouragement in it. She coughed lightly, showed her strength that did not disappoint Ling Xiao's expectations, and began to declare her own style and that of Liang Xiao Company. From now on, the Liang Xiao system will subvert Omega's ugly way of harvesting leaks and enslaving anchors, and will support more individual forces in small group anchors, so that a diverse and mixed style can be formed within the platform. Watching Alice grow up, Ling Xiao felt a lot more at peace. The 1 million deposit also completed the system's reward task. Although it was a pity that I didn't draw the skill reward this time, I got 4 times the money back and got another 40 million. At this point, Ling Xiao no longer needed to worry about Zhu Yin's affairs. He rubbed his aching forehead and was about to leave, but a soft hand slipped into his palm. With unquestionable force, Ling Xiao was led to the bedside in the room. It was Su Ning. After being soothed to sleep by Ling Xiao in the morning, she was finally awake. "You haven't slept yet, right?" Su Ning asked solemnly. After resting and adjusting, she has become the strong female boss that Ling Xiao remembered. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "I just closed my eyes for a while, it's nothing serious. I have to make sure the trouble of tying you up doesn't happen again." Su Ning's eyes flickered with a mixture of worry and emotion. After helping Ling Xiao lie down, she said, "Now it's over, you should get some sleep. You are our boss and the backbone of everything. At least when you need to rest, leave these finishing tasks to us." Ling Xiao nodded, agreeing to Su Ning's suggestion. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something else, the warmth and wetness of the woman's lips came upon him without warning. They touched lightly and then separated. When she came to her senses, Su Ning had already run out the door with a blush on her face. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand to feel the remaining warmth on his lips, smiled for a long time, and then fell asleep. Chapter 90: Visiting Relatives. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. It was late January, and the students were on winter vacation. The atmosphere on the streets became lively as the new year approached. During this period, Liang Xiao Company took advantage of the momentum of the last wave and has now become a top-tier media company in High City. The 2 young masters of the Shir family are still being detained by the police to explain the flow of money that they will never be able to explain. Luo Chen, who had a flattened head, was thrown into a mental hospital, wandering around wrapped in feces and urine every day, no longer having the luster of the crow he once was. Lily successfully signed a contract with the company and became the second anchor of Liangxiao Company after Alice. The combination of these two people is well liked by the audience, and the number of fans is also rising sharply. After Yu Xiaoling left, Ling Xiao helped her resolve the trouble caused by Shirgon and allowed her to get back her residence and workplace. According to Ling Xiao's idea, he naturally hoped that she could stay, but Yu Xiaoling still rejected Ling Xiao's kindness. Although what she saw that day had shaken her heart, she was not mentally prepared to go further for the time being, and Ling Xiao did not want to force her too much. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoling left Ling Xiao her contact information, so if there are any emergencies in the future, the two can contact each other at any time. Su Ning still lives in Ling Xiao's villa and continues to work as the general manager. Ling Xiao was once worried that this guy would pick up the past agreement and leave on the pretext that the opening ceremony was over. However, Su Ning hasn't said anything so far. She has stayed as the fourth resident of the villa peacefully. She has also bought a lot of new daily necessities recently, and it seems that she plans to live there permanently. Ling Xiao was very happy, but he was also troubled that their relationship had not made any further progress since that hasty kiss that day. To be honest, he was very hesitant about whether he should just let things take their own course and not be too reckless, or should be more manly and take decisive action. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao changed into sportswear and went out for a morning run early in the morning. Ah Xiao! A familiar call interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. When he turned around, it was Yao Shui. Hey, long time no see. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and greeted him. This is the truth. In the past week, Ling Xiao has gone out for walks quite frequently, but he has never seen Yao Shui once. It was not difficult for Ling Xiao to imagine the reason. After much difficulty, Yao Jianye entrusted her with more important tasks in Hangzhou wine industry. This girl must be very busy every day now. I've finally had some relief recently. Yao Shui came to Ling Xiao and pouted and complained. The details of the cooperation with Labatou have been finalized, the acquisition of Roche Wines has been completed, and I have finally gotten started on my own work. Yao Shui stretched lazily and said, I just want to relax now and not think about anything. Ling Xiao habitually put his hand on Yao Shui's head and rubbed it to encourage her, then said, The new year is coming soon, you should relax a little. How do you spend the new year every year after you and your father reunited? Yao Shui shrugged and said, What the hell, that guy disappears every Chinese New Year and is nowhere to be seen every year. What about you? Are you going back to see Tong Tong and your uncle and aunt? Ling Xiao fell silent for a moment as he did not expect his parents and sister to be mentioned suddenly. Yao Shui asked in surprise, What's that expression on your face? You're not going to tell me that you haven't been home once in these days, are you? Ling Xiao's silence made Yao Shui realize that she was right. She immediately frowned and said with her hands on her hips, Ah Xiao, this is where you are wrong. I have to talk to you about it. Tong Tong is so cute, and your uncle and aunt treat you so well, why do you make so much money and live in a villa by yourself? Don't you think about them? Before she could finish her words, Ling Xiao pinched Yao Shui's cheek. Ling Xiao angrily taught this complacent little girl a lesson. Speaking nicely, you don't understand why I didn't go back? Yao Shui struggled to get away, then she held her red face with a wrong look and said, Is it because of uncle? Ling Xiao nodded and said, When I graduated, I lost my original job. My father forced me to go back, but I insisted on staying and working hard with Su Ning. Since then, we have been getting more and more at odds with each other. Not counting now, the number of times I have been back in the past few years can be counted on one hand. You know my family's financial situation. My family has already spent most of their savings on my schooling, and now we have to support Tong Tong. I usually make some money, and if I give him a cent, he'll quarrel with me. In the past month or two, I've given my mother several times. Last time he found out, we quarreled again. Looking at the annoyance in Ling Xiao's eyes, Yao Shui said puzzledly, I don't understand. With my uncle's personality, he must think that it's not easy for you to work hard outside. He doesn't want to be a burden to you, so he is not willing to take your money. You have plenty of money now, and you have a well-known Liangxiao company. Why is he resisting? Ling Xiao replied, He is a very old-fashioned person. Liangxiao Company is an online self-media operation based on popular anchors. It is too difficult for him to understand. He can only associate it with some improper things. I couldn't explain it to him, and part of the reason for our last fight was based on this. Yao Shui sighed and said, Alright, I think you should stop shirking responsibility. It must be you who didn't explain it clearly. How about this, let's go back together today instead of tomorrow. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had seen Yao Shue's impetuous personality, and he immediately opened his mouth to refute. Unexpectedly, Yao Shue was much more excited today than usual. She grabbed his arm and ran to the garage. Okay, let's go. It's a rare day that I'm free. I haven't seen Tong Tong and Uncle and Aunt for a long time. Just think of it as going back for me. Have you forgotten that when you and your father quarreled in the past, I was the one who spoke in the middle to ease the conflict? It will be a good idea to take me with you. With a frown on his face, Ling Xiao was pushed directly into the car. He gave his final rebuttal. Don't make trouble. My mother gave me a ban last time and I am not allowed to go back without my girlfriend. Yao Shui puffed out her chest and said proudly, an ex-girlfriend is still a girlfriend when rounded off. There's nothing wrong with that. Seeing Ling Xiao raising his index finger to flick her head again, Yao Shui quickly hugged her head and protested. Hey, you got in the car and started the engine, which means you want to go back. Don't worry, Uncle, Aunt, or Tong Tong, everyone will be happy to see me. Looking at the funny guy beside him, Ling Xiao sighed and started the car. It has to be said that Yao Shui still understood him. Although she kept making all kinds of jokes, she did hit the soft spot in Ling Xiao's heart. 2 hours later, when the sports car stopped at the entrance of a familiar community, the two people who got out of the car looked at the main entrance with overflowing emotions and did not speak for a long time. At this moment, a fragrance wafted over, and the two's eyes lit up at the same time, looking at each other with tacit understanding. This is Uncle Zhang's chicken leg at the door. When we were kids, we saved our pocket money and pooled together to buy one from his house and share it. Yao Shui said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, me, you, and Tong Tong, the three of us take turns biting her, but you have a big mouth and always make Tong Tong cry. As a girl, Yao Shui immediately put on an unhappy expression when she was told this. Ling Xiao curled his lips, took her hand and walked forward. Okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said you had a big mouth. I'll buy you a chicken drumstick, okay? No matter how many chicken legs you want to eat in your life, I will buy them for you. Being led behind, looking at Ling Xiao's back, Yao Shui blushed, lowered her head and smiled sweetly. Chapter 91 The Little King Next Door. People often say that things from childhood are often filtered through a filter. When you grow up and want to go back and try it again, you will find that the taste will be very different from what you remember. This truth doesn't seem to apply to Uncle Zhang's chicken legs at the door. No matter how old he is, Ling Xiao doesn't think this delicious taste will change. The two men returned while gnawing on chicken legs. Before entering the door, they found that the Ling Xiao sports car was surrounded by people in 3 layers inside and outside. Your new car is really cool. Why don't you park it somewhere else to avoid getting scratched by the naughty kids downstairs? Xiao Xue said while eating. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. What he was curious about was that if no one took the lead, it would be impossible for so many people to gather around to buy a chicken leg. When he got a little closer, as he expected, there was a man of about his age in the middle of the crowd talking nonsense. He was a man with a buzz cut, wearing big black sunglasses, and his behavior revealed vulgarity and superiority. He was also a man that Ling Xiao and Yao Shui were no strangers to. Wang Ben is the son of the Wang family next door to Ling Xiao. He has been a fool since he was young and has no skills except for his first-rate skill of wagging the dog's tail. After coming back, Ling Xiao was ready to greet the familiar faces from the past, but he didn't expect that the one who came up was this disgusting guy. Wang Ben stood in the middle of the crowd, dancing with joy. Hey, let me introduce you to this car, the McLaren P1, the best supercar in the entire high city with a price tag of 12 million. The M838TQ 3.8-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine has a maximum horsepower of over 737 and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds. Originally, such a nice car was just sent here for a tour, but who would have thought that it would be bought by a rich man in a snap? Thanks to this rich man, our store employees' bonuses have doubled this month. Hey, that's right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the sales manager of the 4S store this car belongs to. Looking at Wang Ben, Ling Xiao was speechless. The sports car is indeed awesome, but what does it have to do with Wang Ben? The car was not even sold by Wang Ben, so there is no reason for him to show off here. Forget it. Ling Xiao comforted himself that there was no need to care about a funny guy's self-entertainment. He pulled Yao Shui and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Wang Ben, who was enjoying the enthusiastic questions from his neighbors, saw them both. Hey, isn't this Xiao Xiaozi from the Ling family? Wang Ben said in a sarcastic tone, jumping out of the crowd and blocking Ling Zhao's way. Long time no see, you're back. Xiao Shui was immediately displeased when she heard this and cursed, "Who are you calling Xiao Xiaozi, you bastard?" Xiao Xiaozi was the nickname that some parents around him gave to Ling Xiao when he was a child. Ling Xiao really disliked this nickname, and Xiao Shui would hit anyone who shouted it. Wang Ben looked at Yao Shui, who called out his nickname in surprise, and rubbed his eyes for a while before recognizing her. Are you Xiao Shui? You are that tomboy Yao Shui. Wang Ben looked Xiao Shui up and down, his eyes widened. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. You have grown up so beautiful. As he spoke, he came closer with saliva in his mouth and a dirty smile on his face. Ling Xiao snorted coldly upon seeing this, and stopped Yao Shui behind him, standing in front of Wang Ben with a cold look. Have you finished greeting? If you're done, get out of the way. Captivated by Ling Xiao's aura, Wang Ben quickly took 2 steps back. Ling Xiao immediately took Yao Shui and prepared to leave. It was at this time that Wang Ben slowly realized what had happened. Wang Ben was scared away by Ling Xiao because of his nervousness. This was definitely a shame in his eyes, and he didn't intend to swallow this anger. Ling Xiao, you came home specially to see your parents, right? Then you don't need to go in. Your father is on a business trip this week, your sister is at a friend's house right now, and your mother is out buying groceries. Hearing this, Ling Xiao slowed down his pace. Since he was urged by Xiao Shui to come here in a hurry, he did not inform his family in advance. When he was almost there, he thought of making a phone call, but he couldn't get through. According to Ling Zhao's understanding of his mother, apart from sleeping, the only time she might not answer the phone is when she is buying groceries. This is not the point is. When did you become so clear about the situation in my family? Ling Xiao asked unhappily. Upon hearing this, Wang Ben became proud. It's because your family is poor. Both the father and the son are working outside to earn money. It's not safe for 2 women to stay at home for a long time. My mom was kind enough to say that I can take care of your family if you need anything. You have to thank me for this, okay, Xiao Xiaozi. Ling Xiao felt the veins on his forehead stand up. Everything Wang Ben said was bullshit. Based on Ling Zhao's understanding of his mother, she would never ask for help from the unreliable Wang family for any reason. The actual situation is probably that the Wang family took advantage of the absence of the men from the Ling family and deliberately came to take advantage of them under the pretext of helping them. Ling Zhao's mother is a very gentle and traditional person, and she has suffered a lot from similar things in the past. Yao Shui pointed at Wang Ben and said bluntly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone who grew up in this community knows your character. Do they really need to ask you for help?" In response, Wang Ben just smirked, then brushed his hair, which had been sprayed with hairspray, and said arrogantly, "You have read so many books, but you have never learned the saying that a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. I am now a completely different person. The owner of the best car dealership in High City values me and let me be the sales manager of his 4S store." As he spoke, Wang Ben pointed a finger at Ling Zhao's luxury car and said, "See? This is a 12 million luxury car. The boss who can afford this kind of car has taken a fancy to me. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao and Yao Shui looked at each other, unable to help laughing as if they were watching some comedy variety show. Thanks to Wang Ben's hard-working clown performance, Ling Xiao's original dissatisfaction with him was reduced a little. Wang Ben misunderstood the expressions of the 2 people, thinking that he had frightened them with his words, and he became even more aggressive and started to dance with joy. "I say, it's okay for you 2 to get together when you were younger, but now you're both in your mid-20s, so clear your mind." Xiao Shui, even Xiaoxiazi, who has only a little education, can only find a half-dead job. He has to support a poor sister on his back. He may not even be able to afford a toilet in Haishur after suffering for half his life. If you're smart, stay away from him and consider the blue-chip stocks that are favored by big bosses. They introduce luxury cars to you today, sell you luxury cars tomorrow, and maybe even drive you around in luxury cars the day after tomorrow. Ling Xiao shook his head, feeling that it would be cheap to talk to the silly roe deer, and immediately pulled Yao Shui away. Let's go to the doorstep and wait for my mother." Wang Ben frowned, and when he glanced around he suddenly saw the key point and shouted, "Why are you leaving? Your mom is here. Look, she's over there. She just came back from buying groceries with my mom." Ling Xiao turned his head, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his blood pressure suddenly rose and his fists clenched tightly. Ling Zhao's mother and Wang Ben's mother came back from shopping for vegetables together, but Ling Zhao's mother was the one carrying all the large and small bags of vegetables. All 10 fingers were filled with the heavy bag. Chapter 92. Aunt May. Ling Xiao rushed forward quickly and snatched the food from his mother's hand. Xiao. Ling Zhao's mother looked at her son in surprise and said in a trembling voice. Ling Zhao's mother is nearly 50 years old. When she was young, she was a well-known beauty. Ling Zhao's appearance is mostly like his mother. Years of hard housework have left Ling Zhao's mother with white hair and wrinkles, but her smiles and frowns still carry the charm of her youth. Oh, isn't this Xiao Xiaozi? You are willing to come and see your Aunt May. Next to the mother, an old woman wearing gold and silver and with a bitch look between her eyebrows said with a face full of resentment. Last time, I introduced you to a beautiful lady with good intentions, but you ended up ordering a bunch of things and then ran away. What a human being you are, you damn child. I, your Aunt May, have suffered so much blame from other families afterwards. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. This disgusting gossiper was Wang Ben's mother, Aunt May, a woman so disgusting that Ling Xiao wanted to vomit out his overnight meal just by looking at her. The mother sighed and said, Xiao, I didn't have time to talk to you about this last time I called you. I used the money you sent to pay Aunt May back. If you don't want to go on a blind date, forget it. But don't stand up girls next time. Help me pay back the money. Ling Zhao's eyes fell on Aunt May, who avoided him with a guilty look on her face. Han Mimi. Ling Xiao raised his voice and called out the other person's name. I have contacted Qin Xiang, and she never mentioned that the money for the meal last time was repaid. I'm afraid that the money went into the pocket of you, an old vicious woman. There were neighbors all around, and Han Mimi's face suddenly turned purple when a younger person said something to her. You who are you calling an old witch, you little bastard? Wu Li, how do you teach your children? The mother bowed her head quickly and apologized repeatedly. Ling Xiao grabbed his mother's arm to stop her and whispered. Mom, I don't understand. It's not the first day that the Wang family mother and son have been so arrogant. You have never been so afraid of her before. The mother sighed and said. Xiao, you don't know that Wang Ben has been following a boss around lately, and the money he was rewarded with was used to smooth relations. As a result, your Aunt May became the chairperson of the neighborhood committee. If you make her unhappy, she will be targeted. I'm old, so it's okay. But your sister is in the critical period of her senior year of high school. The kids around her in the class are all from the neighborhood. We can't add pressure to her. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Every word his mother said pierced his heart and made his heart bleed. He has been working outside for so many years, and his mother has kept most of the household chores to herself and not caused him any trouble. When Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the situation, his mother and sister were carrying this kind of pressure, bearing the pressure in front of others and living a hard life behind their backs. Mom! Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. From now on, you don't have to worry about these things. The chairman of the neighborhood committee, the boss that Wang Ben follows, whoever dares to say a word to you, just pack up and get out of Haishur. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent, and the neighbors around began to whisper to each other. When did this Ling family kid become so arrogant? His Wang family has been in power recently, and everyone has been giving in. Why is he so bold? Could it be that Ling Xiao has also become successful outside? Come on, he came home with 2 chicken legs in his hands and a sports jacket on. You're telling me that this is called being a gangster? Yeah, I think it's just that young people don't understand the hardships of life. He feels good talking nonsense here, but his life will not be so easy in the future. You can't say that. Anyway, I think the Wang family is so arrogant, and it feels good to be criticized like this. This time it's Han Mimi's turn to lose face. Han Mimi was a little proud at first when she heard what was said around her, but her expression became gloomy when she heard the rest of the conversation. She snorted and said, Guo Li, since your son is so successful, I think you don't have to come to the next street meeting. Seeing this, the mother nodded and admitted her mistake. Seeing that Han Mimi was still angry, she grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and shook it vigorously. Xiao, don't be like this. Come on, give the vegetables to Mom. All these things are bought for Aunt May. Good job. Ling Xiao thought he had thought of Han Mimi as shameless enough, but it turned out that this guy was not accompanying his mother to buy groceries at all. He was just acting as a servant and moving things the whole time. This was intolerable. Ling Xiao threw him away with force on the spot. Cauliflower, cabbage, winter melon, and a large durian were thrown at Han Mimi, knocking her down. My mother asked me to return it to you, so you better take it. Ling Xiao said hatefully. Ling Xiao, you dare to hit my mother. Wang Ben roared and rushed forward. Ling Xiao was about to take action, but before he could, Yao Shui rushed forward and tripped Wang Ben, causing him to fall flat on his face. Yao Shui clapped her hands in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Hey, I've been wanting to teach this guy a lesson for a long time." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes at her immediately. "I think you are different from me. You beat him up a lot when you were a kid." Wang Ben on the ground had bloodshot eyes. When he looked up, he saw Ling Xiao and the other two with indifferent looks, and he became even angrier. Ling Xiao. Wang Ben helped his mother stand up and said, "Do you know who my boss is? He is now the owner of the largest forest chain store in High City, but he started his business with just his own strength and the brothers who were willing to fight him to the death. His motto is that if anyone dares to mess with his brothers, he will make that person crawl out of High City on all fours." Ling Xiao was really surprised that Boss Su, who was so timid and fawning on the phone, had such a past. Wang Ben's arrogance had not yet ended. He stomped his feet and raised his voice like a rooster with angry hair. "Just wait for me. Have a good meal tonight. If you can see the sun tomorrow morning, I will write the word king upside down." Ling Xiao curled his lips and said, "Okay, don't wait until tomorrow morning, call now." Wang Ben was stunned. He had anticipated Ling Xiao's reaction, either stiffening his neck and refusing to admit defeat, or admitting his mistake in fear. But Wang Ben really didn't expect that he would stretch his neck and ask for a knife to hit him as if he wanted to die. Looking at the contempt in Ling Xiao's eyes, Wang Ben misunderstood. He believed that the reason why Ling Xiao dared to be so arrogant was because he was sure that there was no one behind Wang Ben and the threat was false. "Okay. Since you are so arrogant, I, Wang Ben, will make you bleed today. Don't blame me for not remembering the fact that we grew up in the same neighborhood." Wang Ben took out his cell phone and quickly dialed a number. In order to show off, he even turned on the speaker. "Boss Su, I'm Xiao Benzi." "Benzi, what's going on? Is there something wrong in the store?" "No, boss. I met a fool blocking me at the door when I got home. He even spoke rudely to our car shop and kept saying that if we didn't obey him, we could send someone to deal with him." "You idiot, did you get yourself into trouble and ask me to clean up your mess?" "No, boss. Forget it, forget it. I happen to be near your house, and I'm with a few people. I'll come over to take a look." "Hey, okay, thanks, boss." Wang Ben put down his phone, looking very proud. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but just put his hands on his shoulders and waited for the show to develop. Chapter 93 Boss Su. Boss Su was indeed nearby. Within 5 minutes, a black SUV rushed into the gate of the community where everyone was. The sliding door opened, and a middle-aged Mediterranean man with a scar on his face came down carrying an iron pipe. "Benzi, tell me who wants to destroy our Su family's place." "Damn it, I, Su Wenxiang, have only been speaking well for a few years, but these blind bastards have forgotten my former name as the Eight-Armed Yama." There was no doubt about it. Although the voice was deliberately made to sound rough and fierce, this person was indeed the boss Su that Ling Xiao had met when buying the car. Behind Su Wenxiang, there were 4 little hooligans holding machetes, nunchakus, brass knuckles, and long sticks respectively. The scene was indeed a bit scary, and 90% of the residents who had originally planned to watch the fun were scared away on the spot. The arrival of the backer made Wang Ben and his mother look proud. Wang Ben himself wagged his dog tail, his voice became like a eunuch, and he bent over and rubbed his fingers as he walked over. "Boss, it's that kid." However, Su Wenxiang did not listen to Wang Ben's words. His sight was fixed on the Ling Xiao sports car next to him. In an instant, he lost his previous aura of a big brother and flew over. "Hey, isn't this the car I sold to Boss Ling?" Su Wenxiang said with shining eyes. "Benzi, you damn idiot, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Ling, who was buying the car, was nearby?" Wang Ben touched his head and said stupidly, "Boss, I only saw the car but not the person." "Stupid." Su Wenxiang slapped Wang Ben on the head. "You haven't seen it yet, so you can't find it?" Wang Ben covered his head in confusion and asked, "Boss, the customer who bought the car is indeed generous, but he has already bought the car. Is there any need for us to—" Before Su Wenxiang finished listening, he slapped Wang Ben on the head a few more times. "So you, a stupid kid, can only be my follower and wash my shoes. Who is Boss Ling? He has so many companies and subordinates under him. Yuan has invested 10 million yuan to become a host. Do you think it's over with just a car? I'm telling you, if you serve Boss Ling well, and even serve him tea and water, he alone can make up for the sales revenue for the next half year. Wang Ben was beaten several times. He learned his lesson and shut his mouth and dared not utter another word. Okay, now tell me who you are offending, Boss Su asked in a calm tone. Hearing this, Wang Ben immediately became cheerful again. He gestured to Ling Xiao several times and said, "It's those two idiots." Boss Su looked around and glanced up and down at Ling Xiao several times, then rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at him again. Then, Ling Xiao saw that Boss Su's face changed like magic, first turning pale, then black, then purple, and finally black and purple turned into eggplant. Boss Su rushed up quickly, and his 4 followers immediately showed their loyalty and followed with their weapons. Unexpectedly, when Boss Su was halfway through his charge, he suddenly knelt on the ground like a fallen tiger and slid in front of Ling Xiao. The younger brothers awkwardly stepped on the brakes and stopped with confused looks on their faces. Boss Su kowtowed twice and said, "Boss Ling, no young Master Ling. It's been a long time since we last met. I, Su Wenxiang, would like to wish you a happy new year." Ling Xiao curled the corners of his mouth, thinking that Boss Su was really an interesting person, changing his 2 expressions back and forth without even taking a breath. He took a half step back and snorted, "Boss Su, you are the 8-armed Yama, but you are giving me such a great gift. I, a small Ling Xiao, am not able to bear it." When Boss Su heard this, he realized something was wrong and cold sweat instantly broke out from the back of his neck. There is no such thing as an 8-armed Yama. That's just a joke at the drinking table. When I started out, I was just a bricklayer at a construction site. When people saw my quick hands, they called me an 8-armed crab. Ling Xiao pointed at the other party's iron rod and said, "Don't worry, I think your iron rod looks pretty good." Boss Su quickly raised his head and said with a big smile on his face, "It's not a piece of iron, it's just a tool for unclogging toilets. I'm an old craftsman, an expert at unclogging toilets. People outside call me Mario." Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and made a circle, saying, "What about the brothers following you? They have machetes, nunchakus, brass knuckles, long sticks, and so on. With this kind of situation, ordinary police officers would have to call for support when they see you." Boss Su stood up, gathered his men together with his arms and pushed them in front of Ling Xiao. "Mr. Ling, you are joking. This machete is just a larger fruit knife. The one playing with the nunchaku is a juggler. The brass knuckles look great when I make steamed buns with them. And the last long stick is just a broom with one end missing." The 4 subordinates were already confused by what they heard, but seeing their boss being so fawning, they dared not say anything. They could only nod and bow with silly smiles on their faces. Seeing that Boss Su was so good at dealing with people, Ling Xiao did not make things difficult for him. He glanced at Wang Ben and gave Boss Su a look, letting him figure it out for himself. Boss Su immediately understood, turned around with a ferocious look on his face, grabbed Wang Ben's ears and knelt in front of Ling Xiao. "You idiot, you are bored, right? How dare you mess with Master Ling?" Wang Ben was already stunned at the back, stammering, "Ling? Young Master Ling? Boss, you must be mistaken. He is the nerd who grew up in the same neighborhood as me. If you have no skills and have been hanging around outside for a few years without coming back, you are not the real Ling Xiao." Bang! Boss Su kicked Wang Ben to the ground and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? Young Master Ling is the financial sponsor of our car. He is a well-known celebrity in the entire Haisher business community. From wineries, restaurants, real estate to media, I can do everything. You are a piece of shit, and you dare to use my name to provoke Master Ling? I will destroy you today." After saying that, Boss Su picked up the iron rod that he claimed was used to clear the sewer and hit Wang Ben on the knee. There was a loud bang, and Wang Ben's howling was deafening. Judging from the sound, it was likely that his bones were broken. "Oh my God, boss, please have mercy and don't hit my son." Aunt May, who was trembling on the side, immediately started crying and rushed forward to hug her son to block the stick. "Xiao." Ling Xiao's mother frowned and shook her son's arm a few times, saying, "They are all neighbors. Let's just leave it at that. It's not good to continue like this." Yao Shui added, "Auntie, you don't have to be soft-hearted towards this kind of stuff. Think about it, Boss Su and his gang were called by Wang Ben. The thick iron rod was originally meant to hit Ah Xiao. He didn't hesitate at all. If it was Ah Xiao who was beaten on the ground, the mother and son would have laughed more happily than anyone else." Boss Su swung the iron rod in his hand, looking for the next position to aim at, and asked tentatively, Mr. Ling, just give me your orders. Just let me know how you want to fight me. Ling Xiao turned around to meet his mother's reluctant eyes, smiled and ordered. That's fine. My mother doesn't want to see blood here. I just told this mother and son that if they don't restrain themselves, they won't have to stay in Haishur anymore. I heard that their ancestral home is in a nearby county. Boss Su, please arrange an escort for them. Boss Su smiled and gestured to his 4 men on the spot. They stepped forward and directly surrounded Wang's mother and son, ignoring their pleas for mercy, and threw them into the SUV. Chapter 94. Filial piety is difficult. Xiao, is it really okay to kidnap them in the street like this? The mother asked worriedly. Ling Xiao hugged his mother's shoulders and comforted her. It's okay, Mom. Wang's son injured his knee. Boss Su just took his subordinate to the hospital for treatment and to settle his family. Anyway, Boss Su will arrange everything. Let's go home. Looking at Ling Xiao, his mother had a complicated expression. Ling Xiao felt a little reluctant and said directly, Mom, do you think that I, your son, have changed too much and you can't accept it? Ling Xiao thought his mother might give him a lecture, but to his surprise, she just smiled with tears in her eyes. How could that be? You are mature and experienced now. I guess you must have suffered a lot in the past few years in society. Mom feels sorry for you. His mother's words fell on his heart, making Ling Xiao's nose a little sour for a moment, and he was unable to reply. Fortunately, Ling Xiao brought Yao Shui home this time. She immediately reacted and pulled her mother aside to talk. It's okay, Auntie. No matter how hard or tiring it is, it's over. Zhao's business is doing very well now. Don't bear the grievances and hardships alone in the future. Talk to Ling Xiao more. I can personally testify that he is very powerful. The mother looked at Xiao Xue with a softer look in her eyes. Xiao Xue, I haven't seen you for many years. You have grown into a great beauty. I can't even recognize you. By the way, when did you meet Xiao again? How long have you been together? Xiao didn't tell us. For so many years, I have always thought that you and Xiao are a good match. Don't think I'm a nagging auntie. When they were young, other parents were worried about their children falling in love too early, but I always thought it was great that you two could be together. Xiao Xue, what have you been doing outside these years? Do you have a boyfriend? Xiao brought you back this time. Does this mean that? Ling Xiao felt a headache listening to this, because his own mother had never let him down when it came to forcing marriage. Wait, speaking of forced marriage. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and tried to stop Xiao Xue, but he was still a step too late. Xiao Xue blinked her eyes and acted pitifully, pulling Ling Xiao's mother in, saying, Auntie, you don't know, Xiao is as hard as a rock. I finally got him, but he got tired of me after playing with me for less than a week and dumped me without blinking an eye. Ugh. Ling Xiao felt like he was torn apart. When it came to joking about love, Xiao Xue had never let him down before. Looking at his mother's eyes that suddenly became serious, Ling Xiao's head became even bigger. The scolding continued until they entered the house. It took Ling Xiao a lot of explanation to make his mother understand that this was Xiao Xue's bad joke. Then you guys chat slowly, Mom will go to the kitchen to cook. I'll make you a big meal today. The mother picked up her apron and started to get busy. But Yao Shui winked at Ling Xiao and said, Auntie, wait a moment, Xiao has something to tell you. Ling Xiao was stunned at first, then he read the meaning from Xiao Xue's eyes and remembered that there was an important reason for the two of them to come here. Because of Wang's interruption and Xiao Xue's playing along the way, Ling Xiao forgot about the important things. Mom, why did my dad go out of town? Ling Xiao asked seriously. The mother stopped what she was doing, her eyes evasive. Your sister is in school, and the family savings are not enough, so he took another job outside. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Mom, don't lie to me. Dad is a civil servant. How could he openly take private jobs? At this point, the mother gave up trying to cover it up and confessed, Your father said something wrong at work and was laid off early. Although he still has a pension, it's only enough to supplement the family income. Ling Xiao's tone became stronger. Such a big thing, you didn't even tell me. Let him come back, his body can't stand this kind of torture now. I'll pay for Tong Tong's tuition and your living expenses. This place is not suitable for living. I live and work there recently, and there are too many young people coming and going. You can't adapt. I will buy you another house in another location in the city center. The mother showed a tangled expression. Xiao, we have talked about this many times. You work so hard outside, and our family can't help you much. How can we let our son down? Seeing this, Xiao Shui interrupted and said, Auntie, you really think too much. Ah, Zhao's company now has more cash than you can imagine. The amount of money that bothers you is really just a drop in the bucket for him. I understand your persistence, but we have to look forward to everything, right? On the other hand, there is no reason in this world for parents to suffer when their son makes money. Aren't you forcing Ling Xiao to be unfilial? After that, Xiao Shui put on airs and taught Ling Xiao a lesson, and I'm telling you, don't show off just because you have a little money. It's easy to help your sister pay for school fees and give living expenses to your uncle and aunt, but it's not your turn to decide on such a big thing as moving to a new house. Have you ever considered that your uncle and aunt have lived here for many years and they will not be used to a new place? Have you ever considered the distance between your sister and school and how much impact a new place will have on her senior year of high school? Ling Xiao could be said to be in a state of complete surprise as he watched Xiao Shui's entire performance. He thought that if he went home alone he wouldn't be able to persuade his parents, so bringing Xiao Shui with him would be a bit of a help. But I didn't expect this guy to suddenly change his usual carefree attitude and his EQ would be so high. If he played a support role, he would definitely be a king. It seems that her work at Redstone during this period has given her a lot of experience. With gratitude in his heart, Ling Xiao quickly pretended to apologize on the surface to cooperate with the double act. The mother was persuaded. She hesitated for a moment and said, In that case, I'll take some money to help your sister go to college, and I'll go and convince your father. But Mom also has conditions. One is the same as what Xiao Shui said. You can only take care of your sister. You don't have to worry about Mom and Dad's life or the house. Also, don't let Tong Tong know too much about your making money. Senior year is so important, and Mom doesn't want her to be distracted at all. Ling Xiao agreed repeatedly. To be honest, he was a little impulsive and thoughtless just now. At least as far as his sister was concerned, his mother and Xiao Shui's opinions were undoubtedly correct. After so many years in society, Ling Xiao knew very well how much harm a sudden windfall could cause to a little girl who had never seen the world. Okay, without further ado, Mom, I'll transfer some to you right now. Ling Xiao said while his mother was still waiting to change her mind. Ling Xiao waved his hand and marked the transfer limit at 5 million. But considering his mother's personality, he sighed in his heart and subtracted a zero before sending it. After the money arrived, my mother's phone was still on silent mode, so she could only confirm it manually with her eyes. Xiao, Mom told you to give less, 20,000 or 30,000 will be enough, why did you give 50,000? Xiao Shui pointed at the zero on it awkwardly and said, Auntie, count it carefully. 5 zeros means 500,000. For a moment, the air was eerily quiet. Chapter 95 Sister. The two of them spoke in unison and persuaded the mother for several minutes before she accepted the funding. Afterwards, the mother went to the kitchen to cook, leaving the living room to Ling Xiao and Yao Shui. Thank you. Now that my mother has accepted the money, I feel relieved. Ling Xiao said. Ah Xiao, I noticed that you were intentionally hiding your specific situation. Why? Yao Shui asked. Honestly speaking, your parents' problems would be mostly solved if you just took them to your current address for a tour. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment, then explained. At first, it was just because I couldn't answer some of their questions, so I just kept it vague. After that, I encountered blackmail reporters and kidnappers Luochen one after another. I realized that it was not a good thing to be involved with me. My parents are ordinary people who have suffered for most of their lives. If they were to be too closely connected with me and end up not enjoying a peaceful life but being targeted by others, I would hate myself for the rest of my life. Yao Shui understood, so before everything settles down, you still prefer to take care of them remotely? So, I just cooperated with your performance and didn't make any mistakes. After Ling Xiao thanked him, he said. I have already tampered with my database to hide the existence of my parents and Tong Tong, and asked Sui to help me keep an eye on the eyes around me as much as possible. Although it's not perfect, I have already found a corner of the ghost net. Once the whole curtain is torn open, this matter will be almost over. The two were about to continue their conversation when a familiar voice came from the door. Mom, I'm back. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face, and he walked forward and opened the door. Standing at the door was a petite girl who was 2 heads shorter than Ling Xiao. She had a pair of big watery eyes on her face, a bright smile on her lips, perfectly cut bangs on her forehead, and a single ponytail at the back of her head. This is Ling Xiao's sister, Ling Xiaodong, who just turned 17 this year. Brother! Ling Xiaotong saw Ling Zhao's smile ended as if he had seen a ghost, and she screamed on the spot. This made Ling Zhao's smile freeze on his face. He picked up his clever and lively sister and threw her into the door, saying, "What are you yelling for, you stupid girl?" Tonton finally landed after shaking her limbs and struggling. She immediately raised her head and looked at her brother with an unhappy expression and said, "Blame me, you unlucky brother. Calculate how long it has been since you came home. You didn't even say hello, so you gave me a scare." Although she said this, Tonton's eyes were full of smiles. She raised her little fist and punched Ling Xiao in the chest a few times, then she simply rushed over and hugged him tightly. After a long while, she turned her head and rushed towards Yao Shui. Hee, why does she look so familiar? Isn't this sister Xiao Shui? Yao Shui caressed Tonton's hair. For the three of them who grew up together, Tonton had long been considered a half-sister in Xiao Shui's heart. "Tonton, you've grown a lot taller," Yao Shui said with a smile. Tonton stared at the two towering mountains in front of her and responded seriously, "Sister Xiao Shui, you have grown up a lot too." Yao Shui patted Tonton's shoulder, looked at her unbearable expression and comforted her, "Don't worry, you are still young, and there is a bright future ahead of you." Tonton was a little sad and angry. "Okay, don't give me hope, Sister Xiao Shui, although you haven't been so exaggerated before, but there are also mountains. The evolution of the Earth's crust can turn mountains into peaks. As for the plains, I'll be thankful if an earthquake doesn't turn them into basins." Ling Xiao said from the side, "Ahem. That's enough, you guys should also consider how I can interrupt you." Tonton turned around and hugged Yao Shui tightly, looking at her with some disdain and said, "Brother, you guard Sister Xiao Shui's beautiful figure every day and you still have the nerve to say that? Stop." Referee Ling Xiao blew the whistle. "My little friend, please slow down. Your sister Shui and I are just friends." Tonton's face was full of surprise, and her eyes swung back and forth between the two of them. "Brother, after so many years, you suddenly contacted Sister Shui and brought her home. I thought you two must have been a couple. Could it be a one-night stand?" Ling Xiao raised his index finger and gave his sister a powerful head-smacking blow. "Watch your words." Yao Shui added, "Yes, your brother is as hard as a rock. I was so proactive, but he only played with me for a week and then threw me into a corner." Tonton looked shocked, took a half step back, stared at her brother and said, "Brother, how come you have become like this after being away for a few years? Are you the legendary Sea King?" Ling Zhao's face darkened. "Who did you learn this from?" After saying that, he glared at Xiao Shui fiercely. "Why can't I finish reading this ex-boyfriend meme?" Having not seen each other for a long time, the three of them chatted about all sorts of things until the mother brought out a table of sumptuous dishes and announced the start of dinner. Xiao Shui, are you guys staying tonight?" It has been a long time since my mother's face was as smiling as it was today. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Mom, I have something else to do at the company tomorrow, so I'll take Xiao Shui back home in the evening." Seeing this, Yao Shui added, "It's okay, Auntie. Things will be different from now on. Even if Ah Xiao doesn't listen, I will drag him back often." The mother smiled even more. "Xiao Shui, I have seen you grow up since you were a child, and I think of you as half a daughter. Don't bother with Xiao anymore. Whenever you want to come back, just let me know. Auntie will prepare the food for you." Ling Xiao interrupted, "Mom, I still say the same thing, don't hide family matters from me in the future, tell me directly if you have any difficulties. Any other troubles lately?" The mother shook her head repeatedly, but Tonton beside her said while eating the food, "Isn't there still the one my aunt wore?" The mother quickly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into Tonton's mouth. "Eat yours." But Ling Xiao heard it clearly, and it was too late to stop him now. "What's going on?" Aunt is the only sister of Ling Xiao's mother. When Ling Xiao and his sister were young, their mother was too busy to make money and take care of the family. At that time, thanks to my aunt who often came to help, their family was able to get by. In Ling Xiao's heart, his aunt has always held a very important position. However, his uncle-in-law runs a small business, and even though the family is not rich, they are considered a well-off family, so their life should be pretty good. Your uncle-in-law had some problems with his business. He was chased for debts and in order not to bring trouble to the family, he jumped. Mother sighed and said, "Your cousin had a heart problem and was hospitalized at this time. When a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth." Tonton swallowed the vegetables and meat, and then said, "Brother, my mother and I have been to see my cousin. What a garbage hospital that is. The doctor who performed the surgery used to call my uncle-in-law a buddy, but now that my uncle-in-law is ill, he wants to kick my cousin and her family out. Ling Xiao clenched his chopsticks tightly, his brows furrowed. Noticing his change in mood, Xiao Xue stopped joking and pulled Ling Xiao's clothes with a concerned look on her face. I'm fine. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. I just feel a little sad. I really don't agree that people can survive in this society by relying on kindness and goodness. After that, Ling Xiao said to his mother with some seriousness, Mom, give me the address of the hospital. I will go there to solve the problem after the meeting tomorrow. Chapter 96 Ammonite Hospital. Ling Xiao's personality has always been one of sticking to his words. After finishing the morning meeting, he went to the target hospital according to the address. Ammonite Hospital. A hospital built on the site of the old Ammonite Museum, but its business philosophy did not inherit any of the original Free Museum. If the Maple Leaf Hospital that Ling Xiao visited had a bad reputation due to its high fees and low services, then this Ammonite Hospital had abnormal fees, zero services, and no reputation. Ling Xiao arrived at the ward floor he had inquired about in advance and heard the sound of quarreling from a distance. Old woman, we run a hospital, not a welfare house. You have to pay to see a doctor in the hospital. It's only natural. If you can't pay, you can leave. It's also only natural. The person who spoke was a burly man in a nurse's uniform. He was dragging a middle-aged woman by the collar with an arrogant look on his face and rushing around in the corridor. Ling Xiao could see clearly that although recent experiences had added many wrinkles to his face, the woman being dragged was none other than his aunt. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao suppressed his anger and stood in front of the nurse with a sullen face. Get out of the way. The burly nurse looked down at Ling Xiao, not caring whether Ling Xiao was a patient or a family member. His tone was so arrogant as if the entire hospital was his territory. Let her go or you'll be hospitalized. Ling Xiao raised his head and said coldly. Get the hell out of here. The burly nurse reached out to pull Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao dodged him deftly. Ling Xiao grabbed the sturdy nurse's arm with his right hand and pulled it downwards, using the force to dislocate her shoulder. Then Ling Xiao used his left hand to push his elbow upwards to dislocate it. Finally, the right hand slid down to the wrist, and a twist caused the bones to become dislocated. Shoulder, elbow, wrist, Ling Xiao dislocated the sturdy nurse's entire arm in 3 places in just a few seconds. You! The sturdy nurse fell to his knees on the ground, covering his right arm with his mouth open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Ling Xiao let go of his hand, glanced at the other person and said, You don't want to be a good person, but insist on being a dog. I beat you, this is justified. After that, Ling Xiao pulled his aunt up and said softly in a gentle tone, Aunt, it's me. The aunt had not yet recovered from the shock. After staring at Ling Xiao for a long time, she cried out with tears in her eyes, Xiao, you are Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, Auntie, my mother asked me to come and see my cousin. What's going on now? Yeah. My aunt quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes and pointed to a ward at the end of the corridor, saying, Yaya is there. After saying that, the aunt took a step forward and ran forward. Ling Xiao followed closely without saying a word. After entering the room, Ling Xiao quickly found his cousin. She was wearing a hospital gown and looking at a female nurse with a sarcastic face with a sad expression. The nurse was waving a dozen bills in her hands, and said sharply, Come on, stop hanging around here, pack up quickly, or are you waiting to be dragged away like your mother? My cousin struggled to get up. She stretched out her hand and shook the nurse's arm and said, Sister nurse, I'm leaving now. Don't touch my mother. The nurse shook off the cousin's hand and snorted, Don't talk nonsense. It's because your family has no money and you are blaming our hospital. What era is this? Do you still want to cause trouble in the hospital? She wanted to say something else, but Ling Xiao had already rushed over angrily. Ling Xiao slammed the nurse against the wall, then touched his cousin's wrist and helped her lie back on the bed. Ling Xiao left only after his aunt came up to take care of his cousin. He looked at the frightened nurse and said, How dare a nurse in a hospital force a patient with a heart disease? The nurse lowered her head a little guiltily at first, but soon regained her composure and raised her head and said, It's none of your business. You are her family member, and you are here to see a doctor. Ling Xiao simply took a step forward, and the nurse shrank back into the corner in fear and said, You don't do anything rash. We have a nurse in this hospital who is as strong as a bull. Later The nurse stopped talking halfway. She remembered that the patient's mother was dragged away by the nurse Neo she mentioned before. Now she appeared here unharmed, which clearly explained the fate of Nurse Neo. Ling Xiao said coldly, the person you mentioned should be back to the orthopedic department to get his bones fixed. Do you need to show off something else to support you? He bullies the weak and fears the strong. This third-rate character is only as good as this. I'm not wrong. The nurse said with panic in her eyes but still stiffened her neck. Even if we use tough measures, they are still at fault for owing the money to the hospital. Hearing this, my aunt could no longer hold back, and she spoke with all the emotions that had been pent up. That's not the case, Xiao. The man in our family used to be good friends with the attending physician Lu Biao, and he deposited a lot of money in the hospital. But after the incident with my boyfriend, Lu Biao suddenly denied the debt. Yeah, had been receiving treatment here when she was a child. My aunt had no other choice but to pay all the remaining money for this hospitalization. But Lu Biao suddenly raised the medical expenses and insisted that the money we gave was not enough, and kicked us out. Obviously, the root of everything lies in Lu Biao. Not only did he refuse to acknowledge the old debt, he first raised the medical expenses and then sent people to take action, all in order to make my aunt's family disappear from his sight. Ling Xiao reached into his pocket, fumbled around, pulled out a bank card and smashed it in the nurse's face. You want money for the bill? Take it, but call Lu Biao over. When my aunt heard this, she jumped up and rushed forward. Xiao, you can't do this. You don't know how much Lu Biao has charged for medical expenses. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, It's okay, auntie, you just focus on taking care of your cousin, and leave the things here to me. The nurse picked up the bank card and looked at the words platinum written in capital letters on it with a look of shock on her face. You are a platinum member of the bank? This is a bank card that only VIP customers worth tens of millions can get. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and said, If you know what I mean, then put away all your extra thoughts. I'll count down 10 minutes here, and you ask Lu Biao to show up here. If he shows up, you'll be fine. If he doesn't show up, I'll take some of the responsibility on you. The nurse quickly shut her mouth, not daring to say a word, and walked away timidly with her head lowered. Auntie's face was filled with genuine heartache. She shook Ling Xiao's hand and said, Xiao, you shouldn't have paid. Lu Biao chased us away. At worst, yeah, and I can just leave. Auntie, think it through. If you stay here, you will only be ripped off more and more by Lu Biao. If you go to another hospital, even though you will have to do many tests all over again, there will always be a way out if you sell the last house left by my husband. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Aunt, I really don't plan to let Yaya continue to stay in this third-rate hospital for treatment. But I want Lu Biao to spit out all the flesh he scraped from you. At this point, Ling Xiao thought of something and asked, Aunt, before Lu Biao comes, please give me your medical records for this period of time. The aunt immediately opened a backpack she was carrying, took out the items and spread them out in front of Ling Xiao. Xiao, although Lu Biao is a bad person, the prescription he prescribed is indeed useful. Since she was little, whenever Yaya's heart was in trouble, she would just take the medicine he prescribed and she would feel better. Ling Xiao took a quick look at the medical record and discovered that the special medicine prescribed for his cousin was very mysterious, with several names changing on the prescription. Ling Xiao's ability in drug testing allows him to easily identify that the drugs corresponding to these names are quite different. Do you have any samples of the special medicine? Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this, my cousin reached under the pillow and fumbled around, pulling out an unlabeled white bottle. Brother, this is it. Lu Biao has recently cut off my supply of medicine. This bottle is the last one. Ling Xiao took the medicine, unscrewed it, sniffed it, and frowned. It's Dupu. Lu Biao used banned drugs. My aunt asked with confusion, Do you know, Xiao? Ling Xiao sighed and handed the medicine bottle to his aunt, saying, Aunt, let me explain it to you briefly. This Dupu was originally a byproduct of foreigners' research on longevity drugs. It was originally expected to be a specific drug for a variety of malignant diseases. But this plan failed a long time ago. Dupu cannot live long. Although it can suppress many diseases, it is highly addictive and can also damage the body. All of this knowledge came from drug testing skills. In addition, Ling Xiao also knew that the team that studied Dupu had long been disbanded, and Dupu itself was listed as a banned drug and was not allowed to circulate in the world because of these problems. Lu Biao got this kind of medicine, and I'm afraid that not only my aunt's family, but also other patients have been exploited by him. Chapter 97 Lu Biao. My aunt took the medicine bottle, her eyes filled with resentment. Xiao, if it's really like what you said, then everything makes sense. Although this medicine is very helpful for Yaya's condition, the amount she takes increases year by year. Moreover, Ye was in great pain due to the interruption of medication several times, so we couldn't even consider changing hospitals. Ling Xiao asked, "This medicine is so evil, have you ever thought about investigating it?" My aunt shook her head and said, "Lu Biao is my friend after all." He emphasized that this medicine was transferred from abroad through special channels. We can't have too many questions. Yeah. Ling Xiao turned to look at his cousin. You have two choices. The first is that I will find a way to continue to provide you with this drug. According to my estimation, you can live for at least 10 years. When the word 10 years came out, my aunt and cousin's faces changed color. The cousin is 3 years younger than Ling Xiao. She is 14 this year and has not yet entered high school. For her age, 10 years is really too cruel. Brother, is there another option? Asked my cousin. Ling Xiao said, we'll change your hospital and completely cure your current heart disease. It will take about a year. You have to stop taking Dupu for a year, which means you have to endure the pain of stopping taking the medicine that you have experienced in the past for a year. You might have drug addiction 2 or 3 times a day in a year. Are you willing to do that? To Ling Xiao's surprise, his cousin didn't even hesitate and said in a loud voice, I do. Good. Ling Xiao took out his cell phone, opened WeChat and sent several consecutive messages to a number. Then, a man's voice appeared at the right moment. I am Lu Biao. I want to see who specifically wants to see me. At the door of the ward, a sturdy man with a scar on his face appeared, followed by a group of fleshy followers wearing nurse uniforms. This scene made Ling Xiao a little dazed for a moment. Could it be that the medical staff in this hospital are usually street razor blade workers who work part-time? Lu Biao, right? Ling Xiao walked up to him and said, facing the murderous aura on his body, I'm looking for you. Lu Biao narrowed his eyes, looked at his aunt's family, and then returned his gaze to Ling Xiao. Boy, you come to my territory to cause trouble, do you want to die? Ling Xiao shrugged, why don't you tell me, how did I cause you trouble? Lu Biao curled his lips. He rarely saw someone as calm as Ling Xiao, so he showed rare patience and said, Okay, listen. That female nurse is just a nagging bitch, you can scold her all you want. But the male nurse is a brother who has been with me for many years. You broke his arm in 3 sections. If you don't pay me, you can't leave. Ling Xiao laughed out loud when he heard this, are you kidding me? Didn't I convert all of this into money for you? Didn't your nurse tell you how much was in that card? Lu Biao showed his hesitation for the first time. He picked out a female nurse from the crowd and asked, how much money does this guy have in his card? The nurse said timidly, that's a platinum membership card of the bank. I took a quick look and there's 2 million in cash alone. Lu Biao's expression changed instantly. He slapped the nurse and sent her flying against the wall. He turned around and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. He, so you are the big boss. I wonder what your name is. I'm sorry for offending my stupid subordinates just now. Ling Xiao responded with a more enthusiastic smile and asked, it's okay, Dr. Lu, just answer me a simple question, Dupu, where did you get in? I need some too. Oh, Dupu, that's me from the ghost. Lu Biao said halfway, then reacted and said with cold sweat on his forehead. You can recognize that it's Dupu, who are you? Ling Xiao did not answer, but half talked to himself, ghost? Could it be a ghost net? It's not surprising that those guys could get these. How do you know about the ghost net? As soon as Lu Biao finished speaking, he covered his mouth. He finally understood that Ling Xiao had treated him like a treasure and dumped him. He roared angrily, damn it, what are you guys looking at? Go up and beat this guy up. The strong nurses were naturally not pushovers. They roared and surrounded us with their fists raised. Ling Xiao shook his wrist and took a step forward with a faint smile. Recently, as Yu Xiaoling returned to the gym as a coach, Ling Xiao often asked her for fitness guidance. With the fighting skills granted by the system, Ling Xiao had already reached expert level in technique. What he lacked was physical adaptability. For ordinary people, a short period of fitness would not bring much change, but for Ling Xiao, it means a complete transformation. In just a few breaths, Ling Xiao had already shuttled back and forth with the burly nurse several times, and hit the opponent's vital points with a few random elbows and kicks. Soon, the ground was filled with figures wailing and begging for mercy. Ling Xiao looked at the frightened Lu Biao and waved his hand. Come on, don't just call your men. The momentum is so strong, why don't you set an example for me and lead the charge? Lu Biao's snot flowed out of his nostrils. Seeing Ling Xiao's skills up close, he felt a chill down his spine. Lu Biao used up his last bit of courage, pointed at Ling Xiao and said tremblingly, I'm warning you, there are a lot of people in our hospital. Even if you're more powerful, so many people will kill you. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, you want to fight a war of attrition? What a coincidence. I am also counting down the time. After saying that, Ling Xiao looked down at the time on his phone. It's almost time now. Lu Biao looked around carefully, but didn't see anything surprising worthy of attention. Just as he was about to speak in confusion, a buzzing sound coming from far away caught his attention. It sounds like the sound of an old electric fan, but even more powerful than that. The sound grew louder and louder until it could be heard throughout the ward, and it was not difficult to identify its source. Outside the window, Ling Xiao came to the bedside of the ward and opened the curtains that were originally closed. As the bright sunlight burst in, everyone saw the real situation. It was a helicopter with the Liangxiao Company logo printed on it, slowly landing in the square in front of the hospital's main entrance. This helicopter was the reward that Ling Xiao had obtained through a system mission. Within 5 minutes, the people who got off the helicopter arrived at the door of the ward. Who are you? Get out of here. Lu Biao led his subordinates and put on a tough attitude to block the uninvited guests. But when the middle-aged woman who was leading the group showed her police officer ID, Lu Biao's words were cut off in his throat. The female police officer snorted coldly. I'm Luo Shuwen, the captain of the High City Criminal Police Brigade. I've received a report that your hospital is suspected of smuggling and selling banned drugs, extorting and humiliating patients. Lu Biao raised his head and said, I didn't do that. It was that kid who reported me, right? It's all false accusations. Behind Officer Luo, a smiling man stepped out and said in a sarcastic tone, Dr. Lu, look at what you said. It has always been your turn to falsely accuse others, not others to falsely accuse you. Lu Biao's face fell. You are the director of Maple Leaf Hospital. The dean kept smiling and replied, Yes, as a member of the medical association, I am authorized to lead a team to investigate the matter and provide a basis for the police to make a judgment. This combination of civil and military forces completely made Lu Biao lose his temper. He realized that the situation was hopeless and fell to the ground and started crying. Ling Xiao had lost interest in Lu Biao. He turned to look at the dean and asked, Are you ready? The dean quickly replied, As soon as you ordered, Boss Ling, I immediately arranged a platinum private ward. The helicopter is equipped with complete medical staff and diagnostic equipment, and we can set off now. He looked at his aunt and said, Because my cousin has just come to a conclusion, I took the initiative to arrange for the transfer to another hospital. Don't worry about the medical matters or the money. I will pay for it all. What do you two think? With tears in her eyes, my aunt said, Xiao, you saved your sister's life. I and your family are forever grateful to you, but you have gone through so much trouble. We really don't know what to do. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand to signal his aunt not to continue talking. As the saying goes, family members don't talk behind each other's backs. After thinking for a while, the aunt reached into her bag that had been used to store documents and rummaged around, then took out a green jade pendant. Xiao, this is what your uncle bought at the jade market at a high price before he left. I have no way to repay you for your kindness to our family, but at least you should accept this piece of jade. Ling Xiao wanted to refuse on the spot, but when he stretched out his hand to push the jade back to his aunt, his palm touched the jade and felt the warm touch. His movements stopped. Although it was just some indescribable feelings, Ling Xiao's heart was surging with strong thoughts. This piece of jade is extraordinary. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Well, let me serve on behalf of my sister for now. When she comes of age, I will make it into a pendant and give it to my cousin as a gift. Chapter 98 My Sister Arrives. After leaving the hospital, Ling Xiao drove to the company to arrange some work. It was already evening when he finished his busy work. On the way home, Ling Xiao slowed down and looked at the night view of Haishar, feeling a little emotional. When he just graduated from college, he was staring at this mirage at night and vowed in his heart. One day he will create his own career with his own hands and gain a foothold in High City. With the smooth operation of Liangxiao Company, Ling Xiao has now fulfilled his original vow and therefore needs to plan the next stage of goals. He was a little confused at first, but this trip home helped him sort out a lot of his thoughts. He has worked hard in High City over the years and it has been very hard. As an older brother, he instinctively hopes that his younger sister does not have to bear the same hardship. Just like what his mother said, it is still too early now, but one day, when his sister's mind is more mature than it is now, Ling Xiao will show her everything he has. house, company, money. What kind of expression will her sister show when she knows everything? When Ling Xiao thought of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Master, there is a phone call for you. The note on the number is my sister. Just when Ling Xiao was thinking about something in his mind, the intelligent AI in the car played the incoming call information. This is really the case. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Ling Xiao immediately answered the phone. What's wrong, Tong Tong? What's the matter? The voice on the other end of the line sounded a little strange. Confusion, and amazement. Ling Xiao had no idea what he had seen that could have shocked his sister to such an extent. Brother, you and sister Xiaoxue are not playing a trick on me, are you? Ling Xiao was full of questions, wondering what his silly sister was doing. Speak human language. Ling Xiao said to his sister mercilessly. Speechless, Sister Ling Xiaodong whispered, I followed the address Sister Xiaoxue gave me last time. Isn't this the super luxurious and expensive Greenleaf community in High City? Boom! Ling Xiao felt as if he was struck by lightning in an instant, and immediately stepped on the brakes to prevent his mood from affecting his driving. Tell me more clearly, what's the address? For a moment, Ling Xiao's breathing became rapid. That's the address Sister Xiaoxue gave me. Ling Xiaotong replied calmly. You forgot, yesterday when you came back after dinner, I asked you when I could come over to play with you guys. Sister Xiaoxue said that you are neighbors now, and she wrote down an address on the spot and asked me to find you after the college entrance examination. Ya Shui. You little girl, you cheated me. I promised my mother not to let Tong Tong have any contact with my business results for the time being. You helped me just now, but now you start to destroy me. Wait for me. Ling Xiao took a deep breath to calm himself down. You just said that Xiaoxue agreed to meet you after the college entrance examination, so what does it mean that you come here now? Ling Xiaotong replied, my winter vacation cram school is over, you can't stop me from taking a break just because I'm a repeater. I talked to my mom and she agreed. Old mom. Why are you also destroying me behind my back? Ling Xiao took a deep breath, thought carefully and sorted out the whole picture. Xiaoxue wrote the real address because she was sure Tong Tong would come over after the college entrance examination. The reason why the mother agreed was that she thought Ling Xiao and the others should have already made arrangements, so she did not stop them. Who would have thought that Tong Tong was such an active girl and caused such a mess? In short, we must find a way to solve the problem first and not let her be distracted by other things as the college entrance examination is approaching. While Ling Xiao's heart was going up and down like a roller coaster, Ling Xiaotong brought up the topic again. Brother, are you guys not lying to me? I just mentioned your name to the security guard here, and he suddenly changed his attitude and said that you are indeed a resident here. Brother, what is going on? Have you suddenly become the big boss? After you came to see Mom the other day, her complexion suddenly changed. Her demeanor also changed when she met neighbors outside. Also, the Wang family suddenly moved away. I went to school today and someone told me that the Wang family was driven away because they provoked a visiting family boss who they shouldn't have provoked. The more I listened, the more I felt that it sounded like you. Security guard. Classmate. During the moment Ling Xiao was silent, Ling Xiaodong's mouth kept moving like a machine gun, and the more she spoke, the more outrageous it became. Ling Xiao immediately slid the screen of his phone to find the security guard's WeChat that he had added before. Boss Ling, a little girl suddenly came in the middle of the night and said she was your sister and wanted to come in to see you. I think she looks quite like you. She is Boss Ling's sister, so beautiful. Boss Ling, I don't mean to say that she must be your sister. I can't be sure. If she is not, then what I said was in vain. Don't be angry. I don't mean to say that she is not your sister. She is really beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I don't have any feelings towards her. Boss Ling, please come back soon. I don't know whether to let people in or not. Looking at the security guard's speech with the word difficult written all over the screen, Ling Zhao's resentment towards him also dissipated. It's really not his fault. Ling Xiao set up the Do Not Disturb feature shortly after adding a security guard, which is why he hasn't received any messages, leaving him in a dilemma. Tong Tong, don't make it difficult for me. Just stay there and wait for me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. After saying this, Ling Xiao calmed himself down, stepped on the accelerator, and hurried back home. It was said to be 5 minutes, and it was exactly 5 minutes. With the help of driving skills, Ling Xiao did not waste even a second and drifted steadily to the main entrance. Brother! Ling Xiaotong's eyes widened when she saw Ling Xiao getting out of a luxury supercar that was obviously worth a fortune. Looking at his sister's behavior, Ling Xiao recalled his mother's instructions in his mind again, and thought they made a lot of sense, so he quickly constructed an excuse in his mind. "Don't touch it, this is a celebrity's car," Ling Xiao said with a light cough. Ling Xiaotong looked confused and looked up at her brother. Ling Xiao continued, "Didn't I mention during dinner that I'm working for a media company right now? My latest job is to host a big star, and our company is responsible for helping her handle all matters related to her trip to High City. This community is where the celebrities live. For convenience, they rented a few houses for us to stay in. This car belongs to the celebrity. She is meeting her friends and staying overnight at a hotel tonight. In order to avoid being conspicuous, she asked me to drive the car back and pick her up tomorrow morning." He told this whole set of lies without taking a breath or blinking an eye. To be honest, Ling Xiao even admired himself. Could it be that this is also an ability that comes with literary skills? Ling Xiao stared at his sister, and only when he saw the look in her eyes change did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seems like I was fooled. Chapter 99, Lotus Emerging from the Water. So Sister Xiuxiu sent me this address just to tease me? Ling Xiaotong said with a pout. Ling Xiao quickly replied, "It depends on how you understand it. Your sister Xiuxiu is currently working for a red wine company and is responsible for the wine supply for several banquets attended by celebrities this time. Their boss owns a house in this neighborhood, similar to ours, and he arranged for her to live nearby for work convenience, so we are indeed neighbors. The right to live here is now allocated to us on-site personnel. Since you are here, come and stay for 2 days. I will find you a room." After saying all this in one breath, Ling Xiao couldn't help but roar in his heart. "Ya Shui, you should thank me. Not only did I fix the problem you caused, but I also mended the damaged image of you in Tongtong's heart." Without giving Tongtong time to savor and detect the loopholes in the lie, Ling Xiao pushed her to the security booth and spoke to her in a friendly and amiable manner. "Xiao Chen, please open the door. This is my sister. Come and stay for 2 days. I'll be your guarantor." "Thank you." The young security guard listened to the whole story from beginning to end, but he also felt lonely. He didn't understand what was going on in Ling Xiao's mind. From his point of view, he had no idea what Ling Xiao was doing. But there is one thing the young security guard understands very well, that is, the Ling Xiao in front of him is the same person who scared him half to death when he first appeared at the gate of the community. If he showed any disrespect just because the other party spoke in a soft tone, he would really lose his job on the spot. So, the young security guard didn't bother to think about what Ling Xiao was thinking. He just cooperated, opened the door with a smile on his face, and let the two in. But he didn't expect that even though he was so cautious, he still forgot one important thing. Generally speaking, as a security guard, he has to remember the residence and license plate numbers of every household in Greenleaf. When the user comes back, he has to manually activate the security set up by the single-family overlord company in the community, which can be regarded as a matter of notifying the residents that their families have returned, but today's episode made him completely forget about this matter. The young security guard forgot this. How could Ling Xiao know? While driving back to the garage, Ling Xiao's plans were all based on the assumption that the residents at home should already know that he was back. Tonight, Su Ning went back to her original rental house to get some information. Only Alice and Lily were at home. Ling Xiao's heart was beating fast, thinking that according to past experience, these two people should be sitting in the living room after hearing the ringtone of the boss's return, and would only fall asleep after greeting Ling Xiao. With his sister right beside him, it was not convenient for Ling Xiao to use his cell phone to contact her. Now all Ling Xiao could do was to rely on his reaction speed after entering the door and quickly signal to them not to talk nonsense. Having been a host for so long, his reaction ability shouldn't disappoint me. At least that's what Ling Xiao expected in his heart. In the passenger seat next to Ling Xiaotong looked around curiously under the streetlight, with excitement written all over her face. "Brother, I used to think that the lives of rich people and us couldn't be that different. But seeing the area here, the outdoor swimming pool, the outdoor barbecue grill. Sure enough, the gap is really huge." Seeing his sister sigh, Ling Xiao felt something was wrong. That's the truth, but at Xiaotong's age, she can't understand simple things and she gets stuck in a rut. He coughed lightly and said, "Don't be fooled by the abundance of equipment outside. The people who actually live here don't have time to enjoy it. Don't you see how much dust is on it? In fact, let alone enjoyment, this place is just a symbol of status. For example, the celebrity we are hosting now, your sister Xiaoxue's boss, has only stayed here a few times since he bought it. If you ask me, whether you want to make money or enjoy life, you should do it within your means and be happy. Ling Xiao thought to himself, great. He felt that the chicken soup for the soul that he cooked was quite sweet and delicious, and his sister would certainly benefit from it. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaotong asked another question in the blink of an eye. I heard that those wealthy male nouveau riches go online and hire a number of beautiful anchors to keep at home. Do you think there are such bastards here too? A wealthy male upstart? The beautiful anchor is kept at home? Even though Ling Xiao was 100% against having any relationship with such a personality, he suddenly felt that he was being targeted. If you ask me, we don't know what other people's lives are actually like, so we shouldn't judge them recklessly. Even if there is a female anchor living in the boss's house, it doesn't necessarily mean she is kept in captivity, Ling Xiao retorted. As soon as I finished speaking, Ling Xiaotong asked a new question. Brother, you come in and out here often, so you must have seen many celebrities, high-ranking officials, and wealthy people. Ling Xiao coughed lightly, and said in an elder brotherly manner. It's definitely not uncommon to see that, but I, your brother, have a clear mind. After all, I am just a company employee living here temporarily, so keeping my feet on the ground is the most important thing. When you start working in society, you will understand that some things can be put down or picked up. When you can't take them out of your mind, you may have to sacrifice your entire life for them. Ling Xiao thought that what he said was pretty good, but when he met his sister's eyes, he suddenly felt depressed. Brother, I'm already 17 years old. I'm not the little girl who just entered junior high school and would envy my deskmate for wearing lipstick. Can you please not lecture me as soon as I come to you? Ling Xiaodong puffed out her cheeks, dissatisfaction written all over her face. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao stopped talking and said no more. Could it be that the age difference between my sister and I has created a generation gap? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's distress doubled. But fortunately, this night journey, which was longer than usual, finally came to an end. After backing into the garage, the two arrived at the main entrance. Ling Xiao frowned, realizing something was wrong. Why didn't the voice-controlled lock on the door open normally? But he didn't think too far ahead at this moment. He just calmly took out the access card and opened the door the old way. Then what comes into view is a paradise-like scene with silver spots and white and brilliant color, like a lotus emerging from water. Alice and Lily, these two beauties, with water droplets hanging on their bodies and bath towels in their hands, were chasing and playing naked in the corridor. Ling Xiaotong was stunned, the smooth and wet duo in the room were stunned, and Ling Xiao was also completely stunned. Boss Ling 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 Ling! Alice screamed, her whole face flushed as she rushed back to the bathroom. Boss, why didn't you ask the security to ring the bell when you came back? Lily was a little bolder and said casually, wrapping herself in a bath towel. Who are you? Ling Xiaotong asked stiffly. Lily didn't know Ling Xiaotong, but seeing that she was standing close to Ling Xiao, she said directly. We are female anchors signed by the boss and currently live with the boss. You. Ling Xiao was only a beat slow to react, and the damage done by these heart-wrenching words could not be undone. Looking at my sister's face full of shock and the half-step back. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Dear sister, I think there is still room for explanation for this matter. Chapter 100 The Boss's Sister. What followed was a long explanation, and it was not until Ling Xiao's lips were almost worn out that Ling Xiaotong finally stopped staring at him with contempt. So, you and your brother are colleagues in the same studio? Ling Xiaotong asked while sitting on the sofa. Across from her, Lily and Alice changed into their house clothes. Ling Xiao could sense that his sister's doubts had not been completely dispelled. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao felt that this was related to the natural submissiveness of the two female anchors when facing him, which was obviously not the way for colleagues to get along with each other. Ling Xiao quickly gave a few secret signals to the quick-witted Lily, who understood and said, Yes, Ling Manager Ling is the captain of our small team. Manager Ling will be in charge of the overall planning of this work, and I will be in charge of polishing the details. People like Alice who can sing and dance will be responsible for supporting on stage at critical moments. Alice tried to smooth things over by saying, We have been staying here for a while for the convenience of work. Usually, Manager Ling would greet us when he came back, and there has never been an accident like this. It's also our fault that we got too carried away. I'm really sorry. Ling Xiao felt deeply moved that he had really picked out an angel from among thousands of flowers. Given Alice's shy personality, the embarrassment of that scene might not be relieved for a month. But now she was willing to endure the embarrassment and insist on sitting here to help Ling Xiao clarify things. To be honest, Ling Xiao was even a little touched. Hearing this, my sister took a deep breath, put on a harmless sweet smile and said, "I see. My two sisters, I'm really sorry for tonight. It's all my fault that I used the pressure of the college entrance examination to force my brother to bring me here to disturb you. I was just a little shocked just now. If I said or did something wrong, please don't mind it, sisters." Ling Xiaodong's apology was very sincere, and combined with her age and innocent appearance, she instantly won the joy of Alice and Lily, and little stars flashed in their eyes on the spot. She went on to say, "And think about it carefully. How could such beautiful sisters have such a relationship with my unlucky brother? I am really overthinking. I always feel that something is not right about the last sentence, but now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, Ling Xiao no longer cares about these details." Lily interrupted, "Sister Tongtong, stop making a fuss. If we really want to talk about whether we are worthy of each other, that is our sister's problem. After all, Manager Ling has no shortage of beautiful girls around him." After saying this, Ling Xiao felt his heart tremble with fear. No matter what Lily's motives were, the essence of the words was not like that. Ling Xiao glared at the other person, and his sister beside him was already curious. "Brother, besides Sister Xiaoxue, there are many other women around you." Seeing that the situation was not good, Ling Xiao quickly asked Alice to ask Ling Xiaotong to go to the bedroom, saying that he had to go to bed early today so that he could go to other places in High City tomorrow. Whew! Everything came to an end. Ling Xiao took a deep breath tiredly and sank into the sofa. "Boss Ling, I didn't expect you have such a sister conside." Lily, who stayed behind, teased. Ling Xiao glanced at the other person and said unhappily, "How dare you say that? Put away your exposed mouth. My sister is very innocent and I don't want her to be exposed to society too early." In response, Lily said noncommittally, "I think you are overprotective, boss. Although we only talked for a while, I think your sister is quite mature." Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to Lily. He waved his hand and told her to go back to her room quickly. After tidying himself up, he went back to his room and fell asleep, praying in his heart that tomorrow would be a little smoother. The next morning, when Ling Xiao went downstairs, he found his sister already sitting in the restaurant having breakfast. There was another person next to Ling Xiaotong, and that was Yao Shui. Ling Xiao pulled out a chair and sat down, glaring at Yao Shui fiercely. The latter took advantage of Ling Xiaotong's inattention and apologized to Ling Xiao with her eyes. It was obvious that she had realized the series of troubles caused by her unintentional mistake through her chat with her sister. "Brother, as an office worker, how can you have such a casual schedule?" Alice and sister Lily went to the company together early in the morning. Ling Xiaotong handed the bread wrapped in meat slices on the dining table to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao explained, "It's different. Your brother's hard work is concentrated in 3 shifts. Staying up late is a common occurrence for me. My boss is considerate of me. Since it's not a particularly important meeting, I don't need to go to the company during working hours." Hearing this, Ling Xiaotong also brought the glass of milk in front of her to Ling Xiao. "You've worked really hard, come and eat, this is all brought by Sister Xiaoxue." Ling Xiao nodded, took a bite of bread and asked Yao Shui, "Where are you planning to take us later?" Yao Shui shook her head and said, "Sorry, I have to go to the company soon, so I can't accompany you today." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little troubled for a moment. His sister came suddenly and he had not made any preparations. Things are different now than when we were kids, when we couldn't just buy 2 chicken legs from the door and make a fool of ourselves. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little confused about where to take high school girls to play at this age so that they wouldn't be bored. "I wanted to rely on Yao Shui, but this girl failed me at the critical moment. It's simple. Go find Mu Zian. Miss Mu must know something about this matter," Yao Shui suggested. Ling Xiao met Yao Shui's gaze with a frown on his face. "It's fine if it's just business, but this kind of personal matter is taking up Miss Mu's work time. Am I such a shameless person in your eyes?" Yao Shui snorted, then crossed her arms and pouted. "You are really a rock. If Miss Mu knew that you wanted to get rid of her, I'm afraid she would be so happy that she wouldn't feel that her time was wasted." Ling Xiao was unable to respond to Yao Shui's words. After a pause, his sister beside him suddenly became interested. "Mu Zian, whose beautiful lady's name is this? By the way, Sister Xiaoxue, my brother's colleague told me last night that there are many women around him. Is this true?" Yao Shui also became excited and was about to cooperate with the performance, but after being glared at by Ling Xiao, she changed her tone. No way, your brother is such a decent man, how could he be a scumbag who flirts with other girls? They are just work partners. At least on the surface, we call each other work partners. But I don't know what nicknames we call each other behind closed doors. The first half of the sentence was normal, but the second half immediately returned to Yao Shui's nature of provoking trouble. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to make a move, the girl tactfully shouted that she had work to do and ran away, leaving Ling Xiao speechless. Don't pay attention to Xiao Shui. Tell me where you want to go? Ling Xiao cleverly interrupted with a question. If you have any gift you want, just tell me and I'll buy it for you. Ling Xiaotong lowered her head and said in a low voice with a little embarrassment, then brother, I do have something I want. No need to play, can you take me shopping for some clothes? I signed up for a winter camp during the winter break, but I didn't have the right winter clothes at home. Chapter 101 Brother's Gift. There is no suitable winter clothing at home. These were just very simple words, but they caused Ling Xiao's heart to feel a little painful. Due to family financial constraints, not only Ling Xiaotong but also Ling Xiao had very limited new clothes bought when they were young. Most of the time, the siblings only had a few sets of school uniforms to rotate between. As for my mother, she is even more strict with herself. She is still wearing the clothes she bought for herself more than 10 years ago. Come on, I'll take you shopping for clothes. After finishing breakfast, Ling Xiao immediately took his sister into the car and came to the familiar Haisher shopping mall. Brother, these clothes are probably very expensive. Ling Xiaotong stood at the door, looking at the people of all kinds coming and going, pinching the corners of his clothes with both hands, looking a little embarrassed. It's okay. Our company has promoted the clothing store here before, and there are a lot of coupons. Ling Xiao took his sister's hand, gave her confidence, and walked in together. The clothing store Ling Xiao chose was Lava Clothing, a clothing store that focuses on youthful women's clothing. In order to shape Alice's pure temperament, Ling Xiao once came here to choose suitable equipment. By the way, he got to know the store manager and became a platinum member. Isn't this young Master Ling? Before he could finish his words, the store manager had already received the hint from Ling Xiao's eyes and swallowed the last word back on the spot, forming the two words Ling Xiao. Boss, we've worked together before. You promised me that if I bring my family here, I can get a 10% discount on the things they buy. Ling Xiao raised his voice and hinted at the other party with his eyes and tone. After all, he is an old businessman, and the boss performed well, smiling. Of course, I was just wondering why you didn't come when the new year is almost here, so that the coupon won't expire later. As my sister followed the clerk to pick out clothes, the store manager approached with a flattering look on his face and said, Mr. Ling, you like this too? Ling Xiao looked at the other person with disdain. What do you mean? Playing dumb to eat the tiger? The store manager's eyes were full of ridicule. The second generation circle is very popular now. They don't show off their wealth directly to attract women who are greedy for money. Instead, he pretends to be an ordinary person and approaches innocent girls, then slowly reveals his true colors. When the time is right, I will reveal my true identity and show that I am not the stereotypical rich second generation obsessed with money, but a man who wants to pursue true love. With this combination of punches, it won't matter if you're a female college student with a chastity fetish or anything else, it'll be hard for you not to get caught. The store manager wanted to continue blowing, but when he met the coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes, he immediately controlled his mouth. That's my sister. Ling Xiao said coldly. The store manager suddenly realized what was going on and quickly changed his expression. That's right, I always hate those dandy boys who try to play tricks on me. I admire a good man like you, Mr. Ling, who takes care of his family and sister the most. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to the chameleon boss. After more than 10 minutes, his sister came over surrounded by the shop assistants. Why so fast? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. According to his expectations, after arriving at such a high-end clothing store, his sister would have to spend at least half an hour choosing among the dazzling array of items. Ling Xiaotong ran to Ling Xiao's side and whispered. The clothes here are great, bro, but I don't feel comfortable staying here for too long. Although Ling Xiao felt a little helpless, the ultimate purpose of bringing his sister here was to make her happy. If I insist on forcing my sister and make her uncomfortable, that would be counterproductive. How many clothes did you try on? Ling Xiao asked. A clerk stepped out and showed them. There are 3 sets in total. This yellow sweatshirt matches the short skirt. It's our new style this year. It was designed by a famous designer. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao reached out to stop the other party from talking. Okay, pack all 3. The clerk was overjoyed and nodded. Okay, let me calculate it for you. The total is 94,700. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Xiao's face darkened. He had previously specifically hinted to these shop assistants not to emphasize the price, so how could they have let him down so quickly? When the store manager saw them, he quickly stepped forward, pushed aside the clerk and said loudly, "The total is 94,700 points, which is within the 100,000 points you have in your name. You can enjoy a 10% discount." Ling Xiaotong asked, "Boss, what's the total price?" $1 equals 10 points, little sister. The boss said with a smile, "That's exactly $9,470. Your brother is enjoying a 10% discount at our store, so the total is 947 yuan. I'll give you a small change and just give me 900 yuan. Ling Xiao nodded with satisfaction. This boss turned out to be very reliable. The standard price of the clothes was lowered according to Ling Xiao's request, but the price was not reduced too much and discounts were combined to achieve the low price that people actually need to pay in the end. The 3 sets of clothes cost nearly 1,000 yuan, which is reasonable according to the consumption standards of an ordinary family. Considering the brands of these clothes, it is a real profit. After leaving Lava, Ling Xiaotong lowered her head and whispered, "Brother, I just want a set of outerwear to wear during winter camp." "You bought too much. Spending $1,000 on clothes for a high school student like me is too extravagant. I didn't come here to play with you just to eat your money like this." Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and scratched his sister's nose like he did when they were little, and said with a smile, "A 17-year-old girl doesn't need one set of clothes to go out. Tong Tong, I'm glad you can think about your brother like this. But listen carefully, one thing is one thing, my brother makes money here because he wants you and mom to live a good life. From now on, no matter when you encounter financial problems, you must tell me even if I have concerns and don't tell you." These words were different from the previous conversation, and they came in a particularly serious tone. Ling Xiaotong stopped smiling playfully and nodded seriously. Her eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao's face and did not move away for a long time. Seeing this, Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "What's wrong again?" Ling Xiaotong said blankly, "I just feel that only people like you are mature men. Those idiots in school who pretend to chase me are just a bunch of children." Ling Xiao was immediately pleased to see his sister praising him like this. "Of course, I am your brother." Halfway through his speech, Ling Xiao slowly realized that something was wrong. The idiots chasing Ling Xiaotong in school? Oh shit. Who is after you? Tell your brother now. Ling Xiao was shouting from behind, but Ling Xiaotong walked forward with a smug look on her face, letting Ling Xiao take the lead. Just as the two siblings were playing as usual, a group of men in black flashed out from the crowd and suddenly surrounded them. The group's eyes were focused on Ling Xiao, which instantly made him alert. Ling Xiao pulled his sister behind him and held his fists in front of him. "Who is it?" The men in black looked at each other and took out their equipment one by one. Microphone, camera. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Ling from Liangxiao Company? Can we interview you?" Bad thing. Chapter 102 Lunch. Wow, a bunch of guys dressed like they were in the Matrix and then they jumped out and told me they were reporters. Are you also like Lu Sandow from the Jushur Hospital, who made the wrong choice of profession? Complaints aside, the current situation is a sudden disaster. Ling Xiao had already noticed that his sister beside him was confused because so many people surrounded her and called her boss. Just as Ling Xiao held the phone and was about to do something to resolve the crisis, a graceful figure with some hands inserted into the encirclement of black-clad reporters. "This isn't Liang Zhao's boss. This is Liang Zhao's executive manager. You've made a mistake." Ling Xiao curled his lips. He was familiar with the person coming. It was Qinya, the female reporter who had received his help once. The black-clad reporters were stunned. Before they could react, Qinya's subordinates had already begun to drown them out with their voices. "You're wrong. If you want to interview Liang Xiao, you should look for Sun Ning. That is, or the famous female anchor Alice from Liangxiao, and the new Lily. Or maybe the executor Maozi is also a breakthrough point." Ling Xiao still remembers that the original Fuyuan company was like a pile of loose sand under the control of Zhu Changzai and Dai Jiala. Now that I look at it this way, it turns out that my initial appreciation of Qinya was not wrong. In just a few weeks, she had selected reliable, elite and efficient forces from the scattered group. As for why Qinya happened to show up to help, Ling Xiao was not surprised. After all, he was the one who controlled everything behind the scenes. Fuyuan Company, to which Qinya belonged, was already secretly controlled by Ling Xiao with a large number of shares. After Liang Xiao Company was launched as a new media, Qinya, under the arrangement of Ling Xiao, used the advantages of Fuyuan Company as an old media to protect Liang Xiao Company and Ling Xiao himself at all levels. Last night, although Ling Xiao fell asleep immediately after returning to his room, he made two arrangements before falling asleep. One of them was to have Qinya conceal Ling Xiao's identity as the boss behind Liang Xiao in publicity. At least if my sister searches for the word Ling Xiao on the internet out of curiosity, she won't come up with specific entries such as Liang Xiao's boss or kidnapping case. Although being blocked by the media was beyond Ling Xiao's expectations, fortunately he shared today's schedule with Qinya just in case. He was very satisfied with the latter's decisiveness and results of the surprise attack. As for another arrangement before going to bed last night, it's about time I show it here. Sizzle! There was a series of electrical noises, and the reporters' cameras started to go dark. The reporters looked at each other, and their attention immediately shifted from Qin Xiang and Ling Xiao in front of them to focusing on what was wrong with their own expensive equipment. Seeing this, Ling Xiao exchanged glances with Qinya, pulled his sister away from the spot, and headed for the alley in the mall to take refuge. Brother, what happened just now? Ling Xiaotong, who was pulled behind Ling Xiao, slowly reacted and asked the question. Ling Xiao coughed lightly and uttered the words he had prepared in his mind. Su Ning, my boss has mentioned this to you before, remember? The younger sister looked disdainful and said, remember, your college classmate was a cool and calm strong woman who had been secretly in love with you for many years. Brother, I'm asking you a serious question. Why do you choose this moment to show off your romantic history? Ling Xiao turned around unhappily and flicked his sister's forehead and said. Speak properly, what do you mean by poking my XP, and? I don't remember when I told you that I've had a crush on her for many years. My sister covered her head and pretended to be in pain, but she said with a smile, then you have admitted the fact that I have been secretly in love with you for many years. Admit it, your sister. Ling Xiao clapped his hands and said. Anyway, because Boss Su and I have worked together for many years and are old classmates, there were a few times when I attended some events on her behalf and was mistaken for Boss Liang Xiao. It's really troublesome. If you ever encounter similar troubles, remember to let me know. After a few bounces and a few hits, Ling Xiaotong finally stopped being naughty and asked in a serious tone. After hearing you talk about Miss Su so many times, I am really curious about what the female boss you are talking about is like. After hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately laughed and said. That's great. Su Ning and I have a dinner date. I'll bring you along at noon and introduce you two to each other. Caught off guard by these words, Ling Xiaotong immediately blushed and lowered her head. Brother, you have a dinner with your boss, it's not appropriate for me to go. Ling Xiao held his sister's hand and walked forward, saying, all right, stop being so hypocritical. Su Ning also wants to see you. Let's go. Before leaving, Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards a corner of the mall. Sui, who was there, waved to Ling Xiao knowingly. He was another arrangement made by Ling Xiao last night. After all, there are not many people who can hack into the devices of all the reporters in front of them in an instant. Ling Xiao arranged his family dinner at Feitsui Linglong as usual. Following the guidance of the silver-haired butler, the two entered the private room and sat down. It was Ling Xiaotong's first time to eat in a restaurant of this level. She looked uneasy and pulled her chair closer to Ling Xiao. She finally calmed down after being soothed by Ling Xiao. When the door of the private room opened, Su Ning's timely appearance shocked her again. Today, Su Ning still has her beautiful long black hair, with just the right amount of light makeup on her face and a dress on. Since she was attending the lunch during a break from work, her dress was a dark blue color which was more formal. The formal suit that would only hide her elegance on other people has a different kind of charm on Su Ning, perfectly outlining her overwhelming aura and the boldness of a beauty in men's clothing. Following Ling Xiao, they may be as lively as Yao Shui, or as gentle as Alice, or as cheerful as Lily, or as generous as Qinya. Ling Xiaotong believed that he had seen many beauties around Ling Xiao, but Su Ning was completely different from them. The temperament she exuded and the attraction that matched it were completely incomparable. As a result, Ling Xiaotong, who was supposed to introduce herself, stood there in a daze, unable to utter a word for a long time. Looking at his sister's silly behavior, Ling Xiao just found it funny. How could they be siblings? Even their aesthetic tastes in women are very similar. Su Ning calmly came to Ling Xiaotong's side, a smile on her face, and she held the girl's hands with both hands, shaking them up and down for a while, and then said, you must be Ling Xiaotong, Ling Zhao's sister. My business over the years has been inseparable from your brother's help. He is also a rare friend of mine. Since you are his sister, you are also my sister, Su Ning. If you can't find your brother for anything in the future, come to me." Ling Xiaotong, who was usually talkative, was unable to utter a word at this moment. She could only lower her head with a blush on her face and respond with the sound of her throat rolling instead of words. Chapter 103 Study Hard. Ling Xiao, in other words, you want to enter the Beijing market? Right. To be honest, I don't agree with this. Although we have basically taken over the Haisher market, Liangxiao still has a shallow foundation and needs time to digest it. You are right, but I have other reasons. The enemy is in Jing City, and the war has already started. You mean ghosts? Okay, I see. In that case, I will give you a report on the march into Jing City later. Ahem. I mean, I will have my subordinates draft a report and hold a meeting for the entire company to discuss it. During lunch, Ling Xiao and Su Ning kept discussing the official business of Liang Xiao Company's operation. Ling Xiaotong was confused and could only enjoy the food by herself. Su Ning opened her handbag and took out a file and said, "By the way, take a look at this. This is the customer order that Mauzi received." Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at it before saying, "Taking orders is not within Mauzi's job scope." Su Ning nodded and said, "Indeed, it is against the rules for company employees to take orders privately, but Mauzi's reasons are somewhat special. It was a client who wanted to contact us, and he found him by mistake. Considering that this client, Lu Jihua, is a well-known figure in the entire high city, it will be of great benefit to the company's future. He took it upon himself to write the proposal first, and then you, the boss, will discuss whether it can be approved. Lu Jihua is indeed a top businessman in high city who is as famous as Yao Jianye. Ling Xiao has heard of him. He was a street thug in his early years, and gradually climbed up to become a big gangster, wandering around with his men. Later, he got involved in the real estate business and became rich overnight. Unlike other people of his generation, he did not indulge in extravagance. Instead, he continued to expand his treasury and territory, and for a time he sat firmly on the throne of the richest man in high city. But the good times did not last long, and his status quickly fell with the collapse of the entire high city real estate business. But afterwards, he continued to tinker with some small businesses and occasionally jumped into the business world spotlight. As someone who works hard in high city, Ling Xiao would naturally have heard of this person with a legendary experience. Lu Xi's paintings do have a certain influence, but he is not a serious businessman. What do you think? Ling Xiao showed his confidence and made a careful judgment. My advice is not to do it. This deal looks tempting, but Lu Jihua is in such a hurry, and the details Mauzi wrote down are so detailed that it's a bit unnatural. It's hard to feel that there is no trap. Su Ning gave the answer based on his keen sense of smell. That makes sense, but I still agree to accept it. Considering that we will move beyond Haisher in the future, we have to overcome this stumbling block even if it means we have to be crushed. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Besides, it's rare that Mauzi has this idea, so I'll just take it as an opportunity to gain some experience for him. I don't want to give up. Su Ning said with a light in her eyes, "Okay, boss. Then I will prepare a few emergency plans just in case." The two of them chatted more and more excitedly, and it was not until they made a decision that they noticed Ling Xiaotong was beside them. Ling Xiao turned his head away awkwardly, thinking something was not right. During this conversation, Su Ning didn't know how many times she had called him boss. Even if Tong Tong is slow, she should be able to realize the truth. Brother, you guys are done talking. Sorry, I was a little distracted. However, Ling Xiaotong's reaction made Ling Xiao feel a little amused. No matter what, the crisis was avoided, and Ling Xiao was content. I'm sorry. It's a rare opportunity for us to be alone together, but I've been talking about work without any sense. Su Ning stood up and said at the right time. The company has some other things to do, so I'll leave first. Have fun this afternoon and I'll contact you if you have anything else. Ling Xiaotong looked up and wanted to say something, but Su Ning's aura was too dazzling for her, so she could only lower her head and respond. After Su Ning left, Ling Xiaotong finally relaxed and let out a long sigh. You don't like Su Ning? Ling Xiao asked with some concern. Ling Xiaotong hurriedly shook her head and said, No, on the contrary, I think Miss Su is really a great woman. At this point, she looked at Ling Xiao with a confused look. Brother, I don't quite understand, among all the beauties you've met, which one are you chasing after? Ling Xiao knocked on the other party and said, You are imitating your sister Xiaoxue's nonsense again. Although it hurt, Ling Xiaotong did not back down this time and argued. Brother, a good man won't make excuses to flirt with women. If you really like someone, you should go for her openly. Ling Xiao opened his mouth, but finally chose to shut up. I have to say that what my sister said is indeed correct, and it is also a very simple truth. In fact, on the day of the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Ling Xiao was already prepared to confess his love to Su Ning. However, plans cannot keep up with changes, and it has been delayed until now. Although I have been finding excuses to put it off until now, it is indeed about time to find another opportunity to make this happen. Ling Xiao did not answer, but Ling Xiaotong started talking to himself. Miss Su is truly dazzling. I wish I could become a woman like her in my life. After that, a flame flashed in Ling Xiaotong's eyes. She cleared her throat and said to Ling Xiao seriously, "Brother, you don't need to arrange my actions this afternoon. I'm going home now." This was another unexpected move. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "How can you just leave as soon as you say so? If you don't have fun, we can plan to go somewhere else." Ling Xiaotong shook her head and smiled, "No, I should go back to review. Brother, my first choice is Haisher University, which you and Miss Su both attended. If I want to step on your level and join your conversation one day, if I can't even step on this step, then everything is empty talk." Haisher University. To Ling Xiao, that place was dotted with dark memories, but if one put aside prejudice, it was indeed an excellent institution of learning. He really has no objection if Ling Xiaotong can go there for further studies. Patting his motivated sister on the head, Ling Xiao said softly, "Just do your best. If you fail, remember, I will support you." Just like that, after the dinner, Ling Xiao personally sent his sister back home. Looking at his sister's joyful back as she jumped 3 steps forward, Ling Xiao had a sincere smile on his face. After the kidnapping, he had been a little obsessed with it, but now he finally came to his senses. Ling Xiao's friends and relatives are all working hard to move forward in this world. What he had to do was not to build cages to lock up the other person for protection, but to guard him secretly in the corner with trust. That's it. Ding-a-ling. The cell phone rang, and Ling Xiao answered the call in a good mood. The contact person shown on it was Xiao Xue. "Ah Xiao, I have something to ask you. Our high school is going to have a reunion. Can you go with me?" Chapter 104, Strange Invitation. At dusk. On the winding mountain road of Bija Mountain, the McLaren P1 was driving at high speed under Ling Xiao's control. 3 days ago, he received a call from Yao Xue. During the call, Yao Xue mentioned that her high school classmates wanted to hold a class reunion, and the organizer was their high school classmate Gao Jun. Speaking of Gao Jun, he could be considered a celebrity in their class and even in the school during their high school days. Gao Jun's father is in the real estate business and is a typical rich second generation. Although his grades are very poor, he is handsome, tall, and is also the captain of the school basketball team. For some reason, such a person who is the center of attention always has a problem with Ling Xiao and always makes trouble for him. This kind of thing has happened 3 times, including blocking and beating people in the alley. But perhaps evil deeds will be punished, and Gao Jun's father's business failed during the 2nd semester of his senior year in high school. In order to avoid being hunted down by debt collectors, Gao Jun did not take the college entrance examination, dropped out of school and disappeared from everyone's sight. Gao Jun reappears after many years, but this is not the reason why Ling Xiao agrees to attend the troublesome class reunion. This time, Yao Xue's best friend from high school, Taozi, invited Gao Jun to the reunion, and the invitation specifically emphasized that Ling Xiao should be brought alone. Taozi and Yao Xue went to the same university and even became college roommates. The relationship between the two had always been very harmonious, but one day Taozi suddenly dropped out of school and left without saying a word. Afterwards, Yao Xue found out that Taozi had an affair with a young man from outside and was pregnant with his child. The mystery of this class reunion does not end there. The venue for Gao Jun's meeting was a suburban Baijiashan villa that Ling Xiao had heard of. The starting time is dusk, a dinner has been prepared there, and everyone will be having fun until leaving the next morning. Ling Xiao, you're distracted again, be careful. On the mountain road, Su Ning's reminder from the back seat interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. That's right, in addition to Yao Xue, Ling Xiao also brought Su Ning to participate. When Ling Xiao told Su Ning about the class reunion and said that he would be away for a day, Su Ning immediately said that she had no other things to do and strongly requested to join in. Ling Xiao had no reason to refuse, so he agreed without thinking too much. This decisive agreement made Ling Xiao regretful at the moment. He hated himself for forgetting the Shura scene in Maple Leaf Hospital where the 2 women performed on the same stage so quickly. Ah Xiao won't be distracted. His driving skills are quite good. Even if he is distracted, he can drive on a road like this without any problem. Yao Shui teased from the back seat. Su Ning replied calmly, I am just concerned about him. It is more important to pay attention to safety on this mountain road than to show off your childish driving skills. Besides, Ling Xiao has been working late a lot for our company during this period, and I'm afraid his energy is not even a quarter of what you said. But it was rude of me to say this to Miss Shui. After all, there are some things that only people who live under the same roof can understand clearly. Along the way, the two of them kept arguing with each other. Ling Xiao sighed and looked at the fortress-like villa in the distance, feeling very complicated. Welcome everyone to Beacon Castle. The large open space in front of Bija Fort was set up with a large number of tables, wines, and cakes according to the standards of an outdoor banquet. As a tall man in a white suit made a statement into the microphone, the banquet named after the high school reunion began. Needless to say, the man in the white suit who spoke at the banquet was the organizer Gao Jun. He threw the microphone away, and his skinny henchman beside him immediately picked up the microphone and spoke. Brother Gao is indeed the same as Gao for many years. This is the first time I have seen such a big villa and such a luxurious banquet. The henchman's name is Chen Shui. He used to be a member of Gao Jun's basketball team. He was better at sucking up to the captain than playing basketball. Gao Jun came to a corner of the banquet, next to a white sports car. This brother Gao, is this supercar yours? It looks so cool, what kind of car is it? As an excellent henchman, Chen Shui asked at the right time. Gao Jun was so happy that his heart blossomed, but he tried to hold back his laughter and said with a cough, Lexus LFA, limited to 500 units worldwide, is known as the top star of Lexus. Chen Shui howled, limited to 500 units worldwide. The performance was exaggerated, but it was effective, and soon guests gathered around with food and drinks. Chen Shui shouted with envy, Brother Gao, this car of yours must cost a lot of money. Gao Jun covered his face and tried hard to control his emotions so as not to laugh too happily. He cleared his throat and said, It was indeed a little expensive when I bought it, but then I thought about it. 6 million can be earned anytime, and such a good limited edition sports car will never be available again. Chen Shui surpassed his acting skills on the spot, shouting from the bottom of his heart, 666 million. The crowd around also started to make noise. Listening to the unanimous voices of praise around him, Gao Jun closed his eyes with enjoyment. How many years has it been since he was hunted down and left everything behind? How many years has it been since he last felt this way? Gao Jun opened his eyes again and glanced at everyone in the venue. He found a woman who was standing out from the crowd, drinking alone in a corner. A beautiful woman who stands out from the crowd. The woman seemed to be waiting for something with the last bit of expectation, and turned a deaf ear to all the commotion here. The woman's name was Tao Tao, and everyone she knew called her Taozi. When he was in high school, Gao Jun fell in love with two beautiful girls in his class, Taozi and Yao Shui. It's a pity that although Yao Shui is pretty, her heart is only focused on her childhood sweetheart Ling Xiao. For this reason, Gao Jun often caused trouble for the nerd Ling Xiao. Later, Gao Jun came to his senses and stopped paying attention to Yao Shui, who looked beautiful but was actually a tomboy, and focused on conquering Taozi. But due to the bankruptcy episode, all this came to nothing. As time goes by, Taozi is now more beautiful and has the charm of a mature woman compared to the immaturity in middle school. Just a profile picture aroused the evil fire in Gao Jun's heart. He swore in his heart on the spot that he must get this woman to bed tonight. So Gao Jun walked through the crowd, came to Taozi and said, Mr. Taozi, why are you so absent-minded? Taozi turned around and saw Gao Jun's lustful face. She immediately took a half step back in shock. I am waiting for Ah Xiao and Xiao Shui. Hearing this, Gao Jun chuckled and said, It's certainly okay to wait for old friends at a class reunion, but it's not worth it to miss a perfect dinner because of this. Otherwise I can personally take you to taste it. Let's go, Momoko-san. After saying that, Gao Jun put his hand on the other's shoulder and rubbed it restlessly a few times. Taozi frowned, dodged, and said seriously, No need to bother you, Mr. Gao. Seeing that the other party was so unfamiliar with him, Gao Jun's expression changed and he snorted coldly. Taozi, you are not young anymore. You have been in society for so many years. Don't you understand such a simple truth? That nerdy guy Ling Xiao and the tomboy Yao Shui, after all these years, are nothing more than small-time workers somewhere. I, Gao Jun, came here in person to show my goodwill to you, but you ignored me for the sake of these two people. Don't you think it's very rude? As he spoke, Gao Jun took a few steps forward and forced Taozi near a table. they are already half an hour late. In my opinion, they don't even have the courage to come over. You've just been waiting in vain, said Gao Jun. It's hard to say. Taozi was still stubborn. Gao Jun was a little angry, but when he saw the extremely cute expression of unwillingness on Taozi's face, his mood improved in an instant. Hard to say? Let me tell you this, if Ling Xiao can come up to me next time, I will call him Dad. Swish! With a sharp brake noise, a sports car drove to the banquet venue. Chapter 105, The Clown. The bright red sports car rushed over like a flash of lightning, splashing flying rocks and leaving an afterimage with the momentum of a king. Anyone who saw such a wild speed would think that the driver must have had an accident and did not step on the accelerator. The gathered guests screamed and dispersed to make way for a space. Swish! However, it was different from what everyone expected. There was a sharp brake noise, and the red lightning was as swift as a rabbit and as quiet as a virgin. It stepped on the accelerator and drifted like an acrobat, landing in the parking space without an inch's error. The thunderous sound of the sports car when it moved attracted the attention of the guests, and when it stopped, everyone's attention was still on it. Avant-garde design, powerful flowing lines, and simple but radical color scheme. As the king of sports cars, the natural beauty of the McLaren P1 has conquered the audience without much declaration from others. Seeing that the guests who had been praising Gao Jun's sports car before all ran to the new sports car, Chen Shui immediately rushed to Gao Jun's side to make his presence felt. Brother Gao, I don't know where this new guy came from, but he dared to come to your class reunion and steal the limelight. I'll come over and show you. However, before he could move, Gao Jun stretched out his broad hand to stop him. Wait, open your eyes and see clearly. That's a McLaren P1, priced at 12 million. There may not be a more advanced sports car in the entire city of Hai. Gao Jun's heart was beating fast. Others saw him living in a mansion, driving a sports car, and maintaining a large group of classmates. They naturally thought that he had restored his family business and become the rich second generation he used to be during those years of hiding his whereabouts. But he himself knew best what the truth was. At that time, Gao Jun was under the pursuit of debt collectors and his father took him to seek refuge everywhere. His life was miserable. Unable to bear it any longer, Gao Jun, who was furious and humiliated, found a big brother among the debt collectors, sold his own father in exchange for the other party's appreciation, and became the other party's henchman. Over the years, he has been repeatedly promoted under various bosses, and finally recently he has caught up with a boss who once was the richest man in Hai City. By working like a slave, Gao Jun was finally appreciated and was responsible for the management of some of the other party's marginal assets. Occasionally, when the boss was not in the mood to pay attention, he could use it to pretend to support him. Yes, neither this luxury house in the mountains nor the expensive sports car had anything to do with Gao Jun. With this soft spot in his heart, the first thing Gao Jun thought of when he saw the luxury car was the possibility that the boss had learned of his actions and was coming to settle the score. Therefore, when the car door opened and a group of 3 people got out, Gao Jun felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the unfamiliar faces. However, his good mood only lasted for a short moment. When he saw that the guests' attention shifted from the luxury cars to the owners of the luxury cars, who came forward one by one to enthusiastically communicate and greet them, jealousy burned in Gao Jun's heart and the pain almost made him go crazy on the spot. Xiao Xue. There was no trace of the depression on Taozi's face that she had just felt when she was harassed by Gao Jun. She immediately rushed forward with a smile on her face. Light snow? That tomboy Yao Shui? Gao Jun was a little bit unbelievable for a moment, and took a few steps forward to take a closer look. The 3 people who came down, the one on the left was wearing a light yellow dress, embellished with lighter ornaments, and had a curvy figure, an existence that could not be described by the word ordinary beauty. Watching Taozi rushing forward and hugging the other person, Gao Jun looked her up and down more than a dozen times before he confirmed from the remaining details on the other person and his memory that it was Yao Shui. People say that girls change a lot when they grow up. A girl who is beautiful when she is young may not necessarily grow up, and a girl who is ugly when she is young may not necessarily grow up. But Yao Shui didn't follow the rules of the game at all. She was a famous beauty when she was young. As she grew up, she strengthened her advantages and repaired her disadvantages. Gao Jun's saliva was welling up when he saw it. Gao brother Gao. Just when Gao Jun was still immersed in shock, Chen Shui next to him poked him a few times and said, "The one in the middle seems to be the nerdy Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao? Gao Jun felt like he was about to laugh out loud on the spot. The man standing in the middle of the trio that got out of the multi-million sports car was wearing expensive suits. This man's every move was filled with the majestic aura of a superior, and he was obviously the leader of the trio. In terms of aura alone, his aura was even not inferior to that of the old boss that Gao Jun was following now. How could Ling Xiao, the pretty boy who used to have nothing but a pretty face, be the big boss in front of him? What a joke! Gao Jun wanted to say this contemptuously in his heart, but when he looked at the other person's face carefully, the words suddenly rotted in his heart. You have to know that men are different from women. There is not such an exaggerated change between their 20s and their teens. If Gao Jun were to say which part of Ling Xiao, who was defined as a pretty boy in Gao Jun's mind, left the deepest impression on him, it would be his face or his appearance. After taking a closer look, Gao Jun really couldn't deceive himself. But this is impossible. How could that nerd Ling Xiao jump to this position from a poor boy in just 10 years? Anger was mixed with jealousy, and Gao Jun's fingertips even pierced his palm. What about the woman next to them? Could she be another classmate who has grown into a big boss in a short period of time due to her extraordinary talent? Gao Jun looked at it carefully with a heart filled with bitterness, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. This woman in a black evening gown, whose aura was not even inferior to Ling Xiao, simply greeted the guests at the venue. There was not much contact between them, and she must have been just a casual relative. Brother Gao, Ling Xiao, and Yao Shui are so disrespectful. They came to the class reunion you hosted, but they only remembered to greet other people and didn't greet you first. Seeing Gao Jun beside him with a gloomy face, Chen Shui continued to concentrate on making trouble. Gao Jun looked at them with sinister eyes and muttered, "Anyone who ignores me will pay the price, but before that, I have to figure out what changes these two people have gone through over the years and what their origins are now." After saying that, he quickly approached the woman in the black evening dress among the trio. While the other two were greeting their acquaintances, she found a dining table and sat down quietly. Gao Jun approached, put on his famous sunny smile and said, "Hello, I'm Gao Jun, the organizer of this class reunion. What's your name, young lady?" The other party responded in a calm and sophisticated tone of voice, "My name is Su Ning." It turned out to be Miss Su. Gao Jun said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Ling Xiao and Yao Shui would have changed so much over the years. Miss Su, you seem to be very familiar with them. Why don't you tell me about their recent situation?" "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I'm just asking in a friendly way. We are all classmates. Looking at you from a close distance, Miss Su, you are really a great beauty, and your aura is not comparable to that of ordinary women. It seems that you must be an expert in the business world. I am so envious. If I had a decent and beautiful woman like you, Miss Su, to assist me, I would surely." Gao Jun kept talking all the way, feeling very proud of it. With his ability of choosing words and composing sentences, no woman has ever failed to take the bait. Ling Xiao didn't give him face at the banquet, so he was investigating Ling Xiao's background and trying to steal his girlfriend at the same time. This is called reciprocity. But when Su Ning finished the glass of wine in front of her and stood up, her eyes showed no sign of being moved by Gao Jun's words, and the only emotion she showed was pure contempt. "Gao Jun, right? I've seen many people who try to be rich, but I've rarely seen someone as shameless as you who relies on other people's leftovers and is so complacent. Instead of wasting time talking to me, you should worry more about your third-rate tricks and make sure they are not exposed anytime soon." After saying that, Su Ning walked away, leaving Gao Jun alone with a face that turned pale and blue. Chapter 106 Leopard. "Brother Gao, what does this woman mean by this?" Chen Shui asked with confusion. As the saying goes, it's no good talking about something else. Chen Shui's words further irritated Gao Jun's soft spot. He pushed the flatterer away and grabbed the microphone and said, "Everyone, I think it's almost time. Let's go into the villa and start today's dinner before the sun sets completely." This declaration finally drew back the attention of some of the guests, who cheered deafeningly and filed in. Gao Jun couldn't help but have a hint of pride on his face. He looked at Ling Xiao and the other two, hoping to find some traces of unwillingness on their faces. However, what awaited him was disappointment. Rather than ridicule or confrontation, the responses on Ling Xiao and the other two's faces were more devastating to Gao Jun's confidence. Ignore. This made Gao Jun realize that since Ling Xiao and others showed up, they had not exchanged a single word with each other. Ling Xiao, the nerd who could only be bullied by him in the past, now completely ignores Gao Jun's existence, just like a lion on the grassland who doesn't care how spectacular the termite nest under his feet is. Gao Jun gritted his teeth, wishing he could chew up these guys who ignored him. Yes, he could only rage helplessly. Inside the villa, although the temporarily hired waiters were extremely busy because of Gao Jun's whim, fortunately the key food had been prepared and covered, waiting for the guests to take their seats. Gao Jun was still trying to do something to arouse the guests' interest, but Ling Xiao had no interest in it at all. He was more focused on his old classmate Taozi in front of him. Taozi, I have a lot of questions to ask you, but I don't know where to start. After some pleasantries, Xiao Xue got to the point. I don't want you to think of some unpleasant sad things because of my recklessness. Hearing this, Taozi's nose felt sore. She called a few people to the corner of the villa and said, Xiao Xue, I am sorry for you. Now I will make everything clear. I contacted you under threat. Before this, I didn't know your recent situation. That person suddenly told me one day about your existence and that Gao Jun was inviting members to hold a class reunion. He ordered me to take the initiative to reply to Gao Jun's participation, and invited you to go together. Especially you, Ling Xiao, he emphasized your presence. He promised that I would not cause you any other trouble. He just wanted to have a quiet place to discuss business with you. But I understand this can't be used as an excuse. I'm sorry, I took advantage of you. After hearing Taozi's frank words, Ling Xiao felt relieved. After all, what Taozi explained was roughly similar to the result he expected when he first noticed the abnormality. In short, there was a mysterious person planning something behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but look at Gao Jun with a meaningful look. This man with a silly look on his face couldn't have been used by someone the whole time, and even the holding of the class reunion was the result of a mastermind behind the scenes. Gao Jun, who had been secretly keeping an eye on Ling Xiao, met Ling Xiao's gaze. He immediately misunderstood that his words had aroused the other party's hostility, so he performed even harder. Peach. Ling Xiao asked directly. Since you are so frank, I will ask you directly, what is your weakness? Taozi paused and hesitated. I really want to make it clear, but... She hugged her shoulders, fear flashing in her eyes. I was an asshole enough to call you here according to his orders. I can't continue to hold you back. Hearing this, Xiao Xue hugged her good friend's shoulders with some distress and said, You don't need to be afraid anymore. Ling Xiao and I are no longer the same as when you first met us. No matter who is behind this, we have the ability to fight back. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe Xiao. Don't forget that the person who threatened you called me Xiao by name. These words complemented the situation perfectly, and the fear in Taozi's eyes was instantly relieved. After sorting out her words, she responded. Xiao Xue should have told you that I suddenly dropped out of school that year. I know that a lot of weird rumors have been deliberately made up after I left, but you can all forget about them now. The truth is that I took a secret job that paid well, working as a research assistant at a pharmaceutical company. However, who could have thought that greed for that little advantage would almost cost me my life? I accidentally discovered with my co-workers that the company was imitating the production of banned drugs for smuggling. After being discovered, the company immediately took action against us. I was forced to drop out of school and hide my whereabouts. Ling Xiao frowned and asked, Who on earth is this person who is so powerful? Taozi shook her head and said, I don't know. Even today, I still don't know. But maybe this ignorance saved my life. Another guy who was getting along well with me at the time died in a car accident not long after. If I had known more, maybe it would have been my turn. Those bold guys were not convinced and tried to seek justice from the company, only to find out that our company, Jiaogua, had never existed. No matter which channel you use, you can't find any trace of it. It was clearly there for more than 3 months, but everything just evaporated on the spot as if it had never existed. After that, those noisy people disappeared one by one. Whether they had a car accident like the first person, or were warned to shut up, I don't know. I dare not think about it, nor do I dare to inquire. And maybe this is the reason why I am still alive today. Hearing this, Ling Xiao took out his phone and took notes. I'm sorry to ask you so many questions in one breath, but can you recall a few names of the old employees who were originally there? Taozi said, I only know the nickname of one person, and I have never met this person in real life. He was responsible for receiving us to work in the company remotely via the internet. After the incident, he threatened me to leave and kept monitoring me and putting pressure on me for many years. His nickname is Leopard. Leopard. Ling Xiao reacted quickly to this term. He opened the list of ghost network agents that Sui had sent him earlier, and after searching, he quickly found the corresponding character introduction. Huabao is a ruthless and experienced person. He has been dormant in Haishur for many years. In his early years, he was brave and aggressive, but he was forced to leave because of a burn that left a large dot-shaped scar on his back. Today, he has become an important wedge left by GhostNet in the local area. He is good at long-distance planning and manipulating people's hearts, and is capable of taking on important tasks. Although the match of a nickname cannot be used as evidence, Ling Xiao's intuition can almost conclude that this is not a coincidence. The bad prediction came true again. Ling Xiao was in a heavy mood, while Gao Jun was in high spirits due to the guests' renewed flattery. Everyone, I declare the dinner party open. Today's meal is a special delicacy that I ordered as a platinum member of Jadeite Linglong. You must be prepared to feast on your appetite. Chapter 107 Dinner. Jadeite Exquisite. As the lid of the plate in front of him was opened, the true appearance of the meal prepared by Gao Jun was finally revealed. Looking at the food that was so familiar, Ling Xiao, who was sitting at the table with other guests, had a subtle expression on his face. This did not escape Gao Jun's eyes. Combined with the changes in Gao Jun's facial expressions during his previous conversation with Taozi, Gao Jun thought that he had impressed Ling Xiao with the preparations for this dinner. You should know that Feitsui Linglong is the best Western restaurant in High City. Although the service and food quality are top-notch, they also have the corresponding style. The essential hotel services like meal delivery are not available at Feitsui Linglong, no matter how much money you have. Normally Platinum members can enjoy the Platinum package in a private room once a year, but Gao Jun's boss is a senior tycoon in High City, so he has been a member for 10 years and has more benefits. Using membership privileges in the name of the boss, Gao Jun finally got the silver-haired butler of Feitsui Linglong to agree to deliver the food to the mountain villa. After going through so much trouble to finally prepare this dinner, Gao Jun naturally felt quite proud of himself and was also looking forward to Ling Xiao's reaction. After the dinner announcement began, the guests began to eat and praise the food one after another. Oh my god, this is Jade Linglong's meal, and it's my first time tasting it. Eat quickly, look at this snail, look at this lobster, they are so delicious. Boss Gao, you are so awesome. You can even get the notoriously strict Feitsui Linglong to deliver the food to the top of the mountain. I have never admired anyone so much in my life. Listening to the words of praise, Gao Jun shook the red wine in his hand, his eyes full of smiles as he tasted it. But when his gaze moved to Ling Xiao and the others, his smile froze. Ling Xiao did not eat as enthusiastically as the others. He held the knife and fork with an embarrassed look on his face and was hesitant to start eating. Gao Jun sneered in his heart, and the guess that had just emerged gradually came true. Could it be that Ling Xiao has never eaten Western food before and therefore has no idea how to use a knife and fork? That's right, how could a poor guy like him have ever tasted such delicious food? I guess the luxury car and clothes he brought here were rented through some means. Humph, watch me expose you bit by bit, so that you can put away this disguise and go back to being the useless nerd you used to be. Having made up his mind, Gao Jun directly mocked him verbally. Ling Xiao, why don't you use your knife and fork? Are you not used to using a knife and fork and need me to replace it with chopsticks for you? Or are there some foods that you don't know how to use and need me to explain them to you? Ling Xiao's brows twitched. He had heard similar remarks quite a lot recently, and he immediately understood what the other party meant. No, it has nothing to do with these. Ling Xiao responded casually. It's just a small problem, so don't bother with it. Seeing this, Gao Jun became even more proud and raised the volume so that all the guests in the room could hear. No, you are a guest. As the host, I have no reason to make the guests unhappy. If you feel there is a problem, feel free to tell me. As the host, I will never let my guests down. Or are you just finding a random excuse to act pretentiously here? Sorry, my choice of words was a bit immodest. Anyway, since you are so sure there is something wrong, then why not speak out openly? Don't worry, we are all old classmates, we won't say anything to laugh at you. Looking at Gao Jun's arrogant expression, as if he had succeeded in his career, Ling Xiao understood. After so many years, there is still not a trace of Gao Jun's essence. He sighed. He had originally intended to focus his energy on fighting off the cunning mastermind behind the banquet and ignore this clown, but he didn't expect the other party to come to him on his own initiative. Well, since you are determined to die, I will give you a ride. Ling Xiao pointed at the dishes in front of him and said. This meat soup uses a combination of chopped ingredients, which are repeatedly put into the pot and cooked to achieve a unique balance, but you took the initiative to have the kitchen heated up before serving it. Excessive acidity. With a twist of his finger, he came to another plate. This French snail dish does not use salt to adjust the saltiness, but uses a combination of various seasonings other than salt to achieve the desired effect. It can only remain fresh if eaten within half an hour after being cooked. Too salty. Looking away, I came to the next plate. This Paris lobster is made with liquid nitrogen. Professional chefs strictly control the temperature before serving. The waiters will adjust it at any time to maintain the freshness of the dish. Once it is transported, the taste will be lost by 80%. The hardness exceeds the standard. In this way, Ling Xiao criticized all the dishes in front of him one by one. When he finished, the hall was silent and Gao Jun's face turned purple. You. Gao Jun shouted several times before he managed to catch his breath. Did you come here just to mess up my place? What the hell are you talking about? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said innocently, I just told the truth. If you say so, then so be it. Gao Jun stiffened his neck, looking like he was ready to rush over and use violence at any time. Who do you think you are? Why should we all listen to you spouting shit? There was no need for Ling Xiao to speak. Xiao Shui at the side laughed and mocked at the right moment. You're wrong. The dishes on this table are exactly what Xiao says they are. Xiao has many identities, but for now, I only need to introduce one. The restaurant that prepared your meal is Fates Away Linglong, and its owner is a Xiao. The silence in the restaurant was instantly broken. Due to the strong impact of the words, the nearby guests began to talk and make noise. Gao Jun opened his mouth. He wanted to say something to deny Yao Shui's words and save his face. But when he met Ling Xiao's gaze and read the unshakable confidence in it, Gao Jun gave up. Gao Jun understood that he had lost. Ling Xiao's words were true. From the moment he began to question him, he had already been defeated. Belch. As the guests were making noise, several consecutive and violent hiccups caught everyone's attention. A plump female classmate was concentrating on eating from beginning to end, oblivious to the disputes outside. When she was licking one of the plates with great satisfaction, a chicken bone got stuck in her throat accidentally. This is no joke, and several people nearby exclaimed in surprise. Help! Many people focused their attention on Gao Jun. After all, Gao Jun had won the first prize in a first aid knowledge and practical skills competition held in high school. However, times have changed. Now Gao Jun only remembers artificial respiration, which can be used to take advantage of drowning first aid. He stood there in a daze for a while, at a loss like a fool. In contrast, Ling Xiao's figure was as fast as lightning, and he leapt behind the female classmate. He was seen strangling the man's upper abdomen with both hands, using the standard Heimlich maneuver to strangle him several times back and forth. By the time others reacted, the female student had already spat out the chicken bone from her throat due to the movement of her diaphragm. Call. Ling Xiao loosened his hands and took a breath. Seeing this, the people around him applauded and praised him, while their eyes turned a little colder when they looked at Gao Jun. However, Ling Xiao did not receive everyone's praise. He keenly noticed that the female classmate who was slumped on the ground did not recover from spitting out the chicken bone. Who among you is familiar with her? Does she have any disease? Ling Xiao shouted loudly. One of the guests responded, I think I've heard that she has mild asthma. Something bad has happened. Chapter 108 Helicopter. There is no doubt that the female student's current condition was caused by the bone choking, which triggered asthma, and if it is serious, it can be fatal. This is not a situation that can be joked about. It is beyond Ling Xiao's emergency response capabilities. The most urgent priority is to send him to the hospital. Gao Jun, start the sports car quickly and let's get her up there. As a voice appeared in the crowd, everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Jun. On the one hand, as the organizer of the alumni reunion, Gao Jun did have the obligation to bring everyone to the remote Bijia mountain far away from the city. On the other hand, as the only person present besides Ling Xiao who owns a luxury car worth over 1 million, his speed is indeed the best choice in this situation where every second counts. However, in the face of everyone's calls, Gao Jun stood there as if he was mute and did not respond for a long time. If one were to say what Gao Jun expected when he held this class reunion, it was that everyone would look at him as if he were their savior, just like now. But if time could go back, Gao Jun would definitely come up to himself and slap him hard when he was about to hold this class reunion. At this moment, these gazes only made Gao Jun feel a stabbing pain like a thorn in his back. If you ask why, it's because he can't drive the luxury car downstairs at all. The car was equipped with the latest anti-theft lock from Overlord Company, which could only be unlocked by the boss voice print. Even if Gao Jun broke in by force, he would not be able to start the car. But the words were stuck in his throat, and Gao Jun couldn't utter them in front of everyone. Boss Gao, human lives are at stake, hurry up. The lackey Chen Shui came closer. He thought this was a great opportunity for Gao Jun to show off his power, but he didn't know that he had once again flattered the wrong person. The crowd around them started to boo. Yes, hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Gao Jun, what are you doing standing here like an idiot? Hurry up! The life-threatening sounds were like a rope tightly binding Gao Jun's neck. Under the tremendous pressure, he felt a strong feeling of nausea churning in his abdomen. Finally, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground, vomiting all the food he had just eaten. What the hell are you doing? If you don't want to help, don't help. What the hell? That's right. Today I finally see through your true nature. What kind of person is this? Everyone's attention turned to Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao himself had been staring at his phone since before the female classmate fell to the ground. Everyone, please calm down. Ling Xiao waved his hand to signal everyone to calm down. Driving is too slow for this distance. We need to change our mode of transportation. Change transportation? Everyone looked at each other, all confused. You can't sail on dry land in this deep mountain and old forest. Buzz. Just when everyone was wondering whether Ling Xiao would do the same as Gao Jun and watch the victim die without helping, a strong sound of wind suddenly came from outside the villa. At the same time, Su Ning, who had just left at some point, came to the door and said calmly, Ling Xiao, Maozi is here. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and although the people around him were full of doubts, they still obediently carried their female classmates on their backs and followed him out the door. Then, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. A helicopter is parked in the open space in front of the villa. Two people dressed as doctors came down from above, carrying a stretcher into the crowd, took the female student, and after a brief examination, said, Don't worry, everyone. She is not in danger. We will transfer her back to the main hospital for 2 days of observation. Ling Xiao nodded and said with satisfaction, Okay, go back and tell the Dean of Maple Leaf. This action is also very timely. A doctor looked up and said, The Dean has predicted what you will say, Boss Ling. He asked me to reply to you like this. Being able to work for you is his greatest happiness. This lackey old Dean really knows how to take advantage of others. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart with a wry smile, then told the two doctors to go back quickly. As the tense atmosphere faded, the crowd began a new round of conversation. Hey, the first half was pretty good, how come this happened? Anyway, I saw through Gao Jun's true nature. It was the wisest decision for me to fall in love with someone else later in life. That's not what you just said, but this time I agree with your conclusion. Forget it, it's such a bummer, why don't you go back? That's right. Seeing this, Ling Xiao snapped his fingers to attract everyone's attention and said, Everyone, aren't you a little too impatient to think about going back now? We originally planned to have fun here until tomorrow morning. Seeing everyone's different expressions, Ling Xiao chuckled and continued, Although there was a little incident, I don't think it's a wise choice to just disperse. If she knew that we left in disappointment because of her absence from the hospital, she would probably feel guilty for a long time. Besides, tonight's surprises aren't over yet. After saying that, Ling Xiao clapped his hands twice. After the doctor took the patient back to the helicopter, 4 more people jumped down from above. The 3 of them were dressed in white as chefs. The leader was wearing a tuxedo and tie, with silver hair and a monocle. Inside the helicopter, Maozi poked his head out to say hello to Ling Xiao, then he closed the door and took off with the people returning home. Under the strong wind from the wings, the silver-haired man stepped forward calmly and said, I am the housekeeper of Jadeite Linglong. Previously, our 10-year members strongly requested that we provide food delivery service. We considered it again and again and made an exception. Unexpectedly, the client who made such a request was not the long-term member, but an imposter using the other party's identity. He also did not follow our instructions in handling the ingredients, and the dishes he made seriously damaged the reputation of our restaurant. Fortunately, I met the owner and the matter was exposed. After saying this, Ling Xiao continued seamlessly, as I said just now at the table, the exquisite food of Feitsui Linglong was completely wasted by Gao Jun. If I just say that, it would be empty talk, so I specially asked them to take a helicopter here to bring you the authentic Jade Linglong meal. In addition to the food, there is also the platinum level service of the top-notch butler of Jade Linglong. Tonight, everyone who stays here is a platinum member. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally depressed spirits of the guests instantly turned into ecstasy, and the cheers turned into a wave that lasted for a long time. At this moment, Gao Jun himself walked out of the villa in a daze, and watched Ling Xiao's arrangements from beginning to end. Everything he had carefully planned was used by Ling Xiao for his own benefit. He felt dizzy and his eyes went dark, and he passed out on the spot. However, at this moment when even the former lackey Chen Shui has joined Ling Xiao to create a craze, no one cares about his fate at all. Looking at everyone, Ling Xiao had other plans in mind. The reason why Gao Jun's class reunion had to continue was because Ling Xiao still wanted to meet that leopard and find out what the other party's purpose was in bringing him here. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't intend to go to great lengths to alert the enemy, but since Gao Jun was so desperate, he didn't mind accepting it all. So, now the question is, at what stage of the banquet will the leopard officially appear? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about this, another sharp sound of winds suddenly reached his ears. He frowned and looked up. Above him, a strange helicopter was descending. Ling Xiao took 2 steps back until he could see the figure inside through the front window of the plane. Among them, a man over 2 meters tall, wearing sunglasses and wrapped in a thick fur coat, was also looking at Ling Xiao. Interesting, there are new characters joining tonight's game. Chapter 109 Boss Lu. The helicopter landed, the door opened, and the people inside filed out. The burly man in sunglasses that Ling Xiao was staring at took a few steps forward and waved his hand. The subordinates behind him nodded and rushed out, rushing into the guests. Ling Xiao frowned and was about to do something to stop them, but he found that this group of people actually only had one target. That is the organizer of today's class reunion, Gao Jun. Gao Jun, who had been unconscious, was dragged by his arms to the front of the sturdy man in sunglasses and was slapped twice in the face. Gao Jun woke up faintly, and after seeing the figure in front of him clearly, he trembled all over and cried out loudly. "Boss!" The sturdy man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of fierce pupils in his eyes, and a deep knife scar on the corner of his eyebrow. "Are you having fun, Gao Jun?" Gao Jun swallowed hard and said, "Boss, please listen to my explanation." Bang! The subordinate on the left slapped Gao Jun in the face again. "There's nothing to explain. I asked you to be in charge of the boss's property, but you ended up using the boss's property and using his name to mess around. Throw it into the sea to feed the fish, or put it on the mountain to feed the eagles. You choose one." The pain on his face and the fear in his heart made Gao Jun's legs go weak on the spot. A pool of liquid flowed out from his trouser legs and spread on the ground. "Wait." At the critical moment, it was the burly leader who spoke. He looked in Ling Xiao's direction and said, "This is a banquet after all, and Boss Ling is here too. How can we discuss something that will spoil Boss Ling's fun?" As he spoke, the burly leader walked closer to Ling Xiao. His face no longer had the fierceness from before, but a gentle smile that didn't match his appearance at all, and he stretched out his hand. "Boss Ling, nice to meet you." "I am." Ling Xiao held the other's hand and shook it up and down, and at the same time interrupted and said, "Boss Lu, right? I heard everything from Mauzi." Yes, Ling Xiao knew the identity of the boss in front of him. He was Lu Jihua, the customer who sent someone to contact Mauzi to conduct a hasty business. He is also a famous businessman in High City. Although it is rumored that he is in a state of decline, it is still the same old saying now. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. "Boss Ling?" Gao Jun said in confusion, "Who exactly is Ling Xiao?" Bang! The henchman beside Lu Jihua slapped him again and cursed. "How dare you talk nonsense? Ling Xiaoling, the young up-and-coming boss who has shaken the entire High City business community, is negotiating business with the big boss. How can you have a say?" Gao Jun's eyes almost popped out after hearing this explanation. He looked at Ling Xiao's luxury car in the distance, then looked at Ling Xiao in front of him, and finally faced the reality before him. It turns out that the clown is actually himself. It was Gao Jun's one-sided misunderstanding from the very beginning. Ling Xiao was not of the same kind as Gao Jun at all. He was just taking advantage of the power of others. It's the real thing. Lu Jihua glanced at Gao Jun, figured out what was going on and said, "It seems that this kid doesn't get along with you, Boss Ling. I'm afraid he did a lot of embarrassing things that hindered our relationship before I showed up. Well, Boss Ling, you decide how to deal with him. Just tell me, and I will definitely do it." Honestly speaking, Ling Xiao would not have any psychological burden whether Gao Jun was thrown to the mountain to feed the birds or thrown into the sea to feed the fish. But after looking back at the other frightened students, he thought about it and gave an appropriate answer. "The party is halfway through, it would be a real bummer to deal with it now. Boss Lu, find a place to lock him up first, and we'll go in and talk." Boss Lu nodded in agreement, waved for someone to do as he was told, and then several people walked into the castle villa. After exchanging a glance with Yao Shui and giving her a hint, Xiao Shui walked forward and asked seemingly unintentionally, "Boss Lu, do you know leopard?" Hearing this, Boss Lu showed a confused look on his face and said, "Leopard? If this lady is referring to the zoo, I'm sorry, but I personally don't like going to the Haishir Zoo." Is he pretending to be stupid, or does he really not understand the hidden meaning of these words? After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao still couldn't get the answer. After all, the other party was a veteran in the business world, and if he really wanted to hide something, it wouldn't be so easy to read out. So he changed his strategy and stopped asking questions other than small talk, waiting for Boss Lu, who appeared at the right time, to speak. "Mr. Ling, how long do you plan to stay here?" During the break of the banquet, Boss Lu asked Ling Xiao. Although the location is indeed a bit remote, for the two of us, it is not inconvenient to airlift the regular supplies here. "Here we come." Ling Xiao turned from defense to offense and asked, "I wonder how long Boss Lu intends for us to stay?" Boss Lu frowned slightly, but quickly remained calm and said, "Lianxiao Company is now flourishing in High City. I believe that Boss Ling must have worked very hard on weekdays. It's rare for him to come to my place to rest. Please stay for at least 3 to 5 days." Hearing this answer, Ling Xiao was satisfied and deliberately replied, "Boss Lu is really hospitable, but because there are so many trivial matters in Lianxiao, we don't actually have that much time to rest here. In fact, I have decided to go back with President Su at midnight." This time, Boss Lu finally lost his composure. He tried to suppress his emotions and said, "Really? In that case, I won't try to persuade you to stay any longer. By the way, Boss Ling, regarding our current deal, I have a few additional terms I'd like to discuss with you in detail. Since you are so busy, why don't we decide on the speed today?" Ling Xiao nodded and held out his hand, saying, "Of course, Boss Lu. It's a bit noisy downstairs, let's go upstairs." Su Ning quickly followed up and said, "Since we are discussing business, then I will also." Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "No need, Mr. Su. The general framework has been finalized before. I and Mr. Lu can polish the details myself." After that, Ling Xiao leaned closer to Su Ning and whispered, "No matter if he is from Ghost Network or not, there must be something fishy going on. I will go and face him. You stay downstairs. If anything unexpected happens, contact Sui and Mao Zi immediately and leave with Xiao Shui while the chaos is going on." Although Su Ning objected in her heart, she understood that if Boss Lu acted aggressively, she would only be a hindrance if she stayed by Ling Xiao's side, so she nodded and whispered, "Be careful." With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao put his arm around Boss Lu's shoulder, as if he were a long-lost friend meeting again. "Boss Lu, your men have no ill intentions, but they have been guarding down there and making us old classmates uneasy. Why don't we go upstairs together and find a room to talk?" Boss Lu agreed readily, and the two of them walked forward while laughing. They seemed to be having a great time, but in fact they had different ideas in their minds. Chapter 110 True Face. When you reach the second floor, the whole environment becomes dark and eerie. Ling Xiao discovered that this villa with an ancient castle appearance was only modern on the first floor. From the second floor onwards, the style matched the exterior, with bright red carpets and dotted with dim oil lamps. With the cold wind blowing in from the mountains outside the window and the disorderly footsteps of Boss Lu's subordinates, the surrounding atmosphere became even more gloomy. "Let's do it here, Boss Ling." Boss Lu opened a room, and as the old-fashioned oil lamp was lit, Ling Xiao was able to see clearly inside. On the walls were hung Western European medieval-style iron chains, sledgehammers, and swords. It looked like either an armory or an execution room. There was a sly flash in Boss Lu's eyes. He pointed to the chair in the shadow in the middle of the room and said, "Sit down, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao sneered, walked through the darkness and sat down. This indifference surprised Boss Lu a little, but he quickly calmed down and asked the person next to him to hand over a dozen documents. "Boss Ling, take a look." It was indeed a document drafted under the title of Supplementary Regulations of the Contract. Ling Xiao turned on the light of his mobile phone and read through it one by one, frowning slightly. "Boss Lu, this isn't the first time we've done business together. Are you sure you want me to see this?" Boss Lu spread his hands and said, "What else do you have to say?" Ling Xiao snorted coldly and read out the contents. "No matter what happens to your pharmaceutical company during the contract period, we at Lianxiao need to help you with the public relations. If there is a mistake, we will need to compensate you for your losses in full. No one will sign such an unfair clause with you. Boss Lu shook his head. He sat on the table next to the bed and tapped the table with his index finger. Don't be impatient, Boss Ling. Business talks require give and take, and this is just the beginning. After saying that, he winked and had his men come to the door, close it and block Ling Xiao's way. Ling Xiao kept an eye on his surroundings, not panicking, and just said calmly, Boss Lu, if you bring up this kind of regulation, don't try to negotiate business with me here. If you have any tricks to force me to submit, just show them. Boss Lu no longer pretended to be gentle and easygoing. His face was full of arrogance. He asked someone to light a cigarette for him and said, Great, Boss Ling. It's comfortable to work with smart people. Come on, let's go on TV for Boss Ling. The two subordinates brought a display screen from somewhere and placed it on the table next to Boss Lu. The picture on the screen showed the scene in the lobby on the first floor. Although Ling Xiao asked Boss Lu to take away his subordinates, more subordinates in black clothes rushed into the first floor, each of them showing conspicuous knives and blocking the window door to prevent anyone from leaving. The guests in the living room had never seen such a scene before, and they were frightened and ran away crying. In the middle of the hall, Yao Shui and Su Ning were holding Tao Tao, still relatively calm, but they had no way to escape for the moment, so they could only stand there. Looking at the contents on the screen, Ling Xiao clenched his fists and became furious. Ding dong! The host is taking on the 6th selection task challenge, with a deadline of 6 hours. Option A, do not be afraid of the threat from the leopard Lu Jihua, destroy his extravagant hopes, and at the same time save the trapped Su Ning and Yao Shui. Option gift, Magic Hand C, 20 million. Option B, accept Hua Bao's proposal and take a step back to ensure safety. Option gift, 10 million in cash. Ling Xiao made a choice in an instant, while suppressing his anger and remaining calm. As expected, Lu Jihua is the leopard. He did not admit it just to wait for now. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Do you have other subordinates? Hearing this, Boss Lu patted the top of the display screen and laughed happily. Ling Xiao, you think you are very smart. That crazy Luochen can't do anything to you, so I, Lu Jihua, can't do anything to you either? Oh, you fool, you are still young after all. You thought you led me here to contain me, but you didn't know that you fell into my trap and were separated from your weak women. Showing up in a helicopter is just a trick to paralyze you. This class reunion was made possible by me and that stupid subordinate from beginning to end. Do you think it would be difficult to ambush my people nearby? Ling Xiao did not reply. The speech just now had already made him understand many key facts, and that was enough. Boss Lu didn't care about Ling Xiao's attitude. He waved again, and his subordinates came to Ling Xiao and began to withdraw. Found it, boss. A subordinate found the phone from Ling Xiao, snorted coldly, and stepped aside. Looking at Lu Jiewa's cautious behavior despite having the upper hand, Ling Xiao nodded and said, It seems that you are indeed a little stronger than Luochen. In response to Ling Xiao's praise, Lu Jihua showed an irritable reaction. I said, Don't compare me to that brain-dead crow. It's ridiculous that I had so much information about you, but I still lost miserably in the end. Look carefully and see how different he and I are. After saying that, Lu Jihua took a wireless headset from his subordinate and whispered something. This message was passed to the subordinates on the first floor, and then the subordinates in the surveillance video shouted at the kidnapped guests. What a bunch of bastards! Whoever is still grumbling will be killed instantly with a knife. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates drew their knives, and the other men in black on the first floor also drew their weapons. Seeing this, the guests who had been crying immediately shut up, except for one man who accidentally sneezed. It's you, right? You don't accept it? The man in black brought out this man, who turned out to be Chen Shui, the bootlicker who had flattered Gao Jun before. Chen Shui trembled and said, Boss, don't do it. We are actually family. Gao Jun and I are good brothers. The man in black snorted coldly and said, Gao Jun? That guy has been chopped off. You and he are good brothers, so go and accompany him. After saying that, the man in black rushed forward and immediately stabbed Chen Shui in the heart with the knife. With a shrill cry, Chen Shui looked at the blood on his chest in disbelief, then fell to the ground and twitched continuously. The guests around forgot the threats from the men in black and howled in fear. Afterwards, Lu Jihua simply turned off the sound and watched the tragedy unfold with a calm expression. It's so fucking noisy, it's so noisy. Well, now you understand, I am different from that crow. I will not hesitate when it is time to take action. Listen, Ling Xiao, I know you're good with all kinds of little toys, but don't mess around with me. Otherwise, I will pick one of your women next. Or you like more exciting games, hee hee hee? Looking at Lu Xiao's crazy face, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Okay, leopard, hurry up, whether it's signing or something else, tell me what you want me to do? Lu Zhihua smiled. Only at this moment did he really feel that he had one.